Hello everyone. I hope you are doing well. I truly need a small favor from you all. Each of my videos takes me around 12 to 14 hours to create, and I'm currently struggling with an old PC that makes the process even harder. If you could support me with even 1 Indian rupee, rupesh $1, or 1 pound, pounds, it would mean the world to me. Every small contribution brings me one step closer to getting a better PC and continuing to create the content you enjoy. If it's possible, please consider donating. Your kindness would be a huge help. Thank you so much for your support. Sparkling heart. And like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 1: The World of SCP, 2 Diseases in Yellow Clothes. In 2025, the Dragon Kingdom, the magic capital. In this superb prosperous financial center city, a street far away from the city center, although it has just passed 9 o'clock at the moment, it seems quite deserted. The whole street was swept over, basically closed. Only one coffee shop with an obscure name was still lit. It was close, and a faint sound of TV news could be heard. This year, the international situation remains the same as before. Our country and the Rabbit country are in. Sorry, I will insert an urgent report here. The police received a police report from residents at 9:32 last night. Mr. Chen, who lives in Lujiazhuai, said that a strange smell of blood was coming from a neighbor's house. After some unidentified patterns, the police immediately blocked the scene. The cause of death of the deceased has yet to be verified. The general public is reminded to pay attention to safety. If a suspicious person is found, the police will immediately call the police. Later, some coded pictures appeared on the TV screen. The corpse had been tightly covered by mosaics. From the shape of the corpse, several corpses were not human-shaped. In order to protect the scene, the blood stains had not been removed. The whole picture looked quite can't bear to witness. However, the official took pictures of the unidentified patterns on the scene, increased the clarity, and put them in the major news for scrolling, much like the magic circle that only appears in the game. At the bottom, words like a reward are written. This world is really not peaceful. Watching the news on TV, Wang Li, who was leaning on the bar, looked away lightly, and couldn't help but slap his tongue. This news has been broadcast on various channels for 1 day and 1 night since last night. However, this is not the first time. I don't know when it started. Similar cases occurred frequently across the country. All the dead died miserably. What's even more bizarre was that the scene of the crime was painted with various mysterious patterns that no one could understand, or each. This kind of horrible sign is simply not human-made, and it makes the police feel so overwhelmed that they have no way of starting. Turn off the TV and make the coffee in hand. Wang Li, the manager and clerk, came to the table of the only guest in the corner of the store and said, "Your coffee is ready, please use it slowly." The man in yellow mopping clothes nodded with his back to his back. Without reply, Wang Li left the coffee on the table. Wang Li didn't care. This person has been here for a while. Stayed for 1 day, and didn't leave until the store closed. At first, Wang Li was still curious. After all, the location of this coffee shop is relatively remote. Most customers would not choose to sit here for a long time, let alone spend time here all day long like this customer. The most puzzling thing is that this guest has never shown his true colors, wears a strange mask, and doesn't even know what the other person looks like. Only clearly dressed in yellow, as if in a cosplay, walking alone and never chatting with other guests. At first I thought it was a homeless person. I never saw anyone with me. Although I was withdrawn, I didn't notice any strange behavior for a long time, so I just let him go. Going back to the deserted bar, it may be related to the news broadcast just now. Wang Li recalled that in the past few days during the day, he occasionally heard the guests discuss the various weird events that happened in the Magic City during the recent period. For example, skin tissues that were not part of existing creatures were found at the scene of a murder case, corpses with twisted necks unexplained everywhere, remnants that were eaten by people, and dozens of victims who were dismembered and put into a sacrificial ritual, etc. In short, more and more people have begun to discuss frequent murders recently. After all, this can be regarded as very serious social news. It is related to the life and death of everyone. People only get nervous when facing things related to their own interests. However, most people's thoughts cannot escape serial murderers or perverted murderers and other conjectures, which are still limited to ordinary people's thinking. However, Wang Li knows clearly that it is estimated that many of the incidents here have long exceeded the scope of human cognition. One day about half a year ago, he witnessed a very strange scene on the way home from closing the shop. Usually Wang Li's coffee shop closes at 10 o'clock. It is already dark at that time, and pedestrians are scarce due to the location. Walking on a familiar road and don't know why, Wang Li feels a little uneasy. He always feels that something is going to happen and just wants to go home quickly. However, at the end of a dilapidated alley passing by, a scene took place that made his footsteps abruptly halted. Under the dim street lamp, a pitch-black shadow twisted and crawled on the wall as if it were alive, and on the very edge of the shadow, there was a circle of jagged things, unexpectedly holding a living person. Accompanied by the screams of the person caught by the shadow monster, Wang Li directly called the police. The place he was standing was a blind spot from the direction of the shadow monster, and Wang Li could clearly see what was going on inside. After reporting to the police, the person's voice has been faint, and judging from the amount of blood loss, it is highly likely that he will not be saved. Seeing that the shadow monster seemed to be ready to move on to the next target, Wang Li quickly left the scene of the crime to avoid being caught. Later, when he saw the police report, there was another unsolved case. The victim had no enemies, no property was lost, and simply went home from get off work and was killed in this way. Since then, he never went out at night, and even moved his home to the second floor of the cafe. As an ordinary citizen, Wang Li has fulfilled his obligations in this matter. If even the professional criminal police have not found clues, he will naturally not be able to provide any help or proof. Moreover, what he saw and heard during the period was too weird to be trusted. Said Wang Li is not a person in this world. He is a traverser. He has been in this parallel world similar to his previous life for 5 or 6 years. His parents have already passed away in an accident, leaving behind a lot of assets and a store. The store is far from the city center, and it is better than its quiet environment. Wang Li asked people to clean up the decoration and opened a cafe, because the location is not very good, so there are not many customers. However, his parents in this world left him with enough assets to spend his whole life, and he is not worried about his profit or loss. Opening a store is purely to find something to do for myself and pass the time. In addition, Wang Li was very good at coffee latte in his previous life, and this shop was opened for his own hobby. After a daze for a while, I arrived at 9:30 in a blink of an eye. As always, only the odd man in yellow was left in the deserted shop. Looking at the dark world outside the window, the neon signs listed in the distance flicker when it fails. Although Wang Li has hardly talked with guests in the corner for the past 6 months, he suddenly wanted to chat with each other at this moment. For a period of time. He also made a cup of coffee for himself, and he just leaned on the bar and spoke suddenly. Speaking of which, you take a book here every day to pass the time. Haven't the book on my shelf been finished yet? The yellow-clothed man with his back to the bar seemed to know that the owner was talking to him. He read the book slightly, turned his head slightly and faced him with the shadow of his face, and shook his head slowly. Wang Li didn't see the side face of the yellow-clothed man clearly, but only found lines with darker colors. I still like to play cosplay when I am so old, it seems to be a serious two-dimensional. With a secret cry in his heart, he heard a strange and vague sound coming from under the mask. Ah, fa, %t. The odd syllable caused Wang Li to frown, but it only lasted a few seconds. People nowadays are really getting more and more speechless. Cos is so immersed and so real that they keep their personality all the time. Wang Li murmured, he is not very good at coping with secondary 2 diseases. In these years, people from a certain role in Cos will occasionally be encountered on the street, and they will use unintelligible English to speak in a variety of other languages, and there will be more comic exhibitions. At first he went to Manzan to get to know the young lady, but it turned out to be all women's ladies. Who can stand it? Feeling that I can't get an answer after asking, I give up asking. After taking a sip of coffee, Wang Li saw that the hand on the clock was moving towards 10 o'clock, and Wang Li felt nothing. "Forget it, we will close the store in advance today, please leave the guest first." The man in yellow was silent. When Wang Li cleaned up the things on the bar and looked to the corner, there was no one in the original position of the man in yellow. "Going really fast," he murmured. Just as he was about to go to the door of the store to turn over the sign in business, he heard a rush of footsteps on the corner of the street. Chapter 2. Hi, hi, hi. In an uninhabited cold alley, with the silence of dripping from a certain pipe, rushed footsteps suddenly sounded from a distance. A girl with a panic expression was emerging from the dark, panting and running wildly outside. As if there was a scourge behind him. "Can't stop." Even if the physical strength is almost reaching the limit, the two legs can hardly feel sensation, the lungs are as hot as fire, and even a slight breath becomes painful. Luo Chingqing dare not stop. Once she stopped, she would be brought back into the shadows by what was chasing her behind. Of course, the greater possibility was to be torn to pieces in this unknown place. Ah! How can there be such a thing here? In the process of escaping, Luo Chingqing, who wanted to cry without tears, took the time to look at the agile chasing soldiers behind. Those were 3 or 4 filthy humanoid creatures with dog-like faces and sharp claws. Their feet were like hooves. They were talking to each other in a rapid, crying voice. The girl's brain instantly found corresponding information based on their appearance. According to the information handed down by the Foundation organization, these things were classified as ghouls. Obviously she was only sent to this area to investigate the whereabouts of a certain innocuous containment item listed by the Foundation. Unexpectedly, she accidentally ran into a mythical creature that was supposed to be resolved by the Foundation military personnel. She didn't dare to treat these ghouls and the low-level cannon fodder in the game as a category. As an E-level civilian investigator who is about to be promoted to D-level by the Foundation, Luo Chingqing didn't have much contact with information, but it was definitely a lot. Among them are detailed information including ghouls. These ghosts possess wisdom no less than human beings and can communicate with humans. It is said that they even form a religious group and believe in a certain evil god. Many members of the Foundation have fought with them, and it took a lot of losses to realize their abilities. Digging, climbing, jumping, listening, smelling, sneaking, scouting. It is not a problem for a ghoul to easily kill a special forces squad in a favorable environment, and some of them will also have mysterious spells. Like myself, it is estimated that one face-to-face will be gone. Luo Chingqing was very self-aware, and she couldn't help but feel a deep despair in her heart, but even so, she would not give up. No one can calmly deal with the threat of death. I don't know how long it has passed, passing through a labyrinth-like alley, and neon lights that belong to human society appeared in front of my vision. I'm about to rush out. Ghouls generally don't choose to be exposed to a large number of humans. If she can run out, she might be able to take a life back. Luo Chingqing gritted her teeth, and after a long time of running away, her speed has gradually slowed down, the chase behind her approached, and the rotten smell wafting from the ghoul between her nose. As soon as her scalp exploded, she desperately squeezed her physical fitness, praying that if she could go back alive this time, she would go to the gym every day to exercise. The lights are getting closer, that is. As soon as he rushed out of the dark alley, Luo Chingqing looked forward. It appeared to be a cafe with an obscure name, standing empty and standing on the innermost side of a row of dark shops. Except for the shop assistants who were cleaning in the transparent window, there was no customer. There is no traffic around. That's it. I felt cold. If there were many people, it was okay, there were only a few people, and the ghoul wouldn't mind making a few more corpses. My life is over. The girl had anticipated the end of her death after being sacked and prayed that she would die a little easier. Oh, maybe there is another hapless person who followed her onto Huangquan Road. However, after waiting for a while, nothing happened. Standing outside the coffee shop, she couldn't help but turned her head tremblingly. Several ghouls were restlessly stopping in the shadow of the alley, only seeing malicious eyes. If you listen carefully, you can still hear the piercing sound of claws scratching on the concrete floor. They stopped in the shadows, as if they had discovered something terrifying. Their eyes were mixed with horror and excitement, and they cowered and stared ahead and did not dare to approach. Luo Chingqing felt something was wrong, but just after she was out of the risk of death, her brain was in a mess, and there was no effective thinking circuit organized at all. At this moment, the glass door of the coffee shop opened. Standing at the door, Wang Li turned over the "In Business" sign and saw a pale girl under the steps facing the store door. The young lady is pretty. This was his first thought. It just seemed to have just experienced severe shock. Her chest was violently ups and downs, and her straight and slender legs and jeans trembled slightly, and she almost couldn't stand firmly. Looking along her line of sight, only a few big dogs crouched and unable to see the body were hovering in the alley. Could it be that the sound of footsteps just now was chased by a dog? After examining the scene, Wang Li thought he had found the reason, and the girl was really pitiful, so he glared at a few wild dogs and scolded with a cold face. Roll! He was planning to find something and threw it to deter him after he was finished. In an instant, several stray dogs with vague statures immediately lay on the ground with soft legs, whimpered, and fled into the alley without knowing what to do. Trace! Luo Chingqing looked stunned, and she didn't react. This, just ran away? Asterisk. Chapter 3. Are you okay? In the cafe, Wang Li made a cup of soothing coffee for the girl who had just encountered a stray dog and was afraid. Although the door is about to close, it is not impossible to close it for a while in such a situation. After swallowing, Luo Chingqing, who had escaped from the dead, sat paralyzed on the soft single-person sofa. She still hadn't fully recovered, and took the coffee in shock. Thank you, I'm fine. I'm stuttering, no matter where I am. Wang Li shook his head, but didn't point out that girls are generally less courageous than boys. Several big dogs, not to mention women, men are probably very frustrated when they see them. Quite considerate of the other party's encounter, Wang Li did not chat with her too much, but went back to the bar to continue packing things and patiently waiting for the girl to calm down. After a few minutes, drinking hot coffee, Luo Chingqing finally relaxed a little. Looking at Wang Li's busy back, under the bright light, she was finally able to return to normal thinking. She took out her mobile phone and swiped the address book. She chose to call her boss. No matter what, she must first report the situation here. There are traces of mythical races in the capital near the city, and the ghost knows what will happen next. After 3 seconds, the phone is connected. Hello? Chingqing, are there any gains from the investigation? A steady voice came from the phone, which was easily reminiscent of a 40-year-old calm middle-aged man. After looking at Wang Li, who was far enough away, after feeling that the other party should not be able to hear, Luo Chingqing deliberately lowered her voice and said, "Group leader, during this investigation, I met a ghoul." What? The originally steady male voice suddenly increased by an octave. Before she could speak, the opposite immediately asked, "Where are you now? I will send someone to pick you up immediately. I will talk about the details after the meeting." Well, I am now on the street opposite the XX building. There is a coffee shop that hasn't closed yet. I see, 15 minutes are up, don't leave. Good. Hanging up the phone, Luo Chingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Don't look at staying in the room at the moment, there is still a kind of faint anxiety, for fear that a monster will pop out. When the person sent by the team leader arrives, it is estimated that he will be completely relieved. Generally, the receptionist will arrive in 15 minutes, and the follow-up safety issues are guaranteed. Luo Chingqing finally has the leisure to observe the others. For example, this coffee shop. The interior space is spacious, about 200 square meters, and the overall decoration is unique. Everywhere is deliberately divided into asymmetrical lines, and there are various vague engravings. It is obviously very strange, but it is full of strange beauty. After a long period of time, I feel a little in a daze. Not only does my visual inspection spend a lot of money on decoration, the designer I invited is also very good. Forced to divert her attention, Luo Chingqing shook her not-sober head, stood up and looked around. There are many private suites around, suitable for 3 or 5 friends to chat and pass the time. Inside are several rows of bookshelves with many books on them, including but not limited to novels, classics, magazines, etc. Among them, most of the novels are classified as horror novels. The interesting thing is that the books above are not only Chinese, but also Latin, Arabic, English, French, German, Greek, and even hieroglyphs. Many books look quite old and shabby, maybe they were made like this deliberately, Luo Chingqing thought. Some library decorations are deliberately placed outside with boxes made of books, just to reflect the literary atmosphere. Nowadays, we must emphasize style and characteristics in everything we do, such as cat cafes, maid cafes, and this shop is probably the same. Looking for an excuse in her heart, Luo Chingqing came to the shelf, but unfortunately there were very few books she knew. Angrily swept through the bird words, she walked around, and stumbled upon a dull yellow parchment engraved in Arabic, as if it had been polished by time, and it was dilapidated. The page is neat, with only a weird symbol on the outside of the book cover with a paragraph written in Arabic. For some reason, Luo Chingqing suddenly became interested in it, like sometimes inexplicably want to do something on a whim, so she took out her mobile phone and scanned it to translate the passage. Well! The moment the mobile phone scanned the book, the pattern on the front side suddenly split, and a hideous eye was drilled out of it, staring at her. At the same time weird and dumb chattering suddenly sounded from my ear. Luo Chingqing yelled in fright, couldn't hold the phone and fell to the ground. With a pop, the screen suddenly cracked a few cracks. Hearing the sound of falling things, Wang Li thought the things in the store had been broken, so he didn't care to clean up and walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Chingqing noticed that the chattering in her ears suddenly disappeared, and then she looked at the books lying on the shelf and was held down by a few ancient books. There was nothing unusual, and that eyeball seemed to have never appeared. Picking up the phone distressedly, she pouted her mouth and called out unlucky. She seemed to be scared by the ghoul and hallucinations appeared. "It's okay, boss, just accidentally broke the phone." "Oh, that's really all right." Wang Li relaxed. This girl couldn't tell that it was actually a careless character. Seeing her leaving here and throwing the broken-tempered film into the trash can, Wang Li began to organize the bookshelves, picking up the ancient books that Luo Chingqing planned to translate just now, and preparing to organize them with other books and put them away neatly. Alas, I had known that I didn't force the purchase of so many books to improve the coffee shop, and it would be troublesome to organize it. In order to enhance the literary atmosphere of the cafe, Wang Li himself had forgotten where to collect these books, such as the Book of Necro in Arabic in his hand, and the Sereno next to it. Out of chapter, Revelation of Garaki, Sacred Code of Pompeii. There are all kinds of weird books, which can be described as all-encompassing. It took a few minutes to sort out the bookshelf, and I heard the girl's surprised voice. "Boss, your hands are so weird, I haven't seen them." Wang Li turned his head and saw that the girl was standing in front of the handmade cabinet he made when he was bored, looking at the weird statues inside and exclaiming in admiration. There, the window that reaches the ceiling is placed in the corner, and there are many monsters with strange shapes. A large number of tentacles and eyes are what they have in common. Under the hideous and terrifying appearance, they are full of strange beauty that humans cannot understand. It seems that it transcends the human aesthetics and does not belong to any existing creatures. Even if it is a human fantasy, it is difficult to outline the lines of those strange creatures. Asterisk. Chapter 4. "Oh, I did it when I was fine," Wang Li said casually. Because the coffee shop's location is relatively biased and the flow of people is relatively small, he himself is salty, and often has nothing to do with handmade products to pass the time. Otherwise, just chat with the guests and even give others a free bill when you are in a good mood. After all, the second generation of the rich, the Magic City rented out 2 buildings in the city center, and the rent collection alone could not be spent. The reason for opening a coffee shop here is pure fun. Self-made. Luo Chingqing murmured, blinking and looking at the mysterious statue in the window. "I didn't think so when I first saw it, but after a long time, I felt that the brain was dizzy, as if there was a distorted black hole in their body, swallowing up any light and matter that was cast in the past." She shook her head and looked closely, but she lost that feeling again. It's strange, what happened to me today? Luo Chingqing patted her face lightly, and refocused her gaze on the statue on the far right side of the second row. It is a pocket-sized monster that is less than a baby's punch. It has 2 huge arms. The front end of each arm is split into 2. Each hand looks exactly like the claws. The head is oriented like a huge black hole. Half the size of his head, looked like a one-eyed monster, very cute. Does it have only one eye? Luo Chingqing asked curiously, with her hands resting on her knees and bending over. After tidying up the things beside the bookshelf, Wang Li came to the window and scanned the tight curve of the girl, then looked at the place where her gaze condensed, and corrected. That's not the eyes, that's the mouth parts. Mouths. Luo Chingqing was a little surprised, and when she looked closely, she could find that there were relatively small eyes on both sides of the mouth, and she couldn't find it if she didn't pay attention to it. Does it have a name? Yes, I call it, the Giant of the Ancient Revolution. What a strange name. The girl whispered to herself, her brain searched around the country and abroad, but she didn't find any copyrighted dolls from any company. Seeing that she had been staring at the gadgets she made, she seemed to like it. Wang Li casually said, if you are interested, I will give it to you. Huh? Is it okay? Anyway, it's just a trivial and worthless gadget. This is the truth. When he was bored, he made dozens of things like this, but the customers in the store were not interested in similar things. It is rare to encounter people in this world who are interested in Thulhu culture. Wang Li is still willing to preach a wave, so he took out the pocket-sized version of the ancient leather giant from the window and handed it to her. Thanks. When the statue started, Luo Chingqing felt cold all over, her soul was tight, and she seemed to be bound to something. Moreover, the tactile feel of this thing is not the same as expected. It is not wood, but an unknown material, smooth and heavy. She seemed to really like this statue. Luo Chingqing held it in her hand and played with it for a while before putting it in her pocket. Wang Li is quite satisfied to find people with the same hobbies. After a while, Luo Chingqing's mobile phone ringing that broke the screen suddenly rang. Line connected. Hey, Chingqing, we're here, right at the intersection, where are you? Ah. It's already here? Wait a moment. I'll come out right away. On the other side of the phone was the person who came to meet her. Luo Chingqing checked the time, and it was less than 10 minutes since the conversation with the group leader. Actually so fast. It seems that the team leader attaches great importance to the clues to the traces of ghouls found near the urban area. Standing tiptoe looking at the black car with double flashes on the road outside the store, Luo Chingqing hung up and waved to Wang Li and shouted, "Boss, someone came to pick me up. Let me go. Thank you today, and then I will come to patronize the business." Okay, I see. Watching Luo Chingqing scanning the QR code and paying the bill, he hurriedly ran into the car at the intersection outside the store, and then the car started to drive away, before Wang Li regained his gaze. Not to mention, this girl is so cute and cute. Finally, everything in the store was sorted out. Since Luo Chingqing interrupted her for a while, it was already around 10:30. Tisk, another fulfilling day. Stretching his waist, he came to the front desk to decorate the water tank, and used a special long stick to tease the pet octopus fed on a whim. He only saw it entrenched in the water, and occasionally swayed his tentacles with the long stick leisurely. "Xiao Ke, you don't seem to be very interested today," Wang Li asked to himself. Every time a guest in yellow clothes came over, the lively Xiaoke would do this, and the pattern was almost formed. Finding that the little pet was abysmal, Wang Li soon lost the thought of teasing it. Then, good night. He turned off the light before going up to the second floor, and saw that the originally bright first floor was instantly shrouded in darkness. As the sound of footsteps on the stairs disappeared, the coffee shop could not help falling into a dead silence. In this quiet world, only the second hand of the wall clock is turning bit by bit, making a click sound. I don't know how long this state lasted until... Suddenly, there was a noise from somewhere in the silent world. At an imperceptible moment, a strange and unknown mist suddenly emerged from the void, gradually filling and flooding the entire cafe, swallowing all the furnishings, as if being in a maze, only vaguely found their outline. At the same time, there seemed to be a creature in the wall squirming, making a low creaking cry, as if waking up with the advent of dark night. On the shelves of books, there are sticky, disgusting tentacles with a lot of eyeballs, tentatively crawling out from the gaps in the pages. Where they crawled, black mud full of malicious and evil appeared, between each other. Intertwined and touched each other, and whispered in unknown ancient language, turning this place into a place of taboo and terror. At the same time, in the glass water tank with goldfish and baby octopus, the figure of the baby octopus projected a terrifying huge figure on the wall under the dappled light of the dim street lamp outside. I don't know when it will start, and dreamy and magnificent bubbles rise everywhere on the ceiling. Slowly, the dense fog that permeated the store got bigger and bigger, and it stopped when it was about to seep out the door, dividing the inside and outside of the building into two distinct worlds. Unfortunately, this weird scene was not witnessed by the audience. Asterisk. Chapter 5. Magic City, the outskirts of the Foundation branch. Leaving the coffee shop, the car followed to a deserted mountain, which is located in a suburban area that ordinary people cannot know. In order to prevent the mysterious existence that accidentally controlled it from escaping, the car deliberately stays away from the urban population. In addition, in order to ensure complete confidentiality, documents and various procedures and certifications are required for entry and exit. After all, this world is not as safe as imagined. Ever since the Dragon Kingdom first discovered supernatural existence more than 10 years ago, various supernatural phenomena and creatures that cannot be proven by science have continued to appear all over the world. In order to prevent the proliferation of such things and cause social unrest, the foundations used by various countries to deal with abnormalities came into being. They mainly operate in dark places around the world, with the goal of containing anomalous objects, individuals, and phenomena. Its own operation is only interfered by the highest jurisdiction, authorization, and entrustment of the governments of the respective countries. These anomalies pose a significant threat to global security through physical or psychological hazards. Thanks to the Foundation, civilians around the world can survive and avoid falling into fear, suspicion, or loss of faith. To maintain human independence and autonomy in the threat of space. Its department is ultimately coordinated by official forces, with the main theme of "We control, we contain, and we protect." Over the past 10 years, through constant exploration and dealing with anomalies, the Foundation has learned more and more, and has assigned numbers to distinguish those anomalies. It took countless lives to fill it up, and it finally grew to this level. Here, get off. Driving around the barren hills and passing through a certain road, in less than a minute, a technological fortress like a military base appeared in front of you. Immediately after driving the car to a special parking place outside, a soldier with live ammunition came to verify his identity. "Let's go, Chingqing, I will report the details later when I get in." The middle-aged man with the Chinese character face in the passenger seat got out of the car first. "Oh!" Luo Chingqing jumped out of the car after regaining her sense of security and becoming detached. "Beep. Confirm your identity." Foundation C-level member Zhao Ruguo. E-level member Luo Chingqing. D-level member Li Wei, approved. The soldier who was scanning with some kind of machine verified his face, saluted the three and returned to his post. This is just the first procedure. There are several procedures after entering the base, and more than 10 minutes have passed since entering the base. In a sufficiently confidential conference room, the three persons who had been identified gathered together. "Let's go, Chingqing, what's going on?" "Obviously, I asked you to investigate the whereabouts of SCP-166. How could there be a conflict with mythical creatures?" Zhao Ruguo frowned and his face was not very beautiful. Of course, it was not aimed at her. Unlike the anomalous containment objects of single creatures and phenomena, mythical creatures are another peculiar existence discovered by the Foundation during the process of contact with anomalies, and belong to a different data partition from the containment objects. When I was in the car, I heard about the general process, but the details are still unclear. Group leader, I don't know either. Luo Chingqing seemed aggrieved. She almost died today. If it weren't for Wang Li to raise her hand, she would have been cold visually. According to the information given above, I was investigating the whereabouts of SCP-166 that disappeared during the handover. The clues were almost found, but during the search, I came across traces of ghouls and cultists. They seemed to be planning something. It seems that the purpose is also SCP-166. Is it also SCP-166? Could it be that the reason why they disappeared when handing over 166 was the ghost of them? Zhao Ruguo's eyes flashed and couldn't help asking, "Are you sure?" "Not very confident," AI said during Luo Chingqing. "I don't know, but I think it's very likely. Even if it's just a possibility, it can't be ignored." Zhao Ruguo pondered for a moment, and said, "You stay here tonight. Don't go anywhere. When I report the situation, I guess someone else will come to ask about it. Just remember to tell the story." "I see." After entrusting his subordinates, he immediately left the meeting room with Li Wei, who had been silent, hurriedly not knowing where to rush. As the lowest level E-level member, Luo Chingqing can't go too many places. The base branch also has level restrictions. Some places can't go in if the level is not enough, so she has to stay in the meeting room in a daze. Who knows that this stay is 3 hours? When the door of the meeting room opened again, it was not the familiar group leader who greeted her, but a tall woman with a cold complexion and stature, who looked less than 25 years old at most. The woman took out her ID and shook it in front of her, then took out a piece of official document, and went straight to the subject. "I am the captain of the 7th Special Operations Team of the Morta Foundation branch, Xiao Ruobing, and Luo Chingqing, an E-level member of the Foundation. You have been expropriated from now on. This is a transfer order. Leave here with us right away. Isn't it?" "Ah, sir." Luo Qingqing's face was dumbfounded. What happened to this young lady who was so sassy in front of her? She told me that she had been requisitioned as soon as she came. This is different from what the group leader said. Isn't it because someone came to ask about the specific situation, and then let me go home to sleep after I got it? Luo Qingqing had heard of the big characters of the Special Operations Team. Compared with the civilian members who focused on research, these people were frontline personnel who dealt with abnormalities and were paid very well. Of course, they were also the ones who suffered the most serious casualties. They belonged to the type of life and death, wealth in heaven. No, it won't be so unlucky. I want to live a few more years so that I won't be transferred to the Special Operations Team. She was half cold when she heard the words of being recruited. Chapter 6. But Diao Lingshu is here. Even if she is reluctant, she has to accept reality. Consistent with the impression given by his appearance, Xiao Ruobing did things simply and neatly, without any muddles. After informing Luo Qingqing of the results, she left the Foundation branch immediately without consulting the parties. "Where are we going?" Luo Qingqing still looked dumbfounded. She followed the cold-tempered beauty captain from the meeting room to an area she had never reached before like a puppet. The Foundation branch was built underground, and the entire mountain was hollowed out. The upper part is the research area, and the lower part is the containment area for the anomalous creatures. "Don't ask so much, just follow along." The place Xiao Ruobing led the way now did not belong to any of the above. When passing the safe passage, Luo Qingqing also saw 2 cute tear-like creatures on the road, and regarded the staff coming and going around as nothing. The 2 cute creatures were burnt orange and mustard yellow respectively, and were leaning on the wheel-shaped protrusions at the bottom that could move them toward the safe-level containment area. Their number is SCP-131. Yes, that's right, those who shuttle in the crowd are also one of the Foundation containment objects. According to the data, they have the intelligence of a domestic cat and an insatiable curiosity. They can move more than 60 meters in a few seconds at an amazing speed. The reason for being able to pass freely within the Foundation is that there is no danger in itself, and to put it bluntly, it is a mascot. Except for a very small number of safe-class containment objects that are friendly to humans and have no adverse effects, such as the number 131, most of the rest must be honestly isolated in the containment area and be studied under the observation of the staff. Therefore, although the sudden emergence of supernatural forces has caused a lot of impact on various countries around the world, the benefits are not without it. With the help of those abnormal phenomena and biological research, the official cognition on the mysterious side has been greatly developed, and it can even be used. Seeing SCP-131 disappear at the end of his line of sight, Luo Chingqing said oh and reluctantly retracted his gaze. The journey afterwards became silent. At the end of the safe passage, this is a prohibited area, at least Luo Chingqing was not qualified to come before. Enter through the open automatic door, and then various facilities that are very similar to a military base. When she came here for the first time, she was very curious and looked around. The depression not long ago disappeared. Unfortunately, she didn't give much room to observe the internal base. Xiao Ruobing quickly took her to the two military jeeps and motioned to each other to get into the passenger seat with his eyes. To Luo Chingqing's expectation, after getting in the car, he found that there was already someone in the back seat. Two men and a woman, both look almost in their 20s. Oh, you are the new team member, I'm Zhang Wei, get acquainted first. In the middle of the back seat, the cheerful young man with big white teeth showing his big white teeth could not help but shine when he saw that the new team member was so beautiful. Don't call me that. The girl named Lanlin frowned unhappily, and then performed a wave of Sichuan opera face changes under Luo Chingqing's blank gaze, showing a particularly cordial smile. My name is Zhao Lan, you can call me Lanlin, please take care of me in the future. A lot take care. Seeing her extremely eager gaze, Luo Chingqing was a little frightened. It always feels so dangerous. At the last corner, Li Kai, who remained silent, just nodded to her. Although entangled as to why she appeared here, Luo Chingqing was quick to accept her, and on the surface she was still generous and greeted a few people with each other. Sitting in the driver's seat, Xiao Ruobing interrupted several people directly, don't be too familiar, she is only temporarily transferred, and will be transferred back when this matter is over. Hearing this, Luo Chingqing felt very relieved, thinking that she would have to spend the rest of the time here. Fortunately for those who could go back. However, Zhang Wei was downcast, muttering a good thing that really wasn't so cheap. Finally, I came to a sister paper, but it turned out to be a passerby. Although the team is not bad for long, but her temperament that refuses to be thousands of miles away is really dare not to approach, let alone love. Let's go to the place where you found the cultists and ghouls, and you will show the way. No matter what the team members thought, Xiao Ruobing's tone of starting the vehicle remained the same. After a moment of stunned reaction, Luo Chingqing hurriedly replied, "Hi? Okay, just get out of the base and keep going along the main road." Xiao Ruobing nodded, and as the vehicle started, the car behind also followed. Seeing this, Luo Chingqing couldn't help but slander in her heart. No, just 10 of us? Isn't that a food delivery? But seeing that no one was worried about safety except for himself, the young man behind was even more contentedly humming, so he had no choice but to put his anxiety in my heart. After an hour. Right here. Parked the car 3 or 4 kilometers away from the coffee shop, Xiao Ruobing took Luo Chingqing and his party to get out of the car. In front of me is a zone similar to a village in a city, with quite old buildings with a taste of the 1980s and 1990s. For some reason, there has been no demolition. Luo Chingqing glanced at the phone. Just after 3:10, the night was shrouded in this quiet area with only the whistling sound of the cold wind. Asking the team members to bring the equipment they should bring on the car, Xiao Ruobing frowned slightly, who was looking at this place alone. The village in the city under the night is like a giant beast dormant here, as if ready to swallow a group of people at any time. After swallowing, Luo Chingqing, who was standing next to the iceberg beauty, was full of entanglement. She didn't want to go in at all, she knew that the sky was not so gloomy. Due to the low temperature at night and the cold wind blowing, she couldn't help but put her hand in her pocket and held something hard at a certain moment. I took it out and found out that it was the small handmade statue that the coffee shop owner gave him yesterday. Feeling the icy statue, Luo Chingqing's originally scared emotions suddenly dissipated. This thing, will it have a calming effect, right? Ready to go. Random thoughts were curbed, Xiao Ruobing gave an order, whether she wanted it or not. She and the 7th Special Team, a group of 11 people immediately marched firmly towards the village in the city, until they disappeared into the channel that looked like a monster's mouth. Chapter 7. Early the next morning. When Wang Li woke up and went downstairs, the wall clock inlaid on the wall only showed that it was less than 8 o'clock. Last night, in the coffee shop on the first floor, there was no strange change from the audience, as if it were just an illusion. The interior was exactly the same as before yesterday. There was no trace of the tentacles crawling in the bookshelf area, and the little octopus in the pool was still not awake, lying on the bottom of the water and gently swaying along the seagrass-like plants. Everything behaved so normal. Taking a look at the time, Wang Li came to the store to stretch out lazily, and took a deep breath of fresh morning air. The nearby shops were all opened early in the morning, but unlike usual, a lot of people surrounded the street in front. When I came to the kanji shop that I bought every morning in the opposite district, Wang Li patiently waited for the office workers in front of the line to finish buying and leaving. When it was his turn, before the shopkeeper asked, he said, "Sisterly, the third child." "Okay." The middle-aged woman stall owner in her early 40s handed him the paper bag that had been packed behind her. "Sister Li's craftsmanship is good. Wang Li likes to eat. They all have shops nearby. Everyone knows them. You come and go. You don't need to say hello. Sister Li will automatically prepare it for him every day." After taking the breakfast, Wang Li did not leave immediately, but looked at the place where people gathered in the distant streets. "Sister Li, why are there so many people over there today?" Curiosity is one of human nature, even Wang Li is the same. "You don't know?" Sister Li looked surprised, staring at him weirdly. "Did you not hear what happened last night?" Movement. Seeing his doubts really didn't look like he knew it, Sister Li lowered her voice and said, "It seems that something happened to the semi-abandoned village in the city last night. There was an army blockade in the middle of the night, and now they are not allowed to enter." Wang Li was taken aback. He didn't expect this to happen, so exaggerated. "What's the reason?" "Oh, who knows, listening to the people living there, it seems that some monsters have been found, and there are many dead people." Sister Li didn't know much, so she could only give him an answer based on the chats she knew and her own guesses. "That's it." Taking the breakfast and letting him open to the customers who lined up behind him, Wang Li once again looked at the place where the crowd gathered, shook his head and turned back to the shop for a long while. Just listen, it's impossible for him to join in the fun. Before returning to the store, turn over the sign that says resting at the door. Time slowly passed, until noon, there was still no customer in the store. Wang Li doesn't care either. Anyway, opening a store is just for fun, and doesn't expect this to make money. What's more, such a strange decoration style in the store is unacceptable to most people except a few people. But it just so happens that you don't have to be too busy. Those who can come here are basically repeat customers. I made a cup of mocha for myself and lay comfortably on the soft sofa for one person. Wang Li picked a book from the shelf and read it. This is his daily life. "I don't have a few friends, and I spend most of my time reading novels and playing games, especially horror novels, as well as those ancient notes that record various strange and weird events." "Huh? I got the Book of the Necropolis today." Looking at the strange symbols on the cover of the parchment scroll in his hand, and the short line of Arabic, Wang Li easily translated them. For interest, he taught himself many languages. Suddenly, I was intrigued. Holding this old paper book that has been yellowed and has a lot of history at first glance, Wang Li's expression remained the same, without the illusion of Luo Chingqing last night. Turn to the first page. "The eternal existence will not die, but even death will die in the weird eternity." The warning words that vaguely indicated a certain deep meaning were ignored by Wang Li. He was reading this book as a strange novel. Before I browsed it, I thought that this book must have portrayed a lot of weird and unclear madness, but when I started to read it, I found that the content in it was not like that. It explains historical events, reveals the true origin of human mythology and religion, and heralds the future early. Moreover, there is a lot of knowledge of astrology and astronomy, some of which cannot be observed and confirmed at present, which is unbelievable. What's even more outrageous is that, including the ancient history before the emergence of mankind, the ancient rulers of the planet under his feet are all recorded. Of course, indispensable, as well as those unnamed people who can't mention the name taboo, the mysterious incantation that makes the second disease ecstatic. Wang Li probably turned it over and found that the full text was over 800 pages long, obscure and all-encompassing. He almost believed the things described in the book, especially the incantation about asking/sending to God. The description of the process is lifelike, as if it were real. Anyway, there is nothing wrong now, do you want to give it a try? After hesitating for less than half a minute, Wang Li, who was impressed, said, and did it. However, most summoning spells require sacrifices, the right time, and extremely cumbersome steps. After searching for a long time, I only found a Please divine art that is easier to implement. According to the above, the caster must hold a torch or prepare a large campfire. While chanting the mantra, he moves the fire in a series of patterns. Moreover, this spell can only be cast on a clear night when the North Gate, the brightest star in the southern fish constellation, rises to the horizon, which is troublesome. But he couldn't wait for the night, anyway, he was bored to pass the time on a whim, and he didn't expect the spell to be true. Just as he was preparing to act, suddenly the jingle of the store door rang. Wang Li looked up subconsciously and saw a charming girl in the Republic of Country X. Wearing a sleeveless black and red cheongsam holding a folding fan. Excuse me, sir, there was a delay in personal affairs yesterday, sorry for not coming to the appointment. The corner of the girl's mouth twitched slightly at the door, and a trace of apology flashed across the magical beauty that was far beyond the limits of human beings, and any man would be fascinated by just looking at it. Unlike normal people, the girl's pupils are blood red, and the whites of her eyes are dark and dark. Wang Li only glanced at it before looking away. Good guy, wear a cosmetic contact lens every day when you go out, aren't you tired? Asterisk. Chapter 8. Speaking of it, the customers who come to my store are very strange. Whether it's the weird guy who likes to wear yellow clothes and speaks incomprehensible lines, or the girl whose face value exceeds the upper limit of human beings. More or less affected by the second disease. Don't you say I forgot, what did I drink, is it still the same today? Saying hello to her skillfully, Wang Li did forget that he had made an appointment yesterday. Well, Mr. Trouble. With a tone that was incompatible with modern times, the cheongsam girl moved to the bar and sat down, staring at Wang Li who was making tea for her. It's not that I said, you can change your name, it feels weird to always call me Mr. What age is it, who goes out to meet and call each other Mr.? The girl pursed her mouth without saying a word, and the faint smile on the corner of her mouth never stopped, as if just looking at him is something that delights the soul. Wang Li, who understood and talked nonsense, sighed, okay, I don't understand you two dimensions very well. The degree of this secondary disease is comparable to that of the monster in yellow. Waiting for the time to make tea, the girl inadvertently swept over the tabletop, on which was placed a book of yellowed parchment scrolls that could not be read less than 1/3. He stretched out his fingertips and touched the paper book, then took it back after a while. Mr. likes watching such things. Almost. Wang Li responded casually. The only difference between the girl and the monster in yellow is that she can chat with him, but it is very limited. It didn't take long to wait for the tea to be brewed. After pouring the filtered tea into a glass cup, Wang Li pushed the still steaming teacup in front of her. After the work was over, I remembered that I had unfinished actions just now. According to the description of Please divine art, now you have to find a torch. This is simple. Wang Li, who likes to make figures, often puts various tools in the backstage studio. Abandoning the guests, he was not afraid of being stolen. He went straight into the backstage and began to play up a series of things needed for spells according to the description in the book. There is no special requirement that the torch must be neat and beautiful, so just cut a wooden stick of sufficient thickness and tie it with a cloth stained with kerosene. So when the girl saw Wang Li again, he came out of the background with a lit torch in his hand. Most people would be confused about his behavior, but the cheongsam girl frowned, her bright lips moved, and she didn't know what she was muttering. Without thinking about observing the guests, Wang Li held the handle in one hand and flipped through the Book of Necropolis in the other, taking his time step by step according to the ritual described above. Let me see, this way, well, this way again. Painted a simple ritual with chalk on the floor. Wang Li said while moving, Phn gluum glue, is that right? Then. Naf thugafamal hotunga dash. Ganafaltan. Ia. Thuga. The weird syllables reverberating in the room are not as good as human language. If you change to a dark and damp basement and wear a black robe, Wang Li is really a cultist at this moment. Without waiting for him to repeat the spell 3 times, the Cheongsam girl who had just arrived suddenly lightly pressed her forehead and said, "Oh, sir, I seem to be a little uncomfortable." "What's the matter, does it matter? If it doesn't work, you go back to rest first. It's best to see a doctor." Wang Li turned his head and asked with concern. "It may be a cold, it doesn't matter much." The girl covered the lower part of her face with a folding fan, revealing only the moist eyes that I saw with pity. The blood-red eyes and pupils were fascinated, and I was afraid that another person would rush up to take care of her immediately, wishing to give her all my heart. Only Wang Li remained unmoved, showing only normal care for acquaintances. "Then I'll go back first." "Good." Watching the Cheongsam girl walk out the door, the bell hanging at the door rang twice. Wang Li continued to chant the interrupted spell. As the spell continues in its entirety, a mysterious breath that no one notices connects to an unknown void from here. And the Cheongsam girl who had just left the coffee shop discovered something. She raised her head and looked at the clear sky, as if she had seen an unknown existence in the universe through the white clouds. At the moment when the spell came into effect, a gaze was projected from the far side of the starry sky. At this moment, everyone in the magic city had a heart of panic, and the fear that could not be described in words surged into their hearts. I don't know the source of it. As the central point, Wang Li didn't feel anything, just staring at the torch in his hand. Without his knowledge. Ding! You accepted the gaze of the old rulers. Expand. He looks at you a few more times. He releases friendship with you. He is ready to come to see you in person. Tisk, is it fake? After a long while, Wang Li was a little disappointed seeing the beating flame as usual. The Book of the Necropolis is so realistic, but he has a little expectation. Sure enough, even if this world possesses supernatural power, it is impossible to collect it casually. Sighing, feeling dull, he closed the Book of the Necropolis and put it on the shelf, intending to erase the crude rituals that had been portrayed. On the other side, the 11th District shipping terminal on the other side of Long Country. I thought that today was also the day of unloading and loading, as always, until someone discovered something was wrong with the fading sky. "Hey, look, what is that?" Someone exclaimed and pointed to the sky. Others looked up, and it was only at noon when a magnificent starry sky appeared in the sky, and emerging in the sky, a huge cloud of unshaped living flames is slowly flowing through the cracks of a bright starry sky, agitating and pouring out. Is it the sun? People speculated. He hung in the black, forbidding sky, making people mistakenly thought it was hanging in the depths of the sun closer to the sun, rather than on the earth. But soon people realized that the gleaming sphere that was floating was not the sun. Ugly black spots, mottled dark orange surface, huge pillars of rotating flames surround his edge. People watched the huge sunspots slowly pass through the terrifying black cracks, sometimes getting bigger and bigger, and blending into the huge cracks in the fiery atmosphere. Just like the light of the last days. Chapter 9. Slowly, the sea gradually boils, and the terrifying temperature is conveyed down from the sky. If it weren't for the distance, the area where the sun set was not the dock, and everyone present would melt in an instant. Such a horrible scene is naturally not only the dock can discover the anomaly, it may be that the relationship was interrupted in the middle of the curse ceremony, and the coordinates of the arrival of the old ruler appeared a little deviation. Therefore, the people in the Dragon Kingdom can only see the darkness, and the unavoidable heart palpitations and panic. As for the people on the pier in District 11, although lucky and not melted by the high temperature, the end is not much better. Because, ding! You have witnessed the old dominators. The sand value appraisal failed. -50. Ding. You have witnessed the old dominators. The sand value appraisal failed. -38. Ding. You have witnessed the old dominators. The sand value identification is successful. Mandatory -10. Ding. You have witnessed the old dominators. The sand value appraisal failed. -44. If converted into a databased world, similar terms will probably appear on people's heads. However, this is a real world, embodied in unimaginable terrifying scenes. After a short silence, the originally well-ordered dock suddenly seemed to have exploded, causing all kinds of incredible chaos. Someone suddenly knelt on the ground, followed the babble in their ears, and worshipped the cloud of living flames high in the sky. He was still talking about weird syllables that no one could understand. That was definitely not a human language, and even something that humans could not understand no matter what methods they use. Some people laughed madly. Most of them have gone mad because they have witnessed the old dominators receiving knowledge beyond the scope of human cognition. A large number of unknown mysteries, gifts from high latitudes, are far from being able to bear the weak human beings. There are others who fall straight down. If they stretch out their hands to search through the breath, they will find that they have lost their life characteristics, but no one in the chaotic dock has the mind to pay attention to these sudden death people. Few lucky ones can pass the test. Even if this is just a mirror of the old dominators, they have not yet come to success. Even if they pass the test, the sand value of the lucky ones has been greatly reduced. Sense is on the verge of collapse at any time, and maybe in the future, if you encounter a small matter or something related to the evil god, you will be driven mad and even die. In the days to come, they will tremble with their experience today. At the same time, in the sky, the luminous sphere carrying the sunspots did not stop due to the chaotic and noisy dock. He was slowly breaking through the black crack, trying to squeeze out from it. But there was something faintly bounding him, preventing him from crossing the abyss easily. In that fiery environment, something was deeply stirring, a terrible anger, roaring the anger at the chains of the ancient gods. The gods bound him there for eternity. He was unwilling to burst out with unparalleled brilliance in the ancient chaos, but it was a pity that the mighty power that was enough to burn the planet could not be shaken. In the end, the unknown person can only give up and shake off dozens of flame essences surrounding him to this planet. From the outside, they look like a gas or plasma burning with flames. Compared with the cloud of living flames, it is as small as human beings on the earth. After falling into this planet so small, they turned into streams of light in the blink of an eye and flew towards the east. The flame spirits had just left for a while, and soon the Foundation personnel in the 11th district rushed to them, looking at a group of crazy people. Their faces were extremely ugly. It's rare to concentrate on doing some stupid things and fail, and Wang Li is somewhat lacking in interest. Finally, someone who could chat with him was uncomfortable and went back early. He didn't plan to browse the Book of Necro anymore. He wanted to take out his phone and prepare for a mobile game. As soon as the fingerprint was unlocked, the interface immediately popped up with a series of self-media news. A mysterious sun appeared over the Pacific Ocean in Area 11. Everyone at the shipping terminal is crazy in one day. Is this a revelation from heaven or a sign of the end? News like this one after another, Wang Li was dazzled. I clicked in with curiosity and found out that a strange incident happened on a certain maritime terminal in District 11 on the news. An ugly sun suddenly appeared in the blue sky and white sun, and everyone who saw the sun went crazy. The whole thing happened half an hour ago. This is too unlucky. Wang Li sighed. I don't know whether the incident is true or not. Judging from the fact that he knows the world is not simple, the truthfulness is very high. After reading the incident, the reason why it happened is not mentioned, nor is there any picture or video of the so-called sun. In the absence of evidence, the comment has already been sprayed. No picture to say ADK. I testify, it's true, everyone on the Magic City has seen it. A casual glance at the comment, Wang Li turned off the news. The bad news is too far away from your side, and I don't feel it strongly. At most, I will listen to it as anecdotes and talks. Next, he was planning to continue the Road of Liver mobile game. Click to open and see, the server is under maintenance, people are stupid. Damn you. With nothing to do, she went to the tank with goldfish and pet octopus. The little octopus named Xiao Ke hasn't woken up yet, so let the goldfish swim past it. In retrospect, this guy hasn't been awake for a long time. Forget it, let's play games. Poke the little octopus with something similar to a funny cat stick. The little thing's soft tentacles subconsciously entangled the stick, and then did not move. Without feedback, Wang Li pulled out the stick hard, and then went to the bar to turn on the computer. After spending time in Summoner's Canyon, it was more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon, ordering a takeaway, and while waiting, he went out to observe the streets where the crowds gathered in the morning. Unexpectedly, the inside was surrounded by baffles to prevent others from watching, and there were constant soldiers to disperse curious citizens. Fortunately, with the seriousness of the army, no one dared to approach it. Probably luck. When Wang Li just came out, he saw a black container carrying something on a military vehicle, and there seemed to be creatures in it with a grumpy whimper and a low growl. That voice, vaguely heard somewhere. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Thought for a while, without a clue. Since I couldn't remember it for a while, Wang Li quickly gave up the memory. He is such a person, too lazy to get in trouble. After looking over there for a long time, I suddenly found something was wrong. Not only were soldiers persuaded to disperse the crowds, but another team of officials came to inquire about the shop. Just after inquiring about Sister Li's shop, it would take less than 10 minutes to get his turn. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, the staff who slowly interrogated the shops that were open along the street looked at the cafe in front of him, which was very different in style from the surroundings. The decoration style and overall furnishings seemed to cost a lot of money. Why do you want to drive in a remote area? Can you make money? With doubts, a man and a woman holding a notebook came up and asked politely, "Hello, are you the boss here?" Wang Li nodded. "What happened over there? I think it was blocked today. The reason is not easy to disclose, but you can rest assured that there is no major problem." "There is no big problem, there is a small problem, right?" He was slanderous in his heart, but he was not stupid enough to say it. The man smiled slightly. "We are just asking a few questions, don't be nervous." "I'm not nervous at all." "Okay, in the past few days, have you found any abnormalities nearby?" The other party put on a chattering posture. "What is an abnormal condition?" "For example, a suspicious stranger, a situation that has never happened before." Wang Li thought for a moment, and replied decisively, "That's not true, but this place is very cold, except for acquaintances, there are not many guests. If there are any suspicious people, you must remember." The man was a little disappointed. Just as he was about to thank him and leave, he heard the turning point behind. "But as of yesterday, there have been several stray dogs in the alley opposite, and it has scared a young lady." "A stray dog?" The man's eyes flickered. "Are you sure it just appeared recently?" "Yes, I have never seen it before." "I see, thank you very much for your cooperation." Seeing the female assistant writing and drawing in the notebook for a while, he nodded to himself, and after confirming that they were all recorded, the man planned to turn around and leave. After taking 2 steps, after a short hesitation, he suddenly turned his head and whispered to Wang Li, "Although it is safe nearby, please don't go out at night." Watching the two leave in a hurry, Wang Li touched his chin and seriously considered whether to shorten the business hours again. He is not a fool, and the nearby army is waiting for him. Even if he calls for safety, he will not be so stupid that he really doesn't care about it. So after 3 seconds, decided, we will close the store at 6 o'clock in the future. It was only 4 hours before and after, and there was little difference. Anyway, if you don't make money from this, you can save some electricity bills. It is estimated that the takeaway will just close the store, and when the takeaway brother is delivered, Wang Li immediately flips the business card and leaves work early. He is the boss, and he said what time to leave work. A blocked city village. Are we really going to drill down? Standing in front of a few underground passages dug out by ghouls in the dark, Luo Chingqing swallowed and asked cautiously. In front of her, Captain Xiao Ruobing frowned and looked at the 4 dark holes. Since entering this semi-abandoned city village last night, the group has searched for a long time and finally found some clues about ghouls. That is the huge underground maze in front of him. Halfway through, they also found clues to the disappearance of SCP-166, which was indeed related to the ghouls as guessed. To be precise, it has something to do with one of the dangerous organizations that drive ghouls - Snake Hand. The people in this organization are not normal. They are obsessed with believing in the use and existence of supernatural objects, and believe that the existence and use of supernatural things are justified, especially human-shaped and highly intelligent SCP projects. They also criticized the containment and destruction of SCP items in a high-profile manner, mainly for those items that did not need to be destroyed but were already destroyed. Although the scale of this organization is not large so far, it is extremely difficult to deal with, and it is continuously expanding. Discovering that the hand of the snake left unswept traces in these intricate underground passages, Xiao Ruobing immediately notified his superiors before the army blockade happened. But how do people like Serpent's hand master the means to drive ghouls? Xiao Ruobing was very puzzled. Given her position, she had vaguely heard that the seniors seemed to have come into contact with the existence of the old man. The opponent is an ancient race that ruled the ancient earth. A lot of information about mythological creatures was left by the opponent, and even possessed a certain technology built by them, located among the mountains in the country. High-level officials tried to get in-depth contact with them and races similar to them. Finally, a terrible accident occurred. Since then, the races included in the information have been stored separately. If the numbered items in the SCP can still be contained and utilized, then most of the items related to the ancient must be destroyed and completely sealed to avoid involving more terrifying things. Hearing the question from the new member, Xiao Ruobing, who cut his thoughts off, did not reply for the time being. Instead, he took out the walkie-talkie to explain the situation to the people outside, as well as the upcoming actions of the group. After getting a positive answer, she put down the walkie-talkie and entered one of the underground passages with something similar in appearance to a camera. Afterwards, 8 people including Zhang Wei, Li Kai and Zhang Lan kept up without saying a word. Only Luo Chingqing was crying and she was extremely resistant to entering the underground maze. She is a civilian, why did she come here? Don't worry, I will protect you. Xiao Ruobing said without looking back. Hope. Pulling the corner of her mouth, Luo Chingqing, who is no longer struggling, grasped the inexplicable soothing statue in her pocket to follow. She didn't want to fall to the end, she was dragged away by a ghoul attack, maybe no one would find it. Asterisk. Chapter 11. In fact, there is another option besides following forward, and that is to stay here and wait for the follow-up personnel to come and meet. But considering that a group of people have already gone underground, even if they leave a mark, the people behind may have to spend a certain amount of time. The thought of staying here alone, if a ghoul popped out halfway, she would have to die on the spot. Although ghouls basically don't eat living people, they prefer to eat rotting corpses, but they can't hold back their inner fears. Just remembering the chase that day, my scalp started to numb. After weighing the disadvantages, Luo Chingqing wisely intervened in the center of the team. Seeing the taciturn caller Li Kai at the end, Zhang Lan was next to him, surrounded by a bunch of people, and finally gained a lot of security. Unlike Luo Chingqing, who is anxious and has time to think about things, everyone else knows how dangerous it is to pursue these monsters, and they all maintain the highest vigilance. They have had to deal with events related to mythological creatures several times, and each time they come into contact, there will be a kind of brain swelling and a faint crazy impulse. Therefore, every member of the special team must receive psychological guidance on a regular basis, and even use some kind of SCP containment for treatment when necessary. Although it does not understand the reason, the Foundation has a consensus that contact with mythical creatures will encounter pollution and cannot be immune. This is where they are more terrifying than the contained objects, and they are even unable to conduct research. After all, researchers can't explain mythological creatures based on data alone, isn't that nonsense? The most desperate thing is that it may not be alright without contact. If the inspiration is high enough, you may be able to connect to the one of all things through an inexplicable channel when you look at a soap bubble. Then, it was arranged clearly. Throw away the ones that are not, and settle for the ones that come. At the moment when he entered the passage, Luo Chingqing first watched Xiao Ruobing make a mark at the entrance of the cave to remind people behind, and then slightly bent over and got into the passage. Follow-up people have to learn a lot. They are fully armed, not only thermal weapons, but also some strange devices that Luo Chingqing, who is an E-level member of the Foundation, cannot recognize. Isn't it okay for this operation? The end of the maze hundreds of meters underground. This is the Ghoul's lair, and there are more than 20 figures in the 30 square meter secret room. 3 people wearing dark robes were scattered at the altar in the middle of the secret room, and the rest were ghouls, surrounding them one after another. Occasionally the mouthparts dripping fishy saliva are embedded in the terrifying face, and they are using a language that ordinary humans cannot understand, and the 3 people in sacrificial robes are leading the communication. Are the Foundation people catching up? The leader of the 3 asked in a weird, dumb voice. He held the copy of the Ghoul manuscript written in English in his hand, and moved gently as if touching his lover's skin. A certain Ghoul immediately made a low, short sound like a bird's song. In the underground maze, the speed is really fast. After listening for a while, the leading man raised his head slightly, and the face covered in the shadow of the cloak was finally exposed by the shimmering blood of the altar. It was a face almost indistinguishable from a ghoul, and its owner was gradually transforming into this abominable creature. The reason for this is that the Ghoul manuscript in his hand is a cruel and evil magic book, and the owner will be corrupted by rotten thinking while reading it. The pollution will increase every once in a while. If the wool is firm, the owner can avoid transforming into a ghoul. Once shaken, the transformation will begin immediately and cannot be stopped or reversed. Even if it is not the original text, it still possesses a powerful magical power. As one of the important members of the Serpent's Hand organization, the holder of the code named L has accompanied the leader in planning an invasion of his own foundation in the Rabbit country, causing riots and successfully seizing SCP-268. At that time, he vowed to change the wrong ideas held by foundations of various countries. However, all this was reversed after a girl gave him a copy of the Ghoul transcript half a month ago. The looted SCP-166 was supposed to be sent to the organization through a special channel, but he betrayed the organization after receiving taboo knowledge. The purpose of liberating the containment objects was forgotten, and replaced by how to obtain more taboo knowledge. The more you touch the taboo, the more satisfied L is. Marvelous. Especially when he learned that there was a great old ruler, his whole brain was trembling. Very grateful to the girl who gave him the gospel, L decided to use the looted SCP-166 to sacrifice to the great old ruler in the manuscript Mortigan. To please the gods you believe in. But before that, you go and kill those people, and you can't let them interrupt my next ritual. L's tone was sharp, and he gave orders that must be reached. Suddenly, the sounds of birds sang one after another, and in just a few seconds, nearly 20 ghouls rushed out of the secret room from nowhere. Seeing all the ghouls under his control, L was on the verge of crazily bloodshot eyes bursting with incomparable satisfaction. Thanks to the gospel in his hands, he can master the mythological language and ghoul language, and be able to summon and drive mythological creatures. According to the requirements of the envoy in the book, his magic power is still very high, otherwise he can't do this step. You two, go and guard too. The scarlet color in his eyes was fleeting, and L ordered the 2 subordinates who belonged to the Snake Hand organization to leave the secret room. Yes. The 2 people who were also polluted could not resist the order. When there was only one person left in the room, L just stepped to the corner. Here, a sealed box is placed end to end here. What's inside is SCP-166. Half a month ago, after receiving an alarm, she suddenly appeared near the Magic City and accompanied by anomalies, and she was quickly discovered and immediately transferred to the Magic City for containment. In the middle of the journey, the news was leaked and he was snatched away by the Snake's Hand. It is only now that the trace is revealed. Asterisk. Chapter 12. SCP-166 has been in a sealed box since it was stolen. In order to prevent accidents, L did not try to open. As one of the main codders of the Serpent's Hand, L has a very deep knowledge of many contained objects. Each containment item possesses abilities that ordinary people can't imagine, and the difference lies in the large or small impact. Moreover, SCP-166 is a new type of containment that has just appeared, and no one knows what capabilities it has. The people of the Foundation haven't started researching yet, so L can at best only understand it based on the information contained in the number 166. For example, any man who sees SCP-166, regardless of his original sexual orientation, will fall in love with her and try to violate it. All man-made objects exposed within a 15-meter radius of SCP-166 will gradually return to an unprocessed state, and within the same range, plants will germinate and grow in places that are not normally possible. This is only the Foundation's preliminary knowledge of her, and whether there are more secrets can only be known after a long period of observation. But L doesn't need to know so much, anyway, it's just a material to serve as a sacrifice. Dedicated to the Great Old Ruler. This is the only mission of SCP-166. Coming to the front of the altar, according to the incantation on the Ghoul manuscript, L raised his hands frantically. An unknown breeze blows by, and the evil texts keep turning pages. According to the steps in the canon, he is ready to immediately activate the power of the gods. Generally speaking, the rituals are more complicated or unusually weird in relation to the deity. But the technique that L is about to unfold is different, and it can be held in any place, but it is best to be where the cult is condensed, and the possibility of deity emergence becomes greater. I wait for the gods to be kind and fraternal. However, although the god is tolerant, he cannot blaspheme, and must use a complete and formal ceremony to perform the ritual of the god. With a pious heart, L moved the box that blocked SCP-166 and moved it under the altar. The altar was constructed purely of skulls, filled with the resentment and vicious atmosphere of the victims, and those hollow eye sockets seemed to swallow up anything that exists here. Then, let's start. Inside the underground maze. After endless searching, Chingqing and her team found that many passages were all connected together. The further down, the lower the temperature and the more humid. After trying 1 or 2 passages wrong, 10 people finally found the right way. Walking along the worn-out stairs excavated by the Ghoul, Xiao Ruobing suddenly said, "Be careful, there is the sound of something approaching." She has had the experience of confronting ghouls, and she knows how powerful these ghosts are. He is good at sneaking, and he is in the other side's nest. If he doesn't improve his concentration, he can easily roll over. The bony curved blade on the opponent's hand can easily cut through human skin, and the skin that looks like a gel coat is even more difficult to puncture. In the past, ordinary troops fought with these ghosts, and the power of ordinary firearms and the like dropped drastically. The most overwhelming thing is that there is still a chance of looking at those things to affect the spirit. How do you fight this? Strike with eyes closed? Therefore, the above learned from the pain, a special operations team was formed, and all those who screened and rely on the investigation to have an extremely firm will. If the value of ordinary people's will is 40 to 50, then they are generally between 60 to 70. When Luoqing Xiao Ruobing reminded, everyone around immediately picked up something similar to a camera in his hands. Ah! Is there a sound? Why didn't I hear it? Seeing that Chingqing was unclear, Zhang Lan explained in a low voice with an expression of who I am and where I am. Our captain has relatively high inspiration and can slightly perceive those mythical creatures. Oh, no wonder. Inspiration is very useful. It can find things that ordinary people can't find. It's just that it's too high and it's more like a double-edged sword. Is it really okay? Luoqing urged. Don't worry, based on the estimated number of ghouls before and after, it is estimated to be around 8 to 12, 9 of us, oh no, 10 is enough. Almost clearly said that you were a trash, so Zhang Lan quickly changed her words in the middle of it. Luoqing didn't mind at all, she was a trash at first, and she didn't know why Xiao Ruobing had to take her with her. Could she act as a medium for the mascot? Well, to some extent, she was indeed lucky. She was able to meet ghouls and cultists, and escaped by herself, but nothing happened. Change a personal colleague to give that person incense. Since you have been transferred to our team, even if it is temporary, you are eligible to know something. Zhang Lan continued to lower her voice and said, "Do you know what we are holding?" Luo Chingqing shook her head and looked back and forth at the camera she was holding. This is a new type of weapon specially allocated from above. After experimentation, it is very effective against mythical creatures. It is hard to encounter actual combat. It is the result of the inspection and acceptance. Remember not to talk about it. Say it early. Luo Chingqing felt confident in an instant, and the chick nodded like a peck. I know what to test a new weapon. I have a very tight mouth. Zhang Lan asked subconsciously, which mouth? Something is wrong with you. Has a problem. No wonder you are so passionate about me. Lily is by my side? Subconsciously moving away from Zhang Lan and approaching the wall, just as she moved away, a low roar resembling a bird's song suddenly sounded in her ears. Hiss. The sound at this moment in DNA. The next moment, Luo Chingqing, whose scalp exploded, felt a little pain from being pulled by something in his arm, and then fell into the hidden channel in the shadow of the wall along the violence. Be careful. Start fighting. Following Xiao Ruobing's calm order, Zhang Lan, who was ignorant of Luo Qingqing's sophistry, immediately picked up the camera, pulled the trigger, and shot the shadow that suddenly rushed out from the top. Bah! After a dazzling electric light, the black shadow fell to the ground, motionless. It was a ghoul who had been shot through the head, lying on the ground and convulsing constantly. With its powerful vitality, even if the head is shot through for a while, it will not die. P.S. There are two versions of SCP-166, the old and the new. The old version is more evil, and many settings are inconvenient. I understand everything. After thinking about it, I plan to merge the two versions a bit, above. Asterisk. Chapter 13. At the moment when they saw the falling ghoul, everyone's brains couldn't help but feel a burst of pain. But the chirping of birds still hovered around, hiding in the dark at any time to give a fatal blow. Everyone, including Xiao Ruobing, dare not care. Enemies are engaged in some kind of communication that no one knows. They retain wisdom and know how to fight together, instead of swarming like a brainless monster. But thanks to inspiration, Xiao Ruobing could vaguely perceive the enemy's movements. She was holding a stun gun that looked like a camera in her single hand. It was a weapon developed by people at the research institute who imitated the technology of the old man. Everyone reports, has anyone been injured? No. No. After a series of reports, Xiao Ruobing's expression slowed down, but the report from Zhang Lan made her frown instantly. Captain, the rookie Luo Chingqing is missing. Zhang Lan regrets it at the moment. If it weren't for her to scare the other party and make the other party instinctively leave her side, there would be no such thing. However, the top priority is not to take responsibility. We must consider how to break through the status quo, and at least the responsibility must be carried out in a safe area. The people present are all veterans, and basically don't make common sense mistakes. Taking a look at Zhang Lan, Xiao Ruobing asked directly, where did she disappear? It should be here. Zhang Lan pointed to the passage in the shadow of the corner on the right and inferred. The light in the entire channel is very dim, and it is difficult to get a full view of it even with a night vision goggles. Luo Chingqing was taken away from her within less than 3 seconds after she killed the ghoul. Judging from where she was just now, this place is the most likely. Go and find her. Xiao Ruobing was the first one to get in without hesitation. Zhang Lan wanted to say something but stopped, and then gritted his teeth to keep up a second time. Of course, you have to solve the problems you have caused yourself. Then a group of people just got into the passage and found that it was in an empty space, and the air was filled with the smell of something rotten. Looking up, another dark passage is embedded in the corner in front. There were traces of humanoid figures being dragged away on the ground, and Luo Chingqing should have been taken away from there. As soon as Zhang Lan opened her mouth, the sound of howling wind pounced from the side. Bah! Xiao Ruobing's reaction was the fastest. His eyesight was indeed greatly affected in the dark, and there was a light black mist that obstructed his vision. She can only use her senses to shoot with a stun gun where the wind is whistling. The dazzling lightning bullet relieved the danger encountered by the team members. The ghoul who was hit turned over and grinned, making a threatening growl. After several bursts of lightning struck, and after a short and stern whisper, this guy couldn't get up again. Damn, you don't talk about martial arts. If the ghoul was still alive, he would think so. If you don't kill these monsters, you can't leave. Li Kai muttered. It was the knife he repaired just now. As soon as the voice fell, a violent vibration suddenly came under the ground, as if a pillar collapsed. What's the matter? Zhang Wei asked nervously, his energy strained to the limit. Not only them, but the ghouls were also confused. Something happened. From the bewildered eyes of those ghouls, Xiao Ruobing read a similar meaning. You must fight quickly and find Luo Chingqing as soon as possible. Then figure out what happened. The end of the maze. What is this stuff? At this moment, Luo Chingqing, who was thought of by his teammates, expressed very dazed. Raising his neck and looking at the giant with his back facing him, the whole person is not good. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Only the quality triple reverberates in my mind. A minute ago, she was dragged by a few ghouls to go deeper underground. Seeing these ugly and disgusting creatures lean in front of him, the smell filled his nose that was enough to make people faint. Luo Chingqing closed his eyes in fear. Suddenly, the last words of 4,000 words have appeared in my mind, and by the way, I pray that the parents in the family will have a child while they are young, and she will be treated as a daughter. Unexpectedly, as soon as he closed his eyes, when the fishy wind carried by the monster reached his nose, the whole body suddenly shook. There won't be an earthquake, right? Holding doubts, Luo Chingqing quietly opened her eyes, and then she was frightened. I saw a giant creature more than 6 meters tall standing in front of her, separating her from the ghouls. Judging from the signs of piercing the roof of the hole, the visual earthquake was caused by it. Wait a minute, no, where did such a big giant appear? Without waiting for Luo Chingqing to question, the giant moved. The huge arm covered with black fur was like an Optimus Prime, swinging down at the ghouls in this narrow tunnel unstoppable. To be honest, not only Luo Chingqing was confused, but the ghouls were also puzzled. Why did Yu Hua suddenly appear in front of a giant goog? Didn't these disgusting fools desecrate an unknown god, be disgusted by the gods of the fantasy world, and be expelled to the underground tower to never appear? Where did this big stupid guy come from? Could it be that Kota, whose access to the ground was blocked, was pushed away? There is also a puzzling problem. Although the Goog giants have an absolute advantage in physiology, they are very afraid of the ghoul race. How dare to take the initiative to attack? The question about this ghoul could not be answered. With such a narrow passage, the giant hand of the Goog giant split into 2 claws closed, and there was no gap at all. The ghoul squatting in front had nowhere to escape, and was caught by the giant claws for the first time. Then it was happily stuffed by the giant into its terrifying mouth that occupies more than half of its head. It was not horizontal, but a huge mouth full of yellow teeth that grew vertically and closed right and left. Puff! In an instant, a ghoul with a tough gel coat skin uttered a sharp bird song, bursting like a pierced balloon, and a bunch of indescribable slimy objects split from the top of the giant's head to the huge mouth below, and fell on the dust. There was a dull noise. Luo Chingqing was stunned when she saw this scene. There is a high probability that a person's san value plummeted at the scene, but the girl did not have any special symptoms. It's actually fake. Luo Chingqing now wants to vomit, which is too disgusting. Chapter 14. Forcibly suppressing the thought of nausea, Luo Chingqing moved her body quietly, hoping to escape while the giant focused on the ghoul. However, as soon as she moved, the giant who was chewing and killing 4 or 5 ghouls in 3s or 2s turned her head to face the rear. Luo Chingqing's heart tightened, and the brain went blank for a moment, staring blankly at the giant. I am most afraid of the air remaining silent. After more than 10 seconds, the rising fear was slowly suppressed. Gradually, Luo Chingqing began to take a leisurely look at the giant in front of her. The soles of its feet are a meter wide, and they have terrible claws as long as their arms. You may think that he is blind if you don't pay attention, but if you look carefully, you can find that the eyes are on both sides of the hideous mouthparts. Each protrudes up to 2 inches, protected by shag and bones, and emits a dull pink light. Just looking at the eyes, the matte finish is quite beautiful. Once extended to the whole, it will only make the brain tremble. Holding back the nausea, Luo Qingqing looked at it and suddenly felt something was wrong. Why is it a bit familiar? If it is reduced in proportion, isn't this the handmade statue that the coffee shop owner gave him? Associated with this, she instinctively stretched out her hand to her pocket and touched it in, making her body suddenly stiff. Empty. Isn't it? This thing is just a statue, right? I couldn't fall off the road. A monster similar to a statue just came out here. She is not a fool, there is no such a coincidence. This is a big joke. He twitched the corners of his mouth, but couldn't laugh at all. The impact on her today is too great, and it will take a while to digest it. If the thing in front of you is really a statue, the owner of the coffee shop is extremely afraid. Maybe the book illusion I saw that day was actually true. Connecting the details, Luo Qingqing was in a cold sweat. What kind of character she had been in contact with? The brain expands again. Maybe the ghoul gave up chasing after seeing that person. But what is the purpose of the other party sending the statue? Luo Qingqing couldn't figure it out. As time passed bit by bit, just after she struggled to the end what to do, a bunch of people suddenly broke in from the semi-waste passage. Hi! Captain, what kind of monster is that? As soon as he rushed over from the entrance of the semi-collapsed cave, Zhang Wei faced a huge mouth with a little indescribable remains. The granulation in the mouth is licking the residue on the yellow teeth. This scene is extremely nauseating. As soon as he was about to raise his gun to attack, he heard a familiar voice from behind the giant. Captain! You are finally here. You, I'm so scared. The fingers on the trigger froze. Zhang Wei glanced intently. Luo Qingqing, who was abducted by the ghoul not long ago, just got up from behind the giant and waved here to cry. What's the situation? Not only is his head full of question marks, but the rest of the group of ghouls outside are also the same. Xiao Ruobing stopped Zhang Yan's eagerness to get closer, and stared at Luo Qingqing who looked normal. Let alone whether she is contaminated or not, just such a big monster staying here, it's hard to think about it. The ghost knows the risks of approaching. Luo Qingqing seemed to think of this too, but she didn't know how to restore the giant to its original state. When I was in a hurry, I saw the giant shrinking automatically, turning into a broken statue in a black mist and falling to the ground. Sure enough, the boss gave her the one given to her by her appearance. Enduring nausea and fear, Luo Qingqing quickly took out a paper towel to wrap the statue on the ground and put it away. Seeing that everything returned to normal, the girl who was relieved only remembered that her behavior was in the eyes of others. Anxiously raised his head, he couldn't help but meet Xiao Ruobing's scrutinizing gaze. After the matter is over, I need a report. Instead of launching an attack on the spot, she took the lead over Luo Qingqing and came to the secret door exposed by the earthquake at the end of the maze to find out where there was a mechanism to enter. For the time being, there is no need to worry about the situation. Luo Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief, and then what worries her is how to get through the difficulties later. Do you want to confess the cafe owner? After hesitating for less than 3 seconds, she decisively chose to say everything honestly. Since the boss can give her this thing generously, it shows that she is not afraid of the problems caused by revealing her identity. In that case, what is there to entangle? After clearing his thoughts, Luo Qingqing felt refreshed. At this time, Xiao Ruobing seemed to have found the mechanism. Everyone felt a slight shock at their feet, and the secret door opened, revealing the passage illuminated by the fire. Be careful, it's not over yet. Xiao Ruobing reminded, stepping into the passage first, so that even if there is a trap, it will not affect other people. Confirm that there is no danger, and the rest will follow up in turn. It is not clear whether the danger has been eliminated, and everyone is not moving fast. However, a shout suddenly came from the corner ahead. They broke in. The 2 members of the Hand of the Snake who were sent by L to guard the gate immediately turned around and ran to the location of the altar. Seeing this scene, without Xiao Ruobing speaking, the rest immediately started chasing. In less than 3 minutes, the people following the 2 enemies came to the front of a secret room. Not yet close, including Luo Chingqing, everyone suddenly felt a tremor from the soul level. Inside, there was a faintly hissing cry with joy. Look to the sky. Hi! The time has come for the stars to return. The past is gone. The end is coming. The ruler of the past is here. The ruler of the past is here. The old rulers will always be there. They walked at the beginning of civilization, they walked outside the dimension. When they come back, they hope to return to the darkness. Ignorance and stupidity become the new masters. Where they are the rules. The stars are scorching hot, boiling and shaking. Herald the end. Mysterious hymns that I didn't understand kept coming from inside, and intangible things in the air were gradually attracted. On the other side of the galaxy in time and space, a certain great being seems to be projecting his sight from the mantra hymn. Xiao Ruobing's eyelids kept beating. She had never heard of the existence of the old dominator, but just learning the name from her prayers gave her a sense of panic as the end of the world was coming. Chapter 15. Don't let the prayer go on. Instinctively told her that the great horror was coming, and the person inside must be stopped, no matter how great the price was paid. The speed increased a few minutes again, and the announcement gradually became louder as it approached. The more inspired concubine Xiao Luo's brain began to boil, gritting her teeth and suffering. She was in a trance as if she was wandering in chaos in front of her eyes. She is well aware that this is the precursor to pollution. Once you come into contact with things related to mythological creatures, you will always end up in a similar state at some point. But there has never been a time when it was as horrible as this moment. The tenacious will seem to betray her, singing joy and taking the initiative to welcome the great being that is coming. Standing under the altar, Elle chanted aloud hymns, amazed at the people who violently broke into the secret room. The ritual of the gods takes a long time, although I was surprised that the ghouls failed to eliminate the offender, but it ended here. The ceremony is in the final stage, and it is not surprising when the calling deity will arrive. He attracted the attention of the other party, and even if the ceremony ended, the great unknown person could still come here. Ha ha ha! Have you seen it? Our gods are about to arrive, the world will usher in destruction and creation, and then enter a new era. When no one noticed, a breeze was blowing in the still secret room, which gradually grew bigger and bigger, until it turned into a howling gust of wind. Dust-filled, standing in front of the sacrifice lock box, Elle, who was facing the crowd, became more and more mad. His eyes widened greedily and did not intend to let go of any changes. Xiao Ruobing glanced at the large box placed in front of him under the altar, where SCP-166 was looted, the purpose of this trip. She wanted to get close, but unfortunately she couldn't do it. Not to mention getting close, it was extremely difficult for her to move her body. What did you do? It's really ignorant. Elle's pitying eyes swept over. Thanks to the gift, everyone saw the abominable face under his cloak that was indistinguishable from a ghoul. Human beings are so small that they cannot understand the universe after all. We live on a quiet island called Ignorance, isolated in the Black King Sun surrounded by numerous obstacles. Only the knowledge that comes from the ancient times in my hands can break away from the small body and become a part of the body of the great existence. This person was hopeless, and even unable to communicate in words. The other party is obviously too polluted and is transforming into a mythical creature. Language is useless, so change it and use force to stop it. However, everyone, including Xiao Ruobing, could not move. The mighty force named the old ruler blocked all time and space in this place. She has a hunch that if this continues, no one will survive, and someone must stand up to stop it. Looking around, the squad comrades whom she was familiar with in the past were as unwilling and fearful as her. That stems from the instinct of mankind to the great existence of Teku. But when he scanned the last person, Xiao Ruobing was stunned. Because Luo Chingqing looked like a okay person, staring at the front in surprise, and gesticulating leisurely. Why can't she move? Doubts flowed briefly from the bottom of my heart, and then the light of hope emerged. Without waiting for her to remind, Luo Chingqing, who was consciously full, took the initiative to point Zhang Yan's stun gun at Elle, and press the launch without hesitation. However, the lightning-shaped bullet was annihilated by the twisted laws in the room midway through its flight. Seeing that the attack was useless, Chingqing immediately dragged 10 people out of the secret room one by one. Stay here and wait for death? It's useless. No matter where you run. Elle laughed wildly, disregarding the enemy's escape behavior, and staring fiercely on the altar. There, intangibles surged. The old ruler. The will of the gloomy Bone King is about to be awakened by the Shenzhen art. It is his supreme joy if he can see the body that serves the deity. Bloodshot and full of desire, the desire to explore the nether abyss made him step into the most complete madness. The underground labyrinth continues to collapse, and the abnormalities that occur here are chained to the ground. As soon as the underground rumbling sounded, the vibrations gradually spread, and the army standing here immediately evacuated the crowd when they noticed that it was unsatisfactory. Thinking that the people who were struck by the earthquake panicked and fled here, how can they dare to stay where they are and watch the excitement? Not only that, the sky is clear and cloudless, but the sun is dim. Suddenly, the wind was violent, the gods rang, and the invisible and huge vortex condensed over the village in the city. The rolling thunder in the meantime casts a shadow over the magic capital that foretells the imminent catastrophe, and everyone can clearly feel the depressive and frantic atmosphere. The altar in the underground chamber at the event center is 10 times more than this. Above the altar, the space was like a shattered mirror, shattered into pieces, and the cracks appeared deeper than the abyss. I succeeded. Elle squeezed the Ghoul manuscript tightly. Because of extreme joy, the shrill voice faintly revealed the shadow of the birdsong. The breath from Teiku burst out from the broken space and swept the entire secret room. Fortunately, Chingqing moved everyone outside ahead of time, otherwise no one can stay safe and sound in the face of this breath. Not only did Elle not resist this breath, but took the initiative to lean forward, staring at the broken place with wide eyes, reluctant to blink so as to miss any gap where the gods descended. He looks vicious and hateful, yet full of piety. With emotion and joy in his eyes, Elle subconsciously leaned closer, wanting to observe the deity's body up close. But when he saw the creeping existence in it, the frenetic excitement on his face was replaced by incredible. Impossible. This is. On the other side of the mirror space, it is not a cloud of indeterminate shadows, nor is it a giant without eyes and limbs. It is a great thing creeping in the chaos, screaming mockingly. That is definitely not the king of the gloomy bones. Chapter 16. Impossible. Impossible. Why? There is no doubt that the existence that descends is also a great unknown person. But his image is far from that of the gloomy king. The Ghoul manuscript does not mention this existence in the slightest. It seemed that Elle was pleased with the huge impact and shock beyond his grasp, and the great things sneaking in the chaos gradually changed. The chaos became clear, and the figure hiding in it appeared. It was a beautiful woman who covered the lower half of her face with a black folding fan. No matter how gorgeous the rhetoric she used, she couldn't describe her magical beauty. The black and red eyes that are always fascinating all the time are rippling with a strange beauty. I don't know whether it is an illusion or not, and the dark white eyes are lingering with a faint black mist. Is her? The question dissipated from his mind, and Elle's widened eyes reflected the figure of the woman. It's her. Bring the Ghoul manuscript to yourself. Why do you want to do this? The second question just came up, and the subsequent changes caused Elle's sanity to collapse. Anyone who has seen her must admit that every part of a woman's body is ingenious, as if she was crafted by the gods bit by bit. Even if Elle knew that the situation was not right at the moment, it was weird, but he was still bewitched by the beauty and lost his reason. But all this suddenly went to the other extreme after she put down the folding fan. In an instant, a woman's appearance changed thousands of times, and the uncertain god of 1,000 faces was showing the tip of the iceberg. I saw the pitch-black folding fan shattered into 6 sickles hung on the woman's gown belt, and her attractive posture suddenly swelled. Like an inflated balloon, the white and smooth skin turned into blue-purple, and the ugly blood vessels swelled all over the surface of the skin that could not be covered by clothing. The mouth opened like a woman with a slit, and the tiny granular buds crawled out of it, making a squeaky sound and spreading her teeth and claws. The flesh and blood squirmed, growing wildly without following the material laws of this world, distorting 6 smooth tentacles. In just 10 seconds, what appeared in the mirror space in front of Elle was an odious female evil god. The 7-foot-tall inexplicable man wrapped in satin with a crimson and black background, frantically waved 6 tentacles instead of palms. And in his yellow-green sticky flesh and blood, there are more tentacles tumbling and sprouts. The fat chin is also covered with squirming tentacles, and a big bright red mouth with sharp teeth is open on each side of his face. Facing the incarnation of the God of Thousand Faces, he could no longer maintain his own existence. The whole person turned into a pool of flesh and blood that could not be formed, wriggling on the ground. His mouth, nose, and eyes were scattered all over the flesh ball, and the law of asymmetric chaos was well reflected in him. Masses of granulation on the body surface struggled to form the fore and hind limbs that support the body, as if each mass of flesh and blood gave birth to self-will, but it failed again and again under the influence of unknown products. After several ravages, a few seconds ago, Elle, which was at least human in appearance, was replaced by a bunch of bloody things. Outside the door, Luo Chingqing just glanced inside curiously. Looking into the past for a while, 1, 2, 3, countless eyes stared at her. The cold air hit Luo Qingqing's heart instantly. What kind of existence it is, has violated the known laws of mankind. Disorder, chaos, madness, unknown. Naked torn apart human cognition, revealing the deepest cruelty and horror of the universe. Something in the brain was fading. Luo Qingqing hurriedly retracted her head, covering her chest and gasping for breath, her eyes exuding panic. In the secret room, the ugly and bloody granulation was spread out on the ground, and the chaotic will dominated it, and instinctively swallowed the other 2 trembling members of the hand of the snake, attempting to merge into one through digestion. The God of Thousand Faces at the mirror of the space screamed mockingly at this moment, and fooling humans is where his pleasure lies. Unlike the rest of the same kind, he understands human emotions and behaviors. He hates to dominate humans with power, but likes to use tricks and lies to deceive them. For him, causing chaos and madness is more important than just causing death and destruction, and it makes him more happy. Thoroughly playing with the tiny body and mind that existed in front of him, the evil god of the other world seemed to be satisfied. He grabbed the sacrifice offered by the miserable man under the altar, and then disappeared here. As soon as the unknown person left, the law of blocking time and space slowly became invalid. Xiao Ruobing and others regained the power to control the body. All of them were in cold sweat on their foreheads, experiencing life and death, and no one could remain unmoved. Xiao Ruobing restrained the fear that was gushing out of his heart, and glanced into the secret room, but with just one glance, it was almost contaminated. As the deity left, the group of flesh and blood dropped by the unknown person also gained the ability to move, slowly wriggling, devouring nearby organic or inorganic matter. Let's get out of here quickly. The report blocks here. If you were only afraid of accidents before, then you have to raise the alert level again at this moment, and then find a way to eliminate the group of flesh and blood. At the same time, the title Old Dominator lingered in her mind. No need to browse the Ghoul manuscript, everyone can understand that it is definitely an existence far beyond mythical creatures. To get more information, you must get the book that fell on the right side of the flesh. Only by understanding can we know how to deal with it. And she could not hold on any longer, and her brain sent out an overwhelming pain to remind her owner that she was on the verge of a limit. Today, I have experienced so many things related to mythological creatures. Even if I have not faced the old rulers directly, it is hard to experience the breath of the ancient times. If the tension continues, it is very likely that the madness will take advantage of it and plant sick seeds. The only thing that can be considered lucky is that there may be no casualties. Thanks to the new weapons allocated above, dealing with ghouls is much easier. Forcibly picking up the last spirits, she took out a wireless call to communicate with the outside world. Since entering the underground labyrinth, the connection was cut off due to the interference of the abnormal magnetic field. Because the situation is too complicated, I will not be able to say it clearly for a while, and people from the outside probably understand that. Let the team wait patiently, and soon someone will come to respond. Chapter 17. After finally coming out of the underground maze, Luo Chingqing almost burst into tears with excitement. Who could have imagined that things went through twists and turns? When this incident is over, she will never get involved with the special team again. Although sympathizing with them from birth to death, they are always on the most dangerous front line. But all she can do is to cheer behind her back. Without training, the role played can only be a hindrance. If it weren't for the blessing of dragging the statue this time, she is probably covered with white cloth now. However, the problem is still not over when Xiao Ruobing's eyes indicate, she understands that the next thing to explain has just begun. Well, why did I fall asleep? At the coffee shop, Wang Li opened his eyes abruptly, and looked at his location with a little bewilderment. He was lying on the sofa, and when he stood up, a book slowly slipped off his face. After a while, I remembered the anomaly that happened nearby in the afternoon. The army went to war to blockade the villages in the city, and asked about abnormalities from house to house. If the problem was not big, the ghost would not believe it. But if it really endangers life and safety, it is estimated that it is unlikely. Otherwise, the surrounding residents would have been dispersed long ago. Therefore, Wang Li kept staying in the store with peace of mind, even reading a book leisurely to pass the time. Who would have watched and fell asleep? He twisted his neck and put aside the half-turned nephew of the dead. This book roughly describes the chaos in the 18th century. Witchcraft and corpses are very common in the Romantic country, and various witch gatherings and tomb raids are organized. And introduced their rituals and behaviors in detail, just like the real thing. The organization that likes to dig graves eats corpses at the initiation ceremony, and its members call themselves ghouls. The book also described other blasphemy actions by the organization, and detailed the resurrection, or zombieization, rituals they carried out for the purposes of divination and intercourse. Including mantras, hymns, and other things are clearly recorded in the book. It can be described as another book of the second disease. Seen as ridiculous ancient novels, it is still very substitutable, and Wang Li reads it with gusto. Ignoring the more important flavors, most of the content brings the chaotic and fascinating era to life and rubs it out. He stood up and moved his stiff body, pressed the bookmark, and put the corpse food teaching method back on the bookshelf. Looking at the time, the hour hand is pointing to the number 9. This late. Squeezing his eyebrows, he began to tidy up the cafe that had been unattended for another day. Although the cafe is very tidy, it is easy to accumulate dust if it is not cleaned for a long time. Therefore, Wang Li will clean every once in a while. It's not that I don't have money to hire cleaning staff, but I am embarrassed to harm people again. He tried to ask someone to clean it, and all those people stayed for half an hour and then rushed out shouting, like something scary in the store. Afterwards, they had a serious mental problem, and now they are staying in the mental hospital all day. At first, he thought that these people had been wronged by him. Wang Li called the police angrily, and the medical records of the mental hospital were identified as genuine. Wang Li did not believe in evil, tried several times, and the result is still the same. The hospital could not collude with the patient to deceive him. Depressed, Wang Li had to accept the reality and apologized and lost a lot of money to his family. Had it not been for the fact that he had lived for nearly 2 years, he had almost moved the idea of moving. Over time, Wang Li gave up the plan to spend money to ask people to clean up, and did everything by himself. For example, tidy up the bookshelves and change the water in the pond for viewing. After doing everything, the hour hand came to the 10 position. It is worth mentioning that Xiaoke was still lazily spreading out during the water change. Wang Li occasionally suspected that peeling off that layer of skin, there was a turtle hidden inside, who would not move its nest all day. Oh, I really want a waiter to help with these trivial matters. Seeing the renewed cafe after cleaning up, Wang Li was quite a headache. Speaking of it, it was a year ago that the last cleaner had a problem. During this time, guests came to the door and stayed there for a whole day. Maybe the weird situation has disappeared now. Unsure whether it is as he thought, what if the victim reappears? Wang Li is not a pervert, he likes to make others mentally ill. What's more, the girl who was frightened by the dog yesterday entered the door without seemingly abnormal. Why don't you give it a try? This time he watched a little bit more closely. Once someone else had an abnormal condition, he was immediately sent to the hospital, and he would never ask for someone in the future. After making up his mind, Wang Li printed out a job request on the computer. The waiter requirements are as follows. Gender is not limited, facial features are correct, neatly dressed, good attitude, hard work and no complaints. Tasks: ordering food for guests and taking care of hygiene and cleaning issues by the way. Well, in addition to the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, the salary package is 10,000 yuan a month. You can include food and housing, and then you can decide whether to increase it after you look at your performance. After typing in the recruitment form, Wang Li scanned it carefully, printed it out and posted it at the entrance of the store after confirming that it was correct, and entered the information on several recruitment apps. Cast the net widely. With such favorable conditions, someone should come for an interview soon. In this regard, Wang Li maintains 100% confidence. Then, a week passed, not to mention the applicants, there was not even a bird's feather. There must be something wrong. Standing at the door, staring at the brand new job posting posted outside the store, Wang Li was puzzled. Is it now that the service staff are highly paid? Don't look down on 10,000? A few days ago, some strangers came outside the shop, staring at the cafe for a while. He thought that the other party was applying for the job and was about to greet him with enthusiasm, but when he found out, those people immediately disappeared. Until yesterday, even strangers were gone. Therefore, Wang Li had to doubt that he might have been away from the masses for too long and didn't know much about the standard of living. After sighing, he decided to try again and double the direct treatment. If no one came to the door, it would not be a matter of money. Just about to tear down the recruitment requirements, a pleasant female voice suddenly came from behind. "Sir, what are you doing?" Wang Li turned his head, and the charming girl in a black and red cheongsam half covered with a folding fan came into view. "I'm hiring a waiter." The girl Kanruo Xingchen's eye-catching eyes curled up slightly. "Waitress. Didn't find it." Wang Li said in a bad mood, "Nonsense, after looking for a week, there is no one who came to the door. In that case, I have a choice here." Chapter 18. You. Wang Li looked up and down suspiciously, wondering if she wanted to apply. Of course, the girl didn't know what was in the head of the person before her, her blood-red eyes wafting with smiles. "That's right, I happen to have a friend here who came back from abroad, but didn't find a job for the time being, so I just sent it to my husband to try." "Returned from abroad?" Wang Li frowned slightly. "No Chinese?" "Certainly. That's okay." After solving the recruitment problem, he was in a good mood and tore off the recruitment information and threw it into the trash can. Wang Li expressed a lot of trust in this cosplay girl who had been sitting there for a long time, and he didn't worry about the other parties entertaining him at all. Despite the strange appearance, the credibility is still high. "When can I come to work?" He was concerned about working hours for the first time. "Probably tomorrow." "So fast?" Wang Li was quite surprised. He thought it would take him some time to settle down, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. "By the way, she hasn't found a place to live, so Mr. Trouble will arrange it." "No problem, it's hard to say otherwise, there are some places. Whether it is arranged on the second floor or on the rented floor, it is easy to pick one for her. This coffee shop has 3 floors in detail, with 3 bedrooms on the second floor and storage rooms on the third floor. When the other 2 rooms were packed up, it was perfect to serve as a residence for the employees. The only thing to worry about is whether the other party can accept it." Seeing that his expression was lifted and he was in a trance free from a certain burden, the Cheongsam girl couldn't help but chuckled. "For the sake of introducing employees, today your consumption is free." Wang Li waved his arrogance. Saying that, the actual girl doesn't cost much at all. Not very similar to the customer in yellow, she usually doesn't spend much time sitting in the coffee shop. Every time you stay halfway, you will always have to deal with unexpected departures. According to her, it belongs to the believers' pious calling, so they have to go to meet the desires of the believers. Wang Li had to sigh that the second disease was terrible, and Bai Fumei, who contracted the second disease, was even more terrible. While he was going to make black tea, the Cheongsam girl came to the bookshelf area to pick books at will. When returning, Yu Guang glanced at the handmade statue placed in the transparent window. There is a vacancy on the right side of the second row, which is particularly abrupt. Sir, where is the statue? Wang Li took a look and said casually, I gave it away. That's it. The girl squinted her eyes and fell into contemplation, as if she had a sense of sight wherever she was. However, her memory is so vast that it is really difficult to find the familiarity from the corner. More to Foundation Containment Area. Investigator No E965233 Luo Chingqing, you can leave here. Leaning on the bed in the small room specially made for the containment object, Luo Chingqing stared at the ceiling blankly. Her brain was empty and she didn't even know what she was thinking, until the guardian's voice came from the isolation door. Hearing this, it took a full half a minute before she recovered from the state of wandering into the sky, and her dull shiny black eyes became agile again. Seeing the door opened, Luo Chingqing subconsciously asked, I can really go out? It says so on the order. The guard looked at her without any emotion, holding a paper in his hand to confirm that it was correct. Very good. The girl didn't show the boring sequelae of being detained at all, and she jumped up happily when she got quasi-credit. After the underground labyrinth incident that day, when she returned to the Foundation, she was immediately locked here, and the broken statue was also taken away for study. Immediately, the senior officials of the Foundation observed whether she had symptoms of pollution, and sent someone to question the origin of the giant. Luo Chingqing was very honest, racking his brains to recall every detail in the cafe that day, and informed the senior management. This is why Wang Li felt that there were more strangers outside the store a few days ago. He thought it was an applicant, but he was actually from the Foundation. Due to Wang Li's behavior during the observation period was too normal, the Foundation, who could not figure out the details, did not want to stun him for the time being. Now he is distressed by how to get to know him. First of all, the target can drive mythical creatures. Secondly, don't mind exposing your own existence to the Foundation. Furthermore, he rescued the members of the Foundation and presented statues, indicating that the attitude should be at least neutral and friendly, to be determined. Based on the above factors, the senior management decided to stay on hold for the time being, depending on the situation. As for Luo Chingqing, since she has experience in contact with each other, it is considered insurance at any rate, and the high-level think twice, and show her forgiveness for concealing important things. At the same time, the file was officially relocated to the 7th Special Operations Squad. I heard that Xiao Ruobing strongly requested this. However, after a series of supermodel incidents, the 7th team temporarily received an order to rest for a while. Not daring to ask for better, Luo Chingqing gritted his teeth and accepted the preparation order with a smile that was even more ugly than crying. I have to say that the top management did the right thing. Look at the events that Luo Chingqing has experienced, and the encounter with the sneak chaos the god of 1,000 faces can lead the team to survive. She is a good seedling of a legendary investigator, and the important task of saving the world falls on her. Forget it, I don't bother to think about troubles. Known as the optimist, Luo Chingqing, commonly known as the mindless, struggled for less than a moment, then left his distress in a blink of an eye and walked out of the containment area happily. Thinking that he had received the same treatment as the contained objects, this foolish spore was inexplicably proud of it. Even when he came out, he greeted SCP-131, the Foundation mascot, with a smile on his face. But soon her smile disappeared. Xiao Ruobing, who had just stepped out of the automatic door and stood upright in the safe passage waiting for her, delivered a fatal blow. Luo Chingqing, you have a new mission next. Chapter 19. Feeling uneasy, Luo Chingqing asked cautiously, what mission? Contact the cafe owner. Didn't that make me die? Luo Qingqing's calves were trembling. Before she didn't know the exact details of the target, she could still talk with him carelessly. Now that we understand the truth, it is good to speak without nodding. Among us, only you have had contact experience with the other party, and the target mission should have a good impression on you, otherwise why would we give the statue? Xiao Ruobing comforted her. Co-authoring is dangerous or not by guessing. Luo Chingqing rolled her eyes, very reluctant in her heart. There are a few requirements explained above. We must remember to test out what attitude the target person has towards us, don't irritate the other party, and focus on comfort. Listening to a series of requests, Luo Chingqing gave up struggling, and the last glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. Can I refuse? Cannot. All right. Life is like this, accept it if you can't resist. Judging from the attitude of the contact that day, the boss seems to be very easy to talk, not dangerous. Seeing that she was born without love, she was a teammate who had experienced life and death, Xiao Ruobing's cold face was slightly soft. If I can, I would like to replace you, but there are other tasks next. Recently, the police department called the seaside. Villages continue to disappear, accompanied by weird phenomena. I guess that when the mental condition is confirmed, the 7th team will proceed to the next mission soon. The number of Morta Foundation teams is not small, but there are really not many elites. Xiao Ruobing's team can get the latest weapons, so you don't have to think about it, it's definitely a top team. The seaside situation is said to be very complicated and may require a lot of manpower. Not surprisingly, the 7th team will definitely be engaged in the mission. I see. Compared to taking risks in unknown areas, Luo Chingqing feels that it is more reliable to contact Wang Li. As long as you know. Rarely showing the emotion of concern, Xiao Ruobing turned around and went to a certain research institute. Call. Watching the captain disappearing, she took a deep breath, and the girl who was unlucky enough to be caught in the whirlpool fell into thinking about how to perform the task. Western Australia. Looking up here, a piece of yellow sand. The desert is the color of the landlord, the breeze blows, and the dust goes with the wind. However, in such a desolate place, 2 figures, one tall and one short, wrapped in cloaks walked here. They came silently all the way to an abandoned building that emerged from the surface of the desert, and entered it along the decaying wooden door. The building image has an unusually long history. Many stones rotted into powder, falling to the corners and forming piles of powdered stone. The two walked to the half-destroyed statue in the center of the building. It was a magnificent cylindrical object, about 10 feet high. The statue was covered with something like scales that were uneven and fractured on a slope above the middle. Putting out his hand to cover the surface of the statue, one of them was chanting a language derived from the ancient times. In a moment, the sand in front of him sank, revealing a road leading to the ground. The two of them were not surprised at all. They were familiar with the road and went under the ground, following the path they had visited several times in their memory. After about half an hour, it was not clear how deep the depth was, and the two of them finally no longer saw the muddy passage that smelled of earth. From the entrance of the cave, what you see is a huge underground city. However, this city seems to have suffered terrible wars, most of which have been destroyed, and there are only a handful of well-preserved buildings. The two came to one of the intact buildings on the edge of the city and took off their cloaks, revealing the tree-like inverted serpentine pattern on the neck, which is the symbol of the Snake Hand organization. That's right, the ruins of the underground city that were fortunately found are the headquarters of the Serpent's Hand organization. It has an ancient name, Naket City. After a body check by the gatekeeper, they silently entered the building, and when they came to the spacious hall, someone had arrived inside. A total of 8 people sat in a circle around the round table, and the man on the main seat swept indifferently. You two are 10 minutes late. Remember, don't take this as an example. Sit down first. The shelf is really big enough for so many of us to wait. Someone sneered. Ignoring the sarcasm, the two hurriedly pressed their hearts and nodded respectfully, and sat down in the last 2 empty seats. This is where everyone is here. The person in the main seat tapped the table with his index finger, suppressed his dissatisfaction and continued to say, "It took 3 years, and the plan has finally reached this point. I will never plan for the lost city. Any failures are allowed, you should understand. Gemini, do you have a problem over there?" Ask the duo who arrived last. The person in the main seat must have discussed with the other 7 before they came. Chief, please rest assured, everything is ready. Very good. After asking for some details, after confirming the step of the link, the head talent let others communicate. By the way, boss, I heard that L has lost contact. The person sitting on the right side of the boss suddenly asked. Without hiding other people's plans, the man nodded and admitted, that's right. The 8 people who had communicated with each other suddenly fell silent. No? L will disappear. Does he have any plans to hide again? But his mission has not been completed. Suddenly all kinds of questions were rampant. You know, L is an old man, and he will never lose contact for no reason, unless there is an accident. At this time, one of the twins who arrived the latest said, L is dead. He died in the demon capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The news was even more unbelievable than before, and after a brief silence, everyone was in an uproar. Died? The main seat leader's face remained unchanged. It is estimated that he has known the news a long time ago. He has a special method to monitor the vital signs of important personnel in the organization. Gemini was right. I knew it when L died a week ago. After a brief commotion, everyone quickly calmed down. This is not impossible, it can only be said that the ability is insufficient. The weak eat the strong, everyone present believes in the law of the jungle. There is no such strong feeling between them. Is it possible to avenge the dead? Usually it may be possible, but recently it is at a critical juncture. Even the leader must let go of his anger and do the current thing. Don't worry about L's affairs for the time being, I'll take care of it. You must first take care of your plan. The leader again emphasized his tone and reminded. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, followed by a declaration in unison. I'm waiting to be born in paradise, I'm waiting to herd the beasts. I'm waiting naked, I'm waiting for nothing. The Creator teaches us to believe in the Creator and stay away from good and evil. The Creator tells us that the fruit of the tree of good and evil will die if you eat it. The serpent came to us and told us the truth. Paradise is made by snakes, and the tree of good and evil is planted by snakes. The Creator came from an unknown world, the Creator sealed the serpent here, the Creator created me and other jailers, this will last forever. I am the one who guards the paradise, and I am also the prisoner of the paradise, but the tree of good and evil can unlock wisdom and let us have the power of the Creator. We have eaten the fruits of good and evil, we have gained in human power, we have escaped from the prison of the Creator and fell into the world. We will be free to rebuild the real paradise, everyone will open up wisdom, everyone will become abnormal. This wave is unstoppable, so is the destiny. Paradise is also the land of snakes. We are the hands of snakes too. We hold up the name of the snake, even if it leads to the end. I am a thing created by the Creator. I am the one who serves the serpent. The hand of the snake will reshape the world. Take this oath. Chapter 20. All these disturbances have nothing to do with Wang Li. Early the next morning, he got up from bed less than 7 o'clock. According to yesterday's agreement with the beautiful and white girl with the second illness, her friend will come over for an interview and work today. Although the salary and other issues have been negotiated, it still depends on whether the other party can adapt to the job. I don't know when the other party will come, so I have to get up early, and I can't let others wait long. In addition to the interview to determine whether the other party will work, he has one more thing to do today. Put on your clothes and go downstairs. At this moment, the sky is still grey and there is still a short period of time before dawn. After yawning and turning on the lights on the first floor, Wang Li rubbed his sleepy eyes. Although I went to bed earlier last night, it was the first time I got up so early, and I was not used to it for a while. Is the window left open? Going down to the first floor, there is a pale white mist in the room at the moment, and the air is slightly cool. Wang Li swept around the windows and found that a window was slightly open in the corner. Without much thought, he approached and closed the window. After finishing the preparations before opening the shop, more than half an hour has passed since everything was done. The sky was getting brighter, and the mist lingering in the room almost dissipated. When he came to the store, he was about to turn over the sign when he saw a half-person height box placed on the steps of the store. The exterior looks unremarkable, and there is nothing in it. Who put it here? Wang Li looked around strangely. He was pretty sure that there were absolutely no boxes at the door when the store closed last night, and the one that he bought recently would not arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Could it be someone's prank? But he doesn't even have a few friends, who has the leisure to entertain him. I plan to ignore it, maybe someone left it here temporarily, or sent the wrong courier, and it will be picked up later. Hey! At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the box. Wang Li, who was just about to turn back to the store, looked intently, with a suspicious expression on his face. It seems that I heard the sound of something. Curiosity was in trouble, thinking for a moment and approaching the box. It may be that the creature inside wakes up, and the box trembles slightly. Is it pretending to be a pet? After getting closer, Wang Li found a note on the box. Mr. Yesterday's agreement is here, please open the box. Can use this title, besides the second illness by Fume who wears cosmetic contact lenses all day long, who else is there? Wang Li subconsciously felt that he would not, and reached out to the top of the box. When the probing hand passed by, some kind of blockade bound on it quietly shattered, and the box bounced quietly with a creak. Wang Li lifted the lid, stepped forward and looked over, facing a pair of pure and clear blue eyes. He looked startled, and found that in the box was a beautiful girl of about 17 years old, curled up with a small cross pendant in both hands. The dazzling blonde hair that is smoother than silk, the fair and tender skin, the slightly apprehensive eyes and tight body when he sees him, seem to be afraid of him jumping over. Do I look scary? Wang Li was quite puzzled, otherwise, why did the young lady be so afraid of him? No, she wouldn't be the hitman who agreed to come here. It is difficult to describe the mood at this moment in words. It is the first time that Wang Li has seen this kind of interview. It can only be said that the secondary school girl really knows how to play. His complexion changed very excitingly, and finally reached out to the box. Wang Li sighed, you mean to come here to work? Okay, don't stay here, follow me in. Seeing that his expression was normal, there was no crazy expression on those men who saw him, and the blonde girl with far beyond human charm tentatively put her hand on it. Wang Li pulled her up with a slight force. At this moment, the standing girl finally revealed her whole picture. Her long hair fell to her thighs, and she was dressed like a monastery nun, with a lace scarf on her head. Work? Doubts arose in the girl's heart. According to the people of the Foundation, they would arrange a place for her to live well and isolate her troubles. Could it be that this is the place they arranged? Following him into the cafe with doubts, the girl looked up inside. The rather peculiar decoration style made her feel a little weird, as if she could perceive a lot of sight projections, but there was no one in the empty interior. This is a contract. First of all, you have a 7-day trial period. Your behavior during this period determines whether you have enough ability to stay here. Wang Li took out the contract that was signed yesterday and handed it to her from the counter. Seeing the ignorant girl hurriedly accept the contract, he continued, I guess you don't have much work experience, but that's okay. Anyway, I don't have many guests here. I just want to be responsible for cleaning. Speaking of the back, he is not very confident. After all, Wang Li is also uncertain whether there will be a situation that drives employees crazy again. I understand. The blonde girl replied in her unskilled Chinese. Well, what's your name? I don't have a name. The girl whispered. She was still a little afraid of the man who was still unfamiliar and claimed to be the store manager, but the nuns all use Lilith to call me. I heard that my mother is called Lilith. This kid, how not so smart, Yazi. Wang Li began to think about whether she was sloppy in agreeing to the secondary disease girl. Forget it, take one step at a time. Anyway, no one will come to apply for a job in a short time. Use a few days to see the situation. At least it looks good and may attract some customers. Except for the second-degree sick girl, this blonde girl is the best-looking girl Wang Li has ever seen. After giving her a detailed explanation of the work to be done in the future, Wang Li struggled with how to arrange a place to live. Is it arranged on the second floor of the coffee shop or the two buildings rented out separately? Chapter 21. After thinking about it for a while, decided to let the other party make his own choice. I had a good talk with the person who sent you here. I will work here. I will count on food and lodging. If you have any needs, come to me to provide it. Now the only question is whether you are willing to stay here and live with me, or arrange another one. It's not too far away, and it takes about 15 minutes to come to work. Wang Li was a bit more sullen and threw the two options to her. The one who sent me? Sure enough, it was a good deal. Lilith was no doubt confused, and whispered, "It's better to live here." Due to her physique, she can't get along with the opposite S**x, and she doesn't like places with too many people. As for why nothing happened to the store manager, it is possible that this is why the Foundation sent her here. According to the location of Wang Li's residence, the other place is the city center. Knowing the consequences of having trouble with her physique, Lilith immediately chose the first item. Wang Li was a little surprised. She actually chose to live together. Shouldn't girls tend to have private space? It's okay. I'll clean up for you later, and I can move in here today. Since we will live together next time, I will take her around the cafe and the upper 2 floors to get a general understanding of the furnishings and layout. Where is your luggage? He said it was all arranged by you. She said all. Wang Li raised the tone subconsciously. I knew there was nothing so good. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, thinking that the next time he meets, he must let the second-degree sick girl give an explanation. All right, now I'll order accommodation supplies for you, and you can take a look at it yourself. Seeing Wang Li talking about being cheated and going to the second floor, Lilith, who was alone in the cafe, breathed a sigh of relief, and finally had time to observe the environment carefully. Holding the cross pendant, the girl took a step to observe the overall structure, and she knew it clearly. After more than 10 years of life in the monastery, she still doesn't know how to proceed in the future, but she is confident enough to achieve it. The only one who is more confused is that the Foundation only sends one person to look after her, and also, is it really okay to work as a waiter? There are many questions, but no matter what, life will enter a new chapter from now on. All that experience in the past, the so-called life experience, are all buried in memory, as time passes. After a while, Wang Li came down the stairs and greeted her. Your room was cleaned yesterday, and the accommodation supplies have just been ordered. It is expected to be delivered around 7 p.m. Oh. I'm leaving soon, and the shop will be taken care of by you. If there is a visitor, it will be temporarily closed. Oh. Staring at the ruthless repetition machine, Wang Li worried whether she would do it. But everyone is here, so you can't persuade you to leave on the spot. It just so happens that today I will serve as an inspection period to see the effect. Although it is not normal for one guest a day, there is a high probability that nothing will be seen. After asking the details, Wang Li planned to leave. Walking some distance outside the store, he looked back and found that in his remote coffee shop, the blonde girl was standing at the bar in a daze, bewildered. By now, only believe her. The reason why Wang Li had something to leave was because it was time to collect rent again at the end of the month. He rented out 2 places in the city center, an office building and a high-rise apartment. Not a rich second-generation temperament to take the subway to the city center, Wang Li took out his mobile phone to browse the news. In recent years, there have been more and more weird deaths. Knowing that the world is not simple, he will carefully figure out the place of death, so as to avoid accidentally getting too close. There are a lot of doubts about the theory that the magic capital is a city alone. For example, for those deceased whose necks were broken, the surveillance did not find anyone entering or exiting. In modern society, surveillance is everywhere, and it is too difficult to prevent crimes from being detected. Similarly, if criminals are still not found in a transparent society, it means that the degree of difficulty in solving the case is unimaginable. So the twisting neck case turned into a pending case. In addition, some people found huge monsters in the mountains and forests, and the photos showed that they looked like lizards. Later, the news disappeared inexplicably, and I don't know if the rumors are still true. No, just search the news. Wang Li saw the strange disappearance of the village near the sea near the Magic City. According to the news, some people witnessed the presence of large groups of murlocs in the sea. The comments below are not surprising, most of them do not believe them, and think they are pure rumors. It's like a few years ago when XX witnessed UFO, and then released a bunch of photos, and some people later refuted the rumor that it was just a computer synthesis. Except for the disappearance of the seaside village, Wang Li looked through other news and found no more strange incidents. Fortunately, I won't go there anyway. He was relieved instantly, regardless of whether it was true or not. At this time, the subway prompts to arrive at the station. Following the crowd and squeezing out of the subway, Wang Li waited until people were almost walking before leaving the station slowly. First to the office building, then to the high-rise apartment. Originally, online payments such as rent would be fine, but this time there are guests who need new rents. Signing the contract requires the presence of the homeowner, so I had to come. After everything was done, it was getting darker, and the time came to 6 o'clock. Wang Li wanted to call Lilith and asked if the delivery had arrived. He suddenly remembered that he didn't have the phone number of the other party and had to give up. On the way back to the subway station, he passed a park. There are usually many people walking here during the day, but by this time they usually go home for dinner, and there are only 4 or 5 people at a glance. A couple, an old man, and an office worker with a briefcase were sitting on a stool smoking a cigarette. The 4 were in each corner. Everything is normal. Until halfway through, Wang Li suddenly heard a crying female voice deliberately suppressing sadness. He turned his head and found that the sound originated from a thin figure crouching in front of the flower bed and burying his knees, draped in an adult female's large clothes. The whole person was wrapped in it, and his shoulders twitched because of crying. The lost little girl? Wang Li preconceived and guessed secretly. He glanced around and found no adult at all. None of the 4 people in the park looked like the others' elders and relatives. After hesitating for a while, he stepped closer. If it's other things, Wang Li might just watch it coldly, as if he didn't see it. But for such a small girl, it would be too much to leave it alone. You know, lowly is justice. Chapter 22. Kid, what's the matter? Standing next to the crying girl, Wang Li knelt down and asked. The other party didn't even think about it, but still buried his head and cried in a low voice. Wang Li knew that he didn't know how to communicate with children, and he didn't frustrate him when he went to school. After hesitating for a while, he finally reached out and patted the girl on the shoulder. The first thought when I came into contact with her, she was so thin. The body trembled, visible to the naked eye, and the girl moved her head tighter. Could it be that he is regarded as a strange bird? Wang Li was puzzled. Shouldn't be. You look up at any rate, just my looks, and what the opposite S*X doesn't like. He is confident that once a girl sees him, she will be obedient and trustworthy. However, no matter how he consoled him, the girl didn't say a word, and she hugged her knees tightly, fearing that he would forcibly remove it. After a long while, Wang Li gave up persuasion. No one came to pick up the girl for so long, so he took out his cell phone to call the police. The sky is getting darker, and only the couple are left in the park. While waiting for the police to come, Wang Li stayed beside him. Soon, there may be a patrol police nearby, and the police car stopped at the intersection in less than 3 minutes. Here. Wang Li greeted toward the side of the road. Seeing that the police arrived and explained the situation with the friendly servants of the people, he left unhurriedly. No one noticed that the girl's body tremor seemed to have become smaller, and the strength to clasp her knees gradually loosened. Watching the kind-hearted citizens walk through the street corner, the 2 patrolmen squatted down kindly, one left and the other leaning against the girl. Okay, kid, come with us, we will help you find your mother. They have encountered similar things several times, and the process is quite skilled. One of them moved softly, trying to touch the girl who seemed to be crying hoarse. The moment he approached, the so-called girl cried suddenly stopped and suddenly raised his head. Seeing that the 2 people's pupils contracted rapidly, the heart seemed to miss such a beat. Where is the girl under the coat? This is an out-and-out monster. The exposed head, the skin is pale and lacks pigment, and the eyes are full of whites, which is extremely terrifying. At this moment it stood up, the coat fell off, and the whole picture was completely exposed to the air. Unexpectedly, the thin figure was more than 2 meters tall, lacking muscle support everywhere, and appeared malnourished. His arms are seriously disproportionate to his body, about 1.5 meters long, most of the skin is completely free of pigment, and there is no hair on the body surface. Seeing these two people who had witnessed it, the monster suddenly covered his face with his hands, and started screaming, crying, and making ambiguous noises. Immediately, its lower jaw suddenly widened beyond the limit of ordinary humans, reaching about 4 times the normal jaw opening angle of an ordinary human, and then bit one of the people's head with one bite. The next moment, that person's head shattered like a watermelon. The other person was frightened and stupid. Before he could react, the whole person was caught by the monster's thin arms, and he was torn in half alive. In an instant, red, white, yellow, and green were spilled on the ground. What? The couple who remained in the park witnessed this bizarre scene. The girl screamed enough to pierce the eardrum of a person, and the boy was scared with no blood. The bloody scene was too terrifying to stimulate the senses, and the two ran wildly towards the corner where Wang Li left. Their brains were blank, and they were shocked and lost their ability to think. Killing the two, the monster stared at the couple with pupilless eyes, and they also saw its face just now. It has supersensory perception, that is, it can naturally feel when its face is observed and the position of the observer. It screams, arches its body, and blinks 10 meters away. Judging from the distance and the speed of both parties, it took less than 6 or 7 seconds to chase the prey and brutally kill. On the way to the subway station, Wang Li, who had just finished his work, was in a good mood, humming a brisk melody that he didn't know which song came from, but this comfort was quickly interrupted by a scream from behind. Ah! Monster! Dead! He turned around in astonishment, and found that the couple in the park just now had a distorted expression and wailed screams of inexplicable meaning, just like a torrent of monsters chasing after him, chasing them at a desperate speed. Oh no, it's not like, it's really there. After 2 seconds, the idea was changed. A 2-meter-tall monster suddenly appeared at the corner, and Wang Li's bloody and terrifying face startled Wang Li. F***ck, what is this? Unexpectedly, it wasn't just him who was scared, the monster didn't seem to expect to bump into this person again, and the sprint was suffocated. When Wang Li saw that face, the monster obeyed and uncontrolled instinctively wanted to attack him. However, as soon as this thought arose, a kind of terror pulse burst from its body. A series of kaleidoscope-like phantoms appeared in front of the monsters who did not know whether they had eyesight. Then all of this dissolves from time to time in an unfathomable vast and dark abyss, and countless deeper black worlds and the sun rotate in this abyss. The invisible giant drum, the disgusting, monotonous flute, surrounded its ears with profane and unclean babbling. Even if there is no wisdom, its body will undergo extremely terrible changes due to pollution. The skin of the humanoid body has particles, and granular buds are blooming in a peristaltic manner. Numerous eyeballs and tentacles continue to grow naturally. The monster screamed in panic and decisively turned around and fled to the woods in the park. Losing its figure, Wang Li, whose eyes became blank for some time, suddenly shook and scanned the surrounding empty streetscape. Huh? What am I doing just now? Frowning, thinking hard for a moment, but can't remember anything. Strangeness. Pinching his eyebrows, Wang Li walked slowly towards the subway station. Chapter 23. Half an hour after the park incident. Magic Capital Foundation. A video was placed in front of the subhead of the Foundation branch. Sir, SCP-096 appears in the Magic City. When Zhang Jianwu heard the news, his face was terribly ugly. Staring at the serious-looking subordinate, he asked word by word from his teeth, "Why don't you destroy all the relevant images and videos immediately?" The reason why he was so angry was because of the terrible monster. Once someone sees SCP-096's facial image, including direct observation, using video or pictures and other media, SCP-096 will immediately perceive the person's existence, break through all obstacles to reach the person's location and kill it. It is not the first time it has appeared. It has appeared in Europe twice 6 months ago and has a record of killing 10,000 people. Depending on the distance, This monster has a minimum speed of 35 km per hour or 9.7 m/s, and a maximum speed of 855 km per hour or 237.5 m/s, and is tireless as it violates the law of conservation of energy. No known materials and methods on Earth can stop SCP-096 from advancing, and it also has the ability to regenerate. SCP-096 once suffered extremely serious injuries under the siege of a certain European army, but it appeared intact the second time. Even if it uses flame, radiation, and strong acid, it cannot cause damage to its skeleton, which is desperate. Unexpectedly, it appeared for the third time and actually came to the territory of Long Country. Please rest assured, except for this one, I have deleted all the images, and the video does not show SCP-096's face. Personally, I hope you can see what happened inside. I hope you can talk about it after watching it. Zhao Ruguo sincerely asked his superiors. Suggest. He was the first person to receive news of SCP-096, and used some tricky means to eliminate all the front of the opponent, and then hand it over to the boss for processing without stopping. Staring at his subordinates for several seconds, Zhang Jianyu just clicked on the video on the tablet and started from the beginning. 10 minutes later, he silently turned off the video, clicked to delete the source file, closed his eyes and fell into thought gradually. In the video, the reason for the appearance of SCP-096 is unknown. The identities of other people have been clarified, especially the man who can confront the monster. Of course Zhang Jianyu knows who it is. The mysterious existence exposed in the last city-village incident, if not actively exposed, everyone would not know that the monsters actually had it. Such a number one person. What Zhang Jianyu didn't expect was that the other party would appear in the video and contact SCP-096. According to the video above, the man clearly saw the monster's face, but instead of killing him, the monster had strange changes throughout his body and retreated in panic. How did you do it? What is his purpose? An endless stream of doubts filled his heart. Zhang Jianyu slowly let out a sigh, rubbed his temple and asked, has Luo Chingqing, who was transferred to the 7th Special Team under your hand, started the mission? Not yet. It's best to start the mission as soon as possible. Whether the cafe owner is an enemy or a friend, you have to be mentally prepared in advance. I will tell you to go down. Once again, I must pay attention to Wang Li. As the sub-director of the Magic Capital Foundation, Zhang Jianyu is very tired, closing his eyes and resting his mind not knowing what he is thinking. Zhao Ruguo waited patiently and didn't leave in a hurry. He knew that his boss must have something to say. Sure enough, the room sounded again soon. By the way, how is the research progress of the notebook found next to the mass of meat in the annihilated city village? Professor Mo and his team have already analyzed half of it. The above-mentioned mythical creature ghouls, and... At this point, Zhao Ruguo suddenly hesitated. What else? Zhang Jianyu frowned. And, the bits and pieces of the old dominators. The old ruler. Just hearing this title, a panic swept my heart. In addition, it also wrote a spell on how to summon and dominate the ghouls. Maybe the man in the underground palace controls the ghouls by this book. Professor Mo expects that it will take half a month to fully interpret the follow-up of this book. Content. Can control the mythical creature ghoul. Zhang Jianyu didn't hear the rest of the story clearly, and immediately decided to upgrade the book's intelligence level to level 4, confidential. This level of confidentiality can only be opened to the subheads of each Foundation branch, level B and above. According to the degree of confidentiality, Foundation documents are divided into 6 levels. 1. Public, this document is public to all Foundation members. 2. Restricted, this document is open to most members, level D and above, upon request. 3. Confidentiality, this document is open to a small number of employees, C level and above. 5. Top secret, this document can only be opened to the first person in charge of each department of the Foundation, A level and above. 6. Ultimately top secret, this document can only be made available to the 5 members of the final Parliament of the Dragon Kingdom. Under normal circumstances, members who do not have level 4 permissions who want to access documents above level 4 will be rejected. Even if the member level is reached, they can only be approved for very specific purposes if they want to use it. Of course, confidential information of level 4 and below can be partially disclosed to subordinates in a limited manner depending on the situation. Therefore, Zhao Ruguo is only a C-level member, but as a direct subordinate of Zhang Jianyu, he also knows things that ordinary members do not know, but the specific content is not well understood. I understand roughly, you can go down first. Yes. When his confidant retreated, Zhang Jianyu couldn't sit still. He wanted to ask Professor Mo personally if it was as Zhao Ruguo said. Once confirmed to be true, God knows how much benefit it can bring to the Foundation. P.S. Ask for flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Begging. To be honest, I didn't expect these two themes to merge so difficult to write. SCP and Thulhu are considered to be very large subjects in the world view. SCP has the highest divinity, and Thulhu has old foreign gods. It is not against harmony. It would be more troublesome to merge the similarities between the two parties, but I will try my best to write it, just hope that everyone can support it. Your support is the motivation of the author. Asterisk. Chapter 24. The Research Institute is located 10 kilometers away from the Foundation in order to prevent accidents from spreading to the research facilities. In fact, the Foundation will also place certain hazardous containment objects in uninhabited areas for control, all in order to minimize the damage. People drove to the Institute and arrived at the destination in about 10 minutes. Zhang Jianyu hurried to the interior of the Institute immediately after getting out of the car. Unlike the furnishings of the Foundation base, it looks a bit more low-key, and looks like an ordinary processing factory on the outside. In addition to the first person in charge, Zhang Jianyu has the most authority here, going through several steps that must be tested along the way, and then taking the elevator to the bottom of the ground. The Research Institute is also built underground. Don't look at the low-key here. In fact, the security level is not lower than that of the Foundation base. To some extent, researchers' lives are more precious than them. In the world, smart people are always more valuable. Moreover, the experiments and research conducted here often need to face the contents in person to prevent the contents from escaping, and the necessary guards are the most elite squads. When the elevator leading to the underground stalled and opened, Zhang Jianyu immediately saw an elderly man in his 60s and glasses standing next to an experiment table, instructing the experimenters to adjust various parameters, and there should be students next to him. Young man meticulously holds a notebook for records. The cult that is said to be able to summon mythical creatures is placed in a vacuum glass cabinet. With the guards striding close to the experimental platform, Zhang Jianyu asked, "Professor Mo, I heard that half of this notebook has been studied. What's the specific situation?" Can't wait to get the latest news from the old man. Zhao Ruguo was unable to provide too detailed details after all. The experimenters did not stop due to the entry of outsiders, and were still busy and concentrating on what they were doing. This is not the first time this happened. The old man is even more so. The staff staring at the desk translation replied, "Leader Zhang, to be honest, the process is not very optimistic." Without waiting for the other person to inquire, Professor Mo continued to explain, "Of course, I am not referring to this book, but to the world." After speaking, a complicated look of sorrow appeared between his brows. "You should know that the Foundation has discovered more and more mythical creatures in recent years." Zhang Jianyu nodded silently, and many of them could only understand a little with his authority. Actually, regarding the records in this notebook, the former dominator, although the Foundation has not personally contacted them, there are also some vague mentions in the collected data. The old man paused. This book not only fully records this concept, but also transcribes the method that can summon the other party, which is simply not like what a human can write. Professor Mo felt incredible and couldn't help sighing. Browse this book and witness those crazy words, evil and twisted writings. Although he can restrain from pollution with his will, the horror hidden behind reveals a corner of the abyss. Zhang Jianyu didn't understand very well, so Yunli Wooly tentatively asked, "Since it can be summoned, can you try to control it?" Professor Mo smiled, never have this idea. If you pay a certain price, I don't have much opinion about contact with mythical creatures, but the old ruler is definitely not an existence we can covet. As a senior researcher of the Foundation, he has higher authority and knows more than Zhang Jianyu. For example, the top secret that can only be browsed at A level and above, the fragment of the 7 chapters of Suanjun Secret Sutra stored in the Foundation database is said to have long been lost. There are a total of 7 volumes, but only Volume 3 and half Volume 5 are well preserved in the database. The remaining volumes only briefly mention the general content. It seems that the Taoist classics contain crazy knowledge. The 3rd volume records the demon trapping the ghost urn, which is a spell that summons/controls the sky ghost, and the half volume of the 5th volume describes a strange creature that lives outside the latitude of time, chasing and killing any those who try to travel for a long time will stop until they die. Although the other volumes do not exist, they illustrate rather vague content. For example, Volume 1 records the achievements of the Yellow Emperor, those amazing inventions and medical techniques, and even engraved the immortal sand resurrection urn, that is, the mantra of resurrection of the dead. All the contacts were shocked when they just learned of the incantation that resurrected the dead, but unfortunately there was only a catalogue left in the scroll. Volume 2 mentions ghouls, Volume 4 is an underground creature, and the other half of Volume 5 is an existence living in the ocean. Volume 6 has already left the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. These contents are very detailed, except that the 7 words in the volume are unclear. If it can be said that the few volumes can barely be understood, then Volume 7 is completely beyond the limit of human imagination. It depicts many relationships about the unnamed people, and holds those great beings together in a system of origin. At first, Professor Mo didn't understand what words should be used to describe those existences, until the Ghoul manuscript appeared. The old ruler. Their greatness. They're terrible. In the book I was able to see the leopard. Seeing Professor Mo's serious warning, Zhang Jianyu's attention has been raised again. I know the situation. I will report this matter to the members of the Supreme Council of the Imperial Capital. It's fine if you understand. Professor Mo patted him on the shoulder and sighed. The more he comes into contact with the unknown, the more the old man feels trembling and fearful of knowing the truth. He is worried that sooner or later he will be distorted by pollution and become another person. But I haven't had a good life for a few years, and it's always good that this old bone can make more contributions to future generations. It is precisely because of his firm belief that he can resist those weird babbles and the abominable things that he occasionally sees in his dreams. You have worked hard. Zhang Jianyu said from the heart. What's the matter, but it should be done. With a wry smile, Professor Mo just wanted to find a way to avoid contact with mythical creatures, or at least know how to deal with them. For example, the old ruler recorded in the Ghoul manuscript Mortigan, the king of the gloomy bone. After all, in addition to the summoning spell, there are also sending away/expulsion spells on the notes. As for reading, whether the existence is willing to leave is another matter. Chapter 25. Café. It's 7:30 in the afternoon. After Wang Li had something to go out, Lilith stayed in the shop and had nothing to do for a long time, always worrying about what to do if a male customer came. Maybe it was luck that there was not a single guest down all day, which made Lilith breathe a sigh of relief. Then she carefully reviewed the terms stipulated in the contract and confirmed her next job. In fact, it really counts, the official work is tomorrow, but Lilith has nothing to do anyway, and takes the initiative to clean the shop. Recalling what the strange store manager said, the bookshelf area and the pool area should not be touched, so the blonde nun walked around the 2 places and wiped the tables, chairs, and various countertops with a clean towel. Although it has bypassed 2 places, there is always a time to get closer. So, when she finished wiping the countertop intently, Lilith was less than 2 meters away from the bookshelf. When she straightened up, she found that dense eyes were staring at her at some unknown time in the bookshelf area, and the patient with intensive phobia might have to die on the spot. What? Suddenly seeing such a curious scene, the girl was shocked, and subconsciously stepped back. If you were replaced by ordinary people here, you would have screamed and rushed out the door and disappeared. Obviously, the girl is not very human. Even if she feels scared and horrified by this scene, she still forcibly endures the discomfort and explains to the bookshelf. I'm new here, please take care of you in the future. She regards these weird objects as something similar to her own situation, they must be other containment objects. Lilith thought so. The eyes seemed to know her origin and who sent it here, so just staring at her did not produce any further reaction. The girl was relieved a lot, and her fear was no longer so strong. After all, everyone is of the same kind. As soon as the voice fell, I saw the eyes disappear instantly. Do you agree with me? Lilith feels better inexplicably. It seems that these people of the same kind are not very difficult to get along with. The thought hadn't dissipated, but a voice came from behind. Why are you stupid standing in front of the bookshelf? Lilith turned around, just in time to see Wang Li, who was carrying 2 large bags, pushing in. Throwing 2 large bags containing duvet covers and various accommodation supplies to the bar, Wang Li looked at her and was very puzzled. Where did you go this afternoon? In the shop. Then why the courier who came to deliver the items said that there is no one in the store? Call me and leave the items at the door. Wang Li poured himself a glass of water and asked inexplicably. Lilith lowered her head in a daze, and hesitated. I dare not contact men, so I had to hide in the store. Don't dare to come into contact with men? Am I not a man? Good guy, when did I have S***X? Wang Li was speechless. Seeing his subtle expression, Lilith explained at a loss, I don't know why you are okay. Didn't the one who sent me tell you about me? That girl with second-degree color pupils said a fart. Wang Li took a deep breath, and after a few seconds finally confirmed, in other words, you have male phobia, right? Isn't it a male phobia to be afraid of contacting men? Literally speaking, Lilith does feel that she doesn't like getting along with the opposite S***X, because it will cause many unpleasant experiences. So, she nodded gently. Wonderful, that guy actually sent me a defective product. Wang Li pinched his eyebrows and almost laughed. Seeing that the opposite party was expressionless, Lilith didn't know why he was in a bad mood, vaguely understood that the problem was with her, but she didn't know what to do for a while. Wang Li wanted to dismiss her directly, but when the words came to his lips, he saw that the girl was pitiful, her eyes turned restlessly like a deer, wet towels in her hands, and a renewed coffee shop, and the feeling of being trapped was a little soothed. Compared to before leaving, the coffee shop has changed a lot. The floor is bright enough to reflect people's shadows, and the tabletops are spotless. After hesitating for a while, forget it. For the sake of the newcomer's hard work and the fact that she bought everything, Wang Li finally decided to let her stay. In the final analysis, the object of anger shouldn't be her, but the unreliable second-degree sick girl. Unexplainedly discovering that the boss mood has improved, Lilith expressed her extreme confusion. Have you had dinner? Now that he made a decision, Wang Li couldn't help but relax. The girl with magical charm shook her head slightly. Let's eat together, I just happened to be hungry, so I took advantage of this time to help you make the bed. First ordered a takeaway with his mobile phone, and then Wang Li carried 2 large bags to the second floor. Lilith quickly followed. The second floor was specially modified by Wang Li, and it was divided into 3 bedrooms, said to be 3, in fact, the 2 are connected together, and each bedroom has its own bathroom and toilet. Taking her to the innermost separate bedroom, Wang Li went in first, tore open the bag and took out various quilts and duvet covers. The room is relatively large, more than 40 square meters, with basic facilities, but because no one has lived in it, it is very deserted and lacks decoration. Lilith naturally couldn't sit back and watch him tidy up alone, and moved forward to fiddle with things together. There are not many things in it, and it will not be finished in a while. It will be one night first, tell me about the lack of things, and then add them later. Wang Li glanced around the room at random, the cool-colored wallpaper, nothing else. By the way, you girls generally like warmer ones. Room. Lilith quickly refused, don't have to be so troublesome, it would be great. The place where I used to live in the monastery is similar to here. Having lived in the monastery for more than 10 years, she has long been accustomed to a poor and simple life. Monastery? Hey, Could it be an aristocratic school? Lilith's appearance really looks like a noble lady. I heard that there is a classical school that specializes in etiquette, and this is a selling point. I just don't know how I was tricked into being a waiter by that secondary disease. Now the aristocratic lady likes to experience the tune of civilian life? Wang Li suddenly realized that he not only didn't understand the second dimension, but also didn't understand the upper class very well. That's okay, for the time being, you see for yourself. I'll go down, and I will call you when dinner is over. Oh! Seeing the strange boss coming out of the bedroom and going downstairs, Lilith paced and slowly looked up the room, wondering if this will be where I live in the future. Chapter 26. I thought that the residence would be a closed space, and someone was staring at any time. A request must be made through a request, and freedom of movement is restricted. Unexpectedly, it was unexpectedly relaxed, although the boss was a little weird, but the people were very nice. Lilith was satisfied. She was nervous at first, but after the day, her tightness was completely relaxed. Sitting on the head of the bed and stroking the brand new quilt, if the girl's mood is changed to a numerical value, the expression must be +1, +1, +1. Before the happy mood was completely liberated, I heard the boss calling himself downstairs. I don't know what Lilith likes to eat. Wang Li ordered almost everything, including the daily bread and fried chicken that foreigners think. When Lilith came down, more than 10 dishes were already arranged in a row. I don't know what you like to eat, so I just ordered some. Lilith blinked. I can do it, and there are too many of these. Lilith herself has only recently awakened to her special physique and special needs, and only a small amount of human food is enough. She has some distressed wasted food, so much of it will definitely not be finished. It is a pity to throw it away, and she doesn't know if it can be stored. Obviously Wang Li couldn't know this, and there was more than half of the meal left. Only once, the cleaning will be handed over to you. Take a rest early after packing up, and get up to work tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Good. While the boss closed the shop and went upstairs in advance, Lilith, who nibbled at the bread, stayed silently to clean up the mess. The night is getting thicker. At a certain moment, a nameless mist slowly appeared in the house. The mist was so thin that it could not be found, that could not affect the vision, but it represented another sign. After cleaning up and throwing away the trash, Lilith covered her mouth and yawned a little. Her work schedule is quite regular, and she must go to bed before 10 o'clock. As soon as he walked to the corner of the stairs, Joel found that in the coffee shop bookshelf area, tentacles with countless eyeballs slowly crawled out of the gaps in the books, carrying evil black mud. In less than a minute, the clean and tidy interior became a place where demons danced wildly. The incomprehensible babble rushed toward Lilith like a demon who lured people into the abyss. The girl was a little scared, even though these weird things didn't care about her at all, whispering to each other. Quickly turn off the light and go up the stairs, and the moment he stepped on the second floor, the chaos and madness surrounding him disappeared instantly. With a small sigh, Lilith walked on tiptoe through Wang Li's door and came to her room. She didn't completely relax until she closed the door. Taking off the nun's clothes and changing the underwear, after being bound by the clothes for a day, feeling the comfort of liberation at last, a smile appeared on the face of the delicate girl. At the same time, changes gradually appeared in her. A pair of antlers grew from both sides of Lilith's head, and the smooth and tender legs below turned into hoofed animal limbs. A fluffy and beautiful blonde hair spread out, concealing slightly tapered ears and a body that was so perfect that there were no defects. Coming to the front of the mirror, Lilith looked at herself in the mirror, her magnificent blue eyes kept shining with stars. On the whole, the girl did not become terrible due to beastization, but added a strange charm, a wildness that was completely opposite to the normal state before. It's a pity that no one has seen this scene. Touching the antlers on her head, Lilith's cute bulging mouth. I still remember that half a month ago, she was frightened when the first change occurred. However, the memory passed down in her mind later told her why this happened. To explore the roots of her mother's blood, the phenomenon of return to ancestors would occur 2 or 3 hours a day. Later, when she was discovered by the Foundation, she was naturally contained, so that a series of accidents occurred. Because of the particularity of her blood heritage, Lilith will always be uncomfortable in dressing. For a certain period of time, she needs to release her fetters and return to the initial state of mankind. Like a newborn baby, she usually puts this time in the sleep stage. In addition, within 15 meters of her surroundings, man-made objects will gradually return to their raw state. More complex items, such as electronic products or vehicles, will be affected more quickly, because the degradation of metal components can cause devastating structural failure within a few hours. The decay rate of objects made of basic materials, such as stone buildings or organic materials, is almost imperceptible. However, Lilith found that in this building, her own abilities were ineffective, as if she was shielded. No, it is more accurate to describe it with compression. In the afternoon, she tried half of her foot out of the store, and then the plants near her street sprouted and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The light at the door of another store gradually began to flicker, and she was so scared that she immediately retracted her foot, and the change immediately stopped. After thinking for a long time and couldn't figure out the reason, Lilith quickly let it go, which is a good thing in short. Perhaps it is precisely because of the magic here that the Foundation will send it here. The girl who thought she had found the answer turned off the light and lay on the bed, with only a head exposed under the quilt. Fortunately, the bed is big enough, she is short, otherwise the antlers will hit the head of the bed. After adjusting her sleeping position, Lilith held the quilt to cover her chin like a cat, and looked sideways at the starry sky outside the window. Her eyes, which were not inferior to the bright starry sky, contained curiosity, longing, and a bit of uncertainty about the unknown life in the future. Then, holding inexplicable expectations, she slowly closed her eyes. After a long time, the girl who was supposed to be asleep suddenly opened her eyes, which was different from before. At this moment, a strange look appeared in her eyes, and her face was stained with a faint blush. Slowly, his breathing became heavy. Ha ha! Gently exhaling a slightly scorching breath, the sudden hunger and thirst in her heart swept through Lilith's body like a storm. The girl snorted, trying to restrain the negative influence brought by the special bloodline. Yes, in fact, apart from affecting the outside world, she herself has another special situation. That is, a certain amount of life essence must be swallowed within a certain period of time. Due to the bloodline and special physique just awakened, Lilith didn't even notice this in the memory inheritance. Unexpectedly, with the subtle transformation, the first symptoms appeared in the present half a month later. P.S. It should be better for me to set it this way, otherwise the original version of SCP-166 is too original and too astringent, so that it was deleted and replaced with a new version, changing from a succubus girl to a girl Gaia. Seeking flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Begging. Asterisk. Chapter 27. The body wrapped under the quilt trembled slightly, and Lilith bit her lip, trying to overcome the negative state. The waves lasted for an unknown period of time, and the feeling of longing for the seed of life gradually faded. At this moment, Lilith was exhausted, her brain was in a mess, she fell asleep in a daze, and the antlers on her head and her hoof-shaped calves slowly returned to normal. In a daze, she opened her eyes again until a whitish white appeared in the sky. Sitting on her back, Lilith was confused for a while. After a night of torture, it seemed that he was not very energetic. It wasn't until the brain returned to normal thinking that she remembered that today was the first day of work, and quickly got up to put on clothes. Although eager, the action didn't seem too flustered. All sorted out and looked at the time, it was less than 7:40. Don't worry, Lilith doesn't want to be late for work the first day. Going down the stairs, the cafe has recovered from the state where the demons danced last night, and the place where the black mud has flowed is also unusually clean. Wake up, just right. I forgot to give it to you last night. Go and change your work clothes now. Wang Li, who was waking up early, was watching the news and saw that she appeared from the stairs, walked to the bar and handed her a set of clothes wrapped in a bag. When putting it in her arms, Wang Li accidentally touched the other's hand with the back of his hand. Hey, why is your body temperature so high? He was surprised when he felt the fleeting warmth. Is it sick? Even if the body temperature of women is generally higher than that of men, it is not close to the degree of hotness. If you look closely, you can see that the girl's face is covered with a faint blush, and she can't see it if she doesn't get close. Lilith stepped back in a panic, avoiding the back of his hand that was leaning toward her forehead, and lied in a hurry. Maybe it's because the water was too hot when she just got up to wash. Really? The girl nodded against her heart, and said silently in her heart. Oh God! Please forgive me. What if you don't lie? I can't tell you what is special about your physique. It can be said by the education and values she has received, and how shameful things she has to say. It makes people want to die more than social death. Lilith, who believes in chastity, can't do it, she would rather endure pain. The dubious Wang Li had to believe her statement, but he didn't worry about adding, if you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me. To escape the danger, Lilith hurriedly returned to the second-floor room holding her overalls. She thought that she could endure the past night for a while, but she was starting to have it again now. Although it was not as strong, it was also forcing people to desire death. Biting her lower lip, Lilith didn't look at her misty and moist eyes in the mirror, and forcefully tore open the work clothes bag. Later, when the so-called overalls were placed on the bed, she looked dazed. Where is work clothes? Obviously it's a maid costume. A total of 2 sets of black and white long and short costumes are listed on both sides of the bed. One set is traditional, similar to the European style of the Middle Ages, with functionality as the main appeal. The style is very simple, mainly in white aprons decorated with lotus leaf, plus white collar plain and ankle one-piece dress. This set basically has no decoration except for the lotus leaf on the apron, the bow knot caused by the apron tied at the back, and the neckline will be tied with a ribbon with a bow. The other set is an improved type, not focusing on functionality, but focusing on aesthetics. The apron part is still mainly white with ruffles, while the one-piece skirt is changed from a long skirt to a short skirt that can only cover the thighs, just like the maid characters in the anime, with a lot of ruffles all over. Lace edges and large bows are used as decorations, and the colors are brighter. To say that the two are the same, that is, there are pantyhose and garter stockings for the maid outfit, which are intactly placed in another small bag. After hesitating for a while, Lilith finally picked up the traditional set. Downstairs, while waiting for Lilith to change clothes, Wang Li watched the morning news at ease. The reason for choosing maid outfits as work clothes is not that the heart of LSP is burning, but the main reason is to enhance the style and add more elements to the cafe. If this is not the case, he can confidently label his store on the internet as a maid cafe. In this way, consumers will not say false frauds when they come, even if there are no customers coming. But just in case. People always have dreams, otherwise, what is the difference with salted fish? To find a reason for his behavior in his heart, Wang Li nodded secretly. Lilith is indeed beautiful, but he won't cause him to have a crooked mind, otherwise, before she came, she would have dealt with the second sick girl. At this moment, a piece of news appeared on TV that attracted him, and the host picked up a new manuscript and said with a serious face. This is Magic City News, now we will issue an urgent notice. Special reminder to the general public that a new type of fraud has recently appeared in the Magic City, using people's sympathy for children to carry out a series of complex frauds. Please do not approach the children who are crying on the side of the road with their backs to them. And call the police immediately. For the sake of your own property safety, please be sure to report to the police. In order to prevent more people from being deceived, please inform the elderly and children around them. Watching the news, Wang Li couldn't help feeling that the forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. In the past, there were organizations specializing in maiming children and throwing them into the streets to beg. Who knows that there is such a thing now? Shouldn't it be the same group of people who slipped through the net? He was feeling the sinister heart, and footsteps came from the stairs. Boss, do you think I can do this? Wang Li turned his head and looked around, the next moment an amazing color appeared on his face. Chapter 28. A blonde girl dressed in a traditional maid costume stood in the middle of the stairs, holding skirt corners in both hands. The crimson of her cheeks seemed a little deeper, a cute look that wasn't quite comfortable. Because of the corners of the skirt, the low-heeled shoes and the curving legs of black stockings wrapped in the skirt are exposed. Seeing Lilith moving down step by step, Wang Li immediately recovered and praised from the bottom of his heart, "Yes, it's perfect, it suits you very well. The maid costume is worthy of origin in Europe, this blonde aristocratic lady wears it, the taste is simply too right." Although it is mainly based on functionality and not aesthetics, Lilith is still attractive when worn. Even the black and white maid outfits did not reveal any skin except below the wrists and above the neck. Lilith wanted to say something, but her current status was an employee, and she was not qualified to put forward conditions at all. What's more, although the clothes are a little strange, they actually look good overall. From the perspective of perception alone, she is still satisfied in her heart. At the same time, yesterday's work experience told her that the boss said that there were not many customers. It was not a lie, and there was not a single customer all day long. Even if she had never worked in her life for more than 10 years, she knew that she couldn't make money like this. Therefore, the coffee shop is only a shell used to deceive outsiders, but it is actually a place to contain many anomalies. Impressed by the boss a lot, Lilith was relieved at once. If only the boss saw this dress, it would be okay. Thinking about this, the girl relaxed and struggled, trying to accept the slight discomfort caused by this dress. Then she found, inexplicably relaxed. Don't look at the maid's appearance that seems heavy and bloated, but it is not the case, otherwise it is mainly functional. Regardless of how various actions are made, they are unexpectedly smooth, and they will not delay cleaning. This is Lilith's own thoughts. The street outside the coffee shop. Sitting in a shop eating breakfast, Chingqing is located directly opposite the coffee shop. She squatted here for 2 or 3 days, and in accordance with the tasks explained above, she had been struggling with how to get in touch with the mysterious boss in the store. As the saying goes, the ignorant is fearless. But when I didn't know the horror of the real reality, I couldn't do it right away. But this is the task posted above, no one can replace it. So after drinking the last sip of soy milk, Chingqing mustered up the courage and slowly walked towards the magic cave in her heart. When she walked to the door, she looked inside carefully, only to see the boss who had met last time sitting near the bar not knowing what she was doing. Holding back resistance, she lingered for a long time, and finally pushed in slowly with the mentality of die or die. Ever since, after reading the news, Wang Li suddenly found a sneaky figure walking around in front of the store, sneaking in like a thief. He wondered, what is this doing? But with the freshness that a new customer finally came home, Wang Li walked up to her and asked, "Hello, what do I need?" Chingqing was taken aback suddenly. She had been looking around, especially the bookshelf, always worried that weird things would pop out. Fortunately, worry did not become a reality until the boss stood in front of him. "Well, what am I here for?" Seeing this mysterious boss, the girl's brain went blank for a moment, and she couldn't understand what she was talking about incoherently. Isn't he a fool? Wang Li looked at the guest with neurotic eyes, but this person seemed familiar. Did we meet somewhere? Huh? Maybe. Ignoring the girl's stammering look, after a little thought, Wang Li suddenly remembered, isn't this the girl who came to the store the night before the accident in the city village? At that time, I almost got scared to cry by a few big dogs. Thinking like this, he blurted out, "So it's you." Fortunately to be remembered by the boss, Chingqing could hardly describe her mood at the moment. Should she be happy or panic? "Yo, you have fulfilled the agreement to take care of my business." Since he is an acquaintance, Wang Li is free. "Yes, yes." The girl subconsciously followed. The lines that he had originally thought flew out of the sky, and he had known that he would follow the captain to perform other tasks, which seemed a bit simpler. Don't look at the way the other person talks very well, it's just superficial skills. Once you make a mistake, the consequences are hard to imagine. The book says so. Chingqing. You have to rack your brains and deal with each other. From the bottom of my heart, cheer up for myself, the matter is over, I can't turn around and leave and say that you have admitted the wrong person. Maybe Wang Li's attitude was too casual, and Chingqing gradually returned to her normal mentality. That's right, why did the boss be like a little shrimp with her? Based on years of experience in reading novels, TV dramas, and movies, it is generally similar to scenes like this, and I am the least prone to accidents. Working hard to give psychological hints, Luo Chingqing finally managed to get rid of the pictures of her own miserable end produced out of thin air. "Ma, thank you for a cup of coffee covered with milk." She tried to chat according to the normal routine. "Oh, right now. Unlike when we first met, this child has become a lot stranger." Wang Li is depressed because the people around him are more or less obsessed with inexplicable behavior. It is said that people gather together by similarities and divide things by groups. It is obvious that he is so normal, and he always feels that something is wrong. While he was in the middle of grinding coffee at the bar, Luo Chingqing, who was at a loss, forced a topic and said, "By the way, I don't know what your name is, the boss." "Wang Li." "Oh." The conversation was over, the air was suddenly embarrassed. Luo Chingqing opened her mouth and couldn't even think of a topic to talk about. Fortunately, there has been no communication for a long time. Wang Li, who grinds coffee beans, seems to be a little cheerful, and asks, "This place is quite remote. It's hard for you to come here a second time." "I didn't want it either," the girl was wronged in her heart, but she said it's okay. Maybe this is a woman, face to face and secretly. Wang Li has never learned mind reading, and naturally cannot know what she is thinking. The guest was boring, and there was a sentence without a word to chat with him afterwards. Until the beans were almost ground, he suddenly remembered, "Speaking of which, how was the statue I gave you last time?" Chapter 29. As soon as this remark came out, Luo Chingqing gave a chuckle in her heart. Statue. That's it. Whether her first thought was exposed, she knew she shouldn't come, woo woo woo. "I'm still thinking about how to answer it." The coffee shop owner asked how his words came from, just like a primary school Chinese exam, asking a certain poetry about the author's mental state when he wrote the poem. Luo Chingqing is just like a primary school student, thinking about whether there is deep meaning. In other words, did the other party know that she had used the statue, and that the thing was broken? At this moment, it is estimated that she was lying on the laboratory bench of the research institute. Without hearing the answer for a long time, Wang Li raised his head. "What's the matter?" "It's okay, I'll leave it at home." "Well, remember to store it a little bit more carefully. That thing is considered an experiment. I made it with the worst wood. It's easy to break." "It's broken," Luo Chingqing slandered. "I really can't figure out the purpose of the other party's gift of such mysterious things. If I don't figure out, the girl will stay awake at night. Anyway, people are here, so I have the courage to explore it. Presumably the owner will not be angry." Measured back and forth, while Wang Li was making coffee powder, she swallowed and said, "Can I ask, why did you give me that handmade statue in the first place?" "What's the reason? But it's rare to meet customers with the same aesthetic sense, and I will give it to you out of Amway's consideration. That is it. Otherwise?" Wang Li raised his eyebrows slightly. "Phew." Put the lifted heart back into his stomach, Luo Chingqing felt the spring blossoms. "What? It's so simple, a ghost." In just 2 or 3 seconds, her mood was like a roller coaster ride. Luo Chingqing was stupid when she saw the blonde girl dressed in a maid costume and beautiful enough to make her envy and hateful, and she lifted the pearl-stringed curtain from the backstage. "No, why is SCP-166 here?" Basic information about SCP-166 is not classified as confidential. E-class personnel can inquire in Foundation files, including capabilities, photos, personality, etc. All members who have joined the Foundation will basically inquire about the contained objects that are sealed in the file to prevent contact with the outside world. Although SCP-166 is a containment object and has a chain reaction that affects the population, there is no cognitive impairment for women. At most, she is considered to be particularly beautiful, unlike the beauty that humans can have. But the point is not here. The point is that this containment object that was looted by the Serpent's Hand organization during the transfer process has been taken away by the evil god summoned by that person. How could it appear in this store? Incredible! The overwhelming amount of information hit Luo Chingqing's brain down, and her heart felt like falling into an ice cave. Since SCP-166 appeared here, it means that the owner of the cafe must have some connection with the evil god, and he might be involved in the underground palace. Now when I recall what happened back then, there are always some details that are not right. Why did the people organized by the Serpent's hand carry out the summoning of the gods unexpectedly turned into a pool of flesh and blood? I can't let the other party know that he is desperate and commit suicide. It's not like him. I didn't think too much about it at the time, but if something went wrong in the process of summoning the gods by the cultists, then everything would be connected. Sitting in the cafe on a hot day, Luo Chingqing suddenly felt icy and trembling all over, as if she could feel the invisible and malicious gaze cast from all directions. She thought she had hallucinations that day, it was so naive. I really hope that time goes back, and she, who was chased by ghouls, might have, or would enter the store, otherwise she won't live now. Lilith, come and help me add some water. After crushing the powder into fine pieces, Wang Li called a new employee to join hands. How much impact this behavior had on the poor spy girl. In less than half a minute, he has upgraded from a mysterious existence to a mysterious boss who can get sacrifices from the evil gods. Oh, is this enough? Lilith asked carefully, adding mountain spring water specially transported from the mountain to the kettle. Enough. Hearing the words put down the kettle, Lilith turned around, only to find that there was a guest, and let out a small exclamation, and then she saw that it was a female guest. Fortunately, the female was not affected, and the pure maid secretly thanked herself, and suddenly met the staring eyes of the other party, her expression dull. Could it be that her physique evolving into a female would also be affected? As soon as she thought of this, she dared not stay here anymore. Lilith hurriedly returned to the background. Until SCP-166 lost her back, Luo Chingqing still did not return to her senses, muttering to herself in an inaudible voice, I have taken on a heavy responsibility that I should not bear at my age. She is vomiting, can she apply for resignation? Suddenly I didn't want to do it. It's not over yet, when the wind chime at the door suddenly rang. Hello, this is the cultist shop. Wang Li, who makes coffee, looked up and said, oh, it's you. Those who come are acquaintances. At the door, a guest in yellow clothes and a weird mask with no gender nodded at him, and then sat in the corner that was almost reserved for him. Wang Li didn't care either. This person had never taken off his mask, and he could not tell whether he was a man or a woman. He could only judge that he was not a woman based on his barren body. I don't know if it is an illusion, Luo Chingqing always feels that the person under the mask has his eyes circled around him. It feels the same as the invisible sight on the bookshelf, oh no. More terrifying than that. Please let me go, I'm just a child. Luo Chingqing wailed crazily in her heart, subconsciously clamped her legs, and if she continued like this, she would be scared to pee sooner or later. I'll take a pair of 3 fights against the landlord, how do you start the king bomb? Arching her body, the girl couldn't wait to shrink into a ball. There was no way, that malicious gaze was too terrifying. Luo Chingqing had no doubt that if she changed the venue without the store manager in the middle to block the line of sight, she would have to die on the spot. I wanted to leave, but my body froze, unable to move with my heart, and even my lips were out of control. The girl is anxious, body, you are moving fast. Chapter 30. But let alone her body being unable to move, Luo Chingqing soon realized that even her thinking had gradually become rigid and she was deeply in fear. In her sight, the scrawny body of the yellow weird man in the corner was hidden under the layers of ragged yellow robe. He looked thin and clumsy, but he was extremely flexible in every move, with an extraordinary elegance. It's really over. She didn't scare herself when she entered the store. The world is spinning, flickering, and wriggling. In a daze, Luo Chingqing saw a yellow mark. Under its influence, time and space seemed to be blocked and stagnated. The thinking is turning more and more slowly, the reason is beginning to collapse, and it is about to sink into eternal silence. But all this fell apart under a sound. Your coffee is ready. Wang Li knocked on the countertop in front of the girl, pushing the piping hot coffee over. Luo Chingqing immediately turned her gaze to the store manager's side uncontrollably, and met the pair of unusually dark eyes. In the next moment, she seemed to see a huge shadow that was constantly jumping, a kind of horrible pulse that seemed to be heard, and the slender and terrible sound of a flute played from an invisible flute. Surrounded by everything, it stays asleep in the black throne in the center of the chaos, ruling all time and space. Luo Chingqing felt that she was being dragged by intangible things through the indescribable eternal years and the unimaginable dimensional space. Come to the ancient world that can only be guessed in the most vague way, those ancient worlds that come from the outside world who are rampant freely. The abyss of the original life, the streams that flowed out of the abyss. And she gradually turned into one of the most inconspicuous streams among these streams, and the long river of destiny that flows far away, converging together. No, I have become the shape of a store manager. Then she woke up. Ha! 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 Panting, the girl's horrified eyes swept across the yellow-clothed man. When the other party noticed something, he quickly retracted it. If you are bullied, you can only suffer, poor, weak and helpless. What's wrong with you? Wang Li felt inexplicable. This person was afraid that he was not sick, with cold sweat on his forehead, trembling all over, and gasping for breath. She won't jump over and bite herself, will she? A little worried about whether to call 120, Wang Li is going to pick up the phone to see the follow-up. I'm fine, but sometimes I have sudden heart palpitations. Just take the medicine. In order to lie, Luo Chingqing took out a bottle of calcium tablets with a torn pattern from the bag and threw it into his mouth. Fortunately, in order to grow taller, she carried a calcium tablet with her and took one if she had nothing to do, otherwise it would be really hard to fool around. Seeing that Luo Chingqing quickly returned to normal after taking the medicine, Wang Li was stunned and couldn't help but said with pity, "How can you get this disease at a young age? Blame the man in yellow behind you." The aggrieved girl lowered her head, never dared to look blindly anymore, stared straight at the coffee, made up her mind to leave after drinking, hoping that there would be no more moths. Then the sky does not do what people want. With a jingle, the store door rang again with wind chimes colliding. "Sir, how about the waiter I introduced?" Luo Chingqing turned around again uncontrollably and looked around in the sweet and gentle female voice. "I saw the slim Cheongsam girl, who seemed to be holding Piba half-hidden, walking towards her, full of aggressive and shocking charm. More beautiful than SCP-166. At this moment, Luo Chingqing was numb. According to the information handed down by the Foundation, the charm value exceeded the limit of human beings, and 99% of them were inhuman. Good guy, a room is abnormal, can make up a table of mahjong. There are too many shocks, the girl is already a little bit arrogant, and it won't be worse anyway, you love it. Kidding." Seeing the Cheongsam girl approaching the bar, she quickly picked up the coffee and moved it aside, willing to act as a little transparent. Upon seeing this, Wang Li raised his eyebrows and glanced at her. Even if he had low self-esteem, he didn't have to be so obvious. "Although you really don't have a second-degree illness, you're pretty good, but it's also outstanding among ordinary people." Luo Chingqing didn't see it, so she was shivering and immersed in her head. "You're so embarrassed to say, send me someone who doesn't understand anything." Seeing Yan Yan laughed at the second-degree sick girl, Wang Li was out of anger. But considering that Lilith heard her self-esteem frustrated, her voice was lowered a lot. "If you're not satisfied, I can change someone over at any time." The Cheongsam girl twirled the black folding fan and covered the lower part of her face, revealing the corners of her eyes. This statement is by no means false. If the other party needs it, she is ready to meet any needs at any time. However, in this process, she will add some pranks that are unique to her. Wang Li didn't hear the deep meaning of this sentence, rolled his eyes and refused. "Compared to Lilith, I want you to stay here to work, but, forget it, although it's a bit stupid, I am quite satisfied with the new employees as a whole. They are at least hard-working enough to do the work perfectly. That's it." The Cheongsam girl held her chin up boringly, and she felt disappointed that she didn't meet her expectations. "Well, it's not impossible for me to stay and work. Come on, one eldest lady is enough, you don't need two. Who can stand up to two at once?" In the middle of the conversation between the two, Luo Chingqing instinctively relaxes her breathing, for fear that it will attract the attention of the Cheongsam girl, and experience the ultimate horror that life is worse than death. I knew I was leaving just now, so why bother with a cup of coffee and trap yourself here? Never be greedy for petty bargains anymore. Luo Chingqing decided to engrave this painful experience in his DNA. It's still the same, golden mead. Even though he was dissatisfied with the second-degree sick girl, Wang Li didn't really get angry in the end. Sitting obediently on the high stool, the Cheongsam girl swayed her long legs slowly, humming an unknown ballad in her mouth. Wang Li shook his head, and took out a bottle of attractive golden wine from the closed cabinet at the back. Suddenly Luo Qingqing's eyes looked straight. Good stuff. Intuition told her so. The Cheongsam girl noticed her little movement, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Chapter 31. Staring at Wang Li's movements without blinking, Luo Qingqing quietly swallowed. Especially when the liquor is poured into the wine glass, it exudes the delicate fragrance, mixed with the mellow fragrance of honey, which makes you want to stop. I really want to taste it, the girl thought so in her heart. But she knew she didn't have that qualification. Since experiencing a series of events, her inspiration seems to have improved a lot, and now she can more easily perceive the extremely mysterious power in the golden liquor in the wine glass. Reaching out to take the wine glass from Wang Li, the Cheongsam girl did not taste it for the first time, but turned her attention to Luo Qingqing. The girl's smile gradually stiffened, and she stammered, what's your order? So, girl, you are too inferior. Wang Li sighed secretly, the most important thing to be confident is to be a man. Well, look at what you are looking forward to. Do you want to try it? The half-faced girl said generously, for the sake of fate, I will give you a little gift. Luo Qingqing suddenly gave out a warning sign in her heart, and the red light representing danger flickered wildly. No. No need. I don't deserve to drink this kind of high-class drink. She refused to belittle herself, for fear that the rejection would cause displeasure. Moreover, Luo Qingqing did not believe in the existence of this unknown danger. In the entire store, the only person who can make her feel safe is the owner. Although the owner with blood-red eyes seemed to be well-intentioned, the viciousness and jokes that were really hidden in them occasionally flashed past. The things in front of her are undoubtedly good things, but it doesn't mean that she is qualified to touch them. In order to stop being ignorant and boldly contact taboos, Luo Qingqing not a lot of information during this period, and even in order to contact Wang Li, the level of the Foundation was temporarily improved. Even if the compilation is still E-level, it is possible to inquire documents of level 3, confidential, and below. The Cheongsam girl was quite surprised. She really wanted to see how this tiny and stupid human would end up after drinking golden bee wine, but she didn't expect to break it. Luo Qingqing feels right, this kind of wine needs to be used by humans under certain circumstances. Only when human beings travel between stars and call the mythical creature by a key, can they drink this wine, so that the time of the body and soul is stagnated, and the time of the body and soul is stagnated, and the shuttle that spans light years is carried out. So this thing is a high-end product that guarantees the integrity of the body and spirit when traveling through the universe. The intake varies according to the distance traveled. Once you get out of this type of situation, it's hard to predict what the outcome will be. In short, it's definitely not much better. Intuition saved her life. The Cheongsam girl temporarily let go of Luo Qingqing, and turned her attention back to Wang Li's side. After pouring the guests, he poured himself a glass and sipped it. The attractive golden yellow liquid entrance, the unparalleled beauty, in addition to the sweetness, it also presents a deep texture and exudes the fragrance of the bone marrow. It is better than any aged Chianti or the best Chateau de Gin. Even the combination of the two is not enough to compare with this wine. It is not only spicy, but also makes people feel very sleepy, just want to lie down and have a good night's sleep. Wang Li in a slightly drunken state just feels airy and very comfortable. At this time, Lilith walked out after finishing the backstage. He pinched his eyebrows and said, "It's just right. Next, let the shop take care of you. I'll lie down for a while." Every time he drank this wine, he would sleep well. Ah! Oh! Lilith looked at the Cheongsam girl and stood by the bar, looking at the store honestly. Wang Li went to the couch in the bookshelf area and lay down on his own. With my eyes closed, my brain became dizzy after a while, and my breathing became slow and long. As Wang Li fell asleep, a tentacle cautiously poked out from the bookshelf, flexibly hooked on the blanket hanging next to him, and slowly covered him. The Cheongsam girl and the yellow eccentric turned a blind eye to this, one reading a book and the other tasting wine. When Luo Chingqing saw this scene, her calves trembled, because the malicious air filled the cafe instantly, and Wang Li fell asleep as if she had activated a certain signal. Instinctively looking at the door, she found that she did not know when, an illusory silver door appeared there, isolating the inside and out, turning this place into an alien space. It feels almost impossible to get out. Luo Qingqing's heart is cold again. I am in a dangerous situation, but my thinking is glowing, and I think of an emoticon inexplicably. Oh, I can't put it on anymore. Husky mixed into the wolfpack.jpg. Taking advantage of the last chance, Luo Qingqing stood up abruptly and shouted at Wang Li, who was half asleep on the sofa, "Boss, I'll leave first, and come again next time." With a subconscious murmur, Wang Li rolled over. This sound was like a pass. The changes in the house suddenly abated, the illusory silver door became transparent, and the real store door appeared. Luo Qingqing didn't care to finish the coffee, and rushed out of the store without looking back. She was worried that she would stay in the store forever if she stayed for a while. Watching the worms flee as usual, the Cheongsam girl didn't pay much attention to it. Not every small human could arouse interest, not to mention that this person was labeled as Wang Li. If you use identity to describe it, it's like an existence, like a dependent family. So even if she stayed just now, there is little chance that something will happen, maybe. The moment he rushed out of the store, and breathed in the fresh air from outside, Luo Qingqing felt alive. Too frightening. I can't describe the atmosphere, it's all taboos. Secretly, I was afraid to look at the cafe that had just come out. The whole shop was shrouded in an unnamed mist, looming. She found occasional passers-by sweeping this side, and she didn't seem to notice the existence of the coffee shop, as if there was nothing. Call. Luo Qingqing only stepped away when her legs stopped trembling. Within 3 days, she would never dare to approach this place again. But after she left, she discovered that she hadn't got any useful information except for her name. Oh no, about SCP-166, Cheongsam girl, yellow weirdo. If you want to think of it like this, Lamadu is calm on the surface, but undercurrents are actually surging. Such a group of big men gathered together, but there was no much movement, or they were bored and waiting for a big one. Chapter 32. Regardless, just report what you have seen and heard truthfully. Thinking of this, Luo Qingqing did the same. The result. The above is very satisfied with her results and encourages her to keep working hard. Hanging up the phone, the girl looked blank. Mu Ran put the phone in his pocket, and when he reached it in, he suddenly touched a hard object. When she took it out, she found a yellow mark in her hand. Huh? What is this? After staring at Huang Yin for a long time, Luo Qingqing frowned and thought, remembering that she hadn't bought anything like that, so she had a sense of sight. He pursed his mouth and groaned, and suddenly a flash of light flashed across his mind. I remembered. That yellow weirdo. Not long ago, I watched the monster in yellow in a trance and saw something very similar to this, right? With a distorted expression, the girl wanted to throw it away, but she didn't know the consequences of throwing it away. Putting it in her hand was like a hot potato. Right. Turn in. Where is this kind of thing that I can have, and must be handed in? She made up her mind and prepared to rush to the Foundation. Regardless of Luo Qingqing's mood, Zhao Ruguo frowned when he heard information about Wang Li from the backbone of Delhi. SCP-166 unexpectedly appeared in the coffee shop. Things suddenly became complicated, and there was too much involved. Snake Hand, ghouls, old dominators, Wang Li, monsters in yellow dresses, girls in Cheongsam, what role do these people play? With too much interference, Zhao Ruguo didn't have the ability to make decisions, so he immediately chose to report to Zhang Jianyu. Throwing the trouble to the boss to get a headache is the only place for Zhao Ruguo to be more relaxed. He only needs to complete the tasks assigned above. However, Zhang Jianyu can't figure it out. The main Ghoul manuscript has a lot to do with it. Wang Li's ability to retrieve the sacrifices taken by the old rulers all explains its strangeness. The more you come into contact with the Ghoul manuscripts, the more cruel the search for the truth of the world is in front of you. As a result, it was reported layer by layer, and the incident even alarmed the 5 members of the Supreme Council. Compared with the following, they know more about the old rulers, so they attach great importance to the existence of Wang Li. Being in a high position, sometimes you can see more clearly based on the overall situation. Just like in the Foundation, many containment items even have quite a high level of authority. They are in a cooperative relationship with the Foundation. If you encounter troubles that are difficult to handle, you can ask those exceptions for help. Of course, certain containment objects that are extremely destructive and hostile to humans must be executed. In the end, Zhao Ruguo received the order to keep Luo Chingqing as it is, slowly test the attitude of the other party, confirm whether it is an enemy or a friend, and then decide whether to cooperate. Based on what the person exposed, he must have understood the old rulers to some extent. After making up his mind, Zhao Ruguo felt that he would find time to do his original ideological work. Young people have to endure difficulties and overcome them, otherwise they will be embarrassed. The next era will belong to you young people. With countless soul chicken soup flowing in his mind, he nodded, that girl is relatively simple and should be able to eat this set. Cafe. Why did I fall asleep again? When Wang Li opened his eyes, the sun was already slanting to the west, the blood-red setting sun hung in the sky, and the sky above his head was already showing a dim starry sky. As soon as she stood up, she saw the Cheongsam girl still staying at the bar, drinking golden mead without a sip. Why haven't you left? This is surprising. Based on Wang Li's experience, she usually only stays for a while. There is no believer to call today. The Cheongsam girl didn't turn her head. Difficult to understand the brain circuit of the opponent, as soon as Wang Li opened the quilt, Lilith came over with a glass of water. Thanks. Being so sensible is very gratifying. It is indeed the right choice to keep her down, but it is just because she has to stay far away, and she is inexplicably afraid of the illusion of physical contact. After taking a sigh of relief, Wang Li looked to the corner. The man in yellow had already left, and the room was as deserted as before. How does it feel to sleep for an afternoon? The Cheongsam girl turned around, slightly splitting her legs under the Cheongsam and crossing each other. It's not so good, there are always sounds of drums and flutes in dreams. Wang Li pinched his eyebrows, frowning and frowning. Really? The girl nodded as if relieved, since you are awake, then I can leave. I didn't ask why I was leaving when I woke up. This guy could always find out all kinds of strange reasons. When she saw her leaving, Wang Li screamed at Lilith and said, "Send you a friend." Friends? The girl who had grown into a competent maid tilted her head slightly, her face puzzled. Didn't you know each other? The second-degree sick girl took the initiative to interrupt and said, "No, we are actually not familiar with it. Didn't you say that it was introduced by a friend?" Pursing her lips and blinking at him, the second-yearly ill girl appeared to explain irresponsibly. Wang Li had to direct the question to his maid, "What's the matter, you really don't know her?" "Yet." Lilith nodded hesitantly, "But it should have something to do with the person who sent me." Thinking that the second-degree sick girl was also a member of the Foundation, Lilith successfully misled Wang Li. That's almost the same. Almost thought that he was suspected of trafficking in persons. Wang Li, who was relieved to find the instigator to settle the account, found that only the sound of the wind chimes at the door was left. Every time I ran fast, alas, I can only teach her the next time. Feeling helpless about this, Wang Li closed the store and ceased business. After the accident in the village in the city, he must be off work at around 6 in the afternoon, and no more than 7 o'clock at the latest. To this day, the grid is still there, and it is not clear when the blockade will be lifted completely. As he was about to turn off the lights, Wang Li hesitated when seeing Lilith upstairs ahead of time, and went to the bookshelf to pull out 2 books. On the second floor, the innermost room. Lilith was about to change into the maid outfit, when she heard a knock on the door, she turned sideways slightly, and Wang Li's figure was reflected in her eyes. "Master, what's the matter?" Wang Li froze for a long time before reacting. "Who taught you to call me like this?" "The female guest today." "Yes, not doing business all day, just thinking about causing him trouble." Chapter 33. The master is here, good fellow. If others say a few words, just believe it. This is a perfect integration into the role. Should I ask you to do things in the future, should it be called the master's task? Although it did touch his XP system a little bit, Wang Li quickly recovered. "Don't listen to her in the future. Here are the 2 books I picked randomly for you. I feel bored to pass the time. It's not bad to read them as weird novels." "Oh." Lilith seemed to understand. Putting the 2 books on the desk, Wang Li exited the room and closed the door by the way. "Untie the bow and take off the rather cumbersome maid." At this moment, Lilith's state is like a cover candidate who only appears with certain letters and numbers. When she came to the desk, she looked at 2 slightly old books. One is called the Book of Azotus and the other is called Magic Truth. First pick up the book called Magic Truth and turn to the first page. Anyone who reads this book must pay attention to the weight of my words, and to explore secrets that no one knows, they must pay a corresponding price. What catches the eye is the solemn warning. Unlike Wang Li's randomness of not taking this seriously, Lilith can feel the power and heaviness of this language. Just to pass the time." The girl embraced the magic truth that countless people dream of, and looked puzzled. If you let people who are exposed to occultism know that she can easily get magic truth, the reason is so trivial, 100% jealous and crazy. For a long time, this book has only existed in rumors. There is only 1 volume, and no one has seen it. Like a manuscript, it does not exist at all, that is to say, this book is the original text. Magic Truth is the real encyclopedia of devil knowledge. The content covers magic and possession, vampires and ghouls, demonology, witch worship, werewolf legends, burnt offering rituals, and human sacrifices. It is so versatile that it can even be used as an introduction to occultism. In fact, few instincts surpass it. It's a pity that Lilith doesn't understand the value of it at all. Let's see it tomorrow. Touching the antlers that grew on her head again, the girl got into the bed and concealed her hoof-like lower limbs. Antlers can be seen as cos, and the feet are more troublesome. Magic Capital Foundation. With his head drooping and waiting in a certain room, Luo Chingqing was worried, and from time to time she glanced at the yellow seal in front of her. Soon after waiting, Zhao Ruguo pushed in. "I heard that you made important discoveries when you contacted the coffee shop." As soon as he arrived, he was straightforward. He sighed for this former subordinate, and never expected that he would come to this point. "Yes, that's it." The girl decisively pushed Huang Yin to him and told her own experience. "Although I said it over the phone, it was impossible to cover everything." With a serious expression on his face, Zhao Ruguo couldn't help nodding as he listened to the history of blood and tears of the special commissioner. In Wang Li's opinion, a funny experience can feel the despair and terror in the eyes of another person. But is her luck a bit too good? No matter what happens, all will survive without risk. Zhao Ruguo didn't suspect that Luo Chingqing had a problem, but worried that she would have subtle and abnormal changes without her own knowledge. This will be reported later. After sorting out all kinds of information and confirming that there was nothing missing, Zhao Ruguo terminated the questioning. When the old boss sorted out his thoughts, Luo Chingqing had a hesitant expression. "Group leader, I think I may not be suitable to continue." Before finishing talking, Zhao Ruguo quickly interrupted. "Very well, you did a good job this time. The organization will remember your credit and keep it. I believe you can do it." "No, it smells like a pyramid scheme, and why should I take credit for it? Will it be a monument when I die?" Luo Chingqing slandered her abdomen, her expression extremely depressed. In fact, she knew in her heart that no one knew the cafe better than her. If she went to another person, she might die at any time. "Anyhow, I have been there twice, and I have a little bit of the situation. Regardless of other people, as long as you don't provoke the owner, your life may be guaranteed. Of course, the shopkeeper's casual attitude may also be pretending. Ahem. Zhao Ruguo is obviously not embarrassed either. The Foundation is not a cult that cares about human life. On the contrary, it belongs to a state organization. It can't be so cold-blooded that a little girl can be sent to death with righteousness. Chingqing, we understand that it is not easy for you, so we decided to give you some help. Help? The girl didn't know why. For safety reasons, during your mission, you can apply to the Foundation for the right to use SCP-427. Zhao Ruguo said with a serious face. Luo Qingqing's brain almost didn't react for a while, and she couldn't help being shocked when she heard it clearly. Applying for the right to use the containment. It should be understood that the use of containment items is very strict and must go through multiple procedures, and the use process must be subject to supervision by all parties. Most of them belong to the role of a team, and there are very few cases of single use. Even so, most of them are used internally by the Foundation. If she performs a mission, she will definitely take it out. Isn't the Foundation afraid of accidental loss or other situations? Well, no. If you think about it from another angle, you can imagine how much the Foundation attaches importance to coffee shops. Luo Qingqing was shaken suddenly. Even though she didn't have this thing, she would very likely agree to it. Zhao Ruguo has never learned mind reading, but she didn't know what she was thinking, so she hit the railroad while it was hot. The only restriction is that you have to return to the Foundation to store the containment at the end of the mission every day, and wait until you move again. As soon as this remark came out, Luo Qingqing was basically sure that she agreed. The name of SCP-427, she has heard. The appearance is a small, ornately decorated silver-polished small box, a secondary containment object produced by SCP-500, Universal Medicine, processed by SCP-914, Universal Conversion Machine. It does not start to operate on its own and has no malicious intentions. It only requires minimal protection. It belongs to the type with the least side effects among the contained items. It has all the effects of SCP-500 and can be reused. Chapter 34. This decorative object, whose width is no more than 3 cm, is specifically used to heal biological injuries and purify their body structures when opened. But the side effect is that if exposed for a long time, the contacts will slowly transform into an amorphous flesh beast. When SCP-427 is opened and exposed to organic tissues, it will quickly heal cell damage and purify compounds or infectious diseases that invade the body to a certain extent. When the small box is healing, it automatically optimizes the biological system of the person being treated. If it takes at least 10 minutes to irradiate, the chance of resistance to diseases and poisoning will increase by 500%. If it takes at least 15 minutes, the resistance will rise to 1000%. After 15 minutes of irradiation, the muscle system will evolve on its own, enhancing its strength and pain tolerance by 200%-300%. For more than an hour, the user will transform into an inhuman, amorphous creature. The flesh beasts are highly aggressive and cause deadly attacks on everyone in the field of vision. The trouble is that they can resist most known weapons. Once the Foundation accidentally gave birth to an SCP-427-1, and it took a certain price to subdue and kill it. After studying the complete variant, I was surprised to find that the biological brain and other biological system optimizations that mapped it may show that its IQ may exceed 400. Simply outrageous. It is conceivable how much impact this kind of thing has on humans, but there are pros and cons. Just like Pandora's box, this thing can indeed help humans evolve, but once it is abused, more accidents will erupt and the consequences will be unimaginable. And this is just one of the containment items kept by the Foundation. To put it bluntly, everyone in the Foundation is walking on thin ice. In order to prevent the entry of people with improper minds, some mental containment items are used every once in a while to test all Foundation members in batches. The standards for the use of various containment items are too strict. This let Luo Qingqing know that she is definitely not used as a tool that can be discarded. Is there any problem? If there is a need, I can raise it, I will report to it. Zhao Ruguo hopes to solve the problem in one go. Luo Qingqing shook her head, not for the time being, I will bring it up if necessary. Well, now you go to the containment area with me and sign documents such as permission applications, so that you can come back later and perform the necessary procedures faster. There was no reason to refuse. The girl followed the old boss along the passage through the third underground floor, and came to containment area 17. Most of the items that can be contained here are of the safe class. Few are Euclid class. Even if they are dangerous, they are at least friendly to humans. Because of this, there are not many guards. Generally, there are only 2 to 3 guards in a containment house, which is not particularly guarded. As a result of the passage order issued above in advance, Zhao Ruguo and Luo Chingqing flowed unimpeded until they reached the front of a small 5x5 room. After greeting the guard duo at the gate, Zhao Ruguo asked her to record her own information on the system here. Such as fingerprints, pupils, voice, appearance, DNA, and even mental fluctuations. All kinds of verifications came again. Finally, under external surveillance and identification, Zhao Ruguo took out half of the key, combined it with the other half of the key taken out by the guard duo, inserted it into the keyhole of the metal gate, and pressed the LCD screen next to it to enter the password. Ah, this! Luo Chingqing, who was watching during the process, was stunned. This is too much trouble. Don't be stunned, remember all the steps. I will not accompany you a second time in the future, and amnestics will be performed afterwards. Zhao Ruguo couldn't help his toothache when he thought of the physical deletion memory method. I heard that Professor Mo paid a certain price to study the Ghoul manuscript and found that there is a spell that can make people forget specific memories. I really hope to put it into use as soon as possible. The physical deletion memory method has always been flawed and may not be 100% effective. Even if it is improved, it will not pose a threat to life. If it fails, you have to lie down for a day or 2. Oh. Luo Chingqing hurriedly took a few steps, carefully remembering all the steps. When the metal door that could defend the rocket launcher opened, she couldn't wait to step into the cramped room first. First impression so dark. There was only a table in the center of the empty room with a password box placed on it. Luo Chingqing couldn't talk about it, she should put this baby on her own. Go, start the password for the first time. You set one that is not easy to forget, unless the Foundation headquarters is cleared, otherwise only you will be able to open this box in the future. Zhao Ruguo stood at the door and did not follow up. So there are cards? Luo Chingqing gradually became excited, and carefully pressed the complex code on the side of the box in the initial state, and then with a click, the box automatically bounced open, revealing the small thing like a pocket watch inside. Reaching in and picking up the pocket watch, the girl was like a precious toy. If there are still such good benefits in the future, she would rather do the task to be old, 3 years and 3 years. Okay, let's come out, now just let you touch it and take a look at this thing roughly. Zhao Ruguo stopped the thought she wanted to open. Although she was a little regretful, Luo Chingqing had to put it down honestly, relocked the box, and stepped out of the room. How do you feel? He asked suddenly when he returned half of the keys and walked out with the lively girl. Excellent. Zhao Ruguo was dumb, and contact with these mysterious objects is indeed easy to make people excited and unstoppable, so he should be more closely guarded. By the way, I have one thing to remind you, about holding SCP-427 exceptionally. Don't mention it to anyone, including me, who will lose this memory tomorrow, understand? No problem. The idiot said to the outside that he didn't think he died fast enough. Many evil organizations in the outside world aim to seize containment items to increase their strength and do whatever they want, just as terrorists tried to obtain heavyweight thermal weapons in the past. Moreover, SCP-427 has limitations. If it dies, it cannot resurrect you. You must still pay attention to safety issues. Okay. Chapter 35. When the two were talking and exiting, after passing by the other side of the containment area, Luo Chingqing actually saw an acquaintance. Now her nominal captain, Xiao Ruobing, was standing in front of a shelter with a few teammates, handing over with the guards. Hi, Captain, what are you? The girl approached in surprise. Xiao Ruobing also saw this new player who had met shortly but had experienced life and death, and was equally surprised that the opponent appeared here. Perhaps the handover was over and the guards opened the asylum, so Luo Chingqing happened to see the situation inside. It is a two-room small room with a bathroom. If you look carefully, the furniture and objects in it are purely inorganic. Without waiting for more observation, a figure emerged from it. It was a tanned male with an Arab or Middle Eastern appearance. He looked in his early 30s and was about 185 centimeters tall. Black hair, blue eyes, his upper limbs, lower limbs, spine, and shoulder blades have been replaced by artificial unknown substances and unknown metals, glowing with cold light. A symbol from Sumerian culture is engraved on its forehead. I'm here to hand over the contents, and I will take SCP-073 on missions later. Xiao Ruobing explained. As for the task, I didn't elaborate on it. Although it is not worth keeping secret, there is no need to say it to make others worry. Oh! Seeing SCP-073, Luo Chingqing secretly smacked her tongue. Is this the containment item codenamed Cain? Unimaginable. Then we will leave first. The task is urgent, Xiao Ruobing can't talk to her anymore, and bid farewell immediately. All right. Seeing the captain winking at her with Zhang Wei and Zhang Lan behind him, Luo Chingqing pretended not to see it. Both of them like to greedy others, it is better to have less contact. Watching the group leave, Luo Chingqing also followed Zhao Rui to leave the containment area. With the containment items, she has a little more confidence in the success rate of future missions. Wang Li had a dream, a world at dusk. He likes dusk. In this dream world, dusk is the seam of the two-color Mobius ring. A certain existence twisted a black ribbon on one side and a white ribbon for half a turn, then connected it end to end, and ingeniously made the seams show a certain chaos. The world slides on the ribbon, bringing endless day and night changes. As a result, the world is eternally turned upside down, which is obviously not stable and perfect. Immediately, the world in the dream changed. The world was still in the infinite ether, and day and night passed over the world. Suddenly, countless black cracks appeared, representing the will of chaos coming, dyeing the dusk with dark colors. On the other side of the crack, in the center of the chaos, there is something vaguely presenting ancient agitation. Dreaming of this, he suddenly woke up. The sky was already bright at this moment, and the sun hung in the middle of the sky. I overslept. Mumbling and getting up, Wang Li probably recalled the weird dream just now. But found that he couldn't remember clearly, he stretched his waist and put on clothes and went downstairs. Lilith has been open for business as always, and is wiping everywhere with a clean towel. Every day her job is to clean up, not even entertaining guests. Because there are no guests at all, even if there are guests, Wang Li will be the receptionist, and she can't make coffee or tea. In order to reflect the value, the blonde maid had to work diligently every day. Even in Wang Li's opinion, she would wipe it 2 or 3 times. This girl paper shouldn't have a cleanliness addiction. Well, even if it does, it won't hinder him, but it seems that the cafe is tidy and clean. Good morning, Lilith. Good morning, Master. Wang Li wanted to correct himself, but he didn't know what kind of concept the second-degree sick girl had instilled in her maid. After saying hello, he said to the well-behaved maid, "Today is the weekend. I don't need to go to work. I have no problem when I go out in my free time." Lilith quickly refused, "I don't like going out, it's better to stay here." Yeah, she's an otaku again. Sitting in front of the bar computer, Wang Li did not persuade that modern young people have their own way of pastime, and he doesn't like to point fingers at others casually. Opened his trading network account, he began to browse for any special items during this period. In addition to being quiet, Wang Li's other interest is collecting all kinds of weird things. This includes things that are not limited to books, antiques, and unreasonable uses. For example, many books in the bookshelf area are purchased through this website. From time to time, he will come to Dobayo to see if he can find the items he likes. Feel free to browse the pages. Wang Li read the private message again. Because he spent money on the website to post a large number of S for the acquisition of rare, and ancient monster products, many people will take the initiative to find them. Although most of them are deceptive garbage, there are also a few things that interest him. Unfortunately, after finishing everything, there is no one that can make people's eyes shine. Some people regard him as a fool, and all the antiques passed down to the 18th generation have come. Similar to private messages, delete them all. Collecting things is not to make money, but to satisfy the hobby. Some people like antique calligraphy and painting, and some people like gold and gems. But Wang Li is all-encompassing and strange. The precious ones can cost millions, and the cheaper ones can also be collected. Thanks to this, the storage room on the third floor was filled with all kinds of gadgets, although many bought them and threw them in for a day or two to eat ashes. Speaking of, Lilith, why are you wearing a maid outfit on weekends? Seeing the black and white girl coming and going lightly like a butterfly wearing a flower, Wang Li couldn't help but project and follow. Could it be that strange attributes have been awakened? I don't have any other clothes, Lilith said honestly. Except for a few sets of maid outfits that must be changed and washed, there is nothing to wear daily. Where's underwear? Nor, they said everything about me is up to you. They? Suddenly Wang Li felt that something was not right. Good fellow, leave everything to him. Did this hire an employee, or did it find a daughter? Chapter 36. Wait a minute, doesn't that mean? He looked at the blonde maid subconsciously, and followed what he saw hanging down the stairs to the drying area. Isn't Lilith now a gesture of liberating nature? This can't work. Throwing his mobile phone to her, Wang Li rubbed his eyebrows and said, buy your clothes first, and then deduct it from your salary. Oh. Obediently took it, and gathered the black and white dress. Lilith scanned the clothes that met her requirements. Staring at the slightly dull girl, Wang Li suddenly discovered whether the blush on her face was deeper than the previous day, but it didn't look like she was sick. Maybe the physique is like this. Since it's okay, he naturally won't get to the bottom of it. When I turned my attention to the computer screen again, I found that the private message column flashed again. Not being impatient, Wang Li clicked to see that he was also a seller who wanted to sell rare items. The other party didn't talk nonsense, and sent photos of the object directly. It may be taken with a mobile phone, the pixels are not very high, but it can be seen roughly. It was a golden crown, which seemed to be carved with some kind of creature and wavy lines. Wang Li was immediately fascinated, because the pixels were too blurry to identify the specifics. But there is no doubt that, just a glance, he wants this stuff from the bottom of his heart. After chatting with the seller, the other party vaguely revealed the meaning of making a deal as soon as possible, and if you want to, you can trade as soon as possible. At first, Wang Li was still hesitant, ready to see the condition. But the person on the other side did not accept the detailed video introduction, and had an attitude of wanting or not, don't just look for the next buyer, for fear of leaving things in his hands for too long. Therefore, Wang Li directly agreed to his offer. 100,000. The other party has another requirement that things must be traded face to face. This makes Wang Li hesitant. If the distance is too far, he may give up. But after reading the address sent by the seller, it happened to be near the Magic City, near the countryside on the other side of the country XC. Fortunately, it was not on the Yellow Sea side, because the village where the accident was reported in the news was dozens of kilometers away from the seller. If he is close to the Yellow Sea, Wang Li closes the dialogue on the spot. So after confirming that the address was correct, he made up his mind and decided to go there. And at the insistence of the other party, negotiate and confirm the transaction time at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Glancing at the wall clock, it was just after 11. Now it will take at least an hour to drive there, and it will take a while to find a place and find someone there. You have to go out immediately. With this in mind, Wang Li said to the only employee in the store, Lilith, have you chosen? I'm going out soon. Ah. All right. Quickly returning the phone to him, the charming maid stood up and watched Wang Li directly preparing to go out. The moment she opened the door, she hesitated and asked, Master, when will you be back? The corner of his eyes jumped, and every time Lilith used this name, he got a toothache. Reality is not anime, and it may not be contrary to the daily use of this term in the second element. But this is reality, and my scalp numbs when I hear the master. It's just that Lilith refused to change her name as if she had been brainwashed, so Wang Li had to force herself to get used to it slowly. Probably before night, it's just a deal anyway, I won't stay longer. Okay, may the Lord bless you all the best. The girl pinched the cross and said piously. I almost forgot, the pure maid is still a Catholic. Saying goodbye to the cute maid, Wang Li came to the nearest street, hired a taxi, and stated the address. Originally, the little brother didn't want to go so far, but he gave too much. 3,000 yuan, the package went back and forth, but the fool refused. 3,000 yuan for 4 hours, no matter how you think. Mei Zizi asked him to get in the car, and the little brother was also a real person. The speed of taxis out of the city gradually increases. That place, I haven't been to it yet. It's very close to the sea. Can I ask you why you are going there, said the driver's brother. Wang Li naturally does not pretend to be cold, just to meet a friend. So, the two talked all the way so as not to drive boredom, and for some reason they suddenly talked about the recent news. The driver's brother is a familiar one and talked about the unexplained disappearance of the seaside village in the news. Wang Li's expression couldn't help being more solemn, and similar news always made him interested. Speaking of it, it was our taxi driver who first found out and then reported the case. Unfortunately, no one believed it. Whenever we talked about the presence of murlocs on the beach, we all listened to it as a joke. The driver's brother fell into memories. In fact, I didn't believe it at first, but my friend knew the person who reported the crime. He took a video and sent it to me at the time. I thought it was a special effect, and I wondered what movie was so real, but after a few days, the official staff came to the door very seriously. Let me delete the video and ask if it was sent to other people before I realized something was wrong. Wang Li listened very seriously. The driver's brother thought he would laugh like those passengers before, but he didn't care at all, and if he was impatient, he would take the initiative to shut him up. Who knows that this person not only listens carefully, but also asks for details from time to time, such as what the murloc looks like. Feeling bad, the driver's little brother hurriedly explained vaguely, in fact, I made up all of the above. I don't know how it is. Don't pay too much attention to it. Just listen to it as a joke. Although the official personnel deleted the video and didn't let it be specifically sealed, they must not tell others, the younger brother still knows that it cannot be exposed in large quantities. But it's not a problem to keep the backlog in my heart, so I often release my depression in a joking tone, who knows it's more real. Where is your friend? Wang Li asked again, but what he got was the little brother playing haha and fooling him. The other party obviously didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. Wang Li knew it, so he didn't mention it anymore, and instead talked about another topic. After about an hour and a half, I got off the highway and a small town appeared in the distance. If you don't know the name, you won't find this place on the map. Seeing the town getting closer and closer, Wang Li said, it's almost here. You will stay in the town and wait for me for a while, and I will return to the devil with you after I finish my business, okay? Okay, you do it slowly, don't worry, I happen to be able to review the video. The little brother breathed a sigh of relief, he was really worried that the guests would ask questions, but it's okay. Chapter 37. Leaving aside the truth and falsity of what the little brother said for the time being, Wang Li looked at the small town ahead. The closer you get to the place, the surrounding landscape composed of sand and weeds becomes more and more desolate, with the oncoming faint smell of the sea. You can faintly see the shoddy, weather-beaten wooden bridge across the inland eroded by the tide. The anxious eyes are all desperate. During the observation, the driver's brother had already drove into the town. Looking from the streets on both sides of the town entrance, there are not many people around, and the houses seem to be empty, making them extremely deserted and quiet. From afar, Wang Li saw several weird buildings on the outskirts of the town, with a certain strange style. Without waiting for him to look carefully, the vehicle crossed the street, and the houses on both sides obscured the sight. According to the address, the driver drove to a prosperous area in the town. Wang Li felt that this place was a little strange, so he opened the door and got out of the car without much thought. As soon as he got out of the car, the pungent fishy and rancid smell around him made him extremely uncomfortable. This is too stinky. Good guy, at least 10 times more stench than the seafood market. If it weren't for the place already, he really wanted to turn his head and leave. Forcibly resisting the discomfort, Wang Li looked forward. The deserted old houses and dilapidated houses were crowded together disorderly. Even in the center of the town, it still looked lifeless and sparsely populated. Although Wang Li knew that there were not many people in the town before the day of the market in rural areas, it was too few. Going along the street with doubts, about a few minutes later, I arrived at the destination that I had agreed with the seller. It was a small restaurant, and the environment was not so good. There were flies flying in the stalls outside, and the names engraved on the door eaves were also vague. Wang Li frowned and walked over and found that 2 or 3 guests were eating noodles inside. Taking out the phone, he dialed the seller's number. A few seconds later, the phone rang on the desk of the guest in the innermost corner with his back to the door. Wang Li looked subconsciously and found that a hoarse voice appeared on the other end of the phone at the same time that the person was connected. This is a coincidence. He hung up and went to the innermost corner of the restaurant, and said to the person, "Hello, you are the seller who sent me a private message." Hearing this, the man raised his head, revealing a haggard face. His face was thin, his eye sockets were sunken, and his dark eyes were thick and scary. People in their 30s and 40s, but they are depressed. "Yes, it's me." The hoarse voice was consistent with that on the phone. "Where is the thing? I want to see first." Before Wang Li could finish his question, the middle-aged man seemed to be very taboo to let others hear him in a low voice. "Wait to my house and say it." Frowning and staring at the suspiciously looking middle-aged man, Wang Li didn't really want to contact him, and there was a problem at first sight. Especially when the other 2 guests in the restaurant saw that they were looking for him, there was a faint disgust and fear in their eyes. After a few bites of noodles, the middle-aged man lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Wang Li hesitated for a moment, and followed inexplicably watching the other 2 guests. The 2 people walked toward the outskirts of the town. He never asked the seller what was going on. He made up his mind to leave when he got the things. Walking, Wang Li found that he had come to the entrance of the town, and he was heading straight in the direction of those unique and weird houses. The middle-aged man went straight into the rightmost house, and after he entered, he closed the door sneakily, with a nervous look on his face. Wang Li's heart was tense, almost thinking that the other party was going to do it. However, the middle-aged man just glanced at him and entered the inner bedroom on his own. "Wait here for a while." "Good." After the man disappeared in the corner, Wang Li looked at the environment. This is a bungalow with 2 bedrooms. Although far away from the town center, the unpleasant fishy smell is still floating in the air, even more intense. People can't help but wonder whether this smell has been deeply integrated into this land. There was the sound of turning things in the bedroom. Wang Li was a little curious and wanted to see it, but it was not polite to do so when he was in someone's house, so he waited patiently in the lobby. When he counted the number of wood cut off the window to 50, footsteps reappeared in the bedroom. I saw the middle-aged man came out with a black cloth-wrapped box. His expression on his face was slightly relieved. "This is what you want?" Wang Li took the box and couldn't wait to lift the black cloth to open the box. He has always been very curious about strange and weird things, and every time he gets something, he can get great satisfaction. When the box was opened, it was exactly the same as the photo, and a sharper real golden crown came into your eyes. The patterns that are not clear on the internet can be seen in full at this moment. Upon closer inspection, what is carved on the golden crown is a half-man, half-fish creature, and a pattern of clear water waves. The more you stare at it, the more you can feel its magical beauty. It seems that through its ingenious weird relief, it is the vast and boundless secrets and the unimaginable abyss that exist between time and space and galaxies. It is both noble and evil, exquisite and dangerous. The indescribable and indescribable sense of weirdness, as well as the creatures carved on it. Wang Li always felt a little familiar. Before he could think back, his thoughts were interrupted by the middle-aged man's nervous voice. "Okay, you pay me first." "Okay, XX or VX?" Wang Li closed the box and responded very readily. In his opinion, this thing is more than 100,000. Thinking about it this way, even the fishy smell became, well, it was still smelly. At least it's not so unbearable. After seeing the golden crown, Wang Li looked as usual. The middle-aged man seemed a little weird, and he didn't even react to receiving the money. He hesitated for a while, as if he was weighing something, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Actually, I have more than this here, and there are other things. I don't know if you are interested." Wang Li's eyes lit up, "Show them to me." After making up his mind, the middle-aged man moved a lot more neatly, and in less than a moment he pulled a large bag of things out of the room. P.S. The previous picture should be released later, and it is not too harsh, just to give you an approximate image of Lilith. Seeking flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Begging. Asterisk. Chapter 38. Loosening the rope on the bag, the middle-aged man emptied everything on the lobby floor like a wholesale goods. In an instant, the alien statue with a laurel crown on its head came into view. It was a piece of ivory with excellent color, which was given a shape by the extraordinary craftsmanship. In addition, there is an extremely strange bas-relief. It is not an antique, let alone the technique and style of any sculptural school. On the 15 cm square clay sculpture, an obnoxious crouching monster can be clearly seen, or some kind of pagan totem. Before he could look carefully, there was a sudden noise from the door of another bedroom. Wang Li instinctively glanced at it. The place where he entered was a child about 12 or 13 years old, lying on the door frame with only his head looking out. Unlike ordinary children, the weird, deep-set folds on both sides of his neck make it easy for people to overestimate his age. His head is very narrow, and his bulging, grey, dim eyes never seem to blink. His nose is flat, his forehead and chin are contracted back, and he has a pair of ears that don't seem to be fully developed. Around the thick long lips on his face, and on his cheeks with large pores and light grey color, there are only small pieces of sparse yellow hair that are irregularly scattered and curled. In some places, the face seems to be irregular and weird, as if the epidermis has peeled off due to certain skin diseases. Seeing the child appear, the middle-aged man looked ugly, and snarled, "Give me in, don't come out." The child didn't say anything, and withdrew his head blankly and gloomily. After such an interruption, the middle-aged man became irritable, and said hard, "Well, I won't sell these things anymore. Go away." Wang Li didn't care, maybe the family ugliness was found to be in a bad mood. The child suddenly looked like he was suffering from a deformity. It is no wonder that he needs to sell things to make money and live in such a humble life. The people in the town stared at him with inexplicable eyes. Finding the reason for the man's irritability in his heart, Wang Li can understand a little bit. No longer entangled with the middle-aged man, he paid the bill, took the box with the golden crown, turned around and left this simple and fishy bungalow without a word. It's a pity that I didn't buy the other things. When I got back to the town center and got on the taxi co-pilot, Wang Li regretted it in his heart. The driver's brother was eager to watch the video. Seeing that he came back, he refreshed, put down his phone and asked, "Shall we go back now?" "Well, it's troublesome." He glanced at the empty-handed car, and when he came back, he brought a customer with a black cloth box. The driver didn't care, and the car turned on the ignition to turn around, and drove in the direction when going back and forth. Just an hour after the two left this strange town, several cars also drove from that road to this town. "Is it this way?" Sitting in the driver's seat of the first jeep, Xiao Ruobing asked the team members in the back seat. Zhang Lan took out a record book and looked through it for a while and confirmed, "Yes, Captain, the information on the disappeared village shows that there is a connection with this side." "Very well, we must find clues this time. There are also people hiding behind." Xiao Ruobing's eyes were firm, and he drove the jeep into the town. 7 or 8 vehicles in a row attracted the attention of the people in the town. The town is very closed. Except for trucks to purchase goods at certain times every day, there is basically no circulation. Like Wang Li, everyone came to the center of the town, stopped their cars and all stopped. The difference is that Xiao Ruobing came with a task to find a family surnamed Zhao, and the disappearance of the village has an important relationship with him. In her capacity, naturally, there is no need to go to the police station in the town without looking for them one by one. Leaving most of the people in place, Xiao Ruobing led 5 or 6 people to set off. Along the way, she found many people hiding at home, so the town seemed quite deserted. Even if he occasionally peeked out a few lines of sight from the window, he quickly retracted. Frowning, she has a bad feeling. The villages that disappeared seemed to have experienced similar situations. First they turned from lively to prosperous, but then gradually became deserted, and finally the whole village was nowhere to be seen. Fortunately, in the process of searching for the truth, officials discovered the root cause of such a situation, the murlocs wandering in the sea according to rumors. When the mystery was involved, the case was handed over to the Foundation for processing. The fishy smell is so heavy. Walking on the road, Zhang Lan whispered. Zhang Wei grinned, after all, it's a place near the sea. The town is not big, so Xiao Ruobing and his party arrived at the branch police station soon. After showing the documents and coming here to have a mission, the police officers were not enthusiastic, and even somewhat resisted. When Zhang Lan asked for the information of everyone in the town, they tuned out the information perfunctorily. This attitude was obviously wrong. Xiao Ruobing resisted not saying anything. According to the system they belonged to, they were not under the control of a group. While waiting for Zhang Lan to look through the account information, she chatted with a person in charge here and asked if there had been any accidents or strangers here recently. As a matter of course, there was no useful information. More than that, this person also pretended to think hard, and it was too suspicious to mention all the ambiguities about the energy used to involve her. Confirming that he could not get useful information, Xiao Ruobing immediately gave up asking and fell into thought. It seems that the situation is not so good, but the village is at least still there, which means it is not too late. After checking, the team leader, there are 4 households surnamed Zhao, who live in each of them. After reviewing the information, Zhang Lan approached her ear and whispered. Xiao Ruobing responded, no longer staying, glanced at the person in charge with thin cheeks, his eyes narrowed slightly, then, excuse me. The person in charge gave a stiff smile, welcome to have any problems at any time, and we will do our best to help. No, I believe we can solve it. Even though he didn't even bother to stay polite, Xiao Ruobing was 100% sure that the police officer had questions. Maybe, there is a problem with the materials shown to them. When I first arrived, I felt a grey nose, which made the group feel less optimistic, but also cast a shadow. After that, the intuition verified everyone's thoughts, and none of the 4 households surnamed Zhao met the description in the target. At dusk, everyone returned to the center of the town, but the first day was unfavorable. Captain, what shall we do next? Let the magic capital continue to transfer people, every family, find me every inch. Since it is confirmed that there is a problem here, why does she have to solve it alone without asking for help? Chapter 39. Here, it's here. Point out the location to the driver's brother. Wang Li took out his mobile phone to scan the QR code to pay the bill. Pay XX to the account 3,000 yuan. No problem, continue to call me next time if you have something to do. This is my phone number. Hearing the sound of money falling into the bag, the driver's brother quickly handed over the phone card with a bright smile on his face. Wang Li caught it smoothly, carrying the black cloth box directly, turning around and leaving freely. The driver was also considerate and stopped directly at the street intersection outside the cafe. Shaking the box, Wang Li is in a good mood. In the shop. With a feather duster, she didn't tap the tabletop once, and Lilith sat blankly at the bar with one hand propped her chin. The boss left one afternoon, and only one customer came to the store, the odd man in the yellow coat who had seen him in the corner 2 days ago. Do you just sit there when the other party comes, silent? Even if Lilith had the courage to go up and ask, that person would just not hear. With nothing to do, she took out Magic Truth and scanned it carefully. Perhaps due to the extraordinary physique and bloodline, quite a few things don't seem to be strenuous, such as some things about summoning and other folk spells, which are easier to understand. Although I haven't tried it, the blonde maid feels that if she gets serious, she can definitely use it according to the above requirements. Jingle. The wind bell that belonged to the store rang, and Lilith raised her head and said instinctively, "Welcome." Then I saw the boss walk in carrying an inexplicable box. "Master, you are back. I really hope to get used to it as soon as possible." Wang Li nodded melancholy. When passing by the glass pool, he suddenly noticed that the pet octopus, which had always been slumped at the bottom, was moving. This is really strange. He leaned close to the pool and reached out into the pool. Then the little octopus's tentacles wrapped his hands and pulled hard, while the other tentacles pointed at the black cloth-wrapped box. "Do you want this?" Judging from the action of the little octopus, Wang Li vaguely guessed its intention. At this time, the eccentric in yellow glanced here, his eyes seemed to be somewhat contemptuous. But Wang Li didn't see it, only the little octopus facing him found it. If you follow the usual attitude, there will definitely be some abnormal changes between the two sides. But now the little octopus seems to be reluctant to confront him, focusing all on the box. After thinking about it, Wang Li opened the box and threw this strange golden crown into the pool. The little octopus seemed to be more excited, and the tentacles that entangled him tightened even more. Wang Li smiled. The reason why he went to the small town was because of the collection addiction and the curiosity he must get. Now that I got it, the sense of curiosity and ambition was gone. That being the case, it is also stored in the storage room on the third floor for eating ash, and it is also stored in the pool to increase its beauty. It does not make any difference how to choose it. "Lilith, I am in a good mood tonight, if you want to go out for a big meal, I will treat you," Wang Li said proudly. The maid raised her head in confusion, her gaze flicked over the little octopus playing with the golden crown toy, and then she stood up awkwardly and refused. "Sorry, I don't really want to go out." "Tisk, it's not that I said, the character of your house family has to be changed sometime, you can't stay out of contact with the social people." Wang Li persuaded me painstakingly. However, no matter what he said, his maid just refused to agree, and there was no way at all. "Forget it, I just ask the store to deliver it to the door. Anyway, the store has all the necessary equipment." Angrily abandoning the idea of dining out, Wang Li decided to deliver the goods to the door. In the past, he disliked the trouble, so he bought barbecue grills and hot pot and other necessary items in the store, so that he could enjoy them without leaving the house. After all, 2025 is much more convenient than in previous years. "Actually, you don't have to think about me," Lilith whispered. She has always been alone, as she was in the monastery. Wang Li thought he hadn't heard. This employee who is so simple that he can no longer be simple, always let his life want to take care of the idea. Coastal town. Through the cracks exposed through the broken windows of the bungalow, the middle-aged man who traded with Wang Li quietly looked at the town outside. The usual town must be deserted and dead, but unlike in the past, the town is brightly lit at this moment, and dozens of official personnel search and inquire from house to house. This situation has continued from the afternoon to the present, shortly after trading with that young man. The town was ordered to be sealed off, only to enter, not to leave. This makes the middle-aged man very anxious. As a result, things have not been sold, and people have not left. He knew that the people behind looking for these weird things would definitely come to the door. It was only delayed by certain things and didn't show up for a while. If before that, dispose of these things, and then run away incognito, those big guys might just look at the objects and turn a blind eye to him, the ant. However, I can't go. In less than half an hour, the official personnel will come to the door and discover the strangeness in his home. As a member of the Dagon esoteric Buddhism, the middle-aged man is well aware of the irrationality of the world, whether it is the creatures in the sea or the Foundation that opposes it. Sandwiched between the two, the root itself cannot be controlled. Perhaps from the time he dug up the weird thing, it was already destined to end. But in any case, the preparations that must be done must be done. Turning off all the lights in the house, the middle-aged man went to his son's bedroom and asked the son who was born with deformity not to make any noises later, and then hid him in the cellar. Soon after all this was done, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Hello, is anyone home? We are investigating the household registration. The investigator couldn't hear any questions, as if it was exactly what he said. However, the middle-aged man did not open the door. He hid behind the door and dared not come out. He stared at the door closely. It would be great if the other party could just retreat. It was a pity that he was disappointed. If it were a census, the people at the door might leave temporarily and would find another chance to come back next time. Chapter 40. Seeing that the person was not there, Zhang Wei, the investigator, frowned slightly. According to asking the people in the town, there should be people living here. If not, where did you go? The words have been passed down long ago, so that the townspeople should stay home honestly and don't go anywhere. At this time, another person's voice came from behind. The infrared camera shows that there is someone inside, don't be deceived. Zhang Wei was concentrating and knocked on the door again. Is anyone here? He made up his mind that if he didn't open the door in another minute, he would just break in. After all, under the general environment, this family's behavior is so weird, it is easy to arouse the suspicion of others. The middle-aged man hiding behind the door heard the conversation between the two, knowing he could not hide, and quickly moved to the bedroom quietly, and then walked to the door with heavier steps pretending to have heard him. He shouted as he walked, "Who?" Opening the door, the middle-aged man looked at the 5 or 6 people outside with a puzzled look. You are? Zhang Wei frowned slightly and stared at the man in front of him. He had dark circles under his eyes and his face was haggard. He didn't know what he was doing at home. But out of the possibility of misunderstanding the townspeople, he said kindly, "Don't be nervous, we just ask about the basic situation. By the way, we will check the house again, whether it is necessary to demolish this kind of dilapidated house." He winked, and the people behind went straight into the room to check for any abnormalities. The middle-aged man wants to refuse, so don't squeeze it out before you say it. Suddenly he was a little panicked, and his expression became irritable. What are you doing? You are trespassing in a private house. I can make a complaint. Seeing his suspicious appearance, Zhang Wei, who was already suspicious, looked much colder. Whatever you want, before that, wait until we finish the search. The middle-aged man wanted to do it, but found that 2 people were staring at him closely. As the 3 of them entered the bedroom to explore, he lifted his heart tightly. If those things were found, it would be over. I should say what I was afraid of, but within 10 minutes, there was a turning noise in the bedroom. Group Zhang, there is a situation here. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face suddenly paled. After a few minutes, a bunch of weird things appeared in the lobby. It is the ones that have not been sold to Wang Li. Carved from ivory into a profiled statue with a laurel crown on the head. Have an abominable crouching monster, or a very strange bas-relief of a pagan totem. What kind of creature is that? Only the most pathological fantasies can sew the tentacles of the octopus brain, the scaled winged dragon, and the twisted and swollen human limbs into such a terrible beast. Along with these things, there are also some written materials. It contains manuscripts and notes of secret societies and heretical worship, all of which are connected with a certain name that has been erased. Everyone present was bewildered by these evil and noble things, and was shocked by its beauty for a long time and couldn't let go of it. Among them are middle-aged men. Even if they have them, he dare not admire them for a long time, otherwise it will lead to extremely terrible consequences. Where did these things come from? In the end, Zhang Wei used his great will to reverse the charm from the relief and questioned the absent middle-aged man. Seeing that his figure was quite rickety, he couldn't help but stunned. It seems that you don't need to say more about it. Could you please come with us? With trembling lips, the middle-aged man knew that he could no longer pretend to be deaf and dumb, and he followed the group away in despair. Knowing this, he should sell everything to that young man. Maybe he could escape at this moment. The only comfort is that the son hiding in the cellar was not found. Together with those weird things being taken away, the middle-aged man glanced at the house vaguely. As the place fell completely silent, movement gradually appeared in the house. The deformed child crawled out of the cellar at some point and stared at his father's back with bulging eyes. It wasn't until the other person's figure disappeared into the night that he flexibly jumped out of the window and ran towards the sea behind the house. Arrived at the seaside, he didn't stop, but jumped directly down, and after a few grunts, the person disappeared under the dark sea. You mean, he is the person whose surname Zhao is mentioned in the disappearing village? Xiao Ruobing stared at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked his subordinates. This is a small hotel lobby temporarily set up as a residence. Dozens of investigators sent out have all returned. Now that they have been found, there is no need to conduct meaningless searches. Pointing to a bunch of weird products placed on the table next to him, Zhang Wei solemnly said, "Yes, Captain, these were all found in his house." The first time he put his gaze on the bas-relief, Xiao Ruobing seemed to see a behemoth covered in a mist in a daze. Not daring to look again, she turned her gaze back, frowning slightly. "You take the interrogation first, and there is the next step tonight." In the process of sending people to search this small town, she found a lot of weird things, such as the Dagon esotericism mentioned in the disappearing villages. There are believers of this organization in the town, and there are a lot of them. "Understood, Captain." Zhang Wei didn't ask what the action was, as long as he did what he was supposed to do. Seeing him leading the middle-aged man to another room in the hotel, Xiao Ruobing ordered that those weird things be sealed up by the way, and sent to the Foundation Research Institute early in the morning after tonight. When the lobby was quiet, Xiao Ruobing turned to look at the bas-relief while others converged on the sculpture. Intuition tells her that there are terrible secrets hidden on it. However, the most urgent task is to find out the secret of the disappearance of the village and cut off the source. As for what was found, she naturally didn't need to worry about it. The first step is to find out the outliers that are mixed with normal townspeople. Fortunately, during the search process, not only were they looking for the target, they also placed eyeliners on many suspicious people, and waited until the right time to close the net. Don't have to wait too long. Under the heavy pressure, those people will certainly not sit back and die. Just wait patiently. Chapter 41. The official action seems to have stalled, and the surface of the town seems to have returned to normal. But as the night darkened, the undercurrent lurking under the small town moved along with it. It's about 11 o'clock. Located in a wooded marshland a few kilometers outside the town, hundreds of people have gathered here, and people continue to come from other directions one after another. Hundreds of people gathered in a pile, gathered around the people wearing sacrificial robes in the middle. With Yayu's pale dim light, he could clearly see that the man had a face that resembled a deformity. He is a thin man, bent over and rickety, and maybe around 35 years old. The gloomy and expressionless face scanned everyone, only to see the strange, deeply sunken wrinkles on both sides of the person's neck. The head is as narrow as the deformed child, with bulging and protruding, pale and dim blue eyes. If you look closely, you will find that the people gathered around more or less have similar characteristics. Either the ears are not fully evolved, or the forehead and chin are contracted backward, or the nose is flat. The only physical feature they have in common is the bulging eyes. Of course, there are also completely normal human beings, who have witnessed the sacrifices and demonstrated the greatness of the gods they believe in with fanatical expressions. Everyone's attention was focused on the noble antiquities in the hands of the ritual, and worshipped it. It was a winged monster with an octopus head, a bloated head with tentacles, and a gelatinous body covered with scales. Regardless of the angle of identification, this statue is completely out of touch with human history and aesthetics, and it is not clear what material it is cast in. Temporary hotel base. Captain, those people have started to act. Seeing Xiao Ruobing standing inexplicably pondering by the window, Zhang Lan leaned in her ear to remind. In the small town under the dark night, there are people who keep walking out. This is reported by a few dark children who are staring at the suspicious person. It is estimated that those people still don't know if they are exposed. Withdrawing his thoughts from the bas-relief, Xiao Ruobing looked straight and said in a deep voice, "Go, be sure to catch all those people in one go." In order not to disturb the whistleblower as much as possible, the people in the special team are very low-key. Putting on the night vision equipment and instructing the other small company that was in charge of dispatching to follow, Xiao Ruobing went out from the back door of the hotel first. Following the followers' guidance, a group of people sneaked towards the forest moor at a very fast speed. Xiao Ruobing headed into the depths of the dense forest. As he got closer and closer to his destination, there was a faint movement in the distance. Everyone's expressions shook, and they moved towards the distance where the red light and drums were emitting in the dark. And as the surrounding population gradually became thinner, the hellish scene was exposed without warning. The roaring long drums played resentful and dull noises, and the naked religious barked like an animal. Surrounded by the boiling flames, they twisted their bodies frantically, with a bloody and fragmented corpse of the townsman hanging upside down in front of and behind them. On the stone altar in the center of the circle of fire, there is an evil and noble statue. A person wearing a sacrificial robe was standing under the altar shouting loudly. In his palace, Lalei, the sleeping Thulhuhao is dreaming. Everyone only felt that their scalp was numb. During this cult worship ceremony, their pupils dilated, watching the terrifying scene in front of them, and a chill rose from their feet to the top of their heads. All arrested. Even Xiao Ruobing felt deeply shocked, and immediately whispered to someone to outflank. A total of more than 30 people quietly moved to the sides until they formed a circle. Confirming that each location was ready, she gave an order and everyone rushed up. Don't move. All hands hold their heads and squat on the ground. The sudden commotion caused a panic among the cultists, and the naked fanatics immediately fled around with their ugly and bloated carcasses. Among them, some fanatics rushed to the soldiers, trying to kill them. For these cultists, Xiao Ruobing certainly did not have an order that he must not hurt. Therefore, in an instant, the sound of killing and gunfire sounded at the same time. After about 3 or 4 minutes of chaos, the marsh slowly calmed down. After counting, it was found that more than 80 cultists were arrested and squatted quietly on the ground. If it weren't for more than 20 corpses lying on the ground, the chaos just now seemed to be just an illusion. But the only suspicious thing is that the statue placed on the altar is missing, along with the priest who presided over the ceremony. After receiving the report, Xiao Ruobing's face was cold. These cultists may not know much, but the most important thing is sacrifice. Look! He must be found. As for her, she first returned to the town with the cultists, and then sent someone to pretend these people and return to the magic city. The town is no longer safe. I don't know how many townspeople are bewitched secretly. It will only cause accidents if placed here. Fanatics are the most terrible. They are not afraid of life and death, and are willing to abandon everything for their faith. When I returned to the hotel, it was already 12 o'clock. Rubbing his temples tiredly, Xiao Ruobing only felt that his brain was in a mess. There were too many mysterious unknowns that she encountered today, which made her a little bit overwhelmed. The sequelae of over-inspiration appear, and it is necessary to rest to restore the state. So, after she ordered to go down, she went to her room alone to prepare to rest for a while. Just as she was about to lie down, she accidentally saw the pile of weird things packed on the tabletop. She frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly a flash of light flashed in her mind. Immediately walked to the tabletop to open the package, found the bas-relief, and then carefully stared at the pattern on the bas-relief. The crouching behemoth gradually overlapped with the terrifying evil creature in the center of the marsh ceremony. Until, the score is not bad. He is the existence on the bas-relief. Xiao Ruobing gave birth to Mingguo. Just knowing this is useless, you have to learn more, such as the origin of this thing, its use, the people behind it, and how to confuse the townspeople to solve it once and for all. Otherwise, if this town is destroyed, the next town will receive the same treatment. Repeating endlessly will not only fail to keep up with energy, but will also cause more innocent people to risk losing their lives. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ruobing clenched the bas-relief in his hand and decided to think of a plan to complete his work. Chapter 42. Sitting on the bed, unconsciously looking at the bas-relief. After a long time, the confused brain gradually developed a fuzzy feeling. Before she could figure out a way, suddenly, it seemed that the barrier between dream and reality was broken. Not knowing if he was in a dream state, Xiao Ruobing saw a huge isolated city made up of rugged boulders, towering huge pillars covered with green mucus, permeating strange and inexplicable evil thoughts and evils. Looking up, the endless high walls and deep pools are covered by hieroglyphs. And in the unfathomable place under his feet, there was a sound of chaos that could hardly be pronounced. Xiao Ruobing tried to listen, and 2 of the syllables had the highest frequency, which was almost impossible to repeat in human language. But if you insist on using words, it would be Thulhu and Lalei. Somewhere away from the town. It's really unlucky to be discovered. Holding a statue of a ferocious giant beast in his arms, the man wearing a sacrificial robe with a woolen newsboy hat on his head was very upset, and the ceremony was about to be completed soon, but the result was a miss. It's all to blame for those who rushed out suddenly. It would be nice if it could be a little later, the priest sighed. He glanced at his side who was clearly searching for him, but standing in front of him were the invisible soldiers. The priest was not afraid to find him at all, grinned and swaggered through them. In the meantime, he accidentally ran into someone who was just wondering that there was nothing around him, scratching his head and continuing to search carefully. What a trash! Contempt of these blind men in his heart, the priest walked and thought, although it is regrettable, it is difficult for those people to find clues here so quickly. The special operations team is pretty awesome. With sharp eyes, he immediately noticed the badges of those who rushed over to lead them. If it weren't for the leader to sternly stated that the overall situation is the most important thing, maybe he would really spend a little thought to accompany these people for fun. With the help of SCP-268, Negligence Hat, the priest mumbled and easily escaped from the encirclement. The effect of this containment is that the subject wearing it will become easily overlooked. Unless you actively interact with others, you will be completely ignored, and your existence will not be remembered. The negative effect is that wearing the item for a long time, the impact will become permanent and irreversible, and the other party will immediately forget the existence of the wearer after the conversation is over. This thing is really easy to use. L did a good thing before he died. After leaving the encirclement, the man took off his hat and joked. SCP-268 was stolen when the important Cotter L and the leader of the Serpent's Hand organization successfully planned an attack on the Rabbit Nation Foundation and caused chaos. I heard that another hat container is in the Dragon Kingdom. When this plan is successful, you must ask the leader to try it. The priest said as he came to a rock cave by the sea. The other hat in his mouth is SCP-180, Identity Theft Hat, and the identity of the individual who puts SCP-180 on his head will be stolen by the hat. This effect will make the original owner completely unrecognizable. Even people who are very familiar with the individual cannot recognize the original owner. When observing the identity of the person who has been stolen, the individual can only vaguely describe its characteristics or clothing characteristics, but cannot identify its identity. Once SCP-180 has stolen the identity of the original subject, when SCP-180 is placed on the head of any other individual, the identity of the original subject will be imprinted on the second subject. Unlike SCP-268 which can only be effective on living organisms, SCP-180 can even be a stone, a statue, or a computer desk. Entering the cave, the shorter priest turned around to a cold and wet place that was obviously repaired. Someone was already waiting here. The man had a head taller than the priest. When he came back, he asked, "How about the ceremony?" The male priest was quite depressed. "Don't mention it. Let the Foundation disturb you clean." Sure enough, something went wrong on your side. The tall man with the same appearance as the priest, with a gloomy face. Also? What do you mean? The priest felt something wrong. During the time we left for the headquarters, the holy artifact was stolen by a thief, and it has now fallen into the hands of the Foundation. Through mixing deep dives, the tall man gets the ins and outs of things, so he uses the most concise language to express cause and effect. How come? The priest man was taken aback, his bulging eyes bulged out as if he was about to fall off. The two are the twins who appeared in Western Australia and went to the Snake Hand headquarters to participate in the 10-person meeting. After receiving this bad news, even the interruption of the ceremony is no longer important. The corners of the priest's mouth twitched, and the two of them were speechless. Now what? At the meeting, it was clear that there was no problem, and it turned out to be such a mistake. Thinking of the consequences of the disruption of the leader's plan, the two shivered even though they were no longer humans. You have to cut the beard before the holy artifact is sent to the magic capital Foundation, otherwise it will cost too much to take it out. The tall man moved his lips quickly. I understand that they haven't started to act yet. It should be sent away tomorrow morning at the latest. If you want to act, you must take advantage of that. The priest pondered for a moment and agreed. If you want to regain the sacred object, of course they can't do it with the two of them, even if you control a few contained objects. But adding the allies of the contract makes a big difference. Seeing that the tall man took out a strangely shaped flute, the priest was surprised, and probably understood his next move. I saw him pinch the mouth of the flute. Here is a fish lip, with fin-like things open on both sides. Holding the lips of the fish to the edge of the cliff near the sea, the tall man played the melodious flute. The sound penetrated the sea level, rippling far away in the breeze. 1 minute, 2 minutes, more than 10 minutes later, the tall man looked calm and continued to play the flute. With persistence, the originally calm sea level suddenly began to ripple. The ripples gradually spread over time, turning into waves rushing to the shore one after another, knocking out countless sprays. Then, from the darkness of the abyssal sea, a silhouette resembling a head emerged. As if the beginning of an omen. 1, 2, until hundreds of thousands, countless contours completely fill the sea. Chapter 43. Captain. There is a situation. Temporary rest area of the hotel. Thinking was in chaos. Xiao Ruobing, who could not perceive where he was suddenly awakened by the emergency knocking from outside the door. After opening her eyes suddenly, she suddenly found that she did not know when she had fallen asleep, lying on the bed, her eyes facing the bas-relief that hadn't converged. Rubbing her head and doing it, Xiao Ruobing frowned. There were still incoherent fragments in the dream just now. Because it was too weird and unknown, she dared not recall it in detail. I only remember the 2 weird syllables of Thulhu and Lalei in a daze. The knock on the door continued. Xiao Ruobing sorted out his messy clothes and found that his spirits improved a lot. When she walked to the door and opened it, she looked at Zhang Lan, who was anxious at the door, and asked, "What happened?" "Captain, it's not good. I received a report from the comrades of the night watch that monsters are constantly pouring out of the sea, and the goal is ours." His pupils shrank slightly, and Xiao Ruobing didn't care whether it was still early in the morning and late at night, and followed the team members to a high place. With the help of the faint light of the bright moon shining on the sea, she used a telescope to see clearly the monsters that were constantly moving from the sea to the shore in groups. At this moment, the night watchmen near the sea clearly caught their faces in their eyes. Their color is mainly gray-green, but they have a white belly. Most of these things have slippery and shiny skin, but they have scaly backs. It looks vaguely ape-like, but it has a fish head and huge bulging eyes that never close. The trembling fish gills grow on the side of the neck, and the webbed membranes are covered between the long claws. They jumped wildly, sometimes moving forward on their legs, sometimes on all fours. As for the noise and barking in these monsters' mouths, it is obviously a clear and complex language that conveys dark emotions that their dull faces cannot express. The night watchman who exchanged the fire was full of cold, and they had never seen such a creature appear. Although I have followed the special team to witness some special occasions, and many creatures that have never evolved from the normal Earth. But every time I see a new existence, I always feel extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, they don't need to deal with monsters every day. Because of this, it is hard to imagine how much pressure the comrades of the special team are carrying. Putting down the binoculars, Xiao Ruobing's face sank like water. Looking at the direction of the monsters' movements, they undoubtedly belonged to an isolated hotel. In other words, the other party rushed to himself. To be more rigorous, it might be the weird things placed in the room. Through interrogation, Zhang Wei got a lot of useful information from the middle-aged man, including the information that his son was gradually transformed into another species due to contact with the so-called sacred object. Inferring from this, there is a 90% probability that these monsters are targeting bas-relief or something. Xiao Ruobing wanted to stick to the end, using the defensive power of nearly 50 people. However, watching the murlocs constantly appearing in the sea seemed endless. In just a few minutes, at least 4,000 numbers flowed out. At this rate, I am afraid that in less than 10 minutes, the number of murlocs will exceed tens of thousands. It is absolutely impossible to rely solely on this small hotel. And it came in a hurry, and the weapons reserves couldn't keep up. Xiao Ruobing immediately ordered everyone to get in the car and retreat from here. Sticking to it will definitely not end well. Surrounded by more than 10,000 murloc monsters, from the mouth of the middle-aged man, they have the name Deep Diver. Surrounded by deep divers, it is estimated that the end will only be completely destroyed. These ugly and cruel creatures will never have sympathy. Xiao Ruobing ordered the others to bring bas-relief and other evil things, and the middle-aged man, there are more things to be interrogated. Standing in a place that must be passed along the way out of the town, the snake-hand Gemini duo had a lot of time to wait for the group of cars to come. Their purpose is not to catch them all at once, but to retrieve the lost holy objects. As for whether all the people from the Foundation are left behind, it doesn't matter. Witnessing the convoy taking out guns and firing frantically on people rushing towards the hotel, the gunshots were continuous, the flames of death continued to spray out, and the murloc monsters fell one by one. The tall man didn't feel anything, his tone didn't change at all and said, "Jay, which car is the thing in?" Hearing that, the short priest held a weird stick similar to a staff in his hand, closed his eyes and felt it carefully. After a long while, pointing to the middle lane, the third one from the top, "Oh, that thief is also there." When he opened his eyes, a grinning smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I hand it over to you, K." The Serpent's Hand organization all use alphabetic codes to call each other, and that's the code name for the two of them. The tall man, codenamed K, remained silent, waiting for the convoy to approach. Soon, as the team was about to cross the bridge, he moved. Those bulging blue eyes suddenly stared at the driver of the third car, chanting an inexplicable mantra. Following a wave of invisible fluctuations, it is conveyed to the other person's mind along a certain medium. Looking at the deep divers chasing in the rearview mirror, Xiao Ruobing breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't catch up with the convoy at their speed. Fortunately, she ordered a retreat in a timely manner. If you wait until the deep divers surround the road, it will be difficult to escape from the town. But just as she relaxed, a huge noise suddenly came into her ears. I looked through the rearview mirror and discovered that somehow, the third car suddenly lost control and crashed into a boulder on the side of the road. The front of the car was deformed and could no longer be driven. Before they could react, they were surrounded by deep divers who followed them. Because of the speed of the full power, it has already exceeded 100 meters in such a while. Xiao Ruobing hardened his mind and didn't let anyone stop for rescue. He only stopped and waited for death. Instead of sacrificing everyone, it is better to abandon a cart of people to preserve everything. After too much experience, Xiao Ruobing had the consciousness that he could not save everyone. Rather, if you stay innocent, you won't be able to live now. Others knew this truth, and they kept silent, watching the wrecked jeep surrounded by those deep divers who were no longer chasing. Inside, the roaring gunfire kept coming, until the distance was far enough to be inaudible. Chapter 44. "Oh, I really want to leave everyone behind." The voice of the priest codenamed Jay was very regretful. As a companion, Kay just glanced at him lightly, and didn't even mean to communicate. "Just kidding, I'll stay." Although his race is not human and has transformed into a deep dive, it is impossible to use spells all the time. The name of the spell he used just now is Glance at Reality. Spells dedicated to combat and dominance. The function is to make a target fall into madness. If the opponent's will is not high enough, it will fall into madness and reduce the SAN value. It's a bit similar to Psychic Blast, but there are differences between the two. The so-called Truth Glimpse Grant technique is to bestow one's ultimate truth about the universe to others. Of course, this knowledge may be wrong, distorted, or partially correct. It is equivalent to revealing the corner of the truth in this world. If the target knows more than you know, and knows more correctly, the effect of the spell will be infinitely weakened and approach zero. Obviously, the driver's will was unable to resist the pollution from the truth and fell into a short period of madness, causing the car to hit a boulder. Looking at the vehicle from afar, the sound of gunfire became more and more sparse, and the Snake Hand twins stood still, very patient. Until the deep diver came to report that after all the relevant personnel had been dealt with, the two set out to go to the half-waste smoking jeep. Several broken bodies were left indiscriminately on the side, and the two looked into the car. There was still a living person inside. It was the middle-aged man who was arrested for interrogation. When he saw the two of them, his fear reached its peak, and his body trembled uncontrollably. "Hello, dirty thief, we finally met. If it weren't for your children, maybe we haven't heard the news so quickly. Thank you for that." Touching the half-man deep diving next to him, Kay said casually. Seeing the familiar short figure, the middle-aged man collapsed completely. At this moment, Jay had passed him impatiently, and looked at the holy artifacts in the car that had not been removed. Luxurious ivory carvings, evil bas-reliefs, all are here. Jay breathed a sigh of relief, but after a while, his face changed. The golden crown is gone. Turning his head to stare at the middle-aged man, he leaned his face closer to him, and said word by word, "Where is that thing?" I don't know." The middle-aged man was shivering and couldn't even speak clearly. "Tisk, I don't know, forget it, it's better to do it directly than to ask." Jay grinned and showed sharp teeth, "It just so happens that I hate trouble." The middle-aged man's hunch was overshadowed. He noticed something was wrong and just wanted to say, "No, I remember." Too late. As soon as the voice fell, Jay ejected a sharp machete and split his head open with a knife. Literally, it was really split. Seeing a bunch of squirming slimy things inside, Jay licked his lips, his blue bulging eyes flashed cruelly, then, "I'm not welcome." The middle-aged man has not died at this moment, but severe pain swept through the top of his head. He watched in horror as the big mouth of the person in front of him gradually approached, and then a sharp pain came from the top of his head, and the whole person lost consciousness in the next moment. Gulping fresh brains, Jay sucked hard, revealing a satisfied expression. It wasn't until the brain that couldn't be fresher was completely devoured, Jay just raised his head and wiped the white floury pulp that dripped from the corner of his mouth. Seeing his companion closed his eyes, Kay did not speak. He knows that Jay is using a spell called memory swallowing. As long as he swallows a fresh brain, he can absorb the memory and abilities of the opponent. Within 24 hours, the devourer can use the memory and abilities of the opponent. 24 hours later, the devourer will lose the memory and ability he has acquired. Unless he is willing to sacrifice his sanity to welcome more knowledge from the abyss, he can permanently absorb the target memory. Fortunately, there is no one here. If humans are allowed to see this scene, even if there are no deep divers, the SAN value will drop because of this scene. Just as the ancients ate monkey brains, fixed it, and poured oil into it while still alive, enjoying the freshest taste. In the eyes of these monsters, there is no difference between humans and monkeys. Found it? Seeing Jay finally opened his eyes, Kay asked. Well, almost. Jay licked the remaining residue at the corner of his mouth. I saw him sold to someone who lives in the Magic City. Kay nodded, it should not be too late. Go and get it back as soon as possible. I will continue to move forward with the plan. No problem. With SCP-268, wouldn't the Devil City let it come and go? Fortunately, Jay is not very interested in sexual desire, otherwise I don't know how many sister papers will be harmed. After escaping the chased convoy and driving more than 20 kilometers away, the dull atmosphere has not broken. This loss is my fault. Xiao Ruobing pursed his mouth tightly. She really didn't expect the other party to be able to summon so many difficult monsters, and it would be difficult for guns to penetrate the scales and skin of those things. But there is no way. The people behind the disappearance of the village have not been exposed, and they don't know what is hidden behind them. How to avoid loss in the case of black eyes? Basically no one can do it. Xiao Ruobing's decision to leave immediately indicates that the on-the-spot command is very good. Everyone understands this, so no one blames it, but rather appreciates it. At the same time, based on what happened today, the 7th Special Operations Team knew that this was definitely not a problem that a team could solve. Even with the addition of SCP-073, which has not yet arrived and is still going out, it is impossible to face it. After all, the opponent is not good at fighting. At most, there is no need to worry about his safety hazards. I will report specific information about a series of incidents when you go back. You are ready, and we will join this mission again at any time. Xiao Ruobing only lasted for a short time, and soon arranged various matters. I thought it was a high-tech cold weapon. Who knew that the other side took off the mask, and the showdown said I didn't pretend it, I used magic. P.S. Regarding the settings of all monsters, I will strengthen them according to a reasonable level, otherwise a few shots will be too bad. For example, the most embarrassing son of the K family, the Wilson who was killed by the dog or Wilbur Cumming. In addition, I wrote these spells based on the mythology and magic diction in the 7th edition of the Thulhu Running Group Rule Book. There are more than 500 kinds of spells on it, which looks big. Chapter 45. The heat weapon is very powerful, but when it comes to magic, it is all right. You don't know when you are hit, maybe the next second, maybe thousands of miles away. It's totally unreasonable. Others don't need to see you at all, maybe they know your name, and if you have some medium, you can easily erase your existence. This statement is absolutely not false. If it wasn't that Gemini knew not many spells, and they weren't strong, many things wouldn't need to be so troublesome. The closer you get to the abyss, the more you understand how terrifying the ultimate reality of the universe is. Just like Xiao Ruobing at this moment, she has resolved several containment anomalies and witnessed several mythological creatures. The longer she passed, the more she feared the unknown. Magic City. Once again awakened by the longing gushing out of her heart from her sleep, Lilith gritted her teeth, sweat gradually oozing from her forehead, soaking her dazzling golden hair. She suffers every night, and the impact every day is more severe than the day before. She wondered how long she could support it, and she might be dazzled by her instinct in the next moment. It's not surprising to feel that the string called sanity gradually tightens. Lilith squeezed the quilt tightly, bowed and forcibly resisted the side effects of the blood physique. Although he barely endured it in the end, he drifted away on the line of mental breakdown at any time. The energy was exhausted again, and the sky seemed to have brightened in a daze. Next door to her, Wang Li almost woke up now. The dream I had yesterday seems a little strange. Smacking his lips, he woke up in a daze and lifted the quilt to look inside. With the inexplicable touch under him, he couldn't help but feel quite melancholy. It seems it's time to find a girlfriend. After dreaming of Wuhan, Wang Li got up and changed his clothes and went to the bathroom. Unlike the bathroom, there is only one bathroom on the second floor, which is at the end of the aisle near his bedroom. After a while, there was a pattering sound from the shower room. At the same time, Lilith, who looked tired and sleepy, also got up. First, facing the Chao Yang, which was less than 8 o'clock, stunned for a while, and then slowly swallowed down the bed. Looking at himself in the mirror, the pajamas are messy and full of folds, revealing the marks of the shoulder straps. A beautiful blonde hair is also very messy, with a few mischievous hairs curled up. Due to the sweat last night, the hair on the forehead and sides stuck to the cheeks, which was particularly uncomfortable. Taking out the spare maid outfit from the closet, she had to replace it with the maid outfit because the normal outfit she had purchased hadn't arrived yet. Fortunately, the maid outfits ordered by Wang Li are all custom-made, and the materials are much more comfortable than ordinary clothes. Holding the clothes that needed to be changed, she walked slowly to the bathroom, and heard the patter of shower water coming from inside before she got even closer. "Boss? Are you inside?" Lilith asked. After Wang Li's efforts, the girl finally agreed to use the name of the boss when she did not need to go to work on weekends, and to use the name of the owner during work. "Yes, you also want to take a bath? Then I try to be as fast as possible." Lilith said quickly, "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry." Just about to exit the outer room where she put her clothes, she suddenly smelled a strange smell that made her yearning for it soaring. His eyes quickly followed instinct and moved to the clothes that Wang Li took off, as if there was something very attractive to her. She walked extremely resistingly. Looking at the darkened underwear somewhere hidden by her clothes, the girl's ears were red, and she subconsciously glanced at Wang Li, who didn't know anything in the bathroom, her heart beating faster. After a while, Lilith stood like a sculpture, trying to leave but unable to do so, and her brain fell into a fierce struggle. On one side is the instinct brought by the blood physique, and on the other side is the education and 3 views of life received for more than 10 years. Once she vowed to enjoy a life of poverty, simplicity, and chaste, but when things came, she realized that some things were not shifted by human will. Her spitting breathing became a little heavier, and the beating sound of her heart made her flustered, fearing to be heard by the people inside. But all this is just her psychological function, and the 2 sides of the brain are in dispute. But as the time spent here grows, Wang Li may end the shower at any time, and there is not much space for her to consider. Missed once, next time, who knows if there is a similar good opportunity. And there may be a negative effect of approaching what you desire. The blood starts to rush, and the body temperature gradually rises to the level that a normal human will definitely burn the brain. Instinctive thoughts are like demons, driving Lilith to slowly reach out. Lord! Please forgive me. For the 2nd time, she said this sentence for forgiveness, and when she was weak, Lilith closed her eyes with tears in her eyes, obeying her instinct. A few minutes later, when Wang Li came out with a towel and wiped her wet hair, she found Lilith flushed with a hint of shame and rushed into the bathroom. What's wrong? He touched his chin with a look of confusion, unable to figure out the answer for a long time, so he shook his head and muttered, "The girl's mind is really unpredictable." Not paying much attention to the messed-up basket, Wang Li threw his clothes into the washing machine at will, then blow-dried his hair and went downstairs. About an hour later, Wang Li, who was in the coffee shop sorting the bookshelf area, saw Lilith hesitate. Knowing that girls take a bath really slowly, he didn't have much to say. But the maid was very strange. When she noticed that his gaze was swept, her cheeks flushed, as if she had done something shameful. Wang Li is very puzzled. "No, I can easily misunderstand you doing this." He certainly didn't know how much Lilith wanted to die at the moment, but in addition to wanting to die, she had a sense of relief with ease, and finally did not have to endure the painful torture of instinct. "Lilith, come and help me divide the books." "Ah? Okay. Okay." Knowing that she couldn't hide her by name, the lovely maid moved 1 meter away from him. Wang Li didn't care and took down all the messed-up books. Novels, magazines, strange stories, ancient books, are all divided into categories. With him, Lilith did not notice those weird tentacles and eyeballs coming out of the gaps in the book today. Chapter 46. While tidying up, Wang Li chatted casually. "Did I show you those 2 books? Well, I didn't understand a part of it, so I watched it slowly. For example, in Magic Truth, the superficial part is easy to learn. Once it involves more advanced areas, Lilith immediately catches the blind. The knowledge from the abyss made her afraid to touch, worrying about terrible consequences." "Cannot read?" Wang Li laughed. "So you can just read it as a novel, don't be too serious, those 2 books are at best used to pass the time." "Oh! Master, oh no, the boss is really amazing, so profound things are completely ignored, no wonder the people of the Foundation want to send her here." Lilith respects and admires the youth in front of her from the bottom of her heart, so that she can return to a normal and quiet life. But when he thinks of something that he swallows when his brain is not awake in the morning, his admiration gradually deteriorates. There were signs of hot cheeks again, and the girl could only forcibly reverse her thoughts, put her attention in front of her eyes, and carefully sorted out the books. It's really different to have a person acting as a helper. It didn't take much time to organize everything. Sitting on the high stool next to the pool, Wang Li faced the entrance of the store and used a cat-like thing to reach into the pool to tease the little octopus, which was once again depressed. After poking its head, the little octopus wrapped its tentacles around the cat stick in dissatisfaction, and pulled it down forcefully. Wang Li smiled and wrestled with it like a playful. "As usual, I can just play with the little octopus for a day." But at a certain moment, he again found a sneaky figure outside the store. Lying on the glass window, like a thief, the unknown person with only one head exposed looked in carefully. Frowning, Wang Li doesn't believe that this person is a thief, but in these days there is no such thing as an honest person stepping on a cafe on the street during the day. Let go of the funny cat stick, he walked out of the store and came to the suspicious person. Hello, what help do you need? The man was startled and lifted his head from the corner, revealing that beautiful innocent face. Luo Chingqing, why are you squatting here and not coming in? Wang Li was speechless when he saw the visitor clearly. Is there something wrong with my brain? I am still playing a secondary role, such as a ninja. When found out, Luo Chingqing was not embarrassed, stood up and scratched her cheek and said, I see if those two people were there that day. It was dangerous to contact this store. With the two weirdos in yellow clothes and the girls in Cheongsam, the difficulty at least increased from S+ to SSS. If she meets those two people, Luo Chingqing intends to turn her head and leave, putting the task of contacting the owner aside. Fate is always more important than mission, but not today. I really want to say that this guy is a little bit heartless, and if anyone goes through that kind of thing, I'm afraid he will think about it for quite some time when he comes here again. And she, good fellow, didn't turn her back for 2 days, and came over boldly. She really never died. Rolling his eyes and returning to the store, Wang Li continued to tease the little octopus. After confirming that the environment is safe, Luo Chingqing generously followed in, but she always paid attention to the wind and grass outside. As soon as either of the two shows signs of coming to have fun, they will go away immediately. Why are you here today? After all, he was considered an acquaintance, and Wang Li was naturally rude. Well, he has never had a good attitude towards people with brain problems. Luo Chingqing accepted the other party's bad tone of course, hesitating for a long while after all, but turned to another topic. Boss, last time I saw the golden wine that the Cheongsam girl drank, can you sell me some? Golden mead. Right. Luo Chingqing nodded quickly. Wang Li responded happily, okay, 1 drop per 100,000. Luo Chingqing looked dumbfounded, do you see me like a fat sheep? With a light cough, she quickly reacted, maybe it was the price. But I can't afford it. Boss, we are all so familiar, can you get a discount? Wang Li pondered for a while, also, 10% off. 10% off? That's it? Luo Chingqing no longer hopes, or the boss, you can see how much I am worth, and I will sell myself to you. If you are as clever and valuable as my maid, I might agree. He joked. Forget it. SCP-166, how does she compare to an ordinary person? According to the higher-level understanding of SCP-166's life experience, it seems that this girl who has just awakened her blood physique has hidden more terrifying abilities. The so-called ability to let plants grow and restore the originality of the craftsmanship is nothing but the fur that is revealed on the surface. According to the Foundation's current understanding, if this girl continues to grow, she will inherit the memory of her bloodline. She will have the natural understanding and execution ability of Havila, the son of Black, the supernatural program clock. This is a worldwide ritual that can irreversibly return human civilization to the Neolithic period. The so-called Havila, according to the Foundation's understanding, originally originated from the creation of the Bible. In the Old Testament, God Yahweh created the world and man, first Adam, then Eve. He then created a paradise in Eden in the east for the original humans. In this paradise, the river has 4 channels. The first river is called Bison, and the place it surrounds is Havila. As for how and where this ceremony will be held, the Foundation people cannot know. All they can do is to be optimistic about SCP-166, together with the owner of the mysterious cafe. Alas, Luo Chingqing, who failed to bargain, lay down on the bar in frustration, wandering aimlessly in the cafe. Of course, she didn't dare to look at the bookshelf area again, the only place she dared to look at was the handmade statue area in the window. Since the ancient Ghoul giant used it, the statue shattered, and it was placed on the experimental platform for a long time to study. It was not obvious at all, and it could only be attributed to the mysterious disappearance on it. Therefore, the researcher suggested that if a perfect statue can be obtained, perhaps something can be discovered from it. In this way, the task fell on Luo Chingqing's glory. She was thinking about how to get a few other statues from the boss, so she tried her best to do so. Chapter 47. In any case, it is always right to have a good relationship with the boss first. If you can complete the task, you may get some fringe benefits after you get closer. For example, the boss thinks she is too pitiful and weak, half selling and half giving away some good things, although this possibility is not high. Wrong. Can't be so arbitrary. Maybe the relationship is not close enough, and when the goodwill rises to a certain level, there may be unexpected benefits. Thinking of something in her mind, Luo Chingqing suddenly said, "Speaking of which, boss, what is your attitude towards the Foundation?" After blurting out, she reacted, but she couldn't take it back. It's so abrupt. The girl regrets a bit. Foundation. Wang Li wondered why he would ask this question. He considered it and judged his opinion. In fact, ordinary people have heard about the foundation of this organization. After all, in recent years, the magic capital should be an endless stream of miracles across the country and even the world. Even if the government wants to bury it, it cannot be seamless. The difference is that the official quickly resolved the incident and deliberately played down many effects. If it is not for ordinary people who are interested in similar things or have experienced people around them to discuss on specific forums, there is not much attention from the crowd. When things do not happen to themselves, people always choose to ignore them. Mainly in this impetuous society, hot searches are constant, and strange things are covered by lace news soon, and they are forgotten after a while. When someone mentioned it, I remembered that there was something else. There is a good saying that the only lesson mankind has learned from history is that mankind cannot learn anything from history. This sentence can sum up most people. I think about it. Overall, there is nothing dissatisfied, but... Luo Chingqing felt tight. Wang Li was looking forward to it. I really want to use all of these containment items as collections one day, if only the Foundation can agree. He thinks he is a person full of curiosity about unknown things. If he can place many contained objects as collections, he will definitely be able to satisfy his own collection addiction. This idea is too dangerous. The girl's scalp is tingling. Ha, kidding. Seeing the boss's serious, even regrettable look, Luo Chingqing didn't believe that he was joking. I had to show a reluctant smile and dryly echoed, "Ahaha, it's so funny. This person may have a problem with his head." Wang Li was not sure before, but now he can make an assertion. It's a pity that she is so beautiful, and she doesn't know if her boyfriend will go to jail in the future, because mentally retarded is illegal. Inexplicably aware of the pity in the boss's eyes, Luo Chingqing was uneasy. What's wrong? What happened? Okay, what's the point? Knocked on the table with gravity. Wang Li felt that spending too much time with this girl might affect IQ. Black tea, thank you. Seeing the boss turned around to make tea for her, Luo Chingqing secretly looked at Lilith, who cleaned the table and chairs. The last time I met briefly, I was frightened by the monsters in yellow clothes and the girls in Cheongsam, and they didn't have time to pay attention to this containment object classified as a level 4 threat by the Foundation. After careful observation, he exclaimed, "This is SCP-166. How should I say, it's beautiful. A traditional black and white maid dress, which wipes the tables and chairs very naturally. When bending down, the hem of the skirt sways slightly, revealing thick high-heeled leather shoes and white stockings covering the rounded calf from time to time. The dazzling blonde hair and the starry eyes that are different from ordinary people make her look like a girl who walks out of the second element." She insisted on using a certain character to describe it, and she could only think of the Queen of Tokiwada, whose figure and image were basically the same, but the temperament of the two was not very similar. At a glance, she couldn't resist that charm even as a girl. Of course, the Cheongsam girl is more beautiful, but it is scary enough to make people ignore her charm value. What a great boss to make SCP-166 work honestly. Luo Chingqing smacked her lips and was not worried about abnormalities. Wait, she discovered that, according to Foundation information, the abnormal abilities of SCP-166 were not seen in the store at all. How did you do it? The news was no less than a magnitude 12 earthquake, and the girl couldn't close her legs. You know, the Foundation's containment method is simple and rude. According to their method, since it would affect men, SCP-166 was completely guarded by women, locked in a room where no one was near, and she was not allowed to touch anyone. In a very cruel way, he was treated as a prisoner with life imprisonment. To some extent, the contents do not possess human rights, but are tools and articles. But the boss here is different, allowing the contained objects to move freely, without worrying about the occurrence of anomalies. This news should also be reported. Luo Chingqing secretly wrote on the small notebook and waited for Wang Li to make black tea and hand it to her before pretending that nothing happened. In the middle of the pass, the pendant hung around his neck was exposed while the other party reached out his hand. Wang Li glanced inadvertently, and by the way, he saw the badge on her chest. It was a logo with 3 arrows inserted into the circle in the shape of a fringe. Seeing this sign, he couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Are you from the Foundation? What? The identity was discovered, Luo Chingqing's first thought was, and then his brain went blank. It wasn't until Wang Li pointed to the pattern on her chest that he realized that he had actively exposed. This is the unique icon of the Foundation. Worse, I just applied for carrying SCP-427 from the Foundation containment area today. I was so excited that I actually forgot to remove the sign when I came over. Luo Chingqing turned her brain madly, trying to see his thoughts from the expressionless face of the boss. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly became dull. If you deny it, it is too fake, so she bit the bullet and said, yes, is there any problem? Haha. Wang Li chuckled lightly. He had some problems, but he felt strange that he could actually meet people from the Foundation. Can you tell me something about what your Foundation is holding? Wang Li supported his chin with one hand and leaned forward slightly. With such an aggressive posture, Luo Chingqing's breath was choked. If she said it, wouldn't she reveal the secrets of the Foundation, and then GG? But if you don't say it and anger the other party, she is still GG. Chapter 48. After vacillating between early GG and late GG, it was Wang Li who solved the trouble for her after all. I can't say it. He suddenly became dull. No. There is nothing to say. Seeing that the other party's face turned cold, Luo Chingqing quickly stabilized. The mission of the Foundation is how to deal with the Ghoul under reasonable circumstances. If you want to make a good relationship, it should be considered as a proper show of sincerity. Then, providing certain information does not seem to be a betrayal organization. Anyway, I don't know too much. As for the very confidential and important things, it is probably not her turn to check. Feeling at ease again, Luo Chingqing let out a light cough, and slowly told him some domestic and foreign safe class containment objects, and some Euclid class containment objects. Such as SCP-999, Itch Monster, SCP-085, Person in the Painting, SCP-590, Suffering with You, SCP-131, IPs, SCP-580, Qinhuang 5 Heavenly Seat. For these unknown containment objects, Wang Li showed great curiosity. According to Luo Chingqing's explanation, SCP-999 is a group of slime-like orange-yellow slime. It has a naughty personality and is close to humans. It has love for all animals, especially humans, and can make all people who come into contact with it feel happy, just like moving. The pistachios, all Foundation people are eligible to contact. Therefore, all personnel must not abuse it or they will be punished. Wang Li is a little envious. To be honest, who doesn't want this kind of mascot? However, not everyone who is close to humans in the containment will end well. For example, SCP-590, a teenager around the age of 16, his ability is longevity and the ability to transfer other people's injuries and diseases to himself, at the cost of suffering all the pain and suffering. Therefore, it was used as a tool by the rabbit country, and several cases of intellectual disability were induced to cure. Due to this behavior, SCP-590 is always at the mental level of a 3-year-old child and becomes very easy to handle. Tisk, having special abilities is not all a good thing, this is the root of human inferiority. Wang Li's tone is extremely cold. The ones that are not threatening and of great value can be bred as animals, even if they are all human in appearance. Due to the location and lighting effects, half of his face was hidden in the shadows, and his expression was not clear. This caused Luo Chingqing to swallow subconsciously, and whispered, "It was made by the rabbit. Country. Our country is still more humane." Wang Li smiled and said nothing. Although she doesn't know what the other party is thinking, the girl also knows that this is not a silent time, so she broke the silence and described what she was shocked when she heard it for the first time. SCP-580. Alias Qin Emperor 5 Heaven's Seat. Qin Huang's 5 Heavenly Seat? Is it possible that it is related to Qin Shuang? Wang Li guessed. Luo Chingqing chuckled, most people certainly can't guess its body. I was surprised for a long time when I checked it out. Seeing Wang Li showing a look of exploration, she didn't dare to sell Guanzi, she quickly explained. The first time the Foundation discovered it and entered data, it was in the solar system. Its body was an airship made of silk and wood. More importantly, after research, it was discovered that it was built in the first emperor's dynasty. Is it really Qin Shuang? Wang Li is a little ignorant. The entire airship is decorated with gold, silver, dragons, and phoenixes. There are 8 cannon slots on each side of the airship. After the Foundation tried to contact it, it was learned that the project had accepted the order of the first emperor and was on a mission to travel to the sun. Luo Chingqing emotionally and vividly said, as for whether this is a military expedition or an envoy's visit, it is still unclear. What can I say? It turns out that this world has entered the interstellar age so early. No wonder the Great Wall defended against aliens in a certain game, and the ancients did not deceive me. The world is so big, there are no wonders. Good guy, could it be that the development of the world has gone backwards for thousands of years? There is nothing to say about this, and of course Wang Li also feels very interesting. Listening to her talk about these containment objects with special abilities is almost the same as listening to stories. Only. You told me so much to an outsider, is it really okay? Luo Qingqing's face froze, ahaha, it's not a special secret, it's not a big problem. Now that you understand, let me say. This boss has a black belly. It was very upset to be bailed out, but I could only hold back when I was upset, and even asked if I wanted to bailed out again. Fortunately, Luo Chingqing is optimistic that she can automatically clear up unhappy things, and she can find SCP-999 to vent when she returns to the Foundation. But even so, she feels that she has suffered a lot, and hopes to try if she can take advantage of the store manager. Maybe it would be enough for others to pull out the vellus hair for a month. So, she cautiously said, by the way, boss, I really liked the wood carving I gave last time. We are all so familiar with each other. Can we give another one? No. Wang Li refused the request without even thinking about it. The last time she was sent to her was a missionary, and by the way, the defective products were disposed of. A face suddenly collapsed, and Luo Chingqing felt a little distressed. This is the so-called confession, do you always have to pay it back? The price of taking things for nothing has finally come to return. Perhaps seeing the girl in a bad mood, Wang Li thought for a while. Although it's good to be a prostitute, it's not so good. What if I can't find a storyteller after being scared away? Therefore, he changed his conversation and comforted, send it is definitely not good. If you really like it, you can change it with something. Change something. Luo Chingqing was resurrected on the spot, look. Efforts will always be rewarded. From now on, I will be the owner's licking dog. She looked excited and asked, what is it? I think about it. Wang Li glanced across the bookshelf area and pool, and said, well, such as weird and rare ancient books, or strange things, I am a person who likes to collect rare and ancient monsters, but if you think it is relatively rare and interesting, I think it can be used for identification. After speaking, he added, of course, it's okay to exchange containment items. The smile on Luo Qingqing's face gradually disappeared. Chapter 49. Gangster, don't be kidding. Exchange with containment items, even if she wants to change, where's the qualifications and so many containment items? But ancient books. Luo Qingqing shuddered when he thought of the things on the bookshelf that would pop out of tentacles and eyeballs, wouldn't it? It seems that no matter which condition is difficult to achieve. In frustration, she suddenly woke up to the shopkeeper's meaningful sight. It's not right. She is a small member of the Foundation, how can it be worth the trouble of the coffee shop boss? The other party may just want to use him to reach a cooperative relationship with the Foundation executives behind him, or to pass on news. This kind of thing is left to the high-level decision-making troubles. Why she racked her brain to think so much. With the thoughtfulness, the girl felt that she could do it again. Before she responded, she saw Wang Li walking around her for a moment, then pointed to her chest and said, "For the first time, I will give you a discount. Let's change it with that pendant." Hi! Luo Chingqing was taken aback, subconsciously covering the pocket watch pendant hanging on his chest, and the whole person fell into a state of bewilderment. "No, I took SCP-427 out for the first time, so you must take it away." Not to say whether she would like it or not, she is not qualified to deal with the key thing, and she will pay it back when she goes back. The girl almost cried when she thought of the problem of the first mission being gone, and the possibility of being executed. "Why, no? Very precious." Wang Li frowned slightly. "No, not precious." Seeing that the target's face changed, an invisible aura hits her face, Luo Chingqing immediately changed her attitude, crying and said with a sad face, "Then, I will trouble you." Extremely unwilling to let go of the pocket watch, she watched the boss take it away eagerly. After taking the pocket watch, Wang Li opened it and saw it was a gem with a gleaming purple light, which was very valuable at first glance. The radiant brilliance came into view, and the body became warm. In an instant, he fell in love with it. "But then I thought, the handmade statue I made didn't seem to be worthy of its value." Seeing the other party's pitiful appearance, he was a little unbearable, but he was reluctant to go back. After hesitating for a while, another idea came up. After covering his pocket watch, under Luo Chingqing's gaze, he went to the bookshelf area, took out a book at random in the ancient history area, and then took out 3 statues in the handmade window area. Back at the bar, Wang Li put the 3 statues in front and said to the dazed girl, "Ahem, I thought about it, since it's a discount, plus you love it so much, except that these 3 are originally exchanged, I will lend you this book for 3 extra days. Don't look at it as just a book. At any rate, I spent a lot of energy and cost to collect it." Wang Li added. In the end, Luo Chingqing didn't even know how she got out. With 3 handmade statues in her arms and an old book named lair text in her arms, she embarked on the way back to the Foundation. 1 hour later. Frowning and staring at the 3 statues in front of him and the weird classics of lair text, Zhang Jianyu didn't know what he was thinking. Luo Chingqing fidgeted and waited for the judgment of her immediate superiors, but after half a day, she only waited for a word. "You did a great job, let's go ahead. I will explain to the above about SCP-427. Oh! The girl thought she would be punished, but she didn't know if there was anything wrong, so the boss still spoke softly and comforted her. She couldn't believe it when she left the room. In fact, it is easy to understand that there is not only one piece of SCP-427, as long as you want, you can use SCP-500 and SCP-914 to create it at any time. Although SCP-500 has only 47 pieces, it cannot be synthesized by any method, and 1 piece is less than 1 piece. But at least some inventory remains. It is not a disadvantage to win over the owner of the mysterious cafe, after all, the other party also paid. And relying on Luo Chingqing to build a channel for communication, maybe we can cooperate more intimately in the future. Thinking in this way, Zhang Jianyu had no negative thoughts about subordinates' self-assertion behavior, and it was obviously not her turn to make a request at that time. The reason for frowning is because of the 3 handmade statues in front of me, the lair text that was returned within a 3-day period. The 3 statues are different. The first is a toad-like creature, holding a flute like a wind instrument. The second figure is a huge clump with black whip-like tentacles growing on the clump, with a huge mouth open around the clump, and the outline of the entire body looks like a tree. The third figure is a monster resembling a terrestrial octopus with bat-shaped wings on the back. There is no doubt that he doesn't know anyone. These strangely shaped and weird creatures do not follow human aesthetics at all, and are full of strange madness and beauty. Looking past the three statues for a while, Zhang Jianyu finally stared at the ancient book. In terms of preciousness, this book is definitely the most important. The Foundation also has similar ancient books, but most of them are scraps, the records are unknown, and there may even be errors. Moreover, since the cafe owner solemnly stated that the deadline is 3 days, it shows that in his opinion, books are also more valuable. In addition, there is one more thing that caught his attention. The name of this book, Lilith. It was exactly the same as the anomaly reported by Xiao Ruobing, the captain of the 7th Special Operations Squad who came back last night. After telling what happened in the seaside town, she also reported what happened in her dream after falling asleep, because she felt it was very important. Thulhu and Lalei. The people behind the series of events in the disappearance of the village must have conspired plans that are inseparable from these two words. Perhaps the answer to the purpose of those people's actions can be glimpsed in this book. With this idea in mind, he opened the video discussion and reported a series of experiences to higher authorities. After receiving affirmative approval, Zhang Jianyu took the Lalei text to the Research Institute. He needed Professor Mo to translate the content of the book. Not everyone can parse out the mystery and cosmic truth hidden in the various stories above when they get the secret code. Deeper secrets can only be found out by people with strong inspiration and knowledge of occultism. Chapter 50. Tisk, it feels good to be upright, but no one noticed. Walking under the scorching sun, Jay, one of the important cotters of Snake Hand, showed his head that gradually turned into a fish head, and looked at the crowds coming and going on the street with emotion. I really don't know why the people in the Foundation are so stupid. They have sealed up all the containment and can't easily use them. How stupid it is to impose such a rule. With a sneer, Jay covered his hat and swaggered towards the target residence. According to the information observed by the spell, the opponent should live in a suburban location. After bumping into several pedestrians brutally, he smiled foolishly under the dazed expression of the other person looking around inexplicably. I really want to kill people on the street at will, and then observe everyone's reactions. Licking his lips, he forcibly suppressed the bloodthirsty thoughts. You can't make extravagance, at least you have to wait for the golden crown to get your hands. The more spells are used, the closer Jay is to the abyss. The closer he got to the abyss, the more he couldn't control himself, and wanted to obey the madness and do something to please the gods he believed in. But the time has not yet arrived, and the time has not yet come for the stars to return. Endure. Keep patience. Accumulate irritability and release it until the day the god descends, and that feeling must be extremely wonderful. With anticipation, the number of pedestrians around Jay gradually decreases, and the shops along the street are gradually sparse. He knew that this was a sign that the destination was about to arrive. The target residence is far away from the urban area, and there is a lack of people around, and because of the village in the city, the removal of a few people is inexplicably deserted. Soon after the march, the cafe-signed katas came into view. Standing on the opposite side, Jay just wanted to approach, suddenly felt something was wrong, a touch of uneasiness haunted his mind, and a hint of inexplicable fear. What's wrong with me? He stopped abruptly. The sudden warning made him hesitate for a moment, but the warning came and went quickly. It disappeared without waiting for careful thought. Illusion? It shouldn't be. Jay stood on the opposite side with an uncertain expression. Since contacting the abyss of the truth of the universe, his inspiration has also been improved a bit, and he can vaguely know part of the safety. If one believes in the great door key, transcender, and all things one, maybe we can predict the future of this kind of thing. It is a pity that he believes in the Lord of Lilith. But this hesitation was quickly shattered by what he saw. In the shop, the golden crown placed in the pool occupied all his sight. What? What a beautiful treasure that is! Can't describe it in words. Because of the crown in his eyes, Jay couldn't restrain his impulse anymore and quickly set off for the coffee shop. The strange thing is left behind, there is SCP-268, and the danger should be very low. No one else can see it, don't realize it exists, how to deal with it. What's more, his brain also recorded fighting and protection spells about certain spells. When the moment of danger is really reached, he can use the knowledge he has obtained from the gods. When approaching the door, Jay pushed in without any hesitation. Ting bell! Suddenly the wind chime rang at the door, and Lilith, who was sitting at the bar, stood up abruptly and said to the customers who appeared in the store as usual, "Hello, what do you need? Hey, this guest is so strange." The charismatic maid muttered to herself, with a flat head and protruding eyes, she was completely unlike a normal human being. Is it also a containment item in the owner's shop? Not to mention what the cute maid was thinking, Jay was taken aback, raised the volume and said, "Can you see me?" After speaking, he saw the face of the girl in front of him, his eyes suddenly widened. Isn't this SCP-166 in the target of the L mission? How could it appear here? Of course. The maid blinked her eyes and whispered in a low voice, "Could you please keep your voice down?" The master fell asleep while reading on the sofa. Who is the owner? My hat won't fall off, right? Two more questions flashed through his mind in a row, and Jay quickly touched his head in a daze, and found that the hat was still there. No, how did you see me wearing a hat? You are not right. Very wrong. Not only this maid girl who can see him, but also this shop. When I was outside, I didn't feel that. After I really stepped in, I felt like countless malicious sights projected from my surroundings. This horror reached the bottom of his heart, and he was like an innocent ant who stepped into a forbidden place, accepting the attention of countless great existences. Regardless of thinking about how SCP-166 was here, the pressure forced Jay to breathe out, and as he broke in, the aura he carried seemed to alarm a certain taboo, and there were sudden changes in several places in the store. On the ceiling, a huge ball of light appeared crowded, and the shed parts of the ball and the raw material flowing out gloomily gathered together, formed an ominous and terrifying thing from outer space. Its face is formed by the convergence of rainbow spheres, and this mass of silt from the beginning is foaming at the source of eternal chaos, as if it transcends the most distant depth of time and space. At the same moment, a breath of joy and surrender from Jay's soul came from the edge of the glass pool. There are huge claws on the fore and hind limbs, and the huge thing with long and narrow wings on the back appears from the shadow on the wall. Compared to the horror that the ceiling seemed to face the infinite universe, the breath from the pool made him even more excited. Thulhu. There is no doubt that it is a texture that is infinitely close to the gods he believes in, and it can't be wrong. However, the worship in the face of devout believers did not move the evil god, but increased his anger. The great unnamed person roared, and the scream that went straight into the soul made Jay unable to maintain his shape, and instantly collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood, squirming and paralyzed on the floor. Then countless tentacles rose from the floor, and dozens of mouths with sharp teeth shredded it bit by bit and swallowed it. Before reacting, the joy in my heart has not dissipated, and Jay has disappeared in this world forever. Lilith stared blankly at this scene with her mouth slightly open, and did not react for a long time. The guest, just gone? Chapter 51. After a long period of sluggishness, the maid in the guard shop reacted, fearing that she would be involved. But after swallowing that mass of flesh and blood, the billion-dollar glorious body on the ceiling returned to silence and retreated into the subsequent silver door. From the beginning to the end, Lilith couldn't see its appearance, she could only guess its shape by imagination. The reflection projected on the wall disappeared at the same time, the floor was as clean as new, and the sight of the tentacles dancing just now was gone forever. As for the sprayed blood and the tumbling minced meat, they were all swallowed by those fine teeth and sucked cleanly, except for a hat. Lilith came to the accident site cautiously, stretched out her hand to touch the smooth ground. It was spotless, and she really couldn't see the tragic situation that had happened. The ground is smooth and can reflect her appearance. Fortunately, she is wearing a black and white maid dress and dragged it to the ground. Otherwise, she should worry about whether to go out of the bar all day, otherwise it will be really difficult. Should I tell the master? The simple maid was entangled, took the hat and walked to Wang Li who was sleeping, and lifted the blanket that fell on her chest for him, her eyes erratic. At this moment, she suddenly noticed some invisible gazes projected from behind. She put out the thought of reporting to the owner. As Lilith picked up the book that Wang Li had slid down on the ground, placed it on the table, and returned to the bar honestly, those eyes that were looking at her disappeared. He sighed. Although Lilith had been here for several days, she still felt as if she was walking on thin ice. Those malicious people temporarily lose interest in her under a certain restraint, but as long as they touch the taboo, I believe that the unknown person who can't usually show up will definitely be the first to appear and tear her apart. Lilith put her hat on the handmade statue area where the hand panel model was placed, then sat on the high stool obediently, and decided to forget what had just happened. Western Australia. The abandoned ancient city of Nakurt. The Serpent's Hand headquarters located below the ground. At the moment Jay died, the man sitting in the main seat of the Round Table Council raised his head slightly. Is there another accident? He frowned and closed his eyes for a moment in deep thought. If it's just an ordinary member, that's it. An important cadre like Jay died strangely, and we must figure out the reason. It just so happened that the 10 members of the Round Table, each of them left the hair, skin, and blood similar to the medium in advance, and saw the broken scene before the other party's death with the help of spells. Ordering people to take out the medium belonging to Jay, the man got up and went to the secret room next to him, which was filled with all kinds of bizarre and terrifying ceremonies. In the gap between the corners of the altar, there is still a whirlpool-like white transparent door, which leads to nowhere. While waiting for his subordinates, the man stood in one of the ceremonies and fell into contemplation. Recently, things went wrong inexplicably. First, the mission of L failed and the Dragon Kingdom died. Now Jay is also in trouble. L will not mention it for the time being. When he died, he also looked back at the death fragments. I probably understood that it should have been polluted by the unknown to a complete madness, so the deity was wrongly summoned, which caused dissatisfaction with the great, and directly collapsed. It's a pity that I broke the backtracking without seeing the deity's body at that time, otherwise it would be possible to observe which one it was. Now, one of the twins has declared coolness, and the reason must be figured out, otherwise K, who is also in the Dragon Kingdom, may also be in a dangerous situation. Until the subordinates fetched the blood belonging to J, the man put it in a silverware, his lips wriggling, and he chanted the mantra. The next moment, he saw it. Coastal town, tracing the magic city, cafe, Golden Crown, SCP-166. The scene before death flashed through his mind like a PPT, and finally stagnated until the ceiling appeared abnormal. The moment the body of billions of radiance appeared, it was obviously just a memory, but the man noticed that the rainbow-colored eyes were staring at him through time. Suddenly, the memory shattered into pieces like glass. He opened his eyes suddenly. Cold sweat was already on his forehead. At the moment when the backtracking was passively cut off, the man instinctively changed the spell and used the damage deflection technique to graft his own soul to the subordinates who were waiting respectfully. While the spell was in effect, a great breath descended from the other side of the starry sky, filling the entire secret room. Immediately afterwards, the gaze from the deity beyond the universe turned to the switcher. In just less than a second, that person seemed to have undergone countless years of time erosion. He was a young and healthy young man, withering away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Middle-aged, elderly. The time that a normal number of people has experienced in 10 years, in just a few seconds, he will experience it completely. It was not finished until the grey hair was grey and even death, and the body of the transferred person quickly rotted and volatilized at a speed beyond common sense. Including its hardest bones, all followed by the laws of time enveloping the body, quickly turning into soot and flying. Seeing that there was no trace of the whole big living person, the man was silent. Fortunately, the damage deflection technique was used in time, otherwise it would be him who died. It is also very important that this is not a great unnamed person taking the initiative to attack you. Just because you saw him, you have to bear a certain price. It is as if the ant crawls under the human body, and the human being inadvertently turns over, so that it can die without a place to bury it. Because of this, a man can use the damage deflection technique to forcibly avoid death. If the Great One locks his position, any spell is useless. Instead of spending effort and struggling meaninglessly, it is better to wait for death. But thanks to this, he also understood the cause of Jay's death. With the help of fragmented fragments and inferring according to a series of timelines, there is no doubt that he wanted to get back the golden crown, but failed. It's just that the source of failure feels terrible. The coffee shop owner actually believes in the existence of the unknown, no wonder the careless Jay is playing off. It is also no wonder that the other party chooses to collect the golden crown. Anyone who has been in contact with the abyss will involuntarily hope to get more and embark on the path of pursuing the ultimate truth of the universe. Chapter 52. After careful consideration, the man exited the secret room, unshakable at the survival of his subordinates. Relatively speaking, this time it was a wake-up call for him. Some things cannot be used indiscriminately, it is easy to get into trouble. Since getting the bequest of this city, the man's mentality has become too inflated. Sometimes, one must be in awe of the unknown. Make predictions for the dangers you encounter from the bottom of your heart, and think about how to replace these risks in the future. During the period, the man first used the phone to connect to K, who was far away in Long Country. I got accurate information here, Jay is dead. At the moment of speaking, K was shocked by the news and everyone was stupid. No, he went to retrieve the golden crown, how could anyone say that if he didn't, he didn't? Perceiving the unspeakable silence on the other side, the man continued, I'm here to remind you, don't wait for him, don't look for the cause of Jay's death for the time being, and do what you have to do. What about the crown? What about the missing SCP-268? The sadness of the death of his companion was extremely limited, but K still couldn't help asking. The man's tone remained unchanged, if you lose it, you will lose it. Although it is a pity, the whole thing is harmless. The origin of the main man is unknown, and the man does not want to provoke him for no reason. If the instigator is on the head of the Foundation, maybe he is planning a wave of attacks on the Magic Capital Foundation. By the way, see if you can grab a few of the containment items to stop the loss, and the cafe owner obviously also believes in the evil god. It is dangerous and not good to trouble the other party, so why bother? Out of the balance of interests, it is better to give up the intention of revenge for the time being. K was silent for a while, and said, I understand. Remember, when the plan is completed, the rituals are successful, and the astronomical magic starts, our gods will eventually come. Take it as an oath. Hanging up the phone, the leader of the Serpent's hand passed through a small half of the ruined city and came to a place similar to a library. He wants to know that the body of the billions of glorious bodies. With his occult knowledge, it is obviously impossible to know. It's okay, you can know it from here. This Niket city, also known as the Great Library City, was built by alien races that existed on the Earth hundreds of millions of years ago, and contains information on many races within human beings. According to records, they came from a planet called ISS, and they were the only race that mastered time travel. Therefore it is called, the Great Race of Ith. The Great Race of Isi is a group of emotional alien beings. They are able to project their consciousness across time, relying on their consciousness in the bodies of individuals of other species, and use their own thoughts to replace the thoughts of the host. Well, it sounds a bit like hacking, so Yisai is also known as the hacking race. However, they don't like fighting, pursuing wisdom, unknown technology, and knowledge. These creatures first arrived on the Earth 500 million years ago. Before they arrived, there were two other races that ruled the Earth at that time. Ancient and Blind, its other name is Flying Hydra. At that time, the Flying Hydra, which dominated the land, wanted to conquer the ocean. As a result, it was beaten by the ancients in the ocean with a swollen nose and was restricted to land ever since. Later, I discovered that alien creatures like the Ishis immediately moved the idea of colonization, but they couldn't beat them, and finally they had to hide underground. However, it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. The Flying Hydra had planned to wait until the advantage was great to take away the Yis. As a result, who knows that the ISI people often travel between the past and the future, and they have long foreseen that they will be destroyed by the Flying Hydra. Therefore, before the fate of the day, the Ishis directly transferred their thoughts to tens of millions of years later. Therefore, when Phoenician Hydra broke through all the cities built by the ISI people, including the city of Nectar, it suddenly found that people went to the empty building and was dumbfounded on the spot. According to the long-time observation of the Isi people, it was discovered that the flying hydroids would become extinct for unknown reasons in hundreds of millions of years, and they immediately decided to move to a safe era in the distant future after their extinction. Oh, the IS said that although we can't beat you, we can kill you. I didn't expect it. This flying hydra is really unexpected. In terms of talent skills, you are stronger. In the end, he had to return to the underground city that he had been accustomed to because of his long stay. And the leader of the Serpent's Hand could be regarded as unintentionally finding that the ISI people had, well, it should be regarded as the capital city, and obtained many materials and historical documents that have not been destroyed by the flying hydrops. In addition to human races and other races, the Ishis also recorded many terrifying existences called Old Rulers. Among them are Lord of Lalei, Lord of Deep Sky Stars, Sleep of Gai, Lord of Dream Abyss. However, there is no mention of the existence of billions of glorious bodies. The leader of the Serpent's Hand came to the site of the largest library in Night City and slowly searched for the surviving materials. Many spells he learned were recorded on it. Reading the books slowly, he finally found a mention in a book about the families who believed in the deity the Great Thulhu. The family of the stars is the Old Ruler, the servant of the Lord Lalei. Regarding this nameless person, his paternal line seems to be a pair of powerful old rulers. According to the information we exchanged and collected, their names should be the blasphemous twins, and the older existence above them is a more fundamental nature of the universe. His billions of brilliance are hidden behind the first silver key door leading to the ultimate universe. The intermittent transcript is difficult to understand, but it is enough to see it here. Snake's hand frowned slightly. It would be better if the data and literature were kept intact. However, it can also be seen from here that that person also has the means to communicate with the gods, and is considered to be an older existence. Putting down the recorded information, he sat there thinking for a long time. About the belief in gods, too little is known, and some of the ancient classics are not so easy to understand. It takes a lot of time to study to get the mysterious path from it. After a long time, he sighed, revealing deep eyes. If you have a chance, maybe you can try to get in touch with that person. Chapter 53. I slept really well this time. Before the sun went down, Wang Li sat up from the sofa and stretched her waist. Since I have Lilith, I don't have to stare at the coffee shop all day, I can spare a lot of time. Compared to the rich second generation who likes to play, such as Haitian Feast, XXX Turntable, Depth Bomb, etc., he prefers to stay alone in a quiet space. Reading books, teasing little pets, sleeps when tired, and wakes up naturally. Although there are times when I really want to find a girlfriend, I think it's better to be alone after a day. Be free and don't have to think about other people's ideas. Would you like water? Seeing him wake up, Lilith was already very consciously carrying tea. Thanks. Except for those cute shortcomings at the beginning, Wang Li was quite satisfied with this aristocratic lady maid. I did well in everything I ordered, and the character was serious, hard-working, and innocent. When I was okay, I was either reading the books he pushed, or holding the Bible he bought and didn't know what he was muttering. It's just a little more attractive and more coveted. This makes Wang Li worried that she will be coaxed by men of unknown origin. After all, a simple girl is easy to suffer. But Lilith didn't go anywhere for a day, and the scope of her activities was limited to the store, so she didn't dare to go out if she asked her to buy breakfast. While gratified, she was also troubled by the attributes of her home. Wang Li, who has attributed Lilith to her maid, is currently considering whether to take her out for shopping. After drinking in one breath, he lifted the blanket and asked, "Is there any guests coming after I fell asleep?" Well, the yellow-clothed guest came and sat for 3 hours in the afternoon and left not long ago. Just listen to her and you will know who it is. Wang Li didn't care anymore, instead staring at an extra hat on the bookcase. Where did the hat come from? He remembered what he didn't have before falling asleep. I found it. Lilith bulged and lied against her wool when she noticed that the invisible line of sight appeared again behind her. In fact, it is not a lie, it is indeed counted as what she found, but the place she found was in a coffee shop. "Have you been out?" Without waiting for the maid to explain, he nodded as if confirming, "Yes, go for more walks in the future." Although I thought it was ugly, since it was the first time a maid went out, it was the spoils of war. Wang Li put it down for the time being. "By the way, what do you want to eat tonight?" The maid was still considering whether or not to tell the truth, but found that the topic had turned to dinner, and subconsciously echoed, "It's okay." "Oh, it's always like this every time, somehow show your desires." Wang Li hates iron and steel, today you decide. How to put it, not only for this reason, the main maid is soft and cute, making people want to bully her very much. Seeing her tangled appearance, Wang Li found it very interesting. Lilith blinked her staring eyes, stretched her hand to the corner of her skirt and squeezed it, and then whispered for a while, then, "Just vegetable salad. I kindly asked you to order a big meal, but you want me to eat grass?" Wang Li was speechless, quite suspicious of life. "You asked me to say it." Lilith pouted and lowered her head, aggrieved and cute. As a mature Catholic, she eats bread and milk at most. Although the life essence of special needs can meet the basic energy consumption, she can also taste the food that can be eaten by ordinary humans, but she tends to be vegetarian. What's more, the essence of life is not there every day. Just one thought, Lilith began to feel anguish. "I have absorbed it once in the past 2 days, and it may be able to satisfy my desire in a short time. What is important is what to do next time. Doing that kind of thing secretly again? In case it was gone, she had to consider the seriousness of the failure. Can't, come on hard." Thinking of this, she quietly glanced at Wang Li. Of course, Wang Li did not know about this. He sighed, "Vegetable salad is just vegetable salad." Whoever asked him to dig a hole to bury himself, he had to make a request from the soft and cute maid. "If I knew so, why bother in the first place? You don't need to accommodate me." After the decision was made, the maid panicked instead. "Shut up, I have the final say." Oh. In the end, under hegemony, the dinner tonight is determined to be a vegetable salad. Occasionally eating vegetarian food can regulate the intestines and stomach, so Wang Li found excuses to comfort himself. He is not picky eaters, but 80% of his body is made up of carnivorous cells. There was a vegan banquet suddenly, full of green, and it always felt like eating grass. Contrary to his attitude, Lilith was very happy for dinner. "My little maid is happy, but he is not very happy," so after the meal, Wang Li coughed lightly, "Next weekend, I will take you out for a walk and walk around. Don't refuse. If you have any problems, try to solve them in advance. You can't stay at home for the rest of your life." Before she refused to say his words, Wang Li was in a good mood to see the little maid grimace. Seeing the master humming a small tune to the second floor, Lilith was in trouble. "If you want to go out, you must solve your own abilities. If you really want to say that there must be a way, if you follow the spells in magic truth, you can cover the difference from ordinary people for a certain period of time." It's just that she didn't take the analysis too seriously, and if she wanted to use it freely, she had to study the incantation seriously these days. Taking a deep breath, Lilith was holding magic truth and secretly made up her mind to study this book well these days. The owner said that she should solve all the problems by herself, and the solutions to the problems were all in her hands. If there was a mistake, she would definitely blame her for not working hard. Chapter 54. Magic Capital Foundation. Inside the institute, Zhang Jianyu lit a cigarette and stood in the laboratory, watching the researchers conduct various tests on the 3 strangely shaped statues. It was the item that was exchanged from the owner of the coffee shop, and there was an old book next to it. Professor Mo in the center of the crowd is holding on to reading glasses, pursing his lips and looking serious, as he analyzes the lely text. He had been standing there all day, no one dared to bother. "How is it, Mr. Mo?" Seeing that the professor finally put down his books, he hurried to ask. Professor Mo closed his eyes to rest, showing a tired look. "It's impossible to fully interpret it in such a short time. If I want to thoroughly analyze it, I expect it will take at least a year or so." 1 year. Zhang Jianyu couldn't accept it. showing an embarrassed expression, but we only have 3 days. Professor Mo took a deep breath. I know, what I mean by being thorough is to imprint all the knowledge of this book into my mind, and the spells described above can be freely controlled. But if you can achieve that level, you can't belong to the ranks of human beings. If you don't need to eat thoroughly, just browse it completely, it will take about 100 hours. Fortunately, Zhang Jianyu breathed a sigh of relief, and then felt a little heavy in his heart. If Luo Qingqing didn't lie, there are still many books similar to lair text in the store owner's bookshelf area, and she often plays with these books, and even reads them to SCP-166. It is conceivable that even if you don't analyze all of these books, you will at least get the essence of 7 or 8. That's why we can communicate with the evil gods and even get sacrifices. Thinking about it this way, the cafe owner is even more unfathomable. Fortunately, out of caution in the beginning, no force was used to contact, otherwise I don't know what will happen now. Even the Snake Hand organization had lost a holy object in his hand, and he didn't dare to come to ask for it. This was not obtained by interrogating a middle-aged man, but through various monitoring and Xiao Ruobing's report on the ins and outs of the town, which many people speculated based on intelligence. There are many smart people in the world. If it weren't for all the things about the old rulers in the unknown, how could they let the snake's hand be so rampant? After all, at the beginning, who would have thought that the disappearance of the village could involve such a big anomaly, more than 10,000 deep dives, and since the anomaly broke out, there has never been such a large-scale appearance of mythical creatures. In spite of the presence of human beings, it is especially the Snake Hand organization that has gained fame in recent years. They are making waves in the whole world. They have appeared in Australia, North America, Europe, Latin, and now it is the Dragon Kingdom's turn. Now that he knew who his opponent was, the Longguo Foundation would naturally pay attention. According to international records, the Serpent's Hand has made a total of 4 attempts on various foundations, 3 times successfully, and 1 return without success. The only failure was due to the unlucky encounter with an unknown containment item that made a mess, otherwise there is a high probability of success. With such a strong record, even if there are not many Snake Hand organizations, they have a great reputation throughout the world. It is enough to deal with SCP anomalies and individuals. Suddenly, a group of mythological creatures that pollute human spirits and mysterious spells pop up. Who can withstand it? The other country's foundation didn't stand up, so it knelt. Longguo can't repeat the same mistakes, at least with the contact of the cafe owner. The foundation is much stronger than other countries. The first step to understand the purpose of the Serpent's Hand organization is in the lair text provided by the cafe owner. Professor Mo didn't live up to Zhang Jianyu's expectations, and slowly said, "At the end of the day, I browsed less than 1/3 of the entire book, and I learned a little more about Thulhu, one of the former dominators. The reason is that this book mainly records about the deep dive, the father god Dagon and the mother god Hydra, the star family of Thulhu, the son of Thulhu Zozomog and Gadan Natoya, and the great Thulhu himself. It also records the sinking of Mu and Lalei, and also implies that Lalei will one day rise from the sea again. Most of the front is about these things, and the middle and the back are more hidden knowledge that is taboo. In the name of the land of Ihan's Ray under the sea and its inhabitants, praise the ruler of all. Praise the printer in the name of Kish's seal and all those who obey this seal. In the name of the gate to Jesus and all those who use this gate, those who have walked and those who will come, praise those who are beyond the gate. In the name of the one who will come." Compared with others, Professor Mo is more concerned about this prayer. Immediately afterwards, he slowly said a weird syllable that made everyone present chill, "Phn gluum glunaf thulhu arliuganaglftan." Zhang Jianyu restrained the inexplicable fear and asked, "Professor Mo, what does this mean?" In the eternal mansion of Lalei, the sleeping Thulhu Hauya fell into a dream. Slightly lost, Professor Mo reached out and stroked the words above. It is unimaginable that besides human beings, this planet under our feet has witnessed it. There are so many brilliant civilizations, and traces of them have already appeared in history. Browsing this book is a bit simpler than the Ghoul manuscript, because the pollution will be much less, and you don't have to work hard to resist the evil will in it. Anything else besides these? Professor Mo nodded and shook his head. Without answering directly, he asked Zhang Jianyu, before the special team claimed that there were cultists in the town to gather for a ceremony. Yes. Can you retell me the specific ritual steps, furnishings, and those patterns in detail? Zhang Jianyu tentatively said, is it important? Very important. Professor Mo should silently, staring at the Lalei text in his hand. Although the possibility is not great, it cannot be prevented. To achieve that, the manpower and effort it needs to consume is really terrifying. But relatively speaking, it can be achieved and succeeded, and the result is disastrous. When it was a last resort, the container at the bottom of the SCP Foundation's pressurized box said that it must not be used. SCP-2000, Mechanical Desire. When it is less than a last resort, Dragon Kingdom will certainly not use it. This is something that can only be used to fight against world-destroying disasters. In other words, it will be considered for use unless it encounters the destruction of the world or the extinction of human beings. Of course, this thing is not only owned by the Dragon Kingdom, there are means to fight against world-level disasters, and there are probably 3 countries in the world. Chapter 55. It is a bit wrong to say that it is a country. In addition to the Dragon Kingdom, in addition to the Free Rabbit Kingdom, there is one alliance on the European side, which together hold the ultimate trump card against the world-destroying disaster. Because of this, nuclear weapons are no longer considered the ultimate deterrence in the division of the world. It is like SCP-2000, Mechanical Falling Spirit, which is equipped with 500,000 human replicators and is equipped with a computer memory bank that stores all known human genomes. With these aids, the system can reconstruct any human genome that has been lost, or create a new and unique genome arbitrarily as needed to re-inject it into human society. At its peak, it can produce 100,000 non-anomalous humans that can grow and develop every day. The humans produced through this process can be directly advanced to any age needed without the need to go through the 5-day incubation period. It is even possible to implant memories, skills, and personality through technology. In less than 25 years, the world will restart and return to its predecessor to the extinction-level disaster. This is also the real reason why the Foundation can stand so far. In order to protect SCP-2000, dozens of Scranton Reality Stabilization Anchors, SRA, to prevent the invasion of reality benders, and continuous time slots, ZACs, to ensure the stability of the causal law are installed around it. I hope my guess is wrong. Professor Mo closed the Lalae text and decided to study the book frantically without sleeping for 2 days. Finding that the professor's face was not very good looking, Zhang Jianyu raised the seriousness of the incident a few more levels in his heart. Regarding the cult ceremony, it seems necessary for Xiao Ruobing to come here to meet Professor Mo. Silently, he exited the laboratory and went outside to connect with the liaison machine of the captain of the 7th Special Team. As the secondary person in charge of the Morda Foundation, he has a great opportunity to compete for the position of the first person in charge even when the first person in charge is in semi-retirement. After all, they belonged directly to the top 5 members of the parliament, and when the people above left, he and the other 2 subordinates would have a chance. It's just that he has a better chance than the other 2 colleagues. At the moment of Unicom Xiao Ruobing, before he could speak, the other party hurriedly said, "Leader Zhang, something has happened." According to the information from the demon capital, bad news has spread from many places. There are a large number of people who believe in Dagon. Cultists appear. What? Zhang Jianyu's pupils shrank. I see, you go back to the Foundation first, Professor Mo has something to ask. Hanging up the contact machine, he frowned. In the next moment, news from other places kept coming. Not only in the magic capital, but also in the Triangle and coastal areas, a large number of cultists who believe in the religion of Dagon suddenly appeared, performing various tragic and inexplicable rituals. After the ceremony, he immediately retreated, not knowing where to flee. If you used to cover up and were worried about being discovered, now it is like pulling down the fig leaf and directly declaring that Laozi has made it clear that something is going to happen. This kind of ceremony took place not only in the Dragon Kingdom, but in various countries, such as all parts of Europe and the United States, wherever near the ocean, remnants of the ceremony appeared. Especially in District 11, the number of accidents is the most. With this kind of global unification, most of the foundations of various countries will communicate with each other and exchange information. What's the matter? Seeing him enter the laboratory frowning, Professor Mo had a bad feeling in his heart. After telling the other party what had happened just now, Zhang Jianyu saw the old man's heavy expression. Listening to you, although I'm not sure yet, there is a 50% possibility. What's the meaning? Professor Mo quickly said, it is mentioned in the Lalei text that Thulhu and his servants descended from among the stars and established the magnificent prehistoric city Lalei and ruled the world there. However, due to the stars the position shifted and the continent of Mu sank to the bottom of the sea, so Thulhu and his servants fell asleep in the lost continent and the holy city of Lalei, waiting for believers who believed in him to wake up. When the stars return to their place, when Lalei rises in the waves, the believers who believe in him will go together to open the huge black door behind which Thulhu is sleeping, and then Thulhu will wake up, and believers are indulging in carnival together in the world, and then humanity will perish. Such a heavy topic shocked everyone present, and such a danger was enough to be called a world-destroying crisis. Since the Foundation was established, it has contained so many strange and dangerous objects, and has never seen such a crisis. It is important to check and stop the actions of those cultists, and it is important to inform the foundations of other countries so that they can be prepared. Professor Mo has a hunch, perhaps the purpose of those in the Serpent's hand is to awaken the gods they believe in. Chapter 56. Dragon Kingdom. Somewhere along the coast. Standing under the altar where the abominable crouching behemoth was placed, Kay looked on at the crazy humans below with cold eyes. They twisted their ugly naked bodies and used S*X to please their gods in the evil and frantic sacred rituals. Regardless of the old, the young, the male, the female. They followed his praise and chanted, I. Thulhutan. Phn gluum glunaf thulhu arlioganaglftan. The prayers were repeated over and over again, turning this place into the most terrible place of no-no. They danced weird dances and screamed wildly around the couples of men and women who were performing sexual rituals. On the periphery, several crazy-looking cultists were using machetes to perform a slaughter ceremony on the living people hanging on the treetops. Ignoring the tearful fear of the same kind and begging for mercy, the executioner, regardless of the victim's beauty or not, grinned and chopped off her heads with a knife at the right time. As the headless corpse fell into the dust and made a dull sound, blood was splashed all over the place. And those men and women who live well in human society and are already half crazy in their 08 reality, with every death of one person, they bark happy and about to climax. In their eyes, those tied to the tree are not humans, but tools and livestock dedicated to the gods. I. Thulhutan, Phn gluum glunaf thulhu arlioganaglftan. The crazy crowd showed a pious expression when facing the evil but noble behemoth. The headless corpses that fell on the ground were not discarded, they were dragged under the altar, and placed together with the rest of the corpses in a large ceremony venue, occupying various positions. While Kay was chanting unknown mantras, blood filled the ceremonial field, emitting dim light. Standing on the top to witness all this, Kay does not have any compassion. The only thing left is that he is worried about accidents in the ceremony. Just like the last time Jay missed in a coastal town. Once upon a time, the purpose of the Serpent's hand was to gather the containment objects so as to meet their goals. In the past, they were indeed planning to attack the foundations of various countries, planning 4 attacks a year. Only from a certain period of time, there are suddenly few traces of them in the world. The occasional appearance is to let others not forget them, and it gradually declines. If you really want to count it, it was 3 years ago. It was discovered that the leader of Nectar City was first shocked and polluted by the truth of the universe, and became a believer of the former ruler. Since then, the Serpent's Hand organization has gone underground. The original goal has long been abandoned. Instead, it is to awaken the great gods and reshape the world. They are still the hands of the snake, but the so-called snake is replaced by the great Thulhu. Until the ritual was filled with blood, the original bright red color gradually changed to purple and black, and all the human beings serving as sacrifices were killed almost at the same time. These people, whether rich or poor, beautiful or ugly, have basically the same posture after death, and their faces before death are still filled with pain and despair. The cult ceremony lasted for 3 full hours. The moment a certain prayer was chanted, the lines that did not follow Euclid and the laws of the material world suddenly squirmed and swallowed all the sacrifices. This represents the success of the ceremony. K rarely showed excitement, his bulging eyes staring at the sky. In the starry sky under the dark night, some wonderful changes are transforming under the interference of invisible forces. Even if the power generated by this ritual is insignificant, it is difficult to shake the stars in the universe. But at the same time, dozens of hundreds of ceremonies are going on all over the world. There are successes and failures. No matter what, the accumulated things will one day burst out with unimaginable power. Following the instructions of the leader, he who presided over the ceremony ended and hurried to the next place. Now that it has been exposed, it naturally doesn't care how much impact it causes, how quickly it comes. Before the Foundation has found its true purpose, make all the preparations first, and when everything is ready to go, even if they can't change the ending. Serpent's Hand Headquarters. Naket City. After receiving the news of the successful launch of another ceremony, the leader of the Serpent's Hand stood in the secret room and glanced at the magical place that communicated with astronomy, where a small dot lit up. If you observe carefully, you will find that thousands of light spots are lit up in the big magic, and they are increasing at a terrifying speed. For 3 years, he has been planning how to awaken the great Thulhu. The stars must be in the correct position for the city of Lalage to emerge from the deep sea. After painstakingly collecting all kinds of information about the old rulers and astronomical incantations, he finally thought of a tricky method. Normally, you must naturally wait until the stars return before Thulhu will come to the world. However, relying on the knowledge obtained from the edge of the myth of the universe, no matter how much beyond imagination, things can be done. Resurrected 340 alive, crossed the long river of time, dominated others, never lived. According to the documents of the Islamic people, they once exchanged thoughts with a member of a race named Migo. The creatures of this race have even touched the edge of the dark power possessed by the mythological gods, and they have come into contact with far more than other mythological races. From a seed from the primordial nucleus, they created Gautama, an immature old ruler. They even created a glorious 3/2 octahedron, which is related to a powerful external god incarnation. Knowing how outrageous these races are, the leader of the Serpent's Hand has just started to use mythological magic to control the stars of the universe, force the stars to return to their place, and create the conditions for the great Thulhu to come into the world. The important thing is that the goal has a certain chance of being achieved. Maybe he doesn't have the power to dominate the stars forever, but as long as the gods come to clean the world and re-rule the world, it doesn't matter whether he can dominate the stars. The goal has been achieved. As a believer of the deity, he will become the most loyal and powerful priest of the great Thulhu and rule the world on his behalf. Chapter 57. Glancing at the terrible truth behind those light spots, the leader of the Serpent's Hand quickly retracted his attention. Even if this represents the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, it can't move him. It is an honor for them to give their lives to great gods. Otherwise, it is said that religion has been the most terrible since ancient times, especially the fanatics. Fanatics are willing to do anything for their faith, and they don't think there is anything wrong with the price paid. In order to ensure that things did not go wrong, he went to the altar set up in front of the secret room and took off the crystal ball similar to the offering. Even if you pay a certain price, you have to put in a layer of insurance. I saw him put the crystal ball aside, then took out a ceremonial knife from the side, crushed a few black pearls into powder, and threw 9 gems on the 4 corners in an irregular shape. The next thing he will cast belongs to prophecy, one of the 10 spells found in Nectar City. Be able to pray to the deity to let the surgeon see a glimpse of the future, and then take measures to deal with it. If it is not necessary, it is not desirable to blindly display the things in mythological knowledge. In addition to deducting the sanity value, the magic value it possesses will also be drawn. Once the mana value is insufficient, then there is only failure, or if you want to continue, use some conversion method to pay your life force. Of course, there are ways to supplement vitality and magic in mythological knowledge. The simplest evil is to absorb what others possess. But unless it is a crazy wizard with zero sane value, he can use more and more powerful power than others. Crazy liberated their minds, and mythological knowledge strengthened their abilities. These people can discover new aspects in the process of using magic, and finally reach deep magic. Most of the time and brain power of real wizards are consumed in this kind of experiment on deep magic. However, apart from the real wizards, these secret knowledge are not known to so many people. Most of them only ask the gods to bestow knowledge and rely on themselves to find it. Ghosts know where to find luck. Then again, the method of summoning gods is also very secretive and difficult. First of all, you must have the correct spells and rituals that increase the success rate. Even if everything is well prepared, you still have to consider whether the deity should respond to you. In the eyes of the great unknown people, except for the creeping chaos, how small human ants are, like dust, is not worth mentioning. Just as humans see the ants at their feet worshipping him, they may give a little breadcrumbs when they are interested, and it is not surprising that they step on them when they are impatient. Otherwise, the gods are so easy to summon. This world has long been riddled with holes. How can it be sustained until now? If the leader of the Serpent's Hand hadn't been bequeathed by the Ith people, let alone become a believer of Thulhu, even Thulhu would not even know who he was. Do you sell octopus balls? Speaking of it, the preparation of prophecy is not too complicated. First, he took a bowl of water and placed it on the high platform where the crystal ball was originally located, and then the leader of the Serpent's Hand lit a light opium with an incense burner. Then put the blood into a circle of 20 feet in diameter. The circle is made of salt and a pentagram is drawn in the middle. After that, the leader of the Serpent's Hand summoned 4 helpers to stand on the 5 horns, squeeze a drop of their own blood into the bowl, and then began to recite prayers to an unrecorded deity. Yainga. Yog Sototh. Even if they did not understand the meaning of this prayer, the 5 still tried to imitate the weird syllable. Ji ran. The breeze is blowing from the surroundings. At first, the leader of the Serpent's Hand was quite ambitious. He had never used this spell. Whether he succeeded depends on luck. Generally speaking, in a place with strong mystery, the chance of spell success is greater. Yet, but who can be sure? When the breeze was blowing around, he must have succeeded in his heart. With the help of the name of the Great, I finally have the honor to get a glimpse of the future. Every time he comes into contact with something beyond human cognition, he will greatly expand his thinking, destroy the ideas that he has cultivated over the past few decades, and embark on the road to meet the truth of the abyss. With greed, the 5 people breathed in the thin opium smoke, and stared at the bowl full of clear water gradually gleaming. There, a blurry picture is taking shape. Under the gaze of the crowds of human beings, a towering pillar that pierced the sea surface and covered with glyphs suddenly appeared. Then the steep city rises, hieroglyphs, green slime. The picture turns. The next moment, the head is like an octopus, the face has countless tentacles like squids, the hands and feet have huge hooks and claws, the huge rubber-like body like a mountain is covered with wet and sticky scales, and the back has a giant silhouette like bat-like cortical membrane wings. Hidden by the smoke, roaring and wriggling from the inside of the gate of the abyss. Seeing this, the glimmer of light on the water dissipated, and the picture slowly became blurred until it dissipated. The leader of the Serpent's Hand and the other 4 helpers were covered in cold sweat at the moment, and the cost of prophecy was greater than they thought. They lasted for a full hour, almost draining them. And because the police saw the amazing scenes, their sanity was destroyed to a certain extent. The leader was able to hold on. 2 of them were already semi-crazy, chanting strange language that was unknown. At first, I could hear the alphabetic sentence patterns, but later I could only pronounce repeating syllables like ya and o. Like this kind of fool who only knows Abba Abba, he naturally can't stay by his side, ready to use it as a tool, okay. It's like those terrorists who regard death as home. They must be useful by nature. There are always occasions where they can come in handy. Such as spirit hunter manufacturing. Observing the corner of the future just now, he saw that people from the Foundation were present, which meant that his purpose had been exposed, so those people came to stop him. Humph, these rubbish, I definitely can't think that the future is already in the hands of the ministers. 4 second belts are against the king, how does the flying dragon ride the face to lose? With a sneer, he held on to the high platform next to him, so he did not fall weakly. According to the foreseeing future, he was about to successfully awaken the great Thulhu without much preparation. Now that he knows it, he will not fail instead. Chapter 58. Apart from disdain, he was a little excited. That is the excitement to witness the miracle. The great unknown person will eventually reappear on this planet after countless years. Disseminate the ancient deterrence that ruled the ancients. Before that fateful day comes, he will wait patiently and eliminate all factors that can cause influence. After waiting for a while, finally regaining the ability to act, the leader of the Serpent's hand put the crystal ball back on the high platform, and walked out of the secret room with the 4 helpers. Among them, the 2 half-crazy, he wants to use the Spirit Hunter transformation, which also has a name called Summoning Ambushing Guardian, or Ritual of Invisible Watcher. The caster transforms a voluntary target into an invisible, terrifying humanoid monster. It can guard, chase or attack. Casting such a spell requires a special statue, blood of several animals, and the target of the spell loses all sanity points, and the target will be permanently transformed and completely immortal. The only flaw of 340 is that the spirit body must be bound to the statue and cannot be too far away from the statue. Relative to its effect, this defect is nothing. Let me prepare a little surprise for you in advance. The leader of the Serpent's hand smiled coldly and glanced over the half-crazy duo. Several days passed. Cafe. Lilith, I'm going out to relax in a few days. Are you ready to step out of the house? Wang Li told his maid after reading the news that recently asked residents to see suspicious people gather and call the police when he was off work on Wednesday. Being away from the social home is too much, it is easy to cause autism, especially resisting contact with other people. Although his identity is just the boss, Wang Li has been worried a lot. Should be okay. Lilith was not very confident. These days I have been holding on to magic truth, and finally figured out how to converge the special magic from it. It should be possible in theory, but without experimental proof, it is difficult for her to give a positive answer. Wang Li obviously misunderstood the meaning of the little maid and waved his hand to comfort him. Everything has a first time. Just try it, and you will find that it's just like that. Well, I will work hard. 2 people who were not on the same channel accidentally matched the correct password. After dinner, after Wang Li returned to the room in advance, Lilith, who had cleaned up the mess, did not rush to the second floor to prepare for a rest this time. She first took the magic truth and read it carefully, and after confirming that she had not mistaken her memory, she was about to start using the spells it carried. According to Wang Li's character, he said that he would do that if he took her out. Even though it is not clear why the Foundation agreed, Lilith didn't want to cause trouble when she didn't want to go out before she figured it out. In fact, as long as you hide the peculiarities brought about by your physique and blood, you will be fine even if you go out. After all, Lilith is not a home, but she was forced to stay somewhere and not move. If there is a solution, why do you still wrong yourself? Thinking of this, she closed the book and prayed according to the mantras she had in her mind. The sound of something whispering in the ear could be faintly heard, but when I listened carefully, it disappeared. The girl was rather strange, cast aside the inexplicable illusion, and sang seriously the strange syllables that others had heard. Mortal Calm, I-Fi, technique. It allows her to hide the inside for a certain period of time, embodying the spells that are indistinguishable from ordinary people. Originally, Lilith was still a little scared. According to the sequelae shown in the book, there would be various terrible consequences, but according to her personal feelings, it seemed not to be a big deal. If nothing more, long-term use of visual inspection is fine. I don't really understand whether what is written on it is right or wrong. After the spell comes into effect, Lilith tried to come to the store. Opening the electronic lock, she carefully stepped out half of her foot to the outside. As long as it is done in the usual way, there will be abnormalities within 15 meters in diameter with her as the center. Plants grow and sprout in unimaginable places, and the artifacts degenerate into the most primitive state again. But this time obviously no similar images appeared. The street lights within 15 meters were intact, and the surrounding plants did not appear to be special. Lilith's eyes widened subconsciously, her mouth slightly opened, she rarely showed excitement. It really succeeded. Doesn't that mean that she can live normally in the human world in the future? Even if she had anticipated it in advance, the sudden surprise still made her feel at a loss. By the way, all this is the master's credit. If it weren't for him, if he didn't come to this store, he would definitely not get this opportunity. Once again, I would like to thank Wang Li from the bottom of my heart. Lilith feels that she must pay more attention to the store in the future. The whole person was in a dream. In order to confirm whether there was an error, she also stepped out of the store with the other half of her body. Tensions and expectations, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 1 minute has passed, and nothing has happened. It turned out to be a real success. The little maid couldn't believe it and pulled her arm stupidly. Restraining the joy of shouting, she jumped on the spot twice, and finally she was a little bit lively as a young girl should have. How long has the test lasted? Lilith re-entered the store with excitement and closed the electronic lock. Will you test the recovery tomorrow morning, noon, and evening? Oh no, try it every hour. In order to reflect the specific time more accurately, Lilith made up her mind to get up early in the morning for several hours of homework. With anticipation for the future, she turned dexterously, and the hem of the black and white maid's skirt suddenly turned into a beautiful arc. Chapter 59. From the coffee shop on the first floor to the second floor, Lilith walks briskly. She has never been as relaxed and happy as she is today. If it weren't for the fear of disturbing Wang Li, the girl would use her crisp footsteps to express how happy she is now. Entering her room, in order to suppress the sound so as not to disturb Wang Li next door, she exclaimed. Usually the other person is asleep at this time, so the girl happily prays to God that she is alone lucky. After taking off the maid costume, she no longer restrained the abnormality in her body. Immediately, the beautiful antlers and hoof-shaped lower limbs appeared again. In fact, the mortal calm technique can hide body characteristics, but this kind of concealment will add up. For example, showing the original shape every day can relax Lilith, who has been tight all day. If the bondage lasts for several days, she will be very uncomfortable. This is not the same as the trait that affects the outside world, so the girl didn't even think about hiding her posture characteristics. It doesn't matter if you expose yourself in your room anyway. The owner is the person requested by the Foundation, and she should know her details. The reason why I don't want to show up in front of him is mainly out of shyness. I don't want to show something different from ordinary people. After all, the owner is an ordinary human. Even though he often comes into contact with anomalies, he always likes to stay with his kind. Thinking in another way, Lilith felt so. She was very careful when she changed into her pajamas and long skirts, mainly worried that the antlers would break her clothes. To be honest, the hooves are okay, and the antlers are really distressing. Not only is it difficult to wear clothes, but I also worry about waking up by the bedside. Fortunately, she is not tall and the bed is big enough, otherwise she really doesn't know what to do and can't sleep on the floor. Before going to bed, Lilith came to the window and prayed to God as usual. After the routine task was over, she took out Magic Truth to read. The more she came into contact with this book, she became more and more curious about the knowledge contained in it. Turning over the bookmarked pages, Lilith looked serious. Last time I just saw the magic with deep knowledge ascend the ladder of immortality. It is said that teaching alchemists can use this spell to climb the mysterious ivory steps, and see the Jade Emperor so that they will live forever. It is vaguely described in the book that the Jade Emperor is an old statue. The common name of the god. According to the above description, the caster holds a container containing the elixir of life and sits and meditates for 6 hours, and he will naturally know when the next time the ivory steps will be taken. Where it appears on the earth. This time-space gate will lead to the ancient realm of existence. No one knows what people passing through the gate will encounter and how they will receive. This prediction can predict the ivory steps that will appear in 3 weeks at most. The way to go to the destination, and how to see the ivory steps that are usually invisible has nothing to do with this spell. This time I am immortal and immortal. Lilith was very interested. The spell restrictions and conditions in the book seemed more complicated and miserable, and compared with the fruits harvested, they were nothing. What you want to get, you have to pay what price. If you don't take a little risk, you just want to give it to you for nothing. There is no such good thing in the world. In addition to magic, the book also mentions the deeds of witches, werewolves, and vampires, interspersed with spells. Just as she was fascinated, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. "Lilith, are you asleep?" "Nothing," she replied subconsciously, feeling a little strange when she reacted. At this time, the master was all asleep. "Then I'm coming in." As he said, Wang Li pushed the door in. "The reason why I didn't rest so early today was mainly because I wanted to ask the little maid if she wanted to go." Although Wang Li likes to stay in a quiet place, he still spends some time going out every year to relax. This year is no exception, but there is an extra maid, so it's not bad to think about her opinion a little bit. So, when he came in and just wanted to speak, he was stunned when he saw Lilith dressed in cos. "No, this has a pair of antlers. Good fellow, are you also a secondary disease?" Seen from the top, not only the antlers, but also a pair of hooves at the calf where the knees are exposed under the skirt. Co-authored around me are all secondary diseases? Wang Li was puzzled that other people engaged in performance art were on the street for others to see. 0. Look for flowers. My own maid is good, she shrinks in the house and engages in secret, lonely praise herself? It's just that the props seem to be too realistic. He walked up, and under Lilith's confused gaze, he stretched out his hand and squeezed the antlers. Well, the material is not like plastic, it's hard. Then he squatted down again and reached out to hold her calf amidst the cute cry of the girl's exclamation. "Master! No, no!" The girl tried to stop it shyly, but it was too late. "The moment I hold it, the hand feels very real, warm, and with muscle hardness. It doesn't seem to be fake." The originally surprised mood gradually began to undergo subtle changes. Wang Li released the hand holding the calf and stared at the maid, tentatively. "Can you take the horn off?" Point 0. If you can take it off, it means it's a fake. Now it's just the second illness of the maid. However, Lilith hurriedly retracted her calf, sulking her mouth and said, "Of course not." The host was so strange that he handled her when she came in, regardless of whether they agreed with her. The atmosphere gradually stiffens. Wang Li was lost in thought. The horns were real, and he couldn't pull it off. The hoofs should be real too. Do normal people have this stuff? I don't want to come. In summary, my maid does not seem to be a normal person, to be precise, I should say not a person. His gaze gradually became complicated. According to ordinary people's reactions, he should flee in horror at this time and stay away from the abnormality to call the police. However, Lilith, who had a blushing face, tears in her eyes, and a pitiful face, sat on the bedside with her legs bent. She couldn't think of any fear. This is it? This is the exception? Is this a monster? Loved love. Unsure of what emotions he should have, Wang Li stood there like a sculpture. Until the pouting Lilith felt puzzled, she asked, "Master, what's the matter with you?" Lilith with this face said these words, inexplicably reminding Wang Li of the word mountain. Chapter 60. It's a bit hard to explain in a word. Meeting Lilith's gaze, Wang Li slowly returned to normal thinking. He began to wonder about some things. First of all, the reason why Lilith came here was because of the recommendation of the Cheongsam girl. In that case, does that guy know the true identity of the maid, and if he knows, what is the purpose of recommending it? I can't get acquainted with him anymore, so I really want to bring a friend over to be a waiter. But after getting along for so long, the Cheongsam girl didn't do anything unusual to him. Instead, he suggested that some troubles would be solved by the other party. He can only say that the personality is rather mischievous and weird. Therefore, Wang Li is not very worried about the danger, so I can ask her directly next time. After all, Lilith's 343 is a harmless non-human being used as a reference, and not every anomaly is inaccessible. After sighing, he thought of Luo Chingqing, who is a member of the Foundation, that the other party would not recognize Lilith's identity. As usual, it should not be possible. After Lilith came here, she stayed a little home. Basically, there was nothing unusually abnormal, so she shouldn't be exposed. Due to the mismatch of information, Lilith herself did not say that he thought he was a member of the Foundation. Wang Li could only think so. After filtering the problem for the time being, he thought of another important omission. What are your special abilities? He was more curious. According to Luo Qingqing's description, abnormal things have special abilities. There is no way to just change the appearance, which is too wasteful. Isn't someone ecstatic to see someone with a similar XP system? Let the plants within 15 meters around me grow and sprout in places that are usually invisible, and it can also restore the state of creation to normal. As for other things, it seems that there is also a method of using a ritual. It is not complete. It may be with me. It's not long after inheriting the bloodline physique. Lilith talked about herself, not embarrassed to say, and the men who see me will. I can't help but want to force me. Hey, this ability is quite powerful. Wang Li complimented him wrongly. In addition to being powerful, it is also quite abnormal. To be honest, it is indeed powerful, and the premise is relative to ordinary people. Once compared with Luo Qingqing's description of reality benders, the difference is more than 1.5 cents. The so-called reality bender is able to suppress the stability of the surrounding reality and create reality distortion. Individuals who can change their own will through virtual particle/antiparticle pairs and manipulate the surrounding reality. All in all, they are a group of guys who can change reality through perception and willpower, but they can't distort reality at will. But Luo Qingqing doesn't know where the restrictions are, let alone Wang Li. After sighing, he found a blind spot. No, then why I don't have that idea, and I haven't seen an abnormality. Lilith replied honestly, I don't know. As long as you are in the store, it seems that the abnormality will disappear, but as long as you step out of the store, it will reappear and recover. What is this theory? Hearing what you said, my shop immediately became an indescribable mysterious place. Wang Li feels inexplicably cold in the army. He used to wonder why every recruiter who came to his door was mentally ill. It turns out that it is not someone else who has the problem, but the store has a problem. Before breaking through, he would quickly forget this sense of abnormality, because there was nothing wrong, and the awkwardness was again shrouded in a layer of mist. Now that Lilith pierced through, that layer of mist suddenly dissipated. Thinking about it carefully, all the previous irrationalities have returned. Without waiting for Wang Li to sort out a large amount of information flow, Lilith spoke again, but now there is magic truth given by the master. I have finally succeeded in studying the above spells. It doesn't matter if I go out for a period of time in the future. Sudden information makes Wang Li full of question marks again. No, what do you mean? The magic truth I gave you, have you learned magic from it? This unscientific. Oh, maybe this is sci-fi zero. Wang Li feels like who I am and where I am. Give you a book and you will study magic. Why don't you go to heaven? With the ancient book in Lilith's hand, he quickly stepped forward. There is no doubt that it is the one he gave, and there are traces of grease left by accidentally dropping food when he was eating and reading. However, he had also tried a few spells before committing a second-degree illness, but nothing happened. For example, some time ago, Ketugeya asked for magic, and there was nothing for a long time. Or is it that only this one is real, and the others are fakes? With this thought in mind, he picked up another book that Lilith had placed on the bedside, the Book of Azitus. Turning a page casually, it turned to a Sithos Please Magical Magic. After a brief memory, Wang Li remembered how this spell was cast. He has seen this spell in a large number of books at home. The true complete spell is extremely rare, and it is usually divided into segments, and some are. Other texts are obscured, just like guaranteeing that it will not be carried out simply and lightly. Sometimes, Wang Li can't help wondering if the authors have colluded with 5.8, and some things are highly consistent. As a result of reading a large number of books, Wang Li has a deep memory of some of the magic elements, and he can even know whether there are errors in the records, or the truth is hidden in a very obscure mystery without even casting them. The above did not say how terrible things would happen if the summons succeeded, as if it was because someone had never succeeded. Or the people who summon the success, don't have the opportunity to leave precious information. Wang Li didn't think much at this time. The actual effects of most of the spells in the books are unclear. Chapter 61. Ignore the unreasonable things in the store for the time being, he will try to see if he can do something unusual. After learning about the anomaly in this world for the first time, Wang Li lived carefully and even moved his home to the second floor of the coffee shop. If it is not necessary, the door will not go out and the door will not move. It was just slightly better than Lilith today. Fortunately, he never found a strange place around him. In addition to the cafe itself, there are occasional flute and drum sounds. He will forget these abnormalities very quickly, and it is difficult to remember them again, and he will have a sense of sight when he experiences it again, and then repeat it again and again. Only the supernatural event that I witnessed in the past few years is still memorable. People from the Foundation say it seems to be caused by some kind of containment. For example, SCP-427, if it creates a bloody monster, it will be referred to as SCP-427-1. As if any abnormality about these things in the store, he would subconsciously forget, and then ignore the irrationality in 08. But now the appearance of Lilith breaks a certain balance, allowing Wang Li to recall all those unreasonable. It will take me a while to sort out the information. He frowned and moved his gaze to the Book of Atathos. Before that, try to use spells. As if the fog had been dispelled, Wang Li tried it directly in Lilith's room. The spells of all the books are all in my mind, so there is no need to search for them. He chanted a complete mantra composed of several books. When Wang Li was chanting the incantation, the coffee shop on the first floor suddenly appeared abnormal. The silver key door appeared again on the ceiling, and the body of billions of radiance was shrouded in the nameless fog, where the chaos rolled over, and the giants lurking in it were whispering to it. The mantra, which is by no means understandable by humans, continues to melt into the darkness, and the entire cafe building is gradually hazy, as if swallowed into chaos by a huge mouth, appearing in an alien space. Afterwards, the silver door closed, and the rainbow-colored eyes in the body of billions of radiance opened, staring at the entire building. Through the thin walls, he could see the conditions inside. Not knowing that he is receiving the gaze of an unknown existence at this moment, Wang Li, who feels nothing about it, is quite puzzled. Xiao sa, do you have some help? After reciting the incantation for a long time, nothing happened. Not to mention the presence of someone, even the gust of wind could not be summoned. Strange? Did the spell go wrong? Wang Li stopped his S2 behavior, turned the page, and found that there was no error in the text. Absolutely, could it be that I have no magic power, or that the other party does not respond? There are many reasons for the unsuccessful spells, especially the magic spells. Come on when you say it, don't the gods want face? Forget it, try other spells. Wang Li decided to have a simpler ceremony and easier to use. At the moment when he gave up singing Isathos Please Magic, the billions of glorious bodies outside the building looked deeper and more centered in the chaos. After a while, confirming that it was still calm inside, he spit out the building from the silver gate and returned it to the real world. Looking at the unknown existence, Wang Li didn't realize it. He was fumbling with another spell. Ending Day Prophecy. This spell is very powerful and can contact an unknown existence and confirm an illusion at a specific moment in the future. The illusion will put the caster or target into the near future scene, and all the senses of sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch will be transmitted. The observer is fully aware of what is happening in the scene, but cannot influence it. It's like going through an immersive VR experience. To experience the observation of the future once, Wang Li expressed his curiosity. As for the above side effects, the observer will be marked, and the attention of something will be ignored. Like this kind of vague consequences, basically every spell has it, and the actual cost of the spell is pitiful. Well, let me think about it. The spell is about haster. As soon as Wang Li uttered a certain name, ripples like water appeared in the space in front of him. No, I haven't started to recite yet. He was extremely reluctant to force him, and never reacted. The scene in his vision suddenly became blurred. His thinking paused briefly, and when he resumed his vision again, he was already on the shallows of a huge dark city. Towering huge pillars pierced violently from the sea, non-Euclidean buildings made people scalp numb, and the asymmetrical lines took into account all aspects of the city. The black shadows of countless creatures under the pitch-black sea swim around, and from time to time you can see huge black shadows over several tens of meters. And above this weird ancient city, the human beings divided into several small groups are loudly condemning something. Door. In an instant 343, the sky was full of clouds and thunder, and the storm blew across the sea. Master, what's the matter with you? Wang Li hadn't looked more carefully yet. Lilith's voice suddenly came from his ear. The illusion in front of him is blurry, as if retreating from the broken time axis, from the now to the future in the long river of time. The PPT-like picture constantly flicks in front of Wang Li. However, in this continuous incomplete picture, he saw through the axis of the long river of time, and saw a group of terrifying aliens living in angular space-time far in the direction of the distant past of the dimension. They have razor-sharp teeth and claws, blazing eyes, and undulating pale blue skin. It seems to perceive that someone is traveling for a long time. They are supporting their bodies with their limbs and looking towards the future timeline. Wang Li confronted them with line of sight. The group of angry roars was about to step into the timeline, and the aliens who hunted the people who had been chaotic in the long river to death suddenly stopped, neighed a few times with weird vocal cords, and lay down again. Wang Li was a little panicked at first. He had forgotten that there was a chance of encountering the Attendulous Hound when he traveled through time and space, but he found that. Ah, why don't you come after me? Chapter 62. With doubts, Wang Li has returned to the original point in time safely. Is it all right? Facing Lilith's worried gaze, he shook his head. According to the classics I have read, the only race that can live outside the time axis is the Attendulous Hound. The so-called Attendulous Hound is a creature that lives in a different dimensional world. They are different from human beings living in curved space-time. They belong to horn-shaped space-time, where the laws are completely different from reality. The time point of these aliens is extremely far in the past relative to the Earth's time. At that time, the Earth didn't even have single-celled organisms. Although their time point is very far away from the present world, time is more like a spatial concept to them, so they can easily travel through hundreds of millions of years only by chasing. Once other space or time creatures encounter them, including the human beings that come into contact with them, they will keep chasing them at all costs. Travel through time and space one after another until the prey dies. Because of their existence, there is no traverser in this world at all. If someone who thinks he is lucky wants to reach this world, but is discovered by the Attendulous Hound, then wait for death. There are few ways to get rid of them. Wang Li has seen a lot of cases where he was hunted and killed by the Attendulous Hound, but he has never heard of this kind of alien being ignored by people who travel through time and space. It is beyond the scope of his knowledge. Surprised, he was a little surprised. No wonder I came across this world unscathed, even though my previous life memory is basically not clear until now. Suddenly, another question came to mind. That is why they ignore themselves. Could it be possible that he possessed special abilities when he traversed? Like Lilith, he is actually one of the anomalous containment objects. I can't figure it out. It seems that I need to find out where I am special in the future. With a sudden change of mind, Wang Li suppressed all the doubts in his heart. In any case, it is enough to be able to use spells. Master, is there anything else? Lilith asked, seeing Wang Li's expression returning to the same level as before. I wanted to say that my purpose was to let her suggest where to go on weekends to relax, but I came across this. It used to be, but now it's gone. For a moment, Wang Li was uninterested, waved his hand and returned to his room. Feeling that the master was inexplicably strange today, Lilith blinked her eyes and didn't realize that the cause of the matter was on her. After closing the door, the girl retracted into the bed. After such an interruption, Her sleepiness almost came. The status quo in the next room is the opposite. Wang Li suffers from insomnia for a long time. I have been thinking about it for a long time and I can't think of a reason. Could it be that the problem lies with the parents in this life? Exploring along this line of thought, it soon ushered in failure. It is unlikely to be related to his parents. The reason is that he found these books. Before this, the cafe was unoccupied. Therefore, 80% of the weirdness is related to him. Forget it, I don't want to. No clues are found, no matter how much you think about it, it's useless. Why bother with the horns? Instead of thinking about something, Wang Li is more fortunate that he is not ordinary. The world is more and more weird. If one day usher in a big explosion, wouldn't it have to wait for death? No matter who, it is better to prepare for the future than to passively meet the disaster. For example, the corner of the future seen by the end-day prophecy just now is too terrifying, just like a doomsday scene. I believe that everyone who sees the scene will have the same idea. Fortunately, the place where it happened was on the surface of the sea, and it was estimated to be far from the magic capital. While witnessing the scene, Wang Li, who was on the scene, took a look at the area where it happened, and looked up to see the ocean on all sides. The lonely city seemed to be formed out of thin air, located in an unknown mysterious sea. The engraved texts and hieroglyphs carved above are very familiar, and the visual sense is very strong. However, Wang Li couldn't confirm which city it was. The ancient city sunk under the sea, just browsed through the records in the ancient books, and it was more than one hand. Night City, Lail Isle, Atlantis. I don't know the location coordinates, and I can't lock it at all. But it has nothing to do with him, because each of these sinking cities is thousands of miles away from the demon capital. Even if he knew he was not ordinary now, he didn't want Zhao Hunshui. Isn't there a group of people from the Foundation? The special abilities they possess are still unclear. What if they are just a cannon fodder ability? After thinking about it, Wang Li is determined to maintain the previous policy for the time being, what to do and what to do. In addition to knowing that the monster is by my side, it is also possible that the monster is actually myself. Nothing has changed. Knowing this premise, Wang Li suddenly figured it out and no longer entangled too much trouble. Oh, no, there is one thing to remember. Regarding the Cheongsam girl, he believes that 90% of the other party has a problem. After all, there are no regular guests in the coffee, hall, and the only one is from the Foundation. In this way, the yellow-clothed guests are also likely to have problems. Suddenly, there are problems everywhere. Alas, let's take a look at Luo Chingqing later. I hope the people of the Foundation didn't notice their anomalies. Feeling lucky, Wang Li put aside the burden and quickly went to sleep. At the moment of dreaming, the invisible drum and noisy flute sound in the dream sounded again, this time it seemed to be louder than before. It was as if an orchestra was playing for him alone. Noisy shouts, mixed with many musical instruments, it's almost like a concert. It's really noisy. Wang Li was half dreaming and half awake, and put his head into the bed. Chapter 63. The next day. Staring at Lilith happily, she went out and stood for a few minutes from time to time, and then walked briskly back to the store. Wang Li languidly leaned against the sofa, just watching the cute maid come in and out once in a while. According to her, it is to determine how long the immortal calm technique lasts. I'm so energetic. He couldn't help but complain. I slept too late yesterday, coupled with that noisy dream, not only did I not get a rest, but I was tired. He went out in the morning and asked the neighbors in the neighborhood if someone beat the gongs and drums to disturb people's dreams in the early morning, but it didn't. Now I am depressed, and feel helpless to accept the greetings from the maid. The most annoying thing is that even if you want to sleep, you can't fall asleep for a while. As long as you lie down, the drums and flute sounds in your ears will reverberate. Could this be the peculiarity of my awakening? That would be too rubbish. It's almost as useless as Lilith's special effect of Master Come and Play. 343 is all negative effects. Wang Li is about to throw up. How can he stand it if he keeps normal in the future? Who can stand it? If things go on like this, the spirit will be weakened. I have to find a solution. I was staring straight at the ceiling with a pair of dark circles under the eyes, and I heard the wind bell ringing at the store door. Sir, I'm here again. Just listen to the voice and the title, and you don't need to look at it to know who the person is. Wang Li's eyes were dull, and he curled his lips and said, Come on, don't make a loud noise. After a while, it was up to the sky. Suddenly, there was a sound of sitting next to him, and the area adjacent to the sofa was slightly sunken. The strange fragrance can still be smelled between the nose, and the people who are hooked are itchy. His gaze was slightly slanted, and wherever he could be, the charismatic face of a Cheongsam girl. She smiled at the corners of her mouth, raised her eyebrows, and looked at herself with an inexplicable gaze. What? It's okay, hi, why does Mr. look not so good? It's an I-Fi person who can see it, so who, can you help me solve it? Since yesterday, I heard the drum and flute sound as soon as I went to bed, and it became louder and louder. This is too uncomfortable. Wang Li let out a desperate voice. Just because of curiosity, I tried the magic and prophecy. Why was it okay before? Well, what did Sir do? The Cheongsam girl hid her lower face with a folding fan and laughed happily. In this tone, it seemed that he did not intend to deny his knowledge. As for the contents recorded on the bookshelf, Asithos requested the magic, and the end-day prophecy. It is said that you gave me many books. When she heard Asithos' please magic, the smile in the corner of the girl's eyes disappeared slightly, as if she heard some brainstorming prank. Her complexion became distressed. Looking at Wang Li with a weird sight, he slowly said, In the future, it is better to use magic spells less, especially this one, otherwise the sequelae will only become more and more intense. Sure enough, it has something to do with spells. Wang Li took a deep breath. After people have to try it for themselves, the torture consequences of the experience are purely disgusting. The guy in front of me is so good looking, but he is very funny in his heart. I don't know how to remind him in advance. I have to understand the abnormality in the store before slowly telling him about the taboos. Thinking of this, he couldn't get angry, and today he must avenge his revenge. Thinking like this, he looked straight at the Cheongsam girl, and shouted to the self-sufficient maid at the bar, Lilith, come here. What's the order? Master. When the extraordinary maid walked over, she couldn't hide her joy. Squeeze her down for me, I must scream today. What? The girl looked blank and didn't quite understand what he meant. At this time, Wang Li had already started, bound the Cheongsam girl with her hands, winked at her, but the fan in her hand did not move. The girl didn't resist at all and let him do what she did. However, with Lilith taking a step forward, the girl's blood-red eyes moved past, and Lilith didn't dare to move in an instant. Let alone go up, you can't even get close. Why are you standing there? Come here. I dare not. It's a waste. Wang Li stared silently at his maid, good guy, there are levels in the anomaly. Seeing that she was afraid of being like that, it is estimated that the girl who was treated casually by herself was quite terrifying. But why can't he give birth to fear, that's it. Squeezing her face and patting her butt, the Cheongsam girl can only open her eyes with unusual beauty. Rolling his eyes, Wang Li finally released his restraints. Without Lilith's help, he couldn't make outrageous moves even if he vented his breath, so it's better not to do it. The Cheongsam girl who unlocked the blockade and rubbed her wrist forgot what she had just done, and jokingly approached him, if you have any needs, sir, please remember to find me. Come on, don't say anything useless, what I need is a solution. Let's bear with it for a while, as long as you don't use that spell, it will be restored after some time. The girl blinked, I think so. Why don't you try golden mead? She reluctantly suggested a method that might be useful. Wang Li is dubious, useful. I'm not so sure either. Another waste. No matter what, I still have to try. Maybe it works. No one can be sure that it's useless. With the mentality of asking for a straw, Wang Li took out the golden mead from the counter. When I opened the lid, I suddenly thought of something and asked, in other words, does this thing have special effects? Because of this thing, he adjusted it according to the contents of the book under the suggestion of the Cheongsam girl. That book seems to be one of the many books that this guy gave him. Chapter 64. At this time, the Cheongsam girl pretended to be silly and stunned, with a simple smile on her face, pretending to not understand. I don't want to trouble her for the time being, mainly I have drunk it occasionally in the past. The only consequence is to get sleepy and wake up naturally. It might be really useful, and his mind came to life. Wang Li poured a full glass, and then drank it all in one go. As the Cheongsam girl watched, nothing happened after a while. No, let's do something. It worked very fast in the past, but how did you pull it today? The atmosphere was getting colder and colder, and Wang Li was just about to ask, when suddenly a faint feeling of dizziness came in his mind. Is this still delayed? But it's okay, I haven't been fooled anyway. Thinking of this, Wang Li simply slumped on the sofa. The drum and flute in his ears were weakened to varying degrees, until they became smaller, and finally inaudible. It really works. The unpleasant that happened with the Cheongsam girl before, he decided to write off. The moment I fell asleep, I suddenly thought of a question. I have known each other for so long, and it seems that the other party's name has not been asked. Seeing Wang Li lying down with his head on her lap, the Cheongsam girl seemed to be relieved. It's not so good if you wake up. So far, her purpose of coming here today has been accomplished. However, in order to confirm the effect and follow-up response, the Cheongsam girl still chose to stay in the store and observe the follow-up response. Before that, she looked at Lilith, who was staying by her side and didn't know what to do. Her blood-red eyes were overflowing with a high looking down, as if looking at an undeveloped ant. You, go upstairs and stay, don't come down until I call. Considering that if Lilith was not there, Wang Li, who was lying on her lap, would probably feel inconvenient, so I planned to call the Cheongsam girl who appeared in the same kind to mention it like an order. Oh! It was clear that the other party was not the store manager, but Lilith couldn't produce resistance. Hearing this, she walked upstairs obediently, and she made up her mind that she would never come down unless it was necessary. Until the maid disappeared at the corner of the stairs, the Cheongsam girl was staring at the ceiling with her divine black and red eyes. There, the silver door that seemed to exist here in ancient times quietly opened, revealing the rainbow-colored eyes of a body of billions of brilliance. The Yog girl slowly said his name. Reaching out and stroking the face of the man lying on her lap, she spoke out an ancient language that humans would never learn and speak anyway. The rainbow eye is always hidden in the mist, but today it is rare to show the overall signs completely. Invisible fluctuations passed by, rippling across the cafe. The two seem to be communicating, in a way that no one else can know. It is impossible to know how long the communication has been. This place has already turned into a different dimension, and there is absolutely no curved space-time where the human world is. Anyone who casts his sight here will ignore this building for a short time, and all memories will be removed from his mind. No one can understand what the two talked about. The Cheongsam girl paused until Wang Li, who had fallen asleep, showed signs of awakening. Awakening was like a signal, and the vision on the ceiling gradually returned to normal. In just 3 seconds, all the abnormalities quieted down quietly. Why haven't you left? Wang Li was surprised to find that the place where he woke up was actually on the girl's lap. Without answering the question, the Cheongsam girl lowered her head and asked, "How do you feel?" Wang Li followed her words and fell into retrospect. Well, it's not bad. It seems that after falling asleep, I didn't hear the drum and flute anymore. 0. Look for flowers. It seems that this method is indeed useful. Without the noise, the whole world suddenly became beautiful. It's not an exaggeration. If anyone suffers his torture, he will not last a few days visually, and sooner or later will have a nervous breakdown. Sitting up refreshed, just in case, Wang Li closed his eyes and felt for a moment, confirming that the auditory hallucinations really stopped. Finally, you don't have to endure the torture and pain. By the way, you get along for so long, it seems you don't even know your name. Halfway through, Wang Li Jiran realized this. If you insist on using a title, what do you think of the name Naya? The Cheongsam girl asked him. Named on the spot? You really belong to you. Naya, not bad. It sounds okay, it's just a little bit weird inexplicably. Well, then Naya, anyway, humans call me that. The girl's voice was so soft that she couldn't hear her at all. Of course Wang Li, who hadn't heard clearly, stretched out and looked at the wall clock on the wall. Compared to the last time, the time spent sleeping is shorter. Is there drug resistance? Or part of the medicinal properties can be used to combat sequelae? These mysterious spells and items are always covered with mist. Wang Li can clearly understand its effects, but the subsequent negative effects are completely incomprehensible. Since you wake up, then I can go. The girl who claimed to be Naya patted the hem of the cheongsam, stood up and complained, because of your relationship, I have given up the fun of playing with ants several times. With doubts about what she was doing, Wang Li thought of the maid. Once he woke up, he would greet the cute maid who asked him where he went. Chapter 65. Magic Capital Foundation. Research Institute. Professor Mo, this is the last day, how about it? For these 2 days, Zhang Jianyu can be said to come to the Research Institute every day. Not only want to understand the latest situation, but also the snake's hand premeditated. The two are integrated, as long as the corresponding records are found from the Lalei text, then 99% of those people's behavior plans can be determined. All I can be sure of is the plan implemented by the Serpent's hand. Professor Mo rubbed his temples, staring at the books and the distorted text for a long time. It was easy to blur his eyes. Let the tired eyes rest for a while. 3, 4, 7, took advantage of this opportunity, and he and the sub-in-charge Zhang Jianyu said, my previous guess was correct, based on the ceremonial field described to me by the captain of the special team yesterday. Although it is impossible to analyze all of them, some of the level 4 secrets in the Foundation documents have consistent ancient information. It is a big magic related to the stars, which can deflect the planet's orbit and travel to the position required by the operator. Zhang Jianyu was speechless. Can this kind of thing really be done? With his level of authority, he saw quite a few weird containment objects. For example, the most dangerous and powerful category reality benders. This anomaly is very dangerous and possesses incredible power. Of course, they are divided into strengths and weaknesses, and they must go through 4 stages: denial, trial, stability, and childhood god. The 3rd stage is the most stable, while the 4th stage will indulge in one's own power and abuse it. The basic performance is to use their ability to manipulate others. For example, teenagers and young reality benders generally use their abilities for sexual needs, while children will try to make strangers their friends, and the elderly will try to manipulate others for love and money purposes. Each reality bender has different abilities, and is divided into 1 to 6 levels according to the degree of danger. According to whether they can control themselves, their dangers are also divided into different levels. At the first level, you can take things out of the air at most, and you can get the elementary mind power, but at the second level, ordinary people can't deal with it. Part of the 3rd level reality benders who are fully awakened, and even able to turn into black holes, are really outrageous. Not to mention level 4, if you want to kill that person, but if that person thinks you are a good person, you will leave obediently. At this point, they have been able to reverse the law of matter and the law of causality, and manipulate the thinking of others, so that the fantasy is realized. More advanced reality benders have not been discovered yet, and may already exist, and Zhang Jianyu himself has insufficient query authority. However, all these are barely traceable, because of their own particularities. Only a few people in my have to work hard to contain them. Looking at the global human base, there is a little bit acceptable. But the spells recorded in these cults are quite different. Not only can they do what reality benders can do, but they can also achieve what they can't. Like manipulating celestial bodies beyond unknown light years. Even level 3 and level 4 reality benders may not be able to do it, but at a certain price, ordinary people who know the spell can succeed. This is far more terrifying than those contained. The methods are different, but the goals reached are the same. According to the degree of difficulty, the Foundation obviously pays more attention to these weird spells. In particular, certain spells can be linked to indescribable great beings, which are more terrifying than reality benders. Those reality benders still have ways to restrict, and the indescribable, invisible, and intangible exist in the past, present, and future. If you use the reality bender's level to convert, every existence called the old dominator probably has to belong to level 5 or higher. The conversion is based on the floating value of the race data. The last time it is level 3 upwards, higher level, and level 6 and above are unimaginable. It is the existence that can reshape the world in the mind. Undoubtedly, once that level of existence occurs, it must be classified as the HK, suppression of the gods, of the K-level state of affairs. I also hope it's fake. Professor Mo sighed. He knew more than Zhang Jianyu, the secondary person in charge, and understood the other party's mood at the moment. Then if the spell spreads to the whole world, Zhang Jianyu shuddered at the thought of this consequence. No less than his fear of the unknown, Professor Mo, who has a higher authority, can clearly understand the consequences. In that case, everyone in the entire world is suspected of being contained, and it is also a K-level situation, and there is even a 5.8 chance that it will evolve into an all-FX K-level. Foundation ascends. Due to the violent activities of anomalous things, all humans evolve into thaumatologists, anomalous things, and the Foundation must contain all humans, which may lead to the Foundation's ascension, and all Foundation employees will have divineness. They once accidentally used a containment object to observe a parallel world that the Foundation has developed extremely mature. In that world, they could even be able to contain gods, but in the end, this K-level situation occurred, which eventually evolved into a parallel universe and collapsed directly. Chapter 66. Of course, the world in which they live is far from mature and terrifying, but they have a wide range of influence, as if they have been exposed to a country's containment objects. Seeing his unspeakable expression, Professor Mo comforted, "Don't think too much, there is a way after all. Haven't you received a lot of reports in the past few days? Since the Snake Hand twins appeared in coastal towns, cult rituals have frequently appeared everywhere. It has caused a great impact. Accordingly, the news announcement will go down to inform the general public about the deeds of the cult. Once suspicious persons are discovered, they will immediately report it." The effect was immediate, and a large number of complaints flew like snowflakes. Regardless of whether the information is true or false, the Foundation will immediately send someone to verify it. I would rather spend more resources and energy, but also prevent the people organized by the Serpent's Hand from continuing to perform cult rituals, and try to keep the sacrifices and disasters within an acceptable range. The only problem is not that the news is true or false, but there are indeed a lot of reports, and most of them are true, but 80 to 90% are outdated and stagnant. Zhang Jianyu smiled bitterly. The good news is not that there is no hope, but 08 is not very hopeful. That's it. Professor Mo nodded to express his understanding, and then the topic changed. Have you ever tried to ask the person who provided this book for help? This. Zhang Jianyu was speechless for a while. Of course he has considered that the Foundation also has a cooperative relationship with some of the containment objects, and will not refuse another mysterious existence, but the understanding between the two is not deep after all. Let Luo Chingqing act as a bridge of communication all the time, just to get closer and find out his attitude. After this period of observation, many insiders believe that Wang Li has room for cooperation. His ability to make a gesture of exchanging things for things has already explained the problem. The next thing to do is to deepen the relationship between the two. Maybe it is not very suitable for Luo Chingqing to come forward again, because she is not enough. At least one person who speaks and counts must come to discuss the entire Magic City. Perhaps there is no more suitable person than him. With the mystery and horror shown by the other party, Zhang Jianyu had this idea a long time ago, but the time was not ripe. Until Luo Chingqing succeeded in replacing items, the target showed a barely positive attitude. If Wang Li has a strong antisocial tendency and uses his power to destroy everywhere, no matter how terrible he is, the Foundation will not tolerate it, and he will have to take action no matter how high the price is. This is the duty of the Foundation at the beginning of its establishment. If it violates the duty, what is the meaning of existence? After Professor Mo reminded him, he remembered that if he couldn't figure it out, there might be a way to lend them Wang Li of lair text. It just so happened that, taking advantage of the opportunity to return the book, he personally visited once. By the way, let's call Luo Chingqing. This girl has been in contact with the target several times, knows a lot of taboos, and can avoid unnecessary risks caused by saying wrong words or doing wrong things. He has always acted decisively, and Zhang Jianyu made up his mind to implement it immediately. But before that, he still had some doubts about it. To be precise, it should be an unrealistic fantasy. About this book, Professor Mo, in 3 days, how many have you browsed roughly? Professor Mo could see the look he was expecting, and sighed, it's a pity that even if I work hard day and night, I have read nearly 2/3 of it at most. It's not just a single scan of the 10 lines, and many obscure knowledge and records in it must be verified through the Foundation's archived files to confirm the authenticity. With this step, the progress can reach 2/3, which is incredible. Zhang Jianyu is very clear about the intensity of the work in the Institute in the past 2 days, and he can see it. Even Professor Mo, who is about 60 years old, has stayed for 2 consecutive days. He can only sleep for less than 3 hours. It is difficult for him to last so long. At first, someone moved and copied the text inside, and later studied it slowly. Then in the process of transcribing, he was swallowed by the tentacles and twists that emerged from the text, and no one mentioned it again afterwards. Fortunately, most of the people who can work in the Institute have seen strong winds and waves. No abnormality can affect them. Only a few newcomers can't stand it. People who work long hours know that they can't stand it. Compared with those on the front line, their risk level has been lowered a lot. It's not easy anymore. Zhang Jianyu consoled the old man in turn. Even if the degree of analysis is not even 1%, they still gain a lot from it. He shook his head and closed the lair text. Professor Mo looked at the 3 statues placed on the glass vacuum table, with a rare expression of excitement. I did my best with regard to the obscure and difficult knowledge in the books. I can only reach this level. We figured out how to use the 3 statues over there. Hi! Zhang Jianyu's eyes lit up. Luo Chingqing, the only one who has used it, told her personal experience. When she first summoned the mythical creature named Ghoul Giant, she herself didn't know how to summon it. The conclusion that can be drawn now is undoubtedly very useful. Professor Mo didn't sell it, and simply said directly, we 347 tried various methods, and finally found that as long as the statue is held, the owner will naturally know the way to summon them. So simple. Well, the downside is that if you put down the statue, the memory of the summoning spell will naturally fade away. Professor Mo said with emotion, we tried to use containment objects to strengthen our memory, but unfortunately it is not very useful. In terms that are easier to understand, Professor Mo guessed that monster statues are more like quick spell casting. In the lair text, usually summoning mythical creatures requires going through rituals, incantations, magic power, and rationality. A little harsher, there are restrictions on location and time, so certain existence cannot guarantee 100% success. The statue is a fully automatic process that omits all the processes. Anyone who holds the correct mantra can be summoned 100%. Is there such an operation? Zhang Jianyu was stunned. Doesn't that mean that the other party has a little idea that he can build an army of mythical creatures with the accumulation of time? As an established mythical creature, my scalp numbs when I think about it. In the same way, if you can be honest with the other party and have a harmonious relationship, the benefits can hardly be totaled by numbers. Chapter 67. Hurrying to withdraw his divergent thinking, Zhang Jianyu looked at Professor Mo with piercing eyes. I probably understand what to do. Professor Mo nodded, reluctant to pass the lair text to him. Today is the 3rd day in the deadline, but the progress of the research is less than 2/3. If he can, he really wants to try his best to decipher the above knowledge, even if the end may not be much better. In addition to browsing cults in the past 2 days, Professor Mo has also gone through many procedures to check his mental condition, which is not too good. The contents are okay, only prolonged contact with things related to mythological creatures caused him to be more or less polluted. To describe it in a way that is easy to understand, a normal person's sane value is around 50. Professor Mo was originally 70, but now it has dropped to less than 60. Although it is still above the normal line, the meaning that can be revealed can't help but worry about it. After taking the Lalei text packed in a box, Zhang Jianyu didn't stay anymore, turning his head and leaving the research institute. Mastering almost what he should know, the place he will go next is naturally a coffee shop. Regarding the mystery cafe, the Foundation has been sending people to secretly pay attention, such as who frequents and whether there is any abnormality. Including the mysterious shop owner Wang Li, who has been living in a simple way, SCP-166's abnormality, and any news about what he did. Even if Wang Li just went to the opposite street shop to buy breakfast, he would report it. Wang Li, who is staying in the coffee shop, is completely unclear about his own importance. Since most of the ancient books placed on the shelves are mysterious, his psychology of reading these books again has been changed. In the past, it was just treated as a weird novel, with idle notes. Now I browse with great interest. Each of the above spells possesses extremely incredible abilities. Whether you can learn it or not, so that you can successfully perform it, it is always right to watch more. The only strange thing is that according to the crazy words of some book writers, you will have hallucinations when you read too much, and you will eventually lose yourself in contact with the truth of the abyss of the universe. Wang Li was still a little worried, and then I thought about it. He had watched it for several years. At most, he heard drums and flute sounds occasionally in his ears, and there were basically no hallucinations. Are the drums and flute sounds just like posterior tonicity? Thinking like this, he turned his head and asked the maid who had just come down from the second floor, Lilith, do you think magic truth is strange / Driven to the second floor by a girl who claimed to be Naya, Lilith, who was only now called down by Wang Li, tilted her head and wondered, strange place. For example, occasionally you can hear the sound of drums and flutes. It doesn't seem to be, it's a little bit, it's just that someone is talking in the ear, the voice is very soft, and I can't hear it clearly, and then I never heard it again. The maid thought about it, and suddenly changed her words halfway through. Not drums and flutes? Wang Li wondered whether everyone's symptoms were different. According to the serious consequences mentioned in the book, Lilith was not right at all, nothing happened. No, as long as human beings come into contact with the ultimate truth outside the scope of understanding, their rational value will collapse, reshape, and gradually move closer to the truth, thus deviating from the many behaviors and values that humans can understand. This situation is not under self-control. Just as the ancients believed that the sky was round, but the ancients came to the present, knowing that the actual earth is round, the concept would be shattered and re-accept the truth. In Wang Li's view, it is not correct to call this transformation process pollution. It is more like walking on the path of pursuing and conforming to the truth of the universe. There is a good saying that geniuses are half a step ahead of the times, and lunatics are one step ahead of the times. It is precisely because of those lunatics whose sense value is zero, that they do things beyond the scope of human cognition, that they think that the other party is polluted and turned into monsters. In fact, others might just advance to a higher level race, which is regarded as an evolution to some extent. Human life is short, the body is fragile, the structure is simple, has a variety of physical limitations, and is dominated by emotions. Many shortcomings are difficult to elaborate. However, most of mythological creatures are immortal, and can live forever at any time, and they have powerful powers, so their appearance may be a bit infiltrating. If you change your thinking, the appearance of those indescribable becomes in line with human beauty. Deep Diver Mermaid, Family of Stars Octopus Girl. Thinking about it this way, I am afraid that the mythical race will be madly pursued. Withdrawing the strange thoughts, Wang Li asked again, are you sure? Yeah. Lilith was very sure. This is weird, maybe it has something to do with her not being a human being? It suddenly occurred to Wang Li that the maid with antlers and lower hoofs could not be classified into the ranks of human beings. Whether it has anything to do with this, he doesn't know, and he is not a researcher. No abnormality is always a good thing. Lilith was puzzled, Carrot Master, is there a problem? Ah, not for the time being. If you find something is wrong in the future, remember to tell me in time. Okay. With that, the maid was about to close the shop. It was almost 6 o'clock. Even if he knew that the store was unusual, Wang Li didn't want to resume his previous work and rest time. At this time, there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside the door, and 2 figures came. Please wait for a moment. The maid took a step slowly and watched Luo Chingqing and an unknown middle-aged person step into the store. It really is SCP-166. When he saw the maid, Zhang Jianyu sighed inwardly. Instinctively, I wanted to close my eyes, and then I remembered the other party's specificity, OK Zhao, which seemed to be covered up and tied up. When the opposite S*X saw her, she would no longer be overwhelmed with emotions. Hearing it is worse than meeting. Seeing this scene in person, it still feels incredible. All containment objects can be like this, so how much worry you have to save. After taking a deep look, Zhang Jianyu, who still possessed extraordinary charm but was able to restrain the urge to pursue beauty, crossed SCP-166 and looked at the figure lying lazily on the sofa. He is the purpose of his trip. P.S. I'll write down one thing clearly, lest anyone think it is weird. The protagonist's source of knowledge of all myths is books. He knows the names of some old dominators or foreign gods, some information, but knows the names and cognitions. They are 2 different things. For example, he knows the god of 1,000 faces, but he doesn't know that the Cheongsam girl is the incarnation of Nea, and he knows Thulhu. Do you see that all octopuses are Chief K? Chapter 68. SCP-166 may be important, but it's not as good as that man. Cafe owner Wang Li. He has countless mysterious books, and the Foundation has investigated his life experience. The target person was born too normal for 20 years, and normal is not right. It shouldn't be so. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Jianyu came to meet in person. What others tell is worse than seeing it with your own eyes. Who did you come when the store closed? Perceiving the change, Wang Li put down his book and condensed his gaze over the sofa to the door of the store. At the entrance, there is an acquaintance Luo Chingqing, and there is a middle-aged man whom he does not know. Raised, new guest? It doesn't feel like it. Without waiting for him to guess, Zhang Jianyu took the initiative to enter the door and said, "Hello, my name is Zhang Jianyu." The moment I stepped into the store, a wave of invisible malice from the surrounding environment rushed toward my face. His face changed slightly, and suddenly he felt a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, the firm will cultivated over the years helped him quickly stabilize. This tone really doesn't look like a guest. Wang Li looked at Luo Chingqing 347 with a probing gaze. This guy bowed his head with a guilty conscience, inexplicably. Therefore, Wang Li had to reconsider the middle-aged man in front of him. His face is firm, his back is straight, and he has a fierce and decisive temperament, inexplicably like a soldier. He felt right. Zhang Jianyu was a major general of a certain army before, and he was transferred here to serve as one of the 3 secondary leaders. He has always liked Quirin Kuiyo. He doesn't plan to play Tai Chi with this mysterious shopkeeper and talk nonsense for a long time. Please don't get me wrong, I'm here to discuss cooperation with you on behalf of the Foundation. Zhang Jianyu said, neither overbearing nor overbearing. Wang Li was immediately overwhelmed by this sentence. What the hell, come to talk to me about cooperation on behalf of the Foundation. Watching Luo Chingqing out of sight, he said in his heart, good fellow, did you bring the Imperial Army here? Zhang Jianyu, of course, didn't know what he was thinking, and passed the Lilith text in a box. Before the formal discussion, I will return the things to the original owner. Wang Li frowned and took it, not knowing what the other party was making. Could it be that it is possible to find an abnormality in the Lilith text and come to the door? But the other party didn't seem to want to take him away and contain him, but was polite. Unsure of the other party's intentions, Wang Li had to maintain a lukewarm attitude and respond to changes in the same way. Ask Lilith to take the book out and put it on the shelf, he said calmly. You just said, cooperation. Seeing Lilith pick up the Lilith text and put it in a certain bookshelf, Zhang Jianyu was deeply shocked. According to Luo Chingqing, those books are probably all mysterious and related. His first thought was definitely not occupying, but a touch of fear. Because I know the terrible consequences of its proliferation, I am in awe of it. After finally suppressing the complicated mood, Zhang Jianyu took a deep breath and nodded. We have observed through this period of time, we feel that there is not much conflict between us and Mr. Wang. What is he talking about? First of all, we have come with sincerity and friendship. Zhang Jianyu first set the tone. I believe that through the last cooperation, Mr. Wang has already known this. Wang Li has no expression on his face, his expression is deep, and he seems to be thinking carefully about something. In fact, his heart was filled with question marks. What did he cooperate with? He missed a period of memory? The last time we used SCP-427 to exchange lair text with Mr. Wang and 3 statues of mythological creatures, we benefited a lot, so we plan to cooperate with Mr. Wang further. This SCP-427? The last transaction was obviously a purple gem, which thing is a containment object. Wang Li frowned slightly, lost in thought. When Zhang Jianyu saw this, he was certain that as long as he didn't refuse on the spot, it was a good thing. He continued, as for the loss of SCP-166 due to our mistakes, now she is working in the store, and we have no intention of recovering it. We just hope that Mr. Wang will be optimistic and try to avoid accidents. It should be enough to show sincerity again, Zhang Jianyu thought. Working in a store? Optimistic? Looking along his line of sight, Wang Li, who still didn't clear his mind, found that the other party was referring to Lilith. Lilith is SCP-166? Moreover, he is still a fugitive from containment failure. But listening to what he said, it seems that the problem lies with them, and now they don't plan to pursue it, as a gesture of giving themselves face. The key is where he got the face, and he has never eaten the fruits of face. Maybe it has something to do with Naya. If you have something to do with the mysterious Cheongsam girl, it doesn't seem impossible. After all, Lilith's origin is unknown, and it was Naya who pushed her over as an employee. At that time, the friends she was talking about did not mean the same kind. It turned out to be troublesome, but the Foundation seemed to be very afraid of her appearance, so it didn't dare to directly announce the confiscation of all with a strong attitude. This makes Wang Li feel at ease. I really have you, Naya. Of course, if the Foundation dared to rob it, Wang Li would not sit still, but he worked so hard to collect it. Anyhow, knowing so many spells, it's no problem to fight it. Chapter 69. But since the Foundation didn't mean that, Wang Li also wanted to know the other party's intention. You can't brag with him, let's chat. So what do you think? He finally said. Just now the man who claimed to be Zhang Jianyu revealed a lot of unknown information in his words. By piecing together what Wang Li himself knew, he could probably show a clear context. The spirit was shocked. Zhang Jianyu didn't even think about it and said, we hope that when we need help, we can ask Mr. Wang to provide appropriate support. Of course, we will not let you suffer. After a pause, he seemed to be sorting out the conditions. Knowing that Mr. Wang likes to collect all kinds of weird things, just like last time, we made a request and finally completed it in the way of item trading. It's like this. Wang Li took out the old pocket watch from his pocket and opened it, revealing the shimmering purple gems inside. Zhang Jianyu first confirmed. Is this thing really a containment object? To get an accurate answer, Wang Li is a bit suspicious of life. It's no wonder that Luo Chingqing was unwilling to see that she was so pitiful that she was about to cry at any time. Thinking about it this way, my heart feels a little bit sad. Although lair text was worth that value, he didn't know it at the time. By the way, what do the 3 statues of mythological creatures mean? Are the statues I made useful? With this thought in mind, he said in a casual tone, have you used the things I made improvised? Who can't pretend to be? Even if he doesn't know the cause and effect, it doesn't prevent pretending that there is such a thing. Obviously Zhang Jianyu was dumbfounded, his eyes narrowed. Yes, after experiments, we found that anyone who holds the statue can summon the mythical creature it represents. Am I so powerful? Wang Li's surface was calm, but he was actually quite surprised. It turns out that this is my talent skill. Craftsman. Thinking about it this way, he glanced at the shop window without a trace, at least hundreds of handmade statues of different races. Zhang Jianyu didn't notice this abnormality, but he also saw the hands in the window, and his breathing suddenly became a room. More than that, when the police passed the hat placed next to him, he whispered softly, and a huge wave appeared in his heart. Why is that thing here? What's the matter? Wang Li couldn't help but ask with his eyes full of his reaction. Zhang Jianyu was stunned and said excitedly, I didn't expect SCP-268 to appear here. Thank you Mr. Wang for helping us a lot. Recently, the Foundation information has been integrated, and it is the important cadre of the Snake Hand organization known as the Gemini that is planning the disappearance of the coastal villages. The two held several containment objects, including SCP-268. After that night, the Foundation has been following the clues, and later learned that Wang Li had taken one of the sacred objects. So people have been sent to stare nearby, thinking that people from the Serpent's Hand organization will come and retrieve the holy artifacts, but no one has been seen so far. It turned out that the other party had come long ago, and he was planted in the hands of the mysterious shopkeeper. Seeing him so excited, Wang Li was dumbfounded again. What are you talking about? You can't understand a word. Can you open the team voice communication? The total loss of the 2 days was so much that he suspected that he would spend this time all his life. He couldn't see the joy, and doctor asked, that hat, is SCP-268. Zhang Jianyu focused his head and explained, it was snatched from the attack on the Rabbit Nation Foundation by the Snake Hand organization. Recently, 2 of its important cadres are messing around in the coastal areas of our country, causing us to suffer. 0. Look for flowers. In fact, when I came here this time, I also wanted to ask Mr. Wang if he could find them. I didn't expect that Zhang Jianyu didn't say anything afterwards. Wang Li was able to guess what he meant, nothing more than a surprise. With a single thought, Wang Li didn't conceal the other party's thoughts. Instead, he frowned and looked at his maid, Lilith. What's the matter with that hat? I remember you said you picked it up outside. Picked up? Zhang Jianyu was full of black lines, and he could pick up these things casually. It's none of my business. A girl in a maid costume said aggrievedly, Master, you fell asleep. I was looking at the store, and an ugly person wearing this hat suddenly broke in. After a while he died, leaving only this hat. Don't lie to me, there are people who died on the spot. What about the corpse? Lilith whispered, I was eaten. Wang Li was taken aback, did you eat? No. It's a monster guarding the shop. She quickly explained that it would be too wrong to be covered with the attribute of eating monsters. Actually, Wang Li breathed a sigh of relief. If such a cute maid actually eats monsters, it would be too curious. Wait, the monster in the shop. Wang Li quietly scanned the coffee shop, very puzzled. He stayed for a few years and didn't notice anything unusual, let alone monsters. I haven't struggled with this issue for too long. After all, there are still 2 people standing here, waiting for them to be sent away before Lilith can be confessed and lenient. All in all, thank you very much for what Mr. Wang has done. Although the other party may not know it, it does not prevent Zhang Jianyu from thanking him, and at the same time he develops unfathomable emotions. Chapter 70. In his brain repair link, the death of the person sent by the snake's hand must be inseparable from the mysterious shopkeeper no matter what. After all, Lilith didn't look like a lie. Of course, Wang Li accepts the solemn thanks from the other party. Although he does not understand the reason, it is not important. You will know when you ask Lilith. At this point, Wang Li almost understood Zhang Jianyu's purpose on behalf of the Foundation, and most likely regarded himself as a special existence that could negotiate cooperation. After observation, I don't like to make trouble anyway, and it is not dangerous. Occasionally, Wang Li himself feels like he is a prisoner, staying in the same place 3 to 50, but he likes to be quiet, so he can be happy. If you can't stand the seclusion, even if you know that the outside world is not safe, you'll feel like you're not so unlucky. Speaking from the comprehensive knowledge of Wang Li's books, in fact, if you want to stay away from the weirdness, you only need to do a few things. Don't listen, don't want, don't look, don't ask, don't know, don't die if you don't die. Do not go to deserts, border towns, remote seashores, deep mountains, forests, national parks, polar regions, and deep seas. If you are a fool and born with mental retardation, you may be safer. Among them, it does not include encounters with contained objects. Wang Li feels inexplicably that the Foundation containment objects are similar to mythological creatures, but they are fundamentally different. At the same time, after Zhang Jianyu thanked him, he did not continue to answer. The air was quiet, surrounded by unspeakable silence. How does Mr. Wang feel about the cooperation conditions we proposed? When the topic was brought back, Zhang Jianyu seemed bound to want an answer. Staring at the middle-aged man with a straightforward character, Wang Li is considering whether to answer the party's request. In fact, the Foundation is a little bit more black-hearted, and you can follow the Lalei text, and then use other means to slowly deal with him. Wang Li doesn't believe in such a big foundation, and he really would totally avoid being a person. This time he really guessed wrong, and the Foundation really didn't dare to deal with him suddenly. Without knowing the detailed premise, those people are more willing to solve it by a more peaceful means to achieve a win-win goal. Since others have shown sincerity, Wang Li does not want to make enemies inexplicably. He just wants to live a peaceful life and live a corrupt and rich second-generation life. Although I don't have any special feelings about the Foundation, I don't have any dislikes after thinking about it. Furthermore, he was curious about the things the Foundation used to trade. Even if he knew that it was impossible to give a very powerful containment object, Wang Li didn't care. Compared with strength, he is more interested in the weird abilities that he possesses. With a decision, he no longer hesitated. Well, if I am interested in what you are exchanging, then it will be fine to ask me for help. It's fair to exchange at the same price. After receiving a satisfactory answer, even though Zhang Jianyu was steady enough, a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. If you have any needs in the future, please let Luo Chingqing contact us at any time. As expected, Seeing Gray was stern, leaving a sentence that he had something to do next, and Zhang Jianyu immediately left. After the negotiation, of course there is no need to continue to stay. Therefore, Wang Li stared at the familiar girl in front of him, showing a mysterious expression for some reason. Luo Chingqing smiled dryly, boss, how are you? You sent things to the Foundation. It's none of my business, boss. When I found SCP-166, I was staring at it. 0. Wang Li found it interesting to see whether the girl was too busy to choose an explanation. He knew very well that the girl was only on orders and had no freedom of choice at all. Working as a worker, she seems to be too caressed about her embarrassment. If you really want to care, Wang Li should use his face to Zhang Jianyu. After all, I didn't lose anything, but gained more. Including SCP-427 in his hand, Wang Li asked, what is the effect of this thing? Seeing that the mysterious boss didn't care about the small section, Luo Chingqing exhaled, showing a smile that she thought was the most agreeable, and fully explained the specific effects of SCP-427. By the way, she also explained the SCP-268 on the shelf. After learning about the effect, Wang Li was somewhat silent. Let's not talk about that ugly hat, because he can't appreciate it with his aesthetics. The important thing is that SCP-427, exposed to the light of gems for a long time, turns into a beast of flesh and blood. Calculating the time, because he felt comfortable and warm, he opened his pocket watch and placed the pillow next to him when he slept. Add up to a few days, and the contact time is at least 16 hours. Ah, this hasn't changed. Wang Li is very sure that not only has his physique not been strengthened, but his perception is still the same. Doesn't work for me? Stroking his pocket watch, he pondered for a moment, thinking about throwing this thing directly to Lilith for a while. I'll use it for you. The cute maid opened her eyes wide. Really give it to me? Nonsense, things that are useless to me. What are you doing on your body? Used as an artificial thermostat? That would be too wasteful. Chapter 71. Make the best use of everything. Don't feel bad for Lilith, this cute maid is her own. It's not long to get along, and Wang Li thinks it would be nice to leave her like this in the future. Thank you, Master. Lilith was very happy, took the initiative to lift up her long blonde hair, rounded the silver chain around her white neck, buckled her backhand, and solemnly placed it into the black and white front. It was not until the pocket watch was inserted from her neck that Wang Li looked back. With the maid's talent, it might be stuck in it. After a moment of declining thinking, Wang Li quickly returned to normal. Why are you staying here? Wait until I invite you to dinner. It was discovered that Luo Chingqing was still stuck in the same place. Somehow, Wang Li waved his hand like chasing a small animal. Then leave first. Luo Chingqing slowly backed away very carefully, for fear that he would change his mind in the process. He is not a scourge, so he needs to be so scared? Isn't it that he has always given people such an impression that he shouldn't? Wang Li is self-conscious and not very oppressive. He is okay, the problem must lie with the other person. You see, Lilith is normal. When all the duo of the Funds 08 meeting left, Wang Li got up and went to the window, staring at the various handmade statues placed on it. Good guy, the effect of what I have made is only known by others' reminders. He took out a monster holding a flute as if he was half kneeling, and he reached out and knocked on the head of the thing. Not to mention the incantation in my mind, this thing doesn't respond at all. Lilith, take it and try it. Maybe the problem lies with him. After all, many things don't work for him, too weird. Willing to be the master's guinea pig and tool man, Lilith came to him, reached out and took the flute-playing monster and held it in her palm. A few seconds passed. How about it? Hey! Master, it seems that a spell has really appeared. Lilith was surprised, and then put down the statue. The memory of the spell in her mind just disappeared. What is the principle? What I created can't be used. Is this reasonable? Wang Li was so depressed, he really wanted to throw this thing away. Seeing how it plays the flute, shouldn't it be the flute sound that I occasionally remembered in my ears? Wang Li, who was unhappy, thought about it. According to the description in the Book of Asithos, this toad-like little thing is called the Battle of the Outer Gods. I didn't believe in evil and tried for a long time, and determined that I really couldn't use it. Wang Li had to give up. But it's okay, as long as the spell that summons it is known by yourself. After leaving the coffee shop, Zhang Jianyu, who had successfully completed the entire mission, heard another good news as soon as he returned to the Foundation. Minister, we finally traced the clues of the Serpent's Hand organization. Xiaoruo Bingshui's report came from the front line. With many partial assistance and even the use of containment items, the Foundation finally found the traces of the Snake Hand Gemini. Oh, now it's the Serpent's Hand list, another one that has long become the nourishment of mythical creatures. This can be described as double happiness. Zhang Jianyu clenched his fists hard, and the nervous nerves during this period of time were temporarily relieved. Be careful not to startle the snake and wait for the follow-up arrangements. Just in case, I will send insurance to assist you. Clear. Located at the foot of a mountain range 100 kilometers away from the magic capital. After communicating with the boss for 10 minutes, Xiao Ruobing hung up the communication device and looked up at the green mountain covered in dense forest. Based on the chase these days, it is quite certain that the opponent is in this mountain. In order to avoid accidents caused by the exposure of the large army, she only brought a few team members to lay out the preliminary plan. Although I was wondering who Minister Zhang would send, Xiao Ruobing knew to obey orders. Being strong is not in line with her character, and she cannot be overly cautious when dealing with these organizations. Using a telescope to look at the town built in the middle of the mountain, she first observed which locations were more suitable for sneaking into the encirclement. This time, she must catch it all. Through Minister Zhang, she also knew that SCP-427 was no longer on the enemy, so that it would be almost impossible for the other party to escape without knowing it. In this way, Xiao Ruobing had a lot more certainty. When the observation was almost the same, the cold-tempered female captain put down the binoculars, looked at the man not far away, and solemnly said, "The enemy's containment object will be pleased to you at that time." With a dark-skinned Middle Eastern man of about 30 years old, SCP-073 smiled slightly, although it is very reluctant. Leave it to me. This is an obligation that our basic cooperation should fulfill. He behaved very politely and friendly, but his voice sounded cold and mechanical. That's right, the Middle Eastern man standing here is the one Xiao Ruobing brought out during the handover procedure in the containment area. SCP-073, Kane. A day ago, he finally passed the Foundation review procedures and came here. As he stepped closer to Xiao Ruobing and several team members, the plants within a 20-meter radius around SCP-073 began to wither and rot. 350 Even the warm and rich land has dried up, withered and become barren at a speed visible to the naked eye, and there are already many visions caused by him around him. No way, any land that SCP-073 has walked on will become barren as the anaerobic bacteria die out, making it impossible to support life until new bacteria are introduced. Anything that grows into a living thing in the soil, such as wood products and paper, will decay and disintegrate as long as it touches. This is why the Foundation chose to contain and not let him run around. Even though SCP-073's subjective consciousness doesn't want this, it can't stand it and can't control itself. Spray, this is the peculiarity of the containment. Zhang Wei followed behind the captain, expressing an eye-opener. In fact, he didn't see too many containment objects, especially the visual effects of such frequent visual effects. It's not clear whether it's really powerful or not, but the force frame is quite high, and the trip comes with special effects. I don't know if there is a containment item with BGM on foot, it's too showy. Zhang Lan rolled his eyes and expressed disdain at the sigh of his teammates. Hey, if you follow these sand sculptures all day long, can't you come with two fragrant young ladies? For example, Luo Chingqing, who had been on a mission together before, has a deep memory. Chapter 72. I don't know when I will meet again. With a whisper secretly, Zhang Lan took the binoculars handed over by the captain and followed the spot she was looking at. While watching, listening to Xiao Ruobing's arrangement. The minister contacted me just now, and the department will also assign someone who is waiting for me to come over and let us stand still. There was no objection from those present, and the reason for doing so must be to ensure that there is nothing wrong. They definitely don't have any thoughts of doubting their own abilities, those people have long been transferred because of their early days. To deal with these containment objects or mythological creatures, or the evil organization that controls them, no personal heroism is allowed. No matter how powerful it is, you can still kill them all alone, which is unrealistic. Once it fails, the consequences are too heavy, and no one can afford the responsibility. Zhang Wei, you should contact Li Kai and the others first, and when the people sent by the department arrive, we will discuss the next step. Xiao Ruobing said in an orderly manner, without any confusion due to temporary changes. This is a basic quality for being a special team leader for a long time. Those who fail to work either die in the middle of the mission or are transferred away. Clear. Speaking of business affairs, Zhang Wei, who had escaped, also became serious, and he was ready to confirm with the many teams waiting for news in the rear. Before the temporary Cypriot Zhang Jianyu came in, everyone had actually discussed how to implement the specific actions. First, let the ordinary army pull up the isolation belt around the periphery. No matter who comes out, they have to stay under the guard of the army temporarily. The special team belonging to the Foundation uniformly marched towards the mountain, and slowly advanced until it found the cultists in the village Mirror Town and the important cadres of the Snake Hand organization. This was originally planned, and Zhang Jianyu's instructions suddenly sent her to think about a few other methods that might have problems and need to be changed. If you can't change your boss's thoughts, then change your own thoughts, not to mention it's not necessarily a bad thing. So wait until the sun sets. Once the sky darkens, night will soon come, and houses in the relatively backward villages and towns in the mountains begin to light up. The villagers who came and went during the day were all kept behind closed doors at night. The village suddenly became silent, not to mention the noisy sounds of children, even chickens, dogs, ducks, and geese disappeared. If it weren't for the lights to light up the mountainside, it would make people think that this is an abandoned village. At this time, Dark clouds obscured the slightly dim starry sky, and the faint mist surrounding the top of the mountain seemed to spread downward. Time passed bit by bit, and it was 10 o'clock. As if it were a custom, most of the villagers' doors opened at the same time, as if zombies came out of the cage. Standing slowly outside the open space, they just looked at each other silently, as if confirming who was and who was not. It took about half an hour. Thousands of people in the village gathered together. After counting the number of people, they looked at the houses with the doors closed and the lights turned off. Without communication, they slowly moved to the door of the people who turned off the lights. In a bungalow on the inner side of a village, a middle-aged man in his early 30s was looking out from the gap between the window curtains with a nervous face. This kind of weird behavior lasted for a week. Every night at 9 o'clock in the evening, most of the villagers I knew would be like this. I heard that a missionary came to the village recently, called Dagon God/Xiao. At first no one joined, but for some reason, more and more people joined. Those who believe in religion strongly invite their parents, wives, and children to join, including any relatives who have been in contact with each other, and even neighbors. Originally, the middle-aged man had relatives frantically persuading him to enroll him in the teaching. But middle-aged people don't believe in religion, so they sneer at it, impatiently with those who refuse the invitation. After that, no one looked for him again. At first, the middle-aged people thought that the villagers came out only for ceremonies or what they did when the time came, and they didn't care much. In this regard, he was as unreligious as the next door, and the neighbor who refused the invitation made complaints. Until 3 days ago, the neighbor next door, who went to bed almost early, heard a knock on the door at night, and the family followed the villagers away. When I got up and made a comment, the middle-aged man glanced a little through the open window, only to hear the intermittent carrot rituals give money help and the like. I didn't care at the time. I thought it was because I was short of people and asked for help, but why didn't I even take the children away? Sleeping, Goodlies, was drowsy, and the middle-aged people didn't care too much. But starting from the next day, I never saw the neighbor's family again. He tried to inquire at first, but all he received were the villagers' indifference with a dark and sarcasm look, and they casually said to go to work. The middle-aged man was half believing, and the main kind of permeating expressions that made the hair stand upside down and smiled were too terrifying, so that all his doubts were swallowed, but some uneasiness remained. 1 day, 2 days later, the neighbor still did not come back. In addition, he found that the villagers looked at their family more and more wrongly. Middle-aged people with low levels of education don't know what words to use to describe them, but they just feel terrible. Chapter 73. Instinctively tells him that it is dangerous to continue to explore. So the middle-aged man had no choice but to smirk and agree with it turned out to be this way, and quickly returned home. The atmosphere in the village is getting weird day by day. He decided to leave tomorrow with his wife and son to work in the nearest big city. By the way, he called the police that there were people similar to MLM organizations. However, all this came to an end tonight. Boom! Old Li, open the door. Hearing a knock at the door, the middle-aged man's heart beat fiercely, and then his eyes widened while holding his breath. He wished that what he had just heard was just an illusion, or that someone outside the door gave up voluntarily because no one answered. Knocked for half a minute, and found that the people inside did not hear, and there was a whispering communication from outside the door. Then there was a sound of footsteps and a sound from the window. A face with a weird smile was stuck on the glass, and he looked inside hard. Loudly, open the door, we have something to do with you. The man used a lot of strength, and the flesh on 350's face was squeezed flat and spread evenly on the glass. It may be that the glass was in the way, and the person paused for a moment. In the horrified sight of the middle-aged man, he directly hit the glass with his head. Boom! Next again. The glass itself is not a particularly strong thing, it quickly shattered into pieces under severe impact. Squatting in a blind corner of the wall, the middle-aged man covered his mouth with his hands, and trembled uncontrollably. I saw the man coming in through the window with a probe, looking inside, not caring about his neck cut by the broken glass. After a while, he saw the middle-aged man huddled in the corner. Oh, so you were here, why didn't you open the door? The man grinned, as terrifying as a ghost. Who, the wife who was finally awakened by the abnormality so late, took her son out of the bedroom angrily. Seeing, Fi, at this scene, she screamed, "Ah!" Screaming seemed to be the beginning of a prelude, and people outside began to smash the door frantically. The security doors of villages and towns are not strong, and the couple trembles with their 7-year-old child. Every time it hits, it seems to hit their hearts. At this moment, the middle-aged people hope that this thing can last longer, and don't let the villagers who don't look like humans come in. Unfortunately, imagination is always useless. After hundreds of hits, the security door was overwhelmed after all, and it fell down with a fragile creak. Suddenly, a group of villagers who looked like evil spirits swarmed up and drowned the whole family of 3 people. The same situation appeared in every village and town, and those who were broken into were those who refused to join the Dagon church. Under the recklessness of the crazy villagers, hundreds of people soon gathered in the middle of the village. These normal people looked at the acquaintances surrounding them in horror. There are relatives, neighbors, parents, and children. They used to be kind and friendly, but now they wore terrifying grinning smiles and their expressions were crazily distorted. The mask that concealed this expression during the day had long been torn off, and what was left was an inhuman side. Thousands of villagers did not act on the besieged people, but drove them to the top of the mountain. The path leading to the top of the mountain was dark, but the villagers did not use flashlights, but held torches high. Hundreds of normal people who refused to join the Dagon sect were uneasy, not sure where these people were going to take themselves, and what they were going to meet next. The only thing left in my heart is anxiety and fear. There is no lack of children's crying in the crowd. The villagers who joined the Dagon church just looked at the children indifferently, and then the children's parents took the initiative to coax their children. As the crowd moved towards the top of the mountain, a long flame dragon appeared halfway up the mountain, which was particularly conspicuous when viewed from the foot of the mountain. Looking at the mountainside with a night vision binoculars, Xiao Ruobing, who had been waiting for several hours, glanced at the special team of hundreds of people behind. Everyone is fully armed and ready to attack the cultists to perform evil rituals. SCP-073 stood beside Xiao Ruobing, paying attention not on the mountain or in the team, but staring at the 3 evil statues placed in the package by the female captain. This is exactly the 3 statues that Wang Li exchanged to the Foundation through trading. After figuring out how things are used, Zhang Jianyu decided to take a look at how useful this thing is. However, because I couldn't find a good partner, I didn't get the news from the snake's hand. I immediately sent the things over, which would serve as a layer of insurance by the way. According to Luo Chingqing, the 3 statues are much better than the one she got for the first time, and shouldn't be used only once. Recalling what Zhang Jianyu had brought to him alone, Xiao Ruobing pulled up the zipper of his backpack, checked the equipment, and held a firearm in each hand. To deal with cultists, the special team has the right to self-determination, and it's okay to open fire and cause death or injury when it feels dangerous. Even if it is accidentally injured, there will not be much problem. If this is not the case, it is easy to be accidental. I thought that the minister said that the help belonged to additional people, but I didn't expect it to be 3 statues of mythical creatures. Having dealt with these things several times, Xiao Ruobing felt strange for the first time. Always appearing as an enemy, suddenly becoming a teammate, it seems a little uncomfortable. Chapter 74. Pat his forehead to dispel the weird sensation that Barry gave birth to. Xiao Ruobing's face was solemn, and he lowered his voice and said, "Prepare go." Since only statues were sent, the plan made before naturally does not need to be changed. Hundreds of people who ordered and banned immediately walked towards the mountainside in silence. Each of them was a specially selected elite. The action is fast, without any muddles, and the ability to execute orders is particularly high. Wait until everyone merges into the dark dense forest. Xiao Ruobing and SCP-073 followed behind. Before leaving, she said to the ordinary army guarding the encirclement outside, "Thank you." Immediately, without looking back to follow the front, SCP-073 following her, every time she took a step, the trees on the roadside kept withering ginger, and the ground was also dry and cracked. It is simply a walking earth destroyer. Compared with the speed at which the villagers moved forward, the special team was much faster, and it took less than 10 minutes to reach the village on the hillside. After a cursory search, there was no one in the house. Regardless of the cultists, or the normal people who have not yet been in the same circumstance, all are absent. Since receiving the report, the Foundation discovered this place and sent people to it. The special team has been guarding for 2 days, and this is the first time that it has seen a similar sight. Observing in turn, only some people should have been taken away yesterday. Xiao Ruobing's premonition is not very good. People go to the buildings so thoroughly, there is only one thing that can be thought of. The people of the Serpent's Hand will leave after harvesting the last wave. The first few times were like leaks, cutting wave after wave, until the number of people in my hand showed a tendency of crushing. I immediately chose to solve it all at once. Xiao Ruobing's premonition is correct. Above the top of the mountain, a tall man with a long robe stood in the middle of a circle of weird and complicated ceremonies. There was a high platform arranged there, and the evil and noble and abominable behemoth statue crouched here. In addition to him, there is a slender female figure in the darkness far away from the high platform. Isn't the time yet? I can't wait. The charming female voice came. Kay did not answer, and did his own thing meticulously to welcome the coming congregation. Jay, who is not more impatient, usually likes to get everything ready before starting an action. This inherits the leader's caution. It's boring to shout, I hope I can eat a little bit more today. The woman said to herself, manicuring her nails by the way. Kay only then looked at the dark sky and responded, after this time, we should change places. The next destination is no longer this place. He will choose to go north to recruit believers and hold ceremonies in coastal areas a little farther away. It is also possible to leave the territory of Long Country to the 11th district, mainly this place does not seem very auspicious. Over the years, Snake's Hand has been planted only a handful of times, and even if it missed it, there has not been a particularly large loss. But recently, in less than a month, 2 important cotters have been damaged. Put it in the past, it is simply unimaginable. I began to consider that the population base here is large, and maybe the attack volume can be faster. Who knows, there are so many accidents. If I knew this, it was better to put the place in District 11 at first, but now it's too late to regret it. The woman keenly got a message from it, with suppressed excitement in her tone. Doesn't that mean I can eat as much as I want? Whatever. Kay turned his head to look at the woman in the dark. Its body is hidden in the shadows, only an outline can be seen. He is tall and graceful, leaning against a big tree. If you look carefully, on her back, no, it should be about the tail spine, and there are several strips swinging leisurely. This is the containment carried by Kay, a humanoid creature with his own thinking, and a reality bender at the same time. The other party reached a cooperation with the Snake Hand organization, because she likes to eat the liver of living people, and also enjoys the pleasure of torturing people to death, so she followed the twins to the Dragon Kingdom. 0. Look for flowers. Ignoring the excited woman, Kay shook his cloak, and suddenly found an orange fire on the road leading to the top of the mountain. Coming? It is estimated that it will be around this time period. He just stood on the high platform, waiting for the believers of Dagon God to fill up the area slowly. It was like a shepherd driving livestock, watching hundreds of normal people being escorted into the ceremony venue. Kay just looked at them lightly. These people are just a trivial tribute to the great gods. You don't need to care about their thoughts, anyway, they will become nourishment in the future. Until everyone stood still, Kay was ready to make dozens or hundreds of prayer declarations. 0. Lord of Ludan. Lord of Lalei. Great Thulhu. The hymn praising the deity sounded, and to the evil and abominable statue, Kay changed his coldness and praised this great deity from his heart. Every believer's face was enthusiastic and excited by his shouting, his face flushed, his expression distorted, and his body kept swinging like a drug. For them, worshipping a deity is more enjoyable than using that thing. The people surrounded by them were uneasy and witnessed the cult rituals with their own eyes, making them uncontrollable fear. The alarm bell from the creatures frantically reminds them, keep them away from here, and never take a step closer. But how can the cultists who are staring at them all allow the innocent villagers to escape? Phn gluum glunaf thulhuar liuganaglftan. K mentioned the gods with weird and inexplicable syllables over and over again, and the cultists unanimously followed the priest's pace and shouted. The women leaning against the tree were a little impatient, staring at the hundreds of people in the center of the ceremonial hall, with the green light of wild beasts in their eyes. Trying to restrain the urge to rush, the strips behind her swayed uneasy, forbearing her instinct, and patiently waiting for the ceremony to end. Of Chapter 75. The gods believed in by those who know the Serpent's Hand organization are definitely not fake. Plus these people are not humans, so women can cooperate with them. After all, she hates humans most, is hostile to humans, and very dangerous. The prayer of worship lasted for a quarter of an hour. During this period, the villagers surrounded by them didn't know what happened, and they didn't even know the cruel fate to be greeted next. After paying homage to the great Thulhu, K turned to the father Dagon and the mother god Hydra, the two servants of Thulhu. When everything was over, his eyes finally moved away from the abominable thing and placed them on more than 100 people. Upon seeing this, the women who followed him for many rituals knew that when it was time, they could finally start. Stepping out of the shadow of 350 under the tree, she approached everyone holding the torch, and her whole body was exposed. It was a woman with extremely glamorous appearance, almost beyond the limits of human charm. His figure is soft and charming, with the front convex and back curled up, and he has an Asian face. However, the difference with ordinary women is that the 9 tails behind her are swinging randomly, swaying excitedly because of the upcoming hunting. In addition to the tail, there are a pair of fox ears on the top of the head. All people who have seen her will unanimously think that this is a 9-tailed fox that has turned into a human, just like Sudaji in ancient legends. Many innocent villagers on the scene were all attracted by this coquettish and weird woman. In fact, the female body is indeed a female red fox, with many forms. She can transform into various animal and human forms. However, she will still show some fox characteristics in various changes, such as ears, tail, claws, eyes, fur, voice, or demeanor. In proportion to the coquettish appearance, her cruelty is second to none. She was once contained by the rabbit country, designated SCP-953, but was released due to a surprise attack by the Serpent's Hand. In order to find the prey stably, she, who was entered into the Foundation file, directly chose to cooperate with the Serpent's Hand. As a reality bender, SCP-953 can charm ordinary people quite easily, making it easy for them to believe in Dagon religion. This process does not require K to do it himself, just wait for the harvest. Once exposed to the Dagon sect, the average person absolutely cannot resist the invasion of the truth of the universe, thus becoming the most steadfast believer, and then drags his relatives and friends to join the Dagon sect. As for those who refuse, they bother to become a part of the great deity and give up their insignificant lives. By the way, SCP-953 can eat the livers of those people, but she can't eat too much anyway. This is a win-win solution. Coming towards hundreds of people, SCP-953 restrained the excitement, picking and choosing only to find the first target. Pointing to an 18-year-old girl in the crowd who looked pretty good, SCP-953 said, "You, girl, come out and come to me." Perhaps the beautiful appearance is easy to make people feel good, and the girl is not afraid of her like other people. Although she didn't want to go out, but looking at the folks who seemed to have changed from the periphery, the girl had to come to SCP-953 tremblingly. When she reached this charismatic woman's side, there was still panic on her face, and she was at a loss. "Oh, what a beautiful girl!" SCP-953 smiled so that her eyes were bent into crescents. In fact, she was more beautiful than a girl for a long time. K frowned and urged, "Hurry up. This is the time to offer sacrifices to the great deity, and it is a good time to give her some free time." SCP-953 didn't care too much. Knowing the priorities, she had to sigh with regret, and approached the girl's face with a terrible look of compassion and blood. Before the other party could react, the right hand that did not know when it became a claw pierced the girl's abdomen as easily as cutting tofu. Unfortunately, I don't have much time, otherwise I will carefully appreciate the sweet enjoyment of your death process. SCP-953 grinned cruelly in the girl's incredulous eyes. It's a pity that I have to say. In just a few seconds, when he retracted his right hand, a fresh liver that seemed to be steaming was held in the palm of his hand. The sudden and severe pain caused the girl to lose her voice for a short time. Warm tears gushing out from the corners of the eyes, those pure eyes that should have been full of longing for the future, but at this moment are filled with consternation of the status quo, and fear of near death. Sticking out the tip of the tongue to lick the fingertips stained with blood, SCP-953 gasps slightly coquettishly intoxicated. The blood from the virgin carries a hot temperature at night, mellow and fragrant. It is a pity that she is not the vampire of SCP-083, and has no particular interest in blood. Sucking the blood, in the girl's pleading gaze, she deliberately sipped her liver that belonged to the other party. Watching her own liver be eaten by others in one bite, the girl didn't know what she was thinking. The massive blood loss caused her body temperature to drop rapidly, her thinking ability was significantly stagnated, and even the nerves that felt the severe pain were dulled. Satisfied with the last bite of the liver, SCP-953 licked the blood from his fingertips in order not to waste it. This action made her look seductive and terrifying. At the same time, the girl who had not died was taken away by several cultists and pulled aside for waste utilization. SCP-953 walked back and forth in the crowd with endless aftertaste. The people who witnessed this scene in 5.8 were scared to death, and the level of curiosity in these scenes was beyond their imagination. In order not to be unlucky, they lowered their heads, especially young girls. It seems that this monster is more inclined to young and beautiful girls. It's a pity, it's just a remote village. There are not many girls, and the quality is not high. Just one or two is pretty good. Picking and picking, SCP-953 is not very satisfied. If it's so nice in a big city, young and beautiful girls are everywhere, she thought dissatisfied. Forget it, use quantity to compensate for quality. If I knew it, I saved the girl just now for the last meal, and SCP-953 regretted it a little bit. Chapter 76. Then persuade the man to go to District 11. That place is close to the sea everywhere, and there are a total of 43 counties and 2 houses. Except for Tokyo, many of them are in the countryside, and it's fine even if the trouble is a bit bigger. After all, the Foundation in that place is not that powerful, and most of the items contained are not very powerful. Not only is the ceremony easy and not easy to be arrested, she can also have a good time. Thinking about this, SCP-953, who was still a little regretful, finally picked a girl with a middle-to-the-middle appearance in her early 20s. It doesn't look like a virgin. SCP-953 is a little unhappy with its 9 foxtails dangling. The young woman was desperate when she found herself being picked. No. Don't. Please, let me go. She struggled to get rid of the cultists who guarded her, and fled wildly outside like a headless fly. Surprisingly, the cultists around did not stop her, and they all looked at her indifferently. Although the young woman was astonished, she felt a sense of luck that she might be able to escape successfully. When she was about to reach the intersection of the mountain, as if she saw the dawn of life, she suddenly found that her body was abnormal, and her brain felt dizzy for a moment. But there was no change in front of her, and the people around her were indeed getting farther and farther away. I made it. The young woman felt absurd as she was dreaming. I don't know why these people didn't chase after them. The woman only sees the entrance to the mountain. As long as she gets there and enters the dense forest, she has a chance to escape from here. It's just that after running for a while, why haven't you arrived? Unlike the scene she saw, in the eyes of other people, the young woman was just walking around in circles. The excitement and hopeful look on her face was faintly visible. SCP-953 stared at this person in circles with interest. This is the ability she possesses. In addition to being deformed, she also has a moderate level of hypnosis and telepathy. Although not enough to deceive outside observers, a bewildered person will be deceived by the illusioned environment including SCP-953, himself, and surrounding objects. Boring evil taste. K looked on coldly. He has always killed people simply and neatly, and would not deliberately torture each other. However, no one alone can influence the ritual, so SCP-953 will go. Almost until I got tired of playing, seeing the young woman panting, it was estimated to be the limit. SCP-953 just gently hooked her finger. Immediately, the young woman realized that she was about to step out of the top of the mountain. In front of her, the charming fox girl was looking at her with a smile. Am I about to escape successfully? Why am I still here? With a blank face, the young woman looked around subconsciously and found that she was still standing in place. Everything just now is just an illusion. The look of despair came out of her eyes. Seeing the scene clearly, she immediately understood what had happened. Without answering, she knew that she had been fooled by thinking. Sitting down on the ground, the young woman collapsed completely. No. Don't eat me. Please. What SCP-953 enjoys is torturing people to mental breakdown. Seeing the poor woman lying on the ground weeping and crying, she gets great psychological satisfaction. Reaching out and raising the woman's chin, the nine-tailed fox girl licked the corners of her mouth, savoring the sweet tears she shed out of fear. It's over? Then, I'm going to start. Immediately afterwards, in the woman's gaze of fear to the limit, she opened her abdomen and took out Cai's bloody liver. Soon, the second victim was dragged away by the cult nearby. She might be grateful for the way SCP-953 bestows death. Because compared to the two young women, the others died much worse. Head, waist, and limb beheading, various ugly and terrifying rituals that break through the limits of human senses, take place one after another in the open space on this mountaintop. One after another screams sounded from time to time. With each wailing, the naked villagers twist their ugly bodies and perform dances that subvert people's imagination, beating wildly in the noisy music of various messy musical instruments. Kay witnessed this scene with satisfaction. The dead person's body was hung on the treetop, waiting for the last drop of blood in his body to drain. Darkness in the dense forest. Xiao Ruobing, with a cold face, watched this scene without any emotion. She suppressed her anger and tried not to let her emotions dominate her actions. As long as she enters the task rhythm, she will briefly abandon her emotions and act only for how to complete the task. What's more, seeing too many similar scenes has long lost the impulse that could not be restrained at the beginning. However, it is still impossible to forgive these people who caused the tragedy of hell on earth. Captain, can you go on? Zhang Wei asked with suppressed anger. Xiao Ruobing glanced at the team around 350 quietly surrounding the top of the mountain, and whispered, "Wait another minute. This operation is not allowed to fail." Xiao Ruobing will never forgive himself if he is worried about the short-term sacrifice, causing the target person to escape and causing more people to suffer harm. Therefore, even if she watched the lives of 3 more innocent people pass away, she remained steadfast. Zhang Wei knows the captain's rules of conduct, which is precisely her character, and has repeatedly escaped from the trap. Not only him, everyone in the team knows and respects the captain from the heart. The captain could not be blamed. Zhang Wei had no choice but to get bored, gritted his teeth and vowed to let the people behind the scenes die extraordinarily miserable. With an iron will, Xiao Ruobing ignored what other people were thinking and counted down the time silently. 59, 58, 57 10, 9.3, 2, 1. Action. With a low drink, she was the first to stand up and rush forward. Zhang Wei couldn't wait long ago, and he lifted up his spirits and immediately followed the pace. At the same time, the special team that had all surrounded the top of the mountain received a signal to rush out of the dark dense forest. Chapter 77. The sudden change caused a brief confusion for everyone present. "Everyone, all squat down!" Zhang Lan yelled. First, she swept down all the cultists who were executing normal people with a shuttle of a semi-automatic rifle, and then looked at the scene at the very center. Normal people looked at the people who rushed out. Zhang Ran had hope of salvation, and all squatted down honestly and stopped moving. The cultists didn't care about being obedient, and screamed and scattered, and rushed in all directions. In this case, the special team has the right to fire voluntarily without worrying about the consequences. Suddenly, the gunshots representing death sounded, and the continuous flames spewed out on the cultists, blooming blood-colored flowers. As if cutting wheat, rows of cultists fell down. Modern thermal weapons cast by condensing human wisdom may have limited effects on mythological creatures and containment objects, but ordinary people cannot resist it. Under the altar, Kay put away the abominable statue on the high platform for the first time, never expecting his whereabouts to be exposed. These people in the Foundation definitely didn't know about it temporarily, otherwise it would be impossible to prepare so comprehensively, it would directly be an encirclement without flaws. After scanning, all the surrounding scenes were in his mind. Kay immediately understood that it would take a lot of effort to escape today. The main reason is that some cultists squatted down in fear of death, and it was a little troublesome to take advantage of the chaos to leave because of the huge number of impacts. He retreated to the side of the high platform and looked down at SCP-953, which was hiding behind many cultists. Although she has supernatural powers, she is actually very fragile, and ordinary firearms can kill her. The reason why nothing has happened so far is just because she is not highly dangerous and she is always taken into custody. The Research Institute wants to study the reality-distorting characteristics of her who is not strong enough. If you really want to kill her, you only need to deploy a sniper and kill her from a kilometer away. SCP-953 didn't want to be caught up and treated like a guinea pig, and asked, "What do we do now?" You control the quiet people to riot and disturb the scene, and by the way use this to control the people of the Foundation. Kay calmly said the way. SCP-953 is the intelligence of reality benders. The Dragon Kingdom should not be very clear. Every kind of containment is a secret of its own country. Human beings are always good at infighting, and before a world-destroying disaster occurs, they will think of overwhelming others. Unless it has been exposed and can no longer be concealed, it is usually not clear how many containment objects other countries have in their foundations, let alone the capabilities they possess. To a certain extent, the containment can be regarded as one of the national heritage, which is similar to nuclear weapons. As a last resort, nuclear weapons cannot be used, and containment items can be used within a certain range. Besides, K is not just a whole card of SCP-953, even if the opponent knows the problem is not big. He stared at the scene that seemed to be gradually controlled, and he spoke softly. If the place was placed on the beach, he could easily summon a large number of deep divers. It's a pity that this is a mountainous region, and there is no way to summon the same kind to rescue. Good. With its backbone, SCP-953 immediately followed his orders, staring at the crowd with its twinkling eyes in the dark. In an instant, the cultists who were about to suppress themselves violently again. Their eyes were filled with blank expressions, only knowing that they rushed towards the special team, not afraid of life or death. There was a sudden violence nearby, so that part of the special team guarding around had no time to react, and dozens of people were taken down. At the same time, several other members of the special team were under control, firing frantically at the diseases of their colleagues around them. In an instant, more than 20 people were killed or injured. Perceiving something wrong, the others immediately control the hypnotized companion. Although it is not clear about SCP-953's specific abilities, she can be seen from the outside. Seeing this, Xiao Ruobing immediately turned his attention to the nine-tailed fox girl and took out a pistol to shoot. SCP-953 was taken aback by this. Fortunately, the cultists in front of it took the initiative to block in front, using their bodies to block the bullets. Others also found out that she was playing a ghost, all the firepower was transferred, and it seemed that she was going to completely kill her. Feeling unbearable, SCP-953 stepped back a few steps, gritted his teeth and looked at K boasting in the Serpent's hand organization. But he found him hiding behind the high platform, chanting something, and reached out to touch the person under the high platform. Goodly good. Knowing that both sides are grasshoppers on the same rope, no one can escape. The nine-tailed fox girl continued to use telepathy and hypnosis to stir up riots, but her ability was only moderate after all, and she was really unable to control thousands of people. Including the distance is too far, beyond a certain distance, it is not easy to invade other people's thinking. Xiao Ruobing seemed to be keenly aware of this from her actions, and immediately told everyone not to get too close, but to use fire power to suppress it. Firearms cannot deal with mythological creatures, but they are still fierce when dealing with humans. These thoughts are contaminated, and the cultists who are controlled by hypnosis are not sorry to die, even if the problem is not serious. At most they will be punished not lightly or not seriously. Chapter 78. One by one cultists fell in the bullet storm, and their bodies were beaten into a sieve. It's just that Kay and the nine-tailed fox girl hiding behind the high platform can't find a way to catch them for the time being. Once close, it is easy to be controlled by hypnosis. The group of people didn't carry the telekinesis alloy, who knew that a reality bender could pop out. This type of containment is very rare, and the entire world adds up to less than 10 fingers. Fortunately, there are restraints on this trip. Xiao Ruobing looked back, and it was now SCP-073's turn to appear. He can be regarded as the first line of insurance. Because of its own particularity, many methods are invalid for it. People who know the Snake Hand organization carry several containment items, so they can't just come over and give them for nothing without any means. Thank you. Xiao Ruobing nodded to the dark man 20 meters away from the people present. Xiao Ruobing finally mentioned the request. Although she carried the containment items, she didn't want to use it unless it was necessary. This was counted in the cooperative project. Every time you use 353, you have to pay a certain price, otherwise, why do others help you? Leave it to me. SCP-073 replied, pressing the gentleman's hat on his head with his hand, and the brim of the hat covered the Sumerian cultural symbol on his forehead. This is considered a weakness, and as long as others mention it, he will be in pain. Slowly stepped closer to the high platform from under the cover of fire, and SCP-073 road was unobstructed. Soon, he appeared in the field of view of K and SCP-953. Hello. The moment I saw each other, SCP-953 wanted to hypnotize control, but it didn't work. Any direct or indirect damage to SCP-073 is completely useless. The Foundation has attempted to obtain blood and tissue samples from the subject, but these actions have all failed. And the damage will eventually be fed back to the perpetrator itself, and SCP-073 will not be physically harmed. For example, if you want to cut off the opponent's hand, the result will only be your hand. SCP-073 can only feel the same pain. Hypnosis control is not considered a physical injury, but it is still ineffective to SCP-073. The nine-tailed fox girl was stunned for a moment. The first loss of her ability seemed to hit her a bit hard. Madam and sir, I don't want to use violence, can you please come out honestly? The dark-skinned man codenamed Kane showed a smile with a metal body glowing with cold light. Compared to SCP-953's bewildered expression, K was not shocked, but a weird smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's lucky. I didn't expect it to be you. He really didn't expect that he would bump into SCP-073, and he wanted to hesitate whether to take people away safely or stay and fight for a wave of thoughts. Kane didn't understand the meaning of this priest who looked leaning toward the deep diver in front of him, and was just about to step into the shadow of the high platform. Suddenly, with his arrival, the yellow and dry high platform directly exploded, and a sarcophagus was poured out from it. Boom! The sarcophagus fell violently and lay between the two, raising a cloud of dust. The coffin looks very simple, without any decorations or patterns, but it gives Kane a not-so-good, I-fi, feeling. Bang! Bang! There was the sound of something hitting the sarcophagus. A second later, the wooden lid covering the coffin body was directly opened violently, revealing the concrete scene inside. That is. After seeing it clearly, Kane narrowed his eyes slightly. In sight, a lean man was lying there, about 30 years old. He has black hair, grey eyes, and olive skin. He is nearly 10 centimeters taller than the 1.85 meter tall man. There are a large number of tattoos depicting obscure and mysterious images on the whole body of men. Most of them constitute the face of the evil demon who looks at it. The types vary from subtle to exaggerated. Kay said in a low tone, Mr. Abel, this one will be left to you. As soon as the voice fell, he put his hands on both sides of the coffin body, and the man with his eyes open stood up and spoke directly to Cain. How could SCP-076-2, codenamed Abel, appear here? Cain's thoughts turned sharply, and he didn't expect that one of the shelters was actually this existence that had a lot of connection with him. In the Bible, the original sons of Adam and Eve are called Cain and Abel. The Foundation once guessed whether Cain was the one in the legendary Bible, because the traits are similar to the legend. In the Bible, Cain killed his brother Abel, and was punished by God Yahweh, cursing him to be wandering on the ground. Cain was afraid of this, so he said to Yahweh, "My punishment is too heavy, now you drive me out of this place, so that you don't see you, I will drift away on the ground, and whoever encounters me will kill me." Yahweh said, "It will never be like this. Everyone who kills Cain will be reported 7 times. However, unlike Cain who represents guilt as described in the Bible, or even completely opposite, Cain who is taken by the Foundation is honest and kind, unwilling to hurt others. Is it because he is hiding something, or the Bible records are wrong? No one knows the answer. At the same time, Abel is also different from the Bible. Foundation materials are recorded, and the representative number is SCP-076. It is divided into 2 pieces, SCP-076-1, and SCP-076-2. Chapter 79. The location of the first discovery is unknown. It is only known that SCP-076-1 is a 3-meter-long cube formed from black speckled metamorphic rock, with deeply carved patterns that do not correspond to known civilizations. In the center of the inner space is a sarcophagus that is over 2 meters away. It is fixed and sealed by several chains of unknown craftsmanship and material structure. An SCP-076-2 is lying in the sarcophagus existence. He would wake up occasionally and kill the humans he saw and sensed. After contacting the surviving humans, Abel will immediately enter a violent state, and will try to fight any humans he comes into contact with before killing them. Only the death of the subject can effectively end his violent behavior. After SCP-076 was found and subdued in the Middle East at that time, it was intercepted by a mysterious organization during the transportation to the country where it belonged, and its whereabouts were later unknown. I didn't expect to be here in the hands of the snake. Cain frowned, always feeling that today's things are not so easy to solve. From the outside, the sarcophagus in front of me is not SCP-076-1, and the Serpent's Hand organization does not know what means it used to transfer SCP-076-2 here. I have to say that their behavior is very cautious and powerful. Even if there is an accident, Abel died outside and will eventually resurrect inside SCP-076-1, repeating itself again and again. As long as the basic sarcophagus is in hand, it doesn't matter how many times Abel died. Before Cain could think of a way, Abel had already taken action. In a daze, seeing so many humans outside, he first ignored Cain who was in front of him, jumped out of the sarcophagus, and headed straight for the Foundation special team that gradually stopped shooting outside the high platform. Its speed is extremely fast, reaching a speed of 20 meters per second. Xiao Ruobing and the others only saw a black shadow emerging from the back of the high platform, a flower in front of them. In just a few seconds, a thin man full of demonic patterns appeared in front of them. Be careful. That's SCP-076-2. At this time, the voice that belonged to Cain was slowly conveyed. What? Xiao Ruobing's heart was shocked, and there was actually a second containment item. I saw that Abel rushed into the squad like a tiger into the flock. With superhuman strength and speed, he quickly hunted down the squad members. Because the speed was too fast, he couldn't lock his position at all. The last moment was still in front of him, and the next second he was already 20 meters away. The most unusual thing is that he was empty-handed, but when he started the killing, a weapon with a knife appeared out of thin air in his hand. It is made of a completely non-reflective black material, and it looks like a emptiness and black space. If you use the video to show it in slow motion, you will find that the weapon is actually pulled out from a tiny gap in space. Abel, who had just awakened from a trance, relied on his instinct to slay the members of the Foundation with his long blade. Many team members were worried that shooting indiscriminately would injure their teammates. Although hundreds of people were apparently forced by one person, they were helpless. More than a dozen people have been killed in the flashlight. The chaos caused here can no longer suppress SCP-953 and K. The nine-tailed fox girl just wanted to continue to take advantage of the chaos to control the members of the Foundation, but was interrupted by Kane. Can't stop Abel, can't it stop you? Without hypnosis and telepathy, most of SCP-953 is useless. K doesn't want to be involved in the battle between the containment objects. He takes a few steps back rationally. Everyone! Disperse! Xiao Ruobing ordered Zhang Shenzi anxiously. It is hoped that this will open up the phalanx front and expand the scope of Abel's operations. She couldn't grasp the exact target of the enemy, and she moved too fast, so she could only predict by her feelings. There is a short pause at the moment when Abel is predicted to kill, and then he shoots. Perhaps it was luck that this shot actually hit. But the result was not satisfactory, and a bloodbath bursting out of Abel's chest could be vaguely seen. As if not feeling the pain, the other party is still reaping his life ruthlessly. 0. Look for flowers. It shows an extraordinary ability to ignore pain and blows, and is able to persevere after suffering injuries that can make ordinary people weak. After sighing, Xiao Ruobing knew that it might be difficult to stop SCP-076-2 by himself and a group of people, and immediately took out 3 evil statues from his backpack. According to the instructions of the Ministry of Zhongjianyu, this is the second insurance. If the narrative is useful, even if the test results are used. The words flashed in her mind, and when the statue was in her hand, 3 summoning spells suddenly appeared in her mind. First, holding the statue that looked like a terrestrial octopus, Xiao Ruobing hesitated a little, mainly because its appearance was somewhat similar to the statue enshrined by the enemy. In case of an accident when summoned. Putting the terrestrial octopus statue back into the backpack, she held a large group of monster statues with hoofs underneath, like a tree diagram. Before preparing to chant the mantra, she fought hard and shouted, "Everyone! Retreat!" No one questioned the order, and the Foundation members who were not entangled by Abel immediately evacuated towards the rear. Seeing this scene, more people suffered casualties. Xiao Ruobing chanted and summoned the body of this mythical creature. Originally, a beast had to be sacrificed in accordance with the formal ritual of summoning spells. The caster also needs a knife to perform a specific ritual slaughter when killing the target. In addition, the ritual can only be performed in the depths of the darkest woodland on the moon, and the victim must die on the stone altar. After such cumbersome steps, the summoned creatures will replace the gods they believe in, accept the sacrificiality and worship of the caster, and swallow all existence except the caster. And spread their belief in gods all over the world. But all this is simplified with the help of the statue, and there is no need for such complicated rituals. You only need to hold the statue in your hand and recite the spell with magical power, and the summoned being will respond to the caster. Chapter 80. Please. Hurry up. Watching his colleague harvest as fragile as straw under SCP-076-2, Xiao Ruobing gritted his teeth and carried out a spell to liberate. A series of spells is not difficult, even if they don't understand the meaning, the holder can clearly reveal those weird and terrifying syllables. If the process of summoning is likened to opening a door, then the statue is an electronic lock, and the mantra is a code. If the code is correct, the lock will open, thus pushing the door open and summoning the creatures inside. No matter who opens the door, the important thing is the password. From the sources of darkness to the abyss of the stars, from the abyss of the stars to the sources of darkness, it will always be praise to the great Thulhu, praise to Satagwa, and to the unspeakable name of him. Compliments. 353 is always a compliment to them, full of the black goat of the forest. Magna Mater. Ah! Gofnhupaj Shubnigurath. The goat that has bred thousands of offspring. The speed of singing was like a high-speed god, Xiao Ruobing chanted, and found that the black sky was inexplicably less pitch black, the outline of the moon could be faintly revealed in the clouds, and the brilliance of the crescent moon could hardly fall through the dark clouds to the top of the mountain. Ji ran, the wind is blowing. In the darkest part of the dense forest, the shadows there are creeping and forming, as if some creatures are preparing to emerge from there. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. In the shadows, something is coming across an endless distance. In the squirming deep darkness, a few squirming tentacles protruded first. Then, under Xiao Ruobing's shocked expression, its whole quickly descended from the ink-like shadow. In a short time, a horrible giant that is only 6 meters high appeared here, crushed through the dense forest, and came towards the high platform full of rituals. What a terrible thing it is! Its body is a huge mass with black whip-like tentacles growing on the mass. There was a huge mouth open around the mass, and green mucus was dripping continuously from the mouth. It has a huge goat-shaped hoof at the bottom of its body, which allows it to stand. The overall outline of the body is like a tree, the stubby feet are the trunk, and the body full of tentacles is the canopy. At the same time as it approached, there was a stench from its body as if it had been excavated. Xiao Ruobing could see clearly, a large number of tentacles stretched out from its trunk-like body. These tentacles curled up, dripping with viscous liquid, covering its flanks. On the other hand, she always feels uncomfortable when she sees mythical creatures, as if something is imperceptibly stuffed into her head. This time, I didn't feel that way. Staring at the ugly mythical creature named Black Goat Cub was a little bit physiologically uncomfortable, but it was limited to this. Is it related to the statue? Looking at how dry his hands were, Xiao Ruobing guessed that a cracked statue appeared. This statue is not like Luo Chingqing used it for the first time, it shatters when used up. Estimated at the rate of decline, it may be possible to persist once or twice. This gain is not small, she retracted her thoughts, and she focused on the mythical creatures she had never seen before. Now, it is time to verify its strength. In the empty space, Abel happened to kill a member of the Foundation and was about to move the target to the next one. The sudden vibration of the earth made him look to the side instinctively, and the daunting monster came into view. But unlike humans, he doesn't have much feeling for the image of the 6-meter-high monster. Seeing the monster attack, his brows were slightly invisible, and Abel wanted to avoid an attack that was far more terrifying than crashing into a tank at high speed. But don't look at the huge size of the black goat cubs, their movements are unexpectedly agile. Seeing the prey avoiding, the messy sticky tentacles like branches, one after another waved towards Abel at a speed that ordinary people could not respond. The power it carries can be seen only by the sharp whistling sound from the air being cut. Boom! 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 Among them, 4 particularly strong tentacles smashed into the ground and made a dull and loud noise. When the dust dispersed, 4 deep pits over a full half-meter appeared. If this is hit, I'm afraid Abel will be smashed to pieces. Knowing that the monster's goal is himself, Abel, who bathed in blood and fell into a violent stance, changed his dodge attitude and took the initiative to attack it. Nearly 2 meters tall, he holds the pitch-black blade, and it is difficult to avoid the airtight tentacles. The attack range of these tentacles is 10 meters away, and they are flexible, making it very difficult for Abel to attack. Getting close to it first is a big problem. Even cutting off a few secondary tentacles is of little importance to the black goat cub. Fortunately, Abel is a melee expert, and using a melee weapon to hit him directly can cause damage to it. You must know that the body of the black goat cub is not made of materials on the earth, and the effect of firearms on them is too low. In addition, all injuries or attacks related to heat, explosion, corrosion, electricity, and poison are also invalid. It may not be able to solve the enemy for a long time, and the black goat cubs neighed from the countless huge mouths. When Abel found a chance to get close to its body, he raised his hoof suddenly, and then fell heavily. In an instant, the earth roared. When trampled, a violent wave spread to the surroundings centered on it. Abel was in a single room and lost his ability to move for a short time when he was shaken by an attack that seemed to be trampled on by a war. The black goat cub won't be in a daze at this time, 4 thick tentacles swept Abel directly, entangled him tightly. When the dizziness ended, Abel found that he was less than 1 meter away from the monster's mouth. 5.8 After a short confrontation or even less than half a minute, he was directly defeated. This monster is so terrible that it is beyond words. I heard my bones crunching all over, but fortunately there was no pain. Abel smelled the stench, his mouth was covered with green mucus, and his brows were deeply furrowed. Even if he can hit bullets with steel pipes and has great power, he can't last a minute under the black goat cubs. The two sides are not at the same magnitude at all. Abel, who was able to survive for several minutes even with a bullet into the head until he was stuffed into his mouth by the thick tentacles, was directly bitten off in the corrosive huge mouth. Its lower body fell to the ground and was rapidly decomposing into dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 81. Is this the end? Xiao Ruobing didn't react for a while, it was too fast. In her thoughts, there is a high probability that the two sides will have to get involved with each other for a while, and then it will be difficult to win, or half a caddy. But reality is always beyond imagination. Of course, this is also related to the huge gap between the black goat cubs and many mythological creatures. As the supreme mother god, goddess of dark abundance Rang, black goat of the forest that breeds thousands of children, the existence conceived by Sabu Nicholas. They are sparse and extremely rare. Generally, it is only to accept sacrifices on behalf of the mother god, while spreading the belief of the mother god on the earth. And for some other mythical races, the race value is not exaggerated. In addition to its strong racial value, each black goat cub knows 6 to 8 kinds of spells. In the process of killing Abel, it didn't even use a spell, but only used trampling like a talented skill. Seeing that the target enemy disappeared, the black goat cub quickly turned its attention to other people. 08. For example, the members of the Foundation who retreated to the top of the mountain pass, and several people who belonged to the Snake Hand organization after the high platform. As the owner who summoned it, Xiao Ruobing couldn't control it. Unless it possesses the black goat cub domination spell, it will not harm the caster at most, and all others present will be included in the attack category. The only fortunate thing is that its first target is on the high platform, probably because it's a little familiar from the taste of the great Thulhu. Directly flatten the high platform with a few tentacles, and the black goat cub was staring at the people behind with the eyes hidden in the meat. SCP-953 Nine-Tailed Fox Girl, SCP-073 Cain and K of the Serpent's Hand Organization. The three of them turned their heads at the same time and looked at the 6-meter-high monster. Feeling an invisible breath representing crazy will swept across, Cain reached out and held his forehead, and walked a few steps aside silently. SCP-953 was full of excitement. Seeing that the monster was mainly looking at K, she roughly distinguished the form and decided to find a chance to escape. As for coexisting and dying with the Serpent's Hand, she is not a diehard, but a cooperative relationship. She can run or run. Different from the illusion that their heads are full, K, who is already a mixed deep dive, feels nothing, just staring at the black goat cub. How is it possible? Why can you summon it? He muttered to himself incredulously. Under the shadow of the huge monster, K raised his head and glared at the evil existence that represented the will of the outer god with almost crazy bulging eyes. Countless snarling giant mouths roared with words that humans could not discern, and the black goat cubs did not hesitate to pat forward with their tentacles. Of course K will not sit and wait for death, there is already a drawn circle under his feet for some time. At the moment when the tentacles hit, he immediately used 4 enchanted opals to strengthen the ritual under his feet, so that each piece corresponds to a basic direction on the compass. Among the electric light and flint, a huge circle shining brightly. When the tentacle touched the magic circle, there was a short pause, and then it bounced back at a faster speed. The black goat cub seemed to be unwell for a moment and roared in anger. Standing in the protective circle, K grinned, exposing Bai Sensen's sharp teeth. Although he resisted the attack, he was uncomfortable. The protected magic circle draws a large amount of magic power at one time, and the brain is directly emptied, and it takes a while to recover. Now that there was a smelly barrier to resist for a while, he urgently thought about how to escape, and looked up. The only person around him was SCP-953. Unlike the lucky K, the nine-tailed fox girl and Cain were directly swept away by another tentacle. Cain was okay, only feeling severe pain. He flew to the ground and rolled out more than 10 meters away. When he got up, he held on to his hat and took a breath. Is this thing not the enemy of mine? However, SCP-953 is much more miserable, and the seductive body transforms into a beautiful parabola, and with the spewing blood and screams, it falls into the dense forest. Kay just wanted to ask her to help herself, but found that this guy was suffering from severe pain and became the main body when he took advantage of the force to fly out. Inside this BD, Kay's face was pale. If SCP-953 gets involved, he might still have a way to summon the mythical creatures lurking in the heart of the earth and escape from the ground. But without help, wanting to escape again is tantamount to a fantasy. Feeling the black goat cubs bombarding the magic circle again and again, the stench barrier has been shaky, Kay trembling uncomfortably. The mission has not been completed. How can I fail here? No matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. The black goat cub slammed into the circle again and again. Originally, this thing could make the attacker nauseous and retching. When it was placed on the black goat, there was almost no obvious change. Standing in the distance, Xiao Ruobing saw this scene and immediately ordered the others to hunt down SCP-953 who had escaped in the mountains and forests, and tried not to let her go. When the Order 353 was issued, she understood that this possibility might be very small. I didn't suppress it for the first time, and it was too difficult to rely on ordinary troops to catch reality benders with hypnotic capabilities. Moreover, SCP-953 is not very threatening. Compared with the people of the Serpent's Hand organization, of course, you must first ensure that K is killed or successfully captured. For this moment, the Foundation gave up 2 opportunities to be surrounded by the sea. I'm afraid that the other party will summon an army of deep dives, and there will be an accident. Until the moment when the mysterious magic circle broke, Xiao Ruobing clenched his fists hard and finally succeeded. In order to keep K alive and interrogate him for information about the Serpent's Hand organization, Xiao Ruobing hurriedly used the second spell in his mind. Black Goat Cub Expelling Technique. The statue contains a total of 2 spells, summoning and expulsion. If there is no expelling method, what should I do if I summon someone to stop? It seems that the mysterious boss is very thoughtful, and the package is delivered. Thanks to this, K left his life. When he was dying by being entangled in the tentacles and sucking the vitality, he suddenly found that the mythical creature in front of him was gradually becoming blurred. Until it disappeared completely, only a puddle of green slime and a tragic scene that seemed to be blown by a tornado were left. Chapter 82. Western Australia. Night City. Did something happen to K2? The leader of the Serpent's Hand organization watched the SCP-076-1 placed in the containment area suddenly and automatically blocked it, with a strange chain entangled on it, and the outer door was closed tightly. This change only means one thing. SCP-076-2 is dead. Otherwise, SCP-076-1 will not change for no reason, but K's death message has not been sent. The leader of Snake's Hand was slightly speechless. They told him to change the place for the ceremony as soon as possible, but he was planted unexpectedly. I really don't listen to persuasion. Although K's specific information has not yet come, it is not necessarily an accident, his guess is inclined to this. Fortunately, the task progress has reached 90%. The Dragon Kingdom has temporarily given up, so that the members of Europe and the United States will be more tired. The life and death of the members is not within his consideration, just as dead. The only pity is the loss of 2 containment objects and a flute that can summon deep divers. As for the dead SCP-076-2, he himself will automatically resurrect from SCP-076-1 within a certain period of time, and he will be released again at that time. I patted the 3-meter-high cube sarcophagus, and the leader of the Serpent's Hand stepped into the dark passage leading to the inner side. It's terrible. It's terrible. Between the mountains and forests, a red fox weighing only about 8 kilograms moves dexterously through the darkness. If you listen carefully, you can hear human voices from the humming. The 9 fluffy tails behind it made it look full of inexplicable charm, but unfortunately because it ran away in embarrassment, the beautiful fur was stained with dust. When it was approaching the bottom of the mountain, it suddenly stopped running desperately, poked its head out of the forest, and looked at the many soldiers squatting on the periphery. Dozens of soldiers are on guard, one at every interval, which can be described as heavily guarded. SCP-953 was an accident, worried that members of the Foundation team would catch up, and decided to take the risk. With the help of its own animal characteristics, it walks directly out of the forest. As long as it crosses 100 meters and enters the dense forest behind, these people will never catch up with itself. Already scared by the black goat cub, it first charged up, and then ran at full speed. What slash? The soldiers wearing night vision goggles noticed movement in the dense forest, and a figure that looked like an arrow from the string quickly rushed towards them. Xiao Ruobing had told him in advance that he didn't need to ask if he saw anything rushing down. Before the soldiers could see that it was a fox, they all aimed at it and pulled the trigger without any hesitation. In the bullet storm, SCP-953 had no time to escape, gritted its teeth and rushed towards the soldiers while using hypnosis and telepathy to disturb them. If you rush over, nothing will happen, if you stay behind, everything will happen. How to choose is simple and clear. The goddess of luck may prefer it today. In such a fierce bombing forest, it only hit 2 bullets. Then he rushed out of the soldiers' defense line and sniffed into the outer dense forest. A few breaths ran without a trace, leaving only a pool of intermittent blood. Enduring the pain in the flanks and right foot, SCP-953 ran down the mountain to the side of the road. It happened to encounter a loading vehicle. It didn't want to jump directly into the rear compartment, and then slowly got in through the gap. After entering, I discovered that there were many packages inside. Feeling like a courier truck, SCP-953 first casually tore open the innermost package, and took a silk handkerchief from it to wrap up the wound on its body. After doing all this, the brain is already groggy, and it has suffered too many shocks and injuries today. Even under the torment of pain, it feels a little tired and sleepy. Before going to bed, SCP-953 got into a relatively large package, and SCP-953 slowly got down, closing the frightened eyes. Above the top of the mountain, holding the statue that was nearly half split, Xiao Ruobing came to K, one of the important cadres of the Dying Snake Hand organization. Taking off the cloak, the face that was transforming into the deep diver came into view, and everyone looked away with disgust. Kane and Xiao Ruobing were the only ones staring at the man who was lying on the ground without any strength. His whole bones were almost broken, and it was a luxury to stand up. Li Kai, take him up and send him back to the Magic Capital Foundation branch. Xiao Ruobing rubbed his brows and ordered. Good Li is good, yes. Seeing that K was taken away, everything has been done here. Xiao Ruobing Fang carefully placed the statue, for fear of falling apart because of his rough actions. Today's mission is not a complete one. Most of the cultists died, and fewer than 1 in 12 survivors, including those unlucky normal villagers. No way, being involved in an abnormal event has a terrible low survival rate. Every time they went on a mission, Xiao Ruobing and the others all had the idea of dying well. It can really solve the problem perfectly without damage, unless it is safe-level containment objects that are docile and friendly to humans. For example, SCP-073, there are some non-living containment items without intelligence. Chapter 83. According to the weather forecast, the weather today seems to be sunny all day. In the cafe in the suburbs of Magic City, unlike the past, lying on the sofa and reading, Wang Li squinted his eyes and leaned against the glass window, enjoying the warm sunshine. On his chest was the Book of Decian that had been turned 1/3, and he had nothing to say about chatting with Lilith. Does the master want to go for a walk? The blonde maid asked eagerly. I lived in a monastery since I was a child, and later awakened to a special physique and bloodline. She kept shrinking in one place and couldn't move. Lilith occasionally gave birth to the idea of going for a walk. Wang Li lazily said, I don't want to move. Oh. Slightly disappointed with her mouth bulging, Lilith took out SCP-427 from the slender neck and fiddled with the cover of her pocket watch boredly. Quietly enjoying the feeling of sunshine and wine on his body, Wang Li lifted up the Book of Decian again, and then browsed the place where he saw it last time. Listen, son of the earth, listen to the voice of your teacher, the son of the stars. You have to learn that there is neither height nor depth here, everything melts into one, the sons of the Mother of Darkness fill the universe, and great wars are fought inside and outside them. This war will determine the fate of the universe, and the seeds of the gods will appear everywhere, and come again. Slowly read it word by word. The words in the book do not belong to the existing Earth language, but the Central language of Atlantis. It is said that this book was written by the Atlanteans and is called the oldest book in the world. Whether it is like this, Wang Li can't be sure, but the contents recorded in it are quite interesting. The content is about the history of prehistoric civilizations such as Atlantis, Cyberul, Rimulia, and Lamar. It outlines the many universes that are connected to each other, as well as the hierarchy of the universe. For example, the worlds are ruled by the sun gods who serve the angelic spirits. Another point, I-Fi, is very interesting. In this book, lower species can be elevated to a higher level through metaphysical evolution. Having read too many mysterious books, Wang Li discovered that different civilizations have different opinions about whether those changes are pollution or evolution. The civilization of the ancient times believed that this was the evolution towards immortality and eternal life. However, modern people feel that it belongs to pollution and become no longer a human being and become another race. He doesn't say whether he is right or wrong, but from the perspective of the higher level of life, the mythical races in the book, no matter what kind, are much stronger than the height of human beings. Turning a page from time to time, Wang Li yawned less than 10 pages. The sun will always be like this, and you will get sleepy when you are in the sun. Obviously, I should be full every day. I just turned my wrist, and the mobile phone placed on the table suddenly vibrated. The caller is Zhang Jianyu. Wang Li wondered the purpose of his call, reached out and pressed the connect button, then turned on the hands-free. Hello. Hello, Mr. Wang. The steady voice of the middle-aged man last time came from the phone. Wait, stop calling me like that. I wanted to say it last time. It feels weird. Wang Li doesn't like this title very much. The other side paused, and tentatively said, then the manager. Yes, this is barely acceptable. Although I didn't know that Wang Li would be entangled in the title question, Zhang Jianyu quickly put this episode behind him. I called this time to thank the store manager, the statue you gave me helped me a lot. Wang Li's lack of interest, and then. Unless the other party is willing to trade again, it is really uninteresting. Zhang Jianyu seemed to be organizing the language, and after a while, he solemnly said, therefore, we attach great importance to the cooperation with the store manager and decided to invite our Foundation branch to visit as a show of sincerity. Real or fake? If you want to say this, I won't be sleepy. Wang Li lifted his spirits and asked, when? It depends on your time, it can be here anytime. Can it work today? No problem. Zhang Jianyu determined the time specifically, and Wang Li quickly got up to pack himself. Lilith looked at the strangely behaving boss, inexplicably in a good mood, and asked suspiciously, Master, what's the matter? It's okay, I'm going to the Foundation branch to play later, please stay and watch the house. The lovely maid obediently responded, muttering in her heart that the master really has a close relationship with the Foundation. The negotiated time is at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and there is still an hour and a half from that time, and the other party must always prepare. Wang Li expressed his understanding, and he also understood that it is impossible for the Foundation to reveal to him containment objects that are too core. Even so, it is enough, just like a foreigner who likes animals but has never seen a giant panda. Suddenly I heard that I can get in close, so I didn't take off right there. This is the mentality that Wang Li holds today. When the person from the Foundation came to pick him up, Wang Li, who was about to step out of the store, seemed to have just remembered something, and turned to remind Lilith who was watching a movie at the bar. By the way, Lilith, the courier I bought before has arrived today, so remember to sign for it when that time comes. I see. After getting an accurate answer, Wang Li walked towards the black car at the intersection with confidence. That's the person who picked him up from the Foundation. Chapter 84. Hello, I am now responsible for taking you to the Foundation branch. Standing at the intersection was a young woman about 23 or 4 years old. When he saw Wang Li approaching, he took the initiative to take a few steps forward, showing a cordial smile. She is a person specially used by the Foundation to be responsible for foreign affairs. She has no special ability, but she is very good at mastering the psychology and how to make others feel comfortable. The Foundation attaches great importance to Wang Li, and does not hope to have misunderstandings or unpleasant things with him. Let's go. Nodding calmly, Wang Li naturally sat in the back row when the opponent took the initiative to open the door. Then the young women got into the co-pilot. Some people don't like having other people next to her, which is very good for her to avoid accidents. Seeing the driver start the car directly, Wang Li raised his eyebrows and teased, "You don't need to cover your eyes when you get to your place, what?" The young woman smiled, "Of course not." It was not close to the Foundation from the outskirts of the Magic City, and it took about an hour to reach the destination. Halfway women have been looking for topics, telling some interesting things that are not important to the Foundation. Later, it was discovered that he was most interested in the contents, so Maunwya slowly increased the topic of the contents. When talking about matters of interest to him, Wang Li can ask a few words from time to time. So, reach the branch of the Magic Capital Foundation. After getting out of the car, he saw Zhang Jianyu for the first time. This middle-aged man who had a relationship has been waiting outside the Foundation not only to show his solemnity, but also to solve some complicated procedures in advance. Someone led, Wang Li easily followed into the interior. The first point of view is the many buildings that resemble factories on the ground. The furnishings are relatively simple, like a place where they live together. He guessed that it should be the residence of the soldiers. Passing through the factory building, Wang Li, accompanied by only a few people, walked into the interior along the passage where the mountain appeared. As he moved forward, Zhang Jianyu said, "If it weren't for your statue this time, it might really have failed the mission." Thinking of Xiao Ruobing's report, he couldn't help but sigh. Who knew that the snake hand Gemini actually had 3 containment items? They also have terrible knowledge of mythology. If they were not assigned to a special team on a whim to test the limits of the statue, the result might be different. You should be able to deal with it even without me, needless to say. Wang Li was not touted to lose his mind. The foundation of the Foundation is definitely not low. If you really want to solve the cauders of the 2 snake hand organizations, how can they really be helpless? The Foundation doesn't know how many terrifying things it has contained, perhaps even they themselves don't know it very well. There is no way to test the nature and deeper strength of some contained items. The difference is whether you think about it or not, and what you give is not proportional to what you get. For example, the result of eliminating the snake hand Gemini is 1, but it will cost 10 times the price, and the Foundation will naturally hesitate. Compared with the cost of using mythological creatures, the risks of the 2 are almost not at the same level. This is also one of the reasons why the Foundation hopes to understand the occult knowledge. In that case, not only can it contain anomalies more efficiently, but it can also get rid of a lot of risks. Although Professor Mo told everyone that perhaps he had explored too much knowledge from the abyss, the final price would be greater than the use of containment objects. Zhang Jianyu smiled, did not make excuses, but led him to the basement site. Most of this layer contains less dangerous items. They are not necessarily safe, but they will basically not harm others. There are several levels of Foundation containment. Safe, easy and safe containment, Euclid, not always reliable containment, Keter, extremely difficult to contain continuously, Thaumiel, used to resist anomalous anomalies, and finally neutralization, that is, neutralized that does not need to be managed anymore. 0. Look for flowers. Describe it in a simple and easy to understand way. If you close it in a box, don't care about the box, as long as you can close it, nothing will happen, it is safe. If you close it in a box and don't know what will happen, it is Euclid. If it can run out by itself, it is Keter. If it is the box that closes the SCP item, it is Thaumiel. This is not a classification of danger levels, but a classification of the ease of containment. Wang Li has a preliminary understanding of this. Needless to say, all of this understanding comes from Luo Chingqing. As soon as I entered the passageway of the site, I saw a pair of small tear-shaped things whizzing past the front. That's SCP-131? It's really cute. After accompanying Wang Li to enter the interior thoroughly, Zhang Jianyu did not stay for long. It is estimated that he knew the purpose of the other parties coming here, mainly to observe the contents. After leaving the young women who received Wang Li to give orders at any time, he left. I hope you can be happy, this is the basis of our sincerity of cooperation. As a secondary person in charge, Zhang Jianyu has a lot to do. Although it is important to accompany Wang Li, it seems that the other party is not interested in him at all. People who know interest will not annoy life for no reason, Zhang Jianyu is just such a person. Xiang Pei, the female secretary of the Foreign Affairs Agency, said that after handing everything over to her, he quietly retreated, acting vigorously. Wang Li doesn't care if someone is accompanying him, anyway, for this purpose as a containment object, no one is free to follow suit, but it fits his mind. Dispelling the others, leaving the female secretary alone, Wang Li first walked quickly towards the containment area. I will trouble you to be a guide today. The female secretary who served as both a receptionist and a guide smiled slightly, it's a great honor. Chapter 85. Next, Wang Li was an eye-opener, like a dragon entering a treasure house of gold. Knowing where you can bring him is certainly not particularly classified, so you can feel relieved to visit. Just go wherever you want. If there are restrictions, the intellectual Oni-san around you will definitely inform you. Others didn't care. Everyone in the Foundation has their own things to do. Unless necessary, they generally don't pay attention to what others are doing. This is the first area of the Foundation's containment. Wang Li took the lead towards the containment area and asked the special guide he was following along the way. Yes, the containment objects here are more docile, or less threatening. Xinya lowered her sense of existence, and only answered when the other party asked. With a clear distinction, she can stay where she is now. The so-called containment area is actually a display like a prison. Wang Li raised his eyes and saw that there were more than a dozen 10x10 square huts made of unknown materials in front of them. Raggedly located on the basement floor, not too far apart from each other. When he came to the first house, he turned his head and asked, "Can I take a closer look?" "Can." Getting an affirmative answer, Wang Li approached the door marked SCP-1160 and looked inside. I found that the inside was actually a bird. It's about 25 centimeters in size, and it's fluttering back and forth in the room. It looks familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere. This is also a containment object. Wang Li was surprised. Although he knew that the contents cannot be observed from the outside, it was too harmless. Xinjia didn't wait for him to ask, she took the initiative to explain with a smile. In fact, SCP-1160 was originally classified as Keter, but it was downgraded to safe only because it was contained for some reason. How to say? So Xinjia explained about SCP-1160. It was originally a huge supernatural bird. When it was first discovered in a fishing village on an island, it often attacked humans and livestock. Due to the anomalous characteristics, the fishermen couldn't resist at all. Later, the people of the Foundation discovered that they had adopted a variety of methods to contain it. The first was violent containment, but although SCP-1160 would be harmed, it could not be destroyed. In fact, it has the ability to quickly and completely restore lost or damaged organizations, and can withstand all forms of conventional weapons, or explosions under 300 kilotons. What's interesting is that the Foundation found a characteristic through research later. Human cognition will have a negative impact on SCP-1160, and the number of cognitions has an inverse relationship between its total size and power. All in all, the simple and crude description is that the more people who know it, the weaker the SCP-1160, and vice versa. In this way, the Foundation thought of selling its image as a breakfast trademark. As more and more people became aware of SCP-1160, it eventually became what it is now. Let alone attacking humans and livestock, this body size can at most take away the bread and candy from the children's hands, and there is no danger. Listening to Xinya's explanation, Wang Li spit out, and the magic of the contents is really interesting. Walking along the way, not only SCP-1160, but also Luo Chingqing once told about SCP-999, Itchy Monster, who is as friendly as a child. The guy was right, SCP-999 was like a pool of jelly-like orange slimes. When Wang Li was in the past, some patients happened to use it to treat depression. Before going in, people who had no fun and hoped to die on the spot. After coming out, his face was full of sunshine, full of hope for the future. This little thing is one of the cute things of the Foundation. I heard that the Foundation intends to study it to treat depression. SCP-999 even happily expressed its willingness to donate its own samples. It would be great if we could keep one in the store. Wang Li thought in his heart. After that, if you have a chance, you must try to see if you can exchange this containment item. Across the corner, what appeared again was a shelter built in the shadow, with the label SCP-191 on it. What is this ability? Having seen a few containment objects, Wang Li feels that he really wants to move all the containment objects back home. Seeing the SCP-191 number, Xin Yu's smile faded a little. It's just a poor little girl. Oh! Wang Li glanced at her, then looked into the room through the observation hole. In the dimly lit room, only a petite girl under 10 years old wearing loose cotton sleeveless clothing was squatting in the corner, holding her knees with her hands, behaving very melancholy and lonely. Xin Ya pursed her lips. She was originally just an ordinary human little girl. She was the only survivor we found in a raid on a terrorist organization laboratory. When she was discovered, she had undergone countless transformations. It stands to reason that Foundation members should not have feelings for the containment objects. This is a very dangerous thing. But SCP-191 is really not threatening. Any Foundation project will be docile and accept it, and many people are more sympathetic to her. 80% of the skin and skull on the left face have been removed, the eyes and ears have also been replaced by complex receiving systems, and the brain has been implanted with processors and matrices. The esophagus and trachea are all remodeled, so they cannot communicate with others and can only make sobs. More than 5.8, including the cell and nerve level, have been modified, the lung, heart and main blood vessels have been replaced by mechanical analogues. The digestive system and reproductive organs have also been replaced. Listening to this, Wang Li squinted his eyes. I don't know how long to keep the curled up position. At some point, the little girl under 10 moved. She raised her head, as if looking for something. Touched, and reached out to the charging port beside her. Because the brainstem was damaged, the little girl had a very difficult action to connect the charger to her body and charge the battery in her body. The whole process was silent. After all this, the little girl curled up again, staring blankly at the floor in front of her. Chapter 86. Without disturbing her aloud, Wang Li took a look, then quietly left with Xin Ya and headed for another passage. Hearing about SCP-191, he didn't change anything on the surface, but he was quite sad in his heart. This is the girl who was involved in the innocent, and finally fell to this end, which is embarrassing. I don't know what Wang Li's face was like. Xin Ya quickly took him to another district. Here, Wang Li saw a black cat designated SCP-795, belonging to the category of reality benders. It is similar to the nine-tailed fox in SCP-953, except that the abilities of the two parties may be different. Not long ago, after listening to Zhang Jianyu about the action, and getting news of SCP-953's escape, Wang Li was very curious about this black cat. Can it become a human? Xin Ya shook her head, no. This black cat could not become the beautiful cat girl in chocolate and vanilla. Wang Li's thoughts about it immediately faded a lot. It's a pity, if he can become a human, he will try to let the people of the Foundation let go anyway. In this way, the coffee shop can be upgraded from Maid Cafe to Beast Niang Maid Cafe. He not only likes to collect unusual and weird things, but even the title he does not let go. In the past, when playing games, in addition to the full level of the whole picture book, the activity had to be completed to the highest level. Inexplicable collection addiction. With inexplicable thoughts in his mind, Wang Li listened to Xin Ya's explanation of reality benders. There are a total of 10 reality benders discovered in the world so far. Most have the ability to dominate humans, such as SCP-4670, one of them. It is a Greek woman living in Europe. She ages very slowly. She can turn humans into pigs by touching them, and then slaughter them for cooking. The most overwhelming thing is that SCP-4670 will sell these slaughtered pigs to customers through their own stores. He was captured and contained by the Foundation in Europe because of the inferiority of cooking human meat in a barbecue restaurant. However, he escaped containment and his whereabouts are unknown. Beyond 10, there are more reality benders, and there is a high probability that they haven't been discovered yet. In addition to SCP-795, there is actually another reality bender here in the base. Having said that, Xinya hesitated a little. But thinking that Zhang Jianyu said that the secrets placed here didn't matter, so he settled. Another one? Wouldn't it be an animal again? Wang Li doubted. The two mainly known to him are all animals, a nine-tailed fox and a black cat. Xenia smiled and said mysteriously, "You will know when you come with me." Under curiosity, Wang Li retracted his gaze to look at the rest of the shelter, and followed her down the elevator to the 10th floor. Compared with other containment objects placed on the 2nd floor below the ground, the level now to be headed is obviously different from those trash fish. Not only is the defense level much higher, there is only one relatively large shelter on this entire floor. Those who can deliberately spend a whole layer of containment shouldn't be here anyway, but should be placed in an uninhabited wilderness. Since the other party thinks it's okay, Wang Li naturally doesn't ask questions. After verifying the information at the door, the two passed through the optical channel. Arriving in front of the asylum, Wang Li saw the number on it, SCP-239. The police glanced at Xenia, who took a hat on from the gatekeeper, and he approached the door and looked inside. The space inside is considered spacious and belongs to a single room. There is a bed and an electrocardiograph. If you look closely, you can see that the walls are all unknown metals with a special luster. In order to prevent her from going out, we used the mind-blocking alloy to isolate this room. Xinya said. Wang Li responded and found that sitting on the edge of the single bed was a little girl who was less than 1 meter old, probably only 7 or 8 years old, with beautiful blonde shoulder-length hair. There was no one to accompany. The young girl was doing nothing to dangle on her white porcelain calf, her eyes aimlessly looking around. At a certain moment, 357, she found Wang Li's figure in the glass crystal at the door, and her eyes flashed suddenly. When facing the girl's eyes, Wang Li realized that those eyes were gleaming with grey-green tones. Seeing this, Xinya felt tight and said quickly, "Please be a little closer to the door." Wang Li turned sideways and asked, "What's the matter?" "She is dangerous in a sense. We are trying to get her into a long sleep, but we haven't found a good way yet." "Then why is it still here?" Xinya smiled bitterly, "Because to her, the danger is the same everywhere. The ability of SCP-239 is whatever you want to achieve. She has the ability to do whatever she expresses intention to do. Simply put, as long as she is conscious, she can do whatever she wants. The only luck is that she seems to only affect herself and the things near her. Unfortunately, creation and influence are not limited to living things and non-living things." Chapter 87. As long as it can be seen, no matter what, SCP-239 can affect it. The Foundation has conducted tests, but the results are unacceptable. The only consensus that arises to test how strong she is will not be the wisest move. Once, when a Foundation staff accidentally injured SCP-239, she wanted him to disappear, and then the person disappeared. But when the young girl feels guilty about her behavior, she wants to let the staff come back. On another occasion, a certain staff member told her Santa Claus before saying that it was a story. As a result, a potential SCP project was brought out, but the people of the Foundation couldn't catch it, because this Santa Claus could be magical. In summary, when awake, SCP-239's self-protection instinct makes her almost invincible. Including now, the reason why the blonde girl stayed inside was just because she listened to the words of the Foundation adults and treated her well. The reason why the mind-blocking alloy is deployed is to prevent the unconscious radiation emitted by the other party from affecting other people. SCP-239 seems to emit undiscovered radiation. These waves seem harmless at low intensities, but at high intensities they decompose substances at the subatomic level. To be safe, everyone on this level must wear a mind-blocking hat, which is the hat Xinya just wore. As for Wang Li, he rejected that ugly hat. Well, if you know the reason, you might choose to wear it honestly. Seeing that he didn't care, Xinya guessed that these wave particles were not effective for him, or had little effect, so he couldn't help but write it down secretly and planned to report it to the person in charge Zhang later. When the blonde girl saw Wang Li for the first time, her boring expression changed. She swung down the single bed and moved, perhaps only the thick slender legs of his arms came to the door. I didn't see what the other party did, the door just opened. The blonde young girl Xiaosheng stood in front of him, only reaching Wang Li's waist, with a pretty face that looked like a mixed race. Xenia was very nervous, a heart touched her throat, something like this had never happened before. Is it the problem of the young girl herself, or what did Wang Li do without her knowledge? You know, SCP-239 has always been very obedient, and there is a big gap between it and bare children of this age. This is also the reason why the Foundation is very troubled. Being young means her thoughts are not sound, and she will often make irreparable damage because of a whim. Over the years, the only effect that the Foundation has made is to cause SCP-239 to cast a spell before using its abilities. They coaxed the little girl to be a witch and required a spell to cast a spell. This method very well limits SCP-239's whimsical thoughts, and will always be blocked before she implements it. Well, the obstruction methods are not very strong. After all, the Guardian will be recognized as a good person, and will be sympathetic to her experience and help as much as possible. The blonde girl blinked her big eyes and asked expectantly, "Are you here to play with me / play with you?" Xinya didn't have time to tell him why the other party was dangerous, but Wang Li thought about it and felt that the containment objects that can be placed here are limited even if the danger must be limited. After thinking for a while, he turned around, "Can I contact her?" The main little girl is innocent and cute, as well as the agility of a 7-year-old 8-year-old child, so Wang Li gave birth to the idea of wanting to get close. I had no idea how dangerous it was to touch her. Of course, relative to the danger of others, it may not be useful to him. This. Xenia is very embarrassed, I have to ask the minister for instructions. Mainly, I didn't expect this to happen at first. SCP-239, Witch Girl, has never performed similar behaviors before, and it just sits on the edge of the bed when someone comes and plays on its own. Occasionally, I will pester the staff to tell stories, but the number of times is very few. After the birth of the potential SCP Project Santa Claus, no one dared to tell a story. If there were another Snow White, wouldn't it require multiple vicious queens who can witchcraft? Presumably, the Foundation will no longer send people to contact the witch girl when it has nothing to do with it. However, before Xenia had finished speaking, Wang Li was dragged into the shelter by the young girl, and the door closed automatically. This. Xinya stayed for a while, not daring to delay, and immediately ran to the beginning of the passage to contact Zhang Jianwuli with the contact machine. The other side. Wang Li, who entered the shelter, looked up at the room. It's clean, tidy, and simple at the same time. There are no dolls that fit the status of a little girl. Since a doll lived and became a real doll, the Foundation did not dare to leave anything unnecessary. Hey! He jumped onto the single bed with agility, and SCP-239 patted the edge of the bed, "Sit down and come with me." It was only the first time we met, but the blonde girl had an unspeakable affection for him. I have to say that the cute and adorable appearance is really easy to put down your guard. Wang Li was deceived by SCP-239's appearance, forgetting its danger. Chapter 88. On the other side, the news that the witch girl pulled Wang Li into the room quickly passed to Zhang Jianwu's ears. He pondered for a moment, and didn't mean to stop it immediately, but let people observe the situation. If there are no accidents, business as usual. To be honest, it's not that he doesn't want to control, he really can't control it. The witch girl's ability to achieve what she wants is too outrageous, and it is included in the statistics of the Foundation. Reality benders are the most threatening. They can be even more terrifying than these people. They don't think about them except God. Besides, SCP-239 is still the best among reality benders. The Foundation has tried several methods, all of which have been ineffective. After trying, only SCP-148 can pierce her skin and inflict damage. The people at the Foundation hesitated to execute her, but in the end they adopted an observational attitude because she was only an 8-year-old child. Once she finds any dangerous changes, it is very likely that she will be executed using a variety of containment items. 360 underground 10 floors. Can you teach me new magic? The witch girl half kneeled on the bed, begging expectantly. Wang Li and her have been together for a few minutes, and they have a preliminary understanding of the little girl. Magic. The young girl nodded vigorously. Drink, the staff used to teach me magic spells, just like this. I saw her pointing to a certain floor and then yelling softly. Chromis. The floor immediately changed from white to pink at that moment. Using this spell, I can turn anything into the color I want. She looks very proud, like showing off her toy. There is still this. Aquafire. A water gun sprayed from her finger. The water gun was not particularly strong, it only shot a few meters away, and it seemed to be adjusted consciously. Besides, I still know a lot of spells, but many adults don't let me use them. The witch girl was not very happy with her mouth pursed. The little girl's self-acquainted personality is very good, not at all the formality of seeing a stranger for the first time, unlike the melancholy girl of the same age, SCP-191. Wang Li raised his eyebrows slightly. Why? They said it was dangerous. At first they asked me to point to the person in the photo and read Mortis. I heard that the person in it would die. The young girl still doesn't understand the meaning of death, and is very puzzled about it, let alone why those adults are so scared. Oh, this is a way to use SCP containment. Wang Li understands it clearly. Doesn't it mean that if you put his photo in front of the girl, she will die if she reads Mortis again? No wonder it is called the most terrifying reality bender. This ability is impossible to guard against. It's no wonder that cult organizations and terrorist organizations always hide in hiding, like a mouse crossing the street. Even their names are coded, and their whereabouts are uncertain and easy to hide. Like a thunderous terrorist leader, if he dares to take a photo, he will die in the next second. However, according to the Foundation's report, unless dealing with anomalies, it is not easy to use the containment items. Otherwise, the whole world is easy to mess around. If anyone sees your president not pleasing to the eye and quietly induces SCP-239 to kill, who knows? This is much more than a terrorist attack. There are so many things that you can't find any clues. Moreover, not only contain objects, but also the I-Fi technique that can do similar things, Wang Li has also seen in those mysterious books. Drive out of the mortal plane. Its other simple and rude name is delisting. You only need to know the name of the opponent when he was born, you can easily kill the target. The process may be a little troublesome, but most people can use it, which is more terrifying than SCP-239. Well, I do know magic, and I can teach you. Wang Li moved her thoughts, but you may not be able to learn it. Really? Of course, I am good at all types of magic. The blonde girl stared at him with admiring eyes. That's amazing. Teach me. Hearing the conversation inside, Xin Yasheng, who had been waiting outside for more than half an hour, was afraid that he would really teach those magic to SCP-239, and was too panicked. With such terrible consequences, the brain becomes dizzy just thinking about it. Wang Li took a moment to look at the nervous but eager female guide at the window, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. He was kindly invited by others to visit, and he couldn't make trouble. He felt this sincerity. Next time, I have stayed long enough. If there is a chance to meet next time, I will teach you special magic at that time. The blonde young girl was not very happy, seeing him getting up and walking towards the door. She could only stare at her with her small body. At the door, when Wang Li came out on his own initiative, Xin Ya was relieved. Thank you. Wang Li dumbly said, I'm so thankful for this, but today I will bother you to show me a lot of interesting things. Returning from the 10th floor underground, and seeing a lot of containment objects with interesting abilities, Wang Li was just about to leave. It is worthy of being a Foundation, and the foundation is strong. The tip of the iceberg is enough to make people feel awe-inspiring. An hour later. Tell the person in charge Zhang that I am in a very happy mood today. A word for Xin Yat, Wang Li got on the vehicle that sent away, and she became farther and farther away under her unknown gaze. Leaning on the seat, he stared at the Foundation branch further and further away through the rearview mirror, and smiled mentally. There is no doubt that the other party did show sincerity. But at a certain level, it can be regarded as showing muscles. In a very tactful way, I told Wang Li that the Foundation is not muddled and possesses considerable strength. This is not a threat, but to talk about the conditions clearly. It can even be said to be quite bright. The subtext means that everyone is cooperating with each other. Chapter 89. When I returned to the street outside my cafe, it was already around 7 o'clock in the evening. After getting out of the car, Wang Li, feeling ample, twisted his neck and said goodbye to the driver and walked towards home in a rather chic gesture. Strangely, when he approached the coffee shop, he found a huge pile of express delivery at the door of the shop. Lilith is not there? Didn't you tell her that there is a courier, and help me collect it? Wang Li frowned and looked inside the shop, only to find that the cute maid was sitting behind the bar computer. I don't know why. He knocked hard on the door, and he yelled into the room with a probe, Lilith, why don't you take the courier? Hearing the master's voice, the maid stood up instantly and leaned out and said, well, I don't dare to meet with outsiders alone, so let him be at the door. Wang Li is speechless. You dare not see people alone, anyhow let him move things in. Before I spoke, I suddenly thought that the store seemed to be abnormal, so I gave up. That's right, in case the courier brother is mentally ill again, that would be really bad. Giving up the idea of training the maid for the time being, Wang Li asked her to come out and carry it together. Master, how about the Foundation? Lilith was very curious. I have been working in a coffee shop and I don't know what the real Foundation is like. It's okay, so many fun things. Wang Li gave her a glance, if you want, I can tell them and help send you back. Lilith stuck out her tongue, that's not necessary, I like to stay here. The coffee shop doesn't need to do anything all day long, at most clean up the problem. The rest of the time is to watch movies and TV, or read a book to relieve boredom. Is there anything easier than this job? The containment objects on the Foundation side must cooperate in testing and experimentation within a certain period of time. Although I know that it is impossible to be dangerous, it is like being treated like a guinea pig, and no one will be happy if I want to come. While chatting, the two went to the door of the store to carry the courier. Master, what do you buy? Why are there so many? Most of them are yours. I'm so embarrassed to say that I forgot what I asked you to buy last time. Later, I cleared the shopping cart. Seeing that there are more than 20 express delivery items, Wang Li actually forgot what he bought. Sometimes when he sees something pleasing to the eye, he will add it to the shopping cart, maybe it is not useful, and it may be thrown into the storage room to eat ashes. Lilith opened her eyes slightly, she remembered not adding too much, and there was definitely not the only problem with her. Thinking that the other party was his boss, he whispered a few words, but he dared not let Wang Li hear him. There are more than 20 express items, with different capacities. It took a few minutes for both of them to move into the store, occupying a lot of space. Hey, master, why is it broken here? During the investigation, Lilith suddenly found a relatively large express with a hole in the lower right corner, about the size of 2 adult fists. Wang Li leaned over and glanced at it. Hi? Let me take a look. Indeed, as Lilith said, there was an irregularly torn hole, dark and dark. I don't know what happened. In this case, just complain directly and finish the matter. Wang Li's instant mood level dropped by a few percentage points. Whether it is a business problem or a problem encountered in the transportation process, it is always the fault of the provider. Lilith said oh, and then slowly unpacked many couriers. Most of them are all kinds of clothes. There are some snacks, coffee ingredients, and added fines. Wang Li carefully checked each copy to confirm whether there were any flaws in the contents. Just when he was halfway apart, Lilith suddenly heard an exclamation. Why is there a fox in there? Wang Li turned his head and leaned over the pile of express delivery. It was found that the big box with the hole had been opened, and Lilith stood in front of the box, staring down dumbfounded. Fox. He felt baffled. In a daze, remember not to add a live fox to the shopping cart. Many people keep pets these years, and they have developed from cats and dogs to all kinds of domestic pets. Like fox, mink, parrot. Wang Li has a wonderful little octopus in the store. Although the octopus is often lethargic, it can stay for 2 or 3 days without moving its nest. But he really doesn't like fox stuff, mainly because it is troublesome to nurse. When he caught the sight of the box, a surprised expression appeared on his face. It's really a fox. And it was not an ordinary fox. He stared at the two with a grin, and the 9 tails swayed restlessly behind him. 0. Look for flowers. If you look closely, you can find 2 red marks on its abdomen and 4 legs, which seem to have been injured. Master, is this also your adopted shelter? Lilith questioned. No wonder that the fox with 9 tails is not a normal creature no matter how you look at it. Moreover, the humane look in the opponent's eyes could not be simulated by pure beasts. Wang Li frowned and shook his head. How is it possible, He suddenly stopped in the middle of speaking, and a flash of light flashed in his mind. The 9-tailed fox, shouldn't it be the one Zhang Jianyu said to escape from the failure of encirclement and suppression? The probability is high. No normal animal has a 9-tailed fox, and the genetic mutation has not changed so exaggerated. Whether it is or not, just post the information about this stuff. 0. Thinking about it, he directly took out his phone and took a picture of Zhouyahu, and clicked to send it to Zhang Jianyu. It is estimated that in a short while, you will be able to get accurate information. SCP-953 is rather daunting now, not only comes to a strange place and is seen by 2 humans. The more important reason is that it cannot use the power of hypnosis and telepathy to control the 2. What is going on with these 2 people? And this place? After being released from the box, its hair exploded and its back arched subconsciously. An invisible threat radiated in the air, stimulating it wanted to run away on the spot. But it can't, let alone escape. It is very difficult to make a few moves. What kind of place did I come to? SCP-953 was anxious. At first, he wanted to dominate the 2 of them to help heal the wounds, and then ate the blonde maid whose charm value exceeded the limit of mortals. Such a beautiful girl, the taste of liver must be delicious. However, before it could execute its plan, Wang Li's vibrating sound shattered SCP-953's ambitions. It's really the 9-tailed fox that ran away. He murmured in wonder for some reason. After confirming the authenticity of the message, put down the phone, Wang Li looked at the pitiful fox in front of him with inexplicable eyes. SCP-953's scalp is numb. Although he doesn't know who he is, that sentence completely reveals his identity. Of Chapter 90. Trembling in the box. Poor, weak, and helpless. You are from the Foundation. When Wang Li heard a human voice from the fox's mouth, he was still a little surprised. The main reason is that this scene is too magical. It seems that in the ancient story of Liaozai, the vixen who lured the scholars to go to Beijing to rush for the exam, the original sense of separation between reality and legend does not seem so obvious. People from the Foundation? Hearing this, Wang Li thought for a while. It should not be counted. SCP-953 was overjoyed. It always seemed that these 2 people were not easy. They were just about to ask them to help themselves, and they would give 360 in return in the future. I heard Wang Li add another sentence, although it doesn't count, there is a cooperative relationship between me and the Foundation. Don't you say so early. The mood suddenly fell from heaven to hell, hope never bloomed and withered and faded in a blink of an eye. This kind of discomfort can only be experienced by those who have experienced it. But the one who knows the current affairs is the wise man. SCP-953 quickly accepted the situation and corrected its attitude. She transformed into a human form again, transformed into a demon-burning and glamorous woman, with 9 tails behind her like a lady's leather outfit. The 2 blood-stained scars made her look pitiful, which aroused the male's desire for protection. If you want to be any man, you will be fascinated by this situation. Regrettably, Wang Li is not an ordinary person. He said that he was eye-opening. Spray, you deserve to be a vixen, this charm is really powerful. The eye pupils are looking forward to the lotus, deliberately exposing large areas of white skin. A normal man can't stand it. As for Lilith, she was a little angry, her eyes swept over Wang Li first, and then stared at the nine-tailed fox girl. Shameless! She whispered, she wanted to wrap up the fox so as not to let her seduce the owner. The blonde girl who has never been in close contact with the opposite S*X doesn't understand the reason for this kind of psychology. SCP-953 naturally did not hear the insults, and begged Wang Li for mercy with a pitiful and weak posture. Please don't reveal my news to the Foundation, okay? Sorry, I just notified the Foundation, they are probably coming towards me. What? SCP-953 froze for a while. Did you move so fast? Anyway, give me some room to play. Will you let me go? I'll tell you a secret. SCP-953 still wants to fight for a chance. Wang Li turned back and sat on the sofa and said, what's the secret? About the Serpent's Hand organization. Tell me the story. Even though he felt that there were few news about the Snake Hand organization that could attract his attention, Wang Li still gestured her to go down with the mentality of not listening. SCP-953 didn't play tricks, worried that the people from the Foundation would come too soon, so it made a long story short. The people of the Snake Hand organization are planning to summon the Great Indescribable. I must have heard of this news, but I have a deeper secret here. Their headquarters is located in the desert of Western Australia. For this plan, the snake I have been planning it for 3 years. Fearing that it will not be in time, SCP-953 quickly tells what it knows as 5 minutes have passed. Wang Li, who thought it was nothing more than a secret, gradually got serious. Summon the indescribable? I learned from Zhang Jianyu that the people of the Serpent's Hand organization seem to be able to use mysterious knowledge, and its source cannot be traced back. This made him suddenly curious, searching for and collecting items and clues related to indescribable myths, which is regarded as one of Wang Li's greatest actions. Suddenly, I heard that someone wanted to summon the Great and Indescribable. He who had failed in summoning Kitugya once, how could he just ignore it? If this is not mixed up, it would be too reconciled. With a special purpose, Wang Li slowly asked all the information known to SCP-953. It's a pity that this fox doesn't know the exact location of the Serpent's Hand headquarters, but only knows the approximate location. In addition to these, there is another news that is quite astonishing. The reason why the Serpent's Hand organization got those strange spells is said to have inherited an abandoned city and a broken library called the Yis. SCP-953 is not sure. ISI City, there is a library. Wang Li's eyes lit up. Knowing the indescribable incarnation, he immediately decided that he had to participate in it. SCP-953 pressed 5.8 and asked eagerly, I have said all I know, can you let me go? You can't ask me about this, you have to ask them. Wang Li pointed to the Grim Foundation people outside the store. SCP-953 only discovered that in less than 10 minutes, these people have actually arrived here, and the speed is unacceptable. Silly and foolishly let someone from the Foundation put her into a box made of mind-blocking alloy. During this time, the fox looked desperate and his eyes were blank. It is estimated that I was madly regretting in my heart, and finally escaped from the encirclement and slammed into the hands of the Foundation partner. It's just self-investing in the net. Chapter 91. Seeing SCP-953 completely contained in the telekinesis alloy box, Xiao Ruobing, who came here to retrieve it, took a look at Wang Li. Whether in Luo Qingqing's mouth or her boss Zhang Jianyu's side, she has heard about the store manager. Having seen the terrible place of that black goat cub with my own eyes, I was a little nervous subconsciously. Excuse me, thank you very much for your help. Although it is not clear how the owner caught the nine-tailed fox, it did not delay her feeling of awe. Hundreds of kilometers apart, without knowing the specific circumstances, it was easy to catch SCP-953 that had escaped due to a mistake on the Foundation's side. If you read more novels, I'm afraid she will be horrified. Wang Li waved his hand and said confidently, thank you. No, remember that the favor is, I will not work for nothing, and I will find you to make up for it later. Although he didn't seem to pay anything to catch the fox, luck is also part of his strength. Isn't it the person he notified the Foundation for delivering the 08 door? Therefore, it is logical to ask for favors. Xiao Ruobing didn't feel that there was anything wrong, and after his forehead expressed his understanding, he left with a special team. Ignoring the people outside the Foundation, Lilith has been sorting out the couriers inside, picking out her own items. As a result, I saw that Wang Li sent those people away. The first thing I did when I returned to the store was to pull out the lair text in the bookshelf area, and I kept flipping things. She hugged a lot of clothes and asked, "Master, what are you doing?" Without looking up, Wang Li turned to the page he needed, find Lalei's position. What to do when looking for Lalei's position? Lilith kept her eyes open, expressing her incomprehension, and went upstairs with her own things alone. After listening to SCP-953's story about the Snake Hand organization summoning the indescribable, Wang Li, who initially sneered about it, got serious. If you want to summon the Lord of Lalei, you have to wait until the stars return. According to astronomical observations, if it is natural to wait until then, the daylily will be cold. This is why Wang Li was not interested in the beginning. Who knows that the leader of the Serpent's Hand organization is a ruthless man, actually intending to use astronomical magic and containment objects to forcibly create an opportunity for the stars to return to their place. It really made it for him. It is said that the distance plan has successfully gone for the most part, but it is a pity that SCP-953 is not a special core member, only a general idea. Even for wastes whose headquarters are vaguely demarcated, Wang Li did not expect her to provide extremely detailed information. In any case, you only need to know a little bit. The specific location for summoning and awakening the Great Thulhu. The Lalei text shows that Lalei is located in the South Pacific, with coordinates at 479 south latitude and 12,643 west longitude. No matter how many tricks the leader of the Serpent's Hand plays, the ultimate goal is also here. If Wang Li reveals the location to the Foundation now, it is estimated that the Snake's hands will be overwhelmed. After thinking for a while, he gave up his plan to disclose to the Foundation. Summoning the Great Thulhu, a rare scene, it is a shame to be interrupted. Anyway, knowing that Thulhu sent divine spells/expulsion spells, when it was really overwhelming, it would be sent back to others. As for the failure rate, Wang Li subconsciously ignored it, and subconsciously asked him to skip this question. Western Australia. Abandoned underground city. The Snake Hand leader, who knew that all the Gemini actions had failed, took a transcript and came from between the round tables to a large secret room full of various ceremonies. There were dozens of people with him. "Chief, no, High Priest, are we really going to give up here?" Hearing the question from his subordinates, the leader of the Serpent's Hand smiled openly, and he looked around at the people behind him. "It's just a strategic retreat. Those who want to come will already know where I am waiting, and they will find it soon. Instead of staying here, it is better to leave early and prepare for the last procedure. It is not yet time for a frontal collision. When our God descends, the lost will eventually be taken back. At that time, we will get more. Besides, almost all the valuable things left here have been taken away, even if they were given to the Foundation." The leader of the Serpent's Hand, known as the High Priest, made an impassioned announcement, and his language was very contagious. The other people in the Serpent's Hand organization followed the enthusiastic shouts as expected. "Is this someone in a cult?" After inspiring the congregation, the High Priest took the lead to the door of an invisible vortex in the corner. He first looked up at the door with a blurred vision, like looking at a beautiful artwork. In fact, this door is more precious than the artwork. It has a name, the Door of Time and Space. As a treasure left by the ISI people who conquered time, the method of constructing the time-space gate happened to be left behind. The so-called time-space gate spells allow the caster to open paths between different contemporaries, dimensions, and even worlds, allowing the user to travel extremely long distances with just a small step. However, the time-space gate usually only connects to one place, and this gate can only travel within the Earth and at this point in time. After all, if you want to travel to the universe, dimensions, and even world class, such consumption can't be activated unless relying on the burden of gods or extremely powerful wizards. Although it seems rather shabby, it can be regarded as space travel anyway. The connecting point of this gate is the Pacific Ocean, a certain spot on Ponpi. Urging all his subordinates to enter the gate of time and space, the leader of the Serpent's Hand looked at the last person left, and did not hurriedly destroy all the ritual formations that existed here. The collected energy and matter had already been transmitted to Ponpi Island in some way, so he started it swiftly. In the end, standing in front of the gate of time and space, he faced this abandoned city and stared deeply at the incomplete library in the distance, leaving a sentence. "I will be back." In the next moment, the whole person disappeared in the gate of time and space. With the departure of the last term, the gate of time and space collapsed and the invisible vortex dissipated in the void, leaving only a pile of ruined walls. Chapter 92. The Distant Western Pacific. Ponpi is part of the Federated States of Micronesia. It is a small island with a quiet environment but a wet geographical location. Rainforest and man-made ditches are all over the island. Ponpi was occupied several times during World War II, and it can be seen that some architectural ruins still exist. The place where the Serpent's Hand and the group of people from the time-space gate appeared was a coastal village named Metalanum. Putting on a sacrificial robe that believes in the Dagon religion, the leader of the Serpent's Hand, also known as the High Priest, led the crowd out of a strange church on the edge of the village. This is their first base. Since knowing the location of lair, the Serpent's Hand has managed to do better than Niket City here. Even Night City can be given to the Foundation, but not here. Moreover, the abnormality was exposed, and none of them infiltrated the residents in large numbers. Only a small part of the area was quietly preaching, allowing the residential area on the corner of the island to mate with the sea monsters and produce hybrids. Because of the small scope, the people who enter the teachings act relatively low-key, and no one has noticed it in the past few years. As soon as the group of people appeared from the church, they were greeted by people from Dagon God. These people did not join the Snake Hand organization, but believed in the Dagon religion. The person who came to greet him respectfully asked before asking, "Your High Priest, will we still hold the ceremony later?" "Proceed as usual." Leaving a word coldly, the High Priest took the lead and walked to the hidden ceremonial field at the far edge of the coast. The time difference was different from that of Long Country. It was already night at this time. The starry sky is generally not common on the sea, and there was a heavy rain during the day, and the sky was gloomy, as if foreseen what was about to happen. The subordinates with the Hand of the Snake, after 20 minutes of journey, joined a group of Dagon gods in the village to accompany them, and a team of about 50 people reached a cliff. There are 3 altars standing here, and on the highest altar in the middle is placed exactly the same evil and noble statue carried by the important Qadr K of the Hand of the Serpent. In the process of coming here, everyone remained silent, as if they were afraid of collision. Until standing under the altar, the High Priest ordered with a hoarse voice, "Bring the sacrifice here." After receiving the order, someone quickly retreated. In less than 10 minutes, there was a commotion in the dense forest. A total of 11 villagers with a frightened look were brought over, tied up with sackcloth in their mouths to prevent them from disturbing others. "High Priest, the sacrifice has been brought here. We have checked the surroundings and found no other people." "Good." A glance at the 11 people who were about to serve as sacrifices, the High Priest stopped speaking and stood still. The others seemed to know what to do, not surprisingly, and followed him patiently. These people have done the ceremony more than once. They took out the cloth stuffed in their mouths by 11 people, and the cultists took out 11 purple liquid potions and poured them all. Someone spit out the medicine in a panic, and suffered extremely severe violence, and then swallowed it obediently. After a while, 6 men and 5 women began to feel feverish, and their breathing became heavy. The cultists were calm, but stared at the 11 with indifferent eyes. After another half an hour, standing under the altar, the High Priest looked at the turbulent sea that was darker than Mo, as if staring into the abyss. With the help of the burning light of a torch held by a nearby person, he picked up the manuscript he had brought from Niket City, and opened it extremely religiously. If you have knowledge, you will find this thick copy of 700 pages. The cover is written in Latin. Thought aquaten gen. Its meaning is Katiat, god of water. Staring at the text written in Gothic letters in the book, there are also distorted and profanity engraving illustrations, and the high priest gently strokes it almost blurred. For a while. It's time to start. He glanced at the followers and gave instructions. At this time, the believers began to act, cut all the ropes that bound the 11 people, and expelled them to the center to make up a pile. At this moment, the 11 people are sane, and under the influence of drugs, they crave each other crazily for the opposite S**x. Soon, the 11 people found the object, and they were ugly fornicating like a livestock, and let out unbearable gasps. The cultists around were immediately excited when they saw it. Of course, their excitement was not aimed at S**x, but something greater. It is like the singing of the high priest at this moment. Rise up! The nameless existence. The time that belongs to you has come. We are personally chosen by you. Through your spells and magic, through your dreams and charms. We know that you are coming. Coming to serve you, for the master we love. The night of Nakthulhu, resting on the green bottom. Odom. The intricate singing spreads along the sea breeze along the edge of the cliff and echoes above the sea. Again and again. The surrounding cultists also echoed and shouted loudly. J fengluum glunaf thulhur lioganagulftan. In an instant, the sky was overcast with clouds, forming a terrifying vortex, with faint flashes of electric light. Fengluum glunaf thulhur lioganagulftag, I.N. The surface of the sea began to tremble, and with the help of the lightning of the sky, countless black shadows under the sea were swimming wildly. Fengluum glunaf thulhur lioganagulftan. The cold sea breeze did not know when it turned into a storm, and gave out a stern roar. In a short moment, the storm turned into a tornado, sweeping the sea towards the sky, connecting with the black cloud vortex, forming a spectacular dragon sucking water. The dazzling thunder light travels through the clouds and spreads to the waterspout, shining on the huge things that exist in it. Like the body of a long dragon, hidden in a waterspout, high above the cliff overlooking the cultists. So far, not only the cultists made crazy laughs and shouts, but even the man who was the leader of the Serpent's Hand and the high priest of the Dagon god could not restrain himself. Chapter 93. The mantra he just chanted was not to summon Thulhu, but Odom, who was the same old ruler as the great Thulhu. It's a pity that Odom didn't give a response, and the one who appeared here is the father god of the Dagon sect. Dagon. Occasionally, with the help of electric light, he can see his figure clearly. It was a body that was 10 times larger than the deep diver, and it was lying in the waves. It was unexpected to be able to call Dagon, and the voice of the high priest chanting prayers became shrill with excitement. To use an analogy, it's like a fanatical fan sees an idol. Even religious worship is more exaggerated than idolatry. In the madness of witnessing the gods, sexual pleasure is nothing. The cultists piously came to the 11 people who were like animals eager for each other. They used axes, machetes, and daggers to kill and dismember the sacrifices whose minds had fallen into illusion. These horrible scenes are like a group of demons dancing. Father God Dagon witnessed this scene and communicated with the high priest who used the incantation. The communication between the two is not language, but a kind of telepathy. Those unspeakable words and syllables were completely incomprehensible to the high priest. Every time he exchanged a sentence, he 360 felt that the precarious sanity value collapsed again, and he took another firm step toward the abyss. God knows how long it lasted, and I don't know what exchanged between the two. After the ancient syllables escaped, Father God Dagon re-entered the sea, and several movements disappeared without a trace. When Father God Dagon retreated, the doomsday scene was just returned, and it subsided strangely in just a few breaths. Only the heavy rain in Zhejiang province came. The high priest still stood there in a daze, as if digesting the information and knowledge brought by the Father God Dagon. For a long time, he grinned with a terrible smile. Finally, the ritual sacrifices were cleaned up, and before he was ready to leave, he saluted the detestable statue devoutly. As the torrential rain washed away the remaining horror here, the cultists also stepped into the dense forest and returned. This is not the end, but a beginning. Magic City Coffee Shop. Unlike the world turned upside down, Wang Li lived a leisurely life. Over the past 2 days, I have been reading the Lalage text and Ponpi. I-Fi, many people call them sea monsters, but a tribe chooses to associate with them and worship them. These sea monsters taught this tribe about Dagon God and are offering them to the great during the forbidden ritual of God Gun. The people of this tribe will mate with the sea monsters. Seeing this, Wang Li couldn't help but sigh. Being able to be cruel to mate with such an ugly deep diver, I have to say that it is a real warrior. Well, it may also be coerced. It is more likely that those people have been polluted and therefore lose human aesthetics. With a single thought, Wang Li suddenly remembered that he had used spells several times, maybe he was also contaminated. A little flustered, he hurriedly stared at Lilith to confirm whether the aesthetics was distorted. The maid who was holding a Bible and praying was sitting at the window with her legs folded, and the sun drew a halo on her cheeks, pure and holy. It's really strange, after listening to the introduction from the Foundation, Lilith obviously has the succubus bloodline, why didn't she show her talent skills? Perhaps his eyes were too direct and naked, and he noticed the abnormal Lilith turned sideways and touched his face. Master, is there something wrong with me? After being discovered, Wang Li didn't change his face. It's okay, I just test whether I have any problems. What do I need to do? No, you just sit down. He has no evil intentions, and his attitude is quite calm. Believing him seriously, Lilith turned sideways. After observing for a while, and determined that Lilith's charm value is still unstoppable, Wang Li heaved a sigh of relief. Hi, it seems that I am fine. In addition to the fact that the aesthetics is not distorted, I have not heard any whispering BB these days. Anyone who has had a thorough knowledge of mythology by the Foundation seems to hear the babblings of ancient gods in their ears. Probably my will is very high. There is no need to pursue so many things that cannot be explained. Putting down the Ponpi scriptures, Wang Li finally warned the weird man in yellow that was facing him. Starting at 8 o'clock this morning, the man came to the store to sit, holding a book with a yellowed cover and slowly reading. Unlike Naya's second-degree sick girl, Wang Li really didn't have much communication with him. Knowing that people who can read books on their bookshelves are definitely not ordinary people. Besides, this person often keeps 2 artworks in the store to enrich his library, and Wang Li does not charge any fees. What are you looking at? After reading the story about the deep diver and his cult, Wang Li stood up, raised his head and asked the monster in yellow. The man in yellow wearing a mask with strange lines raised his head and glanced at him, then slowly passed the book in his hand. Wang Li took it bluntly. The first glance was a line of poems. Along the shore, cut the clouds, Gemini's sun sinks into the lake, and the long shadows fall. It's in Nakarkesa. The wonderful night where the black star rises, the wonderful moon that moves in the night, but the more wonderful thing is that, the lost Koksa. No one hears the song of Biplexus, the king's sash is swaying with the wind, and the song disappears silently, the dim Koksa. My soul can no longer sing, my song is like tears no longer flowing, only dryness and silence are there, the lost Koksa. Opera? Unexpectedly, he was still a young man. Wang Li turned a few pages casually and returned the yellow paper to him again. Do you like to watch this kind of thing? Well, I like literature and art. They are the only things that can please me. The hoarse, secretive noise of the yellow-clothed man rang out. I can tell. It's very gratifying to say that the second disease in the second degree finally didn't need to answer that strange and weird like a secret signal. But this tone sounds very arrogant. I don't know what he is abnormal, and Wang Li didn't pay much attention to it. Who hasn't pretended to be forced yet? Do you know Naya? This question silenced the person in yellow for a few seconds, feeling as if he was thinking about whether the answer would be unexpected. After a long time, he nodded silently after careful consideration. It's so cold. Wang Li suddenly lost interest in chatting with him. It was better for Naya, and he didn't know what to do. Chapter 94. The second-degree sick girl is always fascinated and uncertain. Sometimes Wang Li suddenly thought of looking for her, but for a time he didn't know what means to use to contact her. In fact, he knew the real means of contact, but he didn't know what spells should be used to summon her. Just as he sighed that he must give Naya a contact information next time, the man in yellow suddenly raised his head and looked at a non-existent nihility. Someone is building a gate of time and space. The yellow-clothed man paused, although his attention was drawn over, but considering where he was, he temporarily gave up his intention to pursue it. Why? Wang Li noticed the strangeness of the other party and couldn't help asking. The yellow-clothed man remained silent, and continued to flip through the art documents in his hands. Obviously, for him, these opera scripts attract him more than other things. The other party didn't want to say that Wang Li couldn't break it. The casserole asked to the end. Withdrawing his thoughts, freeing his mind to think about the payment required for catching SCP-953. However, the Foundation hasn't found anything particularly attractive to him for the time being. A few are quite good, but the value is too high. There is no way to succeed in exchange for this thing alone, unless you help the Foundation a few more favors. Regarding the issue of cooperation, Wang Li has nothing to say. The principle of equivalent exchange is normal. The other side. Wang Li is following the idea of the Foundation, and very serious actions have been launched here. Captured SCP-953 and K, one of the important cadres of the Snake Hand organization. Through interrogation and use of containment items, the Foundation learned the approximate location of the Snake Hand headquarters. However, due to transnational operations, they must first notify the talents in Australia. The good news is that with regard to terrorist organizations and cults, uniting the two parties is not as troublesome as transnational law enforcement is usually. It can even be said that the procedures were exceptionally smooth and simple. Among them, there is also the reason why the foundations in Australia are relatively weak. These days, the weak always have no right to argue. Captain. This action feels a bit terrible. Zhang Wei whispered to Xiao Ruobing after receiving the notice from above. They were ordered to go to Australia for missions with elite teams from other regions. There are 3 teams, more than 30 people in total, and they will carry containment items. Strive to attack the Serpent's Hand headquarters in the shortest time possible, thereby destroying this new type of organization that has been active for more than 10 years in one fell swoop. Xiao Ruobing frowned. Don't think that there is nothing, we just have to figure out how to complete the task, and other things are not for us to consider. She is an absolute soldier and only obeys orders. Zhang Wei gave a dry laugh and shut up obediently. Zhang Lan, who was next to him, was gloating and seemed very happy to see him deflated. Li Kai is a dull gourd, only occasional smiles appear in his eyes. As a comrade in arms who has been born to death many times, although he usually doesn't like to talk, he is taciturn. In fact, the feelings are in my heart. Several other team members were whispering, speculating that the order was supposed to be a big vote. The mission was originally scheduled to be executed the next day, and 3 elite teams from multiple Foundation branches arrived in Australia early that night. As one of the commanders of this operation, Zhang Jianyu intends to follow up all the time. K and SCP-953 from the Serpent's Hand organization provided information. It was only a matter of time before the headquarters of the Serpent's Hand were found. After cooperating with the Australian Foundation to search for a day and night, they finally located the specific location of the Snake Hand headquarters. The Western Desert of Australia. Xiao Ruobing asked another special team captain, is this the confirmation? According to SCP-953 and K's confession, it was about the front. Before long, together with the Australian Foundation, a team of more than 100 people came to an abandoned building. That's where the Gemini once entered the City of Night. The gunship that sent these people to arrive is flying over at the moment, in order to eliminate the Snake Hand organization at one time. Armored vehicles, various thermal weapons, including long-range artillery strikes arranged in advance are all ready. But these things cannot be transported into the underground city, they are just used to prevent the enemy from escaping. A team of hundreds of people control various thermal weapons. Although this thing is not very effective on anomalies, this time it is dealing with humans. 0. Look for flowers. Thermal weapons are still very efficient at killing humans. Following the sequence to enter the abandoned building, Xiao Ruobing came to the half-destroyed statue in the center of the building. It was a magnificent cylindrical object, about 10 feet high. The statue was covered with something like scales, and it was broken in an inclined plane above the middle. It should be this stuff. Everyone looked at each other to make sure, and then one of them chanted according to the statue according to the language derived from the ancient times. But in a short moment, the tunnel to the ground appeared in front of you. Xiao Ruobing glanced at each other with the others, and walked along the underground passage one after another. So far, things have gone too smoothly, and I feel a little unsure. 0. Therefore, when the people walked through the passage, they were tense and worried about accidents at any time. Unexpectedly, after walking through this passage, no abnormalities were found. As if the people of the Serpent's Hand organization didn't notice the difference at all, let them successfully invade the underground abandoned city Niket City. Captain, I don't feel right. Li Kai whispered into Xiao Ruobing's ear. If you want to fight directly with the people of the Serpent's Hand organization at this moment, maybe you have to rest assured. But such a dense atmosphere is really oppressive. Xiao Ruobing had similar ideas, and her inspiration told her that it was not that simple. She could only lower her voice to remind the players, be careful. In less than half an hour, in this tense and silent atmosphere, everyone finally walked through the dark underground passage full of earthy smell. Standing in a line outside the entrance of the cave and seeing the scene in front of them clearly, everyone couldn't help but keep their eyes wide open, admiring the sight. In front is a magnificent and huge abandoned city, which has withstood the baptism of war and exudes an ancient atmosphere. This is Niket City. Even Xiao Ruobing couldn't help being lost for a while. The dome is hundreds of meters high, and the collapsed buildings are one after another, all with traces of time erosion. Inlaid with complex and mysterious engravings on the upper and surrounding walls of the city, even after countless years, it still plays a tenacious role. Thanks to this, the faint white light illuminates the entire underground city, which... Chapter 95. It is hard to imagine that this city is actually a legacy of hundreds of millions of years ago. The whole city is made of stones, and there are some unknown substances. From a distance, you can see a lot of traces of basalt. The first impression of the whole city is that it is vast, old and great. The first to break away from this emotion of witnessing prehistoric civilization, Xiao Ruobing hurriedly looked around. If an enemy had just launched an attack while they were absent, the people of the Foundation would have suffered heavy losses. But this kind of thing did not happen, which makes people very puzzled. Someone asked, where are the people organized by the Serpent's Hand? Do you know that we are coming and ran ahead of time? Possible. Many people speculate endlessly. Xiao Ruobing frowned slightly with his 360 eyebrows. From a moment ago, CAI was faintly disturbed, and there was something missing. But after much deliberation, I couldn't find anything wrong. She couldn't make everyone retreat by feeling, not to mention that she didn't have that right. Let alone the plan to act together for the two countries, she can only command her own team members just for her own 3 teams. However, they belonged to the same country anyway, and when the Australians ordered them to go away to find the traces of the Snake Hand organization, she quietly told the other 2 captains to be more careful. Fortunately, the other 2 captains listened to her advice very carefully and did not disperse, but acted together. After all, Xiao Ruobing's inspiration has been able to provide quite accurate information, saving her many times between life and death. The 2 captains are by no means ignorant of good and evil. They ordered their players to be careful and look after each other. However, after several hours of exploration, not to mention the danger, even the human figure is invisible. It seems that the people of the Serpent's Hand organization got the news ahead of time and transferred it. Everyone came to this conclusion. This is not good news. It is very scary to know what the other party is planning. The Serpent's Hand can bear to abandon the headquarters and continue to plan, which is enough to see how firm their determination is. Reporting on the situation of Niket City, although the responsible persons are very unwilling, they can only recognize the reality. With fortunately, they asked everyone to clear the field to see if they could find the remaining technology, materials, or objects in the ancient city left by the Islamic people. These races that can travel between the stars and even time and space have enough technology that only a few leaks out are enough for the current human research for dozens of hundreds of years. Due to the size of the place, it took a full day for the talents of the Foundation to barely visit the entire abandoned city. Except for those incomprehensible inscriptions, the Serpent's hand basically left nothing usable. There is only one place, and that is the library in the center of the city. Here, densely packed inscriptions are engraved on every corner. Although it was destroyed, some parts are still well preserved. The information that the Serpent's hand did not take is all recorded on the slate. People from the Foundation tried to take it, but unfortunately it couldn't be moved. No matter what tools are used, there is no way to leave any marks on the slate. I think this is why the people of the Serpent's Hand organization kept it here. Is there any way to take it away? If it can be destroyed, the hand of the snake will be so kind? The people present thought so, because almost no one understood the so-called ancient characters, staring at the mysterious characters engraved on them and looked at each other. Unless it is presented to the researcher of the institute who specializes in mystical knowledge, it is impossible for the people present to read it clearly. So, while waiting for someone from above to negotiate, Xiao Ruobing and others stay here honestly. But they are honest, and they do not mean that the people of the Australian Foundation are also honest. After discovering that there was no conflict, the Australian side naturally occupied this underground city and begged the people of the Long Country Foundation to withdraw from here. Then they have nothing to do with them. Really crossing the river to demolish the bridge? Zhang Lan muttered bitterly. Before the action, the Australian Foundation was worried that it would not be able to deal with the Snake Hand organization. When Long Kingdom was willing to send someone, it immediately welcomed it, and all procedures were simplified. As a result, after confirming that there is no danger, he immediately changed his face. Disgusting people are really good at it. Xiao Ruobing glared at her. Don't talk nonsense, since the task is temporarily over, we will go back before tomorrow. Don't do some small actions that can easily cause disputes. These are not our responsibility. I know, Captain, it's just a bit uncomfortable. Not only Zhang Lan, but also others. But this is helpless in other people's territory. After being politely asked to leave, the people of the Longguo Foundation were treated on the surface, but in fact they were kept away from the center as if they were guarded. The Australian side immediately sent an expert to identify the inscription on the record in the library center. Although they couldn't understand the disgusting faces of others, the people of the Long Kingdom had no choice but to bear it. Resting on the edge of Nectar City, waiting for the upper class to negotiate, Xiao Ruobing ignored the complaints of his team members and stood alone to observe the city. People on the Australian side are searching everywhere, carefully looking for other secrets. About half an hour passed, and it seemed that they were really found. With the help of the information recorded in the zirconium steel fractured in the center of the library, they quickly gathered to a location blocked by more weird texts. The place is located at the extreme edge of the city, with a lot of basalt. All the huge boulders buried here were removed, and a well was found underneath, engraved with hieroglyphs. Everyone came to the mouth of the well and looked down intently. The well led to the underground, and it was very dark. Someone tried to drop a stone, and the result of 5.8 didn't hear the echo for a long time. The depth was at least over 100 meters. Is it a hidden secret? The Australians were hesitant. Since I found it, there is no reason to miss it. Soon after, Xiao Ruobing discovered that someone brought ropes and a series of unknown uses from the underground passage entrance from time to time. What are they doing? Looking from a height, you can only see a group of people around a corner of the city, constantly working. If you don't get close, you obviously can't see the inside clearly. Captain, what are you looking at? After complaining to the team members for a while, Zhang Lan couldn't help but see Xiao Ruobing standing on the high slope. Chapter 96. Shaking his head, Xiao Ruobing didn't say what he felt in his heart. The anxiety has become more intense with the behavior of the Australians. Remember, if there is an accident later, tell everyone to retreat directly. Zhang Lan felt inexplicable. Accidents, will there be accidents? I don't know, it's just a hunch. After the initial reminder, no changes have occurred for so long, everyone in Long Country relaxed a little, but now they are nervous because of Xiao Ruobing's words. It's not that no one has doubts, but today's actions do reveal weirdness everywhere. Why are there only half of the stone tablets in the library? If you really want to use the excuse of being destroyed by war in ancient times, it seems reasonable, but when the people of the Serpent's Hand organization can't move away, why don't they use means to completely hide it? It would be a little trouble for the Foundation, such as extending the time to find the steel. They must be very happy. Inside Niket. Surely the secret described on the 08 steel is inside. Looking down on the faintly disturbing shaft, an Australian team leader frowned and asked. A certain Foundation professor nodded very positively. If what is said on the steel is correct, the secret is definitely under the shaft. Hearing what he said was so decisive, other people suddenly no longer had any suspense, and started to act one after another. The well is very large, 5 or 6 meters in diameter. Everyone looked at each other, and directly wrapped themselves with a rope, wearing a bright flashlight on their heads, and slowly slid down the well wall. No one knows what's underneath, so they are all looking forward and nervous. Perhaps the people of the Serpent's Hand have already tried to take away the items that the Yi's people may have left behind. However, 100% of the people in Australia will not give up until the last witness. Furthermore, this city is already considered the biggest gain. The engravings, various mysterious symbols and lines carved on the building must be the technology used by that prehistoric civilization. If it can be studied, it will be of great benefit. Excited, one after another Australian Foundation members wandered down. One of the captains who acted first was very fast, but slipped nearly 100 meters away in a few minutes. Why is it so deep? And there are messy 5-toed radial footprints everywhere on the well wall. Could it be that it was what the ISI people did? He muttered and looked down carefully, using the bright flashlight on his forehead to illuminate, trying to widen his eyes. After changing a few angles, we can vaguely see some peculiar buildings, like tall windowless pillars or towers. How about it? Hearing the question from above, the captain couldn't restrain his excitement, raised his head and responded loudly, "It seems like an underground city below." Hearing this, the people above were trembling with excitement. Buy one get one free. The person above immediately used the wireless communication device to report information to the headquarters of the National Foundation. At this moment, the captain who had just revealed the good news suddenly saw something that seemed to disappear from the tower. What? He was startled, and quickly looked carefully. However, I didn't see anything. Immediately afterwards, some team members also landed to this height. 7 or 8 bright flashlights were irradiated together, and there were more places to see. The tower and windowless pillars that the captain saw just now are just the tip of the iceberg, and a large area is a black city composed of large basalt towers. The architectural style is completely inconsistent with the Niket city just seen, it is purely two forms. The captain of the Australia Foundation and the team members dropped to the ground cautiously, untied the rope tied around their waist, and then dispersed, hoping to observe more. For some reason, the surrounding air is cold, and it is obviously a deep underground space, but there is a breeze blowing from time to time. No one knows where these winds come from. What they don't know is that in this ancient city where no one has visited for tens of millions of years, with the arrival of human beings, some terrible creatures sleeping here have been awakened. In the vast darkness, strips of amorphous software like coral insects crawled out of some holes quietly. Even without wings, they can easily float in the air. On the ugly body, there were dozens of eyes and tentacles. But those eyes didn't turn in a daze, as if they had lost their eyesight. The people of the Foundation did not notice that the strange creatures floating in the darkness were getting closer and closer to the group of people. Even if they lose their eyesight, they have their own means of positioning. Maybe you think the darkness is quite infiltrating, and one of the team members asked in a low voice, "Captain, do you feel so cold? There is a strange smell." "You say that, it does have a strange smell." Others followed suit. "Okay, don't talk nonsense, Our purpose is to find out the general situation of this place." The man as the captain frowned and interrupted. "The ancient cities handed down from the ancient times, no matter how precious they are. If they can find one or two good things, they will be credited for a great deal." Under the reprimand, the team members hurriedly closed their mouths and carefully checked the surrounding situation. At this time, hiss, as if the whistle of 363 whistles suddenly sounded all around. What? It was like the sound of a certain creature, and everyone suddenly became tight, and immediately reacted and gathered in a circle like an enemy. However, under the strong light of the flashlight, there was nothing around. They overlooked one place, and that is heaven. In the invisible darkness, 4 or 5 amorphous soft creatures looked down at the group of people below. They control the air and fly freely. The cold sweat slipped from the forehead, and the Foundation team swallowed their saliva, holding the firearms that were ready to fire when the insurance was opened, and faced the unknown danger with fear. The scream of a whistle resembled a signal, and then there were screams coming from afar, as if calling a companion. The screaming sound echoed throughout the underground city, spreading to infinite distances. The scalp of a group of people was numb. The most dangerous thing was that they didn't even dare to put out the light on their heads. They pressed their fingers on the trigger and were extremely concentrated. "Can't go on like this. Let's go back." The captain kept calm and ordered everyone to move slowly toward the rope. In an unknown place, they don't want to stay to see the ancient creatures that may exist. Chapter 97. Before the group of people walked 10 meters away, suddenly the man who was the captain heard a scream of fear from a player in his ear. He turned his head abruptly, and was shocked to find that several disgusting and slippery tentacles were falling from the sky, entangled the body of the team members and pulled them away. As soon as his scalp exploded, he shouted instinctively and looked up along his tentacles. "They are in the sky." Everyone suddenly reacted and looked up together. The appearance of the tentacle owner was immediately exposed to everyone's eyes, and the hapless player was entangled in the tentacles and sent directly into his mouth. The cry of fierce yaw stopped. Only the blood and minced meat from the crushed pieces fell, hitting everyone's faces, blurring their vision. It was the captain who reacted first. He held the automatic rifle and directly pressed the trigger. Da-da-da! The spitting fire snake ignited instantly. But the bullet hits the monster with little effect. You can see the bullet stuck in the skin of the slippery, and gradually push out as the monster's body creeps until it falls. All the faces were pale. They were not gifted by prehistoric civilization, unlike the stun gun developed by the Dragon Kingdom Foundation, which can cause harm to mythical creatures. I can only vent modern weapons and keep shooting that monster. Probably irritated by the slight pain, after the monster swallowed the unlucky egg, his body suddenly disappeared in full view. Invisible. It will be invisible. There was a chill in everyone's body, which was difficult to deal with, but what would happen to the other party's invisibility? There is no help. Wait for death. Most people might think this way, and if you are really in it, you will fight for every opportunity to live. Everyone. Run over. The one who can walk is one, and the one who escapes will report the situation to the person above. The Foundation captain rushed to the rope with a big drink, and didn't care about shooting monsters. This is no way. What is the use of not hurting the monster? Instead of doing nothing, it is better to pin your life on illusory luck. What if you are lucky enough to escape? It's not that there is no possibility. It is a pity that they are not prepared to rush into the territory of mythical creatures, and they are doomed to end. The bodies of the amorphous creatures floating around slowly appear and disappear, allowing the tiny human beings to pull the rope and climb up frantically. After a few seconds, the tentacles will be swept over someone and eaten. Listening to the gunshots and shouts of fear and pain from time to time in the ear, the captain's heart raised his throat. Don't be my turn. Don't be my turn. With a fortunate mentality, he actually climbed to the shaft passage with the 3 companions around him. However, before he continued to exert his force, a strong wind blew from the side, even with an unpleasant stench. In the next moment, severe pain came from the lower body. What? With a painful scream, he looked down. The flesh and blood under his thigh was stripped by unknown means, only Bai Sensen's leg bones were exposed, with blood dripping down. The severe pain made him almost unable to hold the rope, so he gritted his teeth so hard that he didn't fall off. The fear of being about to die and even suppressing the pain, he was just about to continue working hard when another strong wind blew. When the invisible wind blows, there is only one cold bone left on the rope. Above the well. How about the following? Everyone in Australia patiently waited for news from below at any time. But there was no sound. Perhaps I didn't hear it. No one is thinking in a bad direction. If there is danger, why the Serpent's Hand organization should set up its headquarters here. Whatever you are afraid of, this sentence applies wherever you put it. The crowd chatted lightly, thinking that nothing happened next. Unexpectedly, a screaming scream suddenly spread from below the shaft. It's ours. Someone's expression changed, and he hurriedly moved away from Chingqing. The others immediately held their weapons and aimed them down, ready to pull the trigger at all times. Xiao Ruobing, who was investigating with a telescope, saw the abnormal movement here, and immediately shouted to the companion behind him, "It seems that something has happened." "Where and where? What's the matter?" Zhang Lan picked up the binoculars and looked at it first. It was discovered that the group of people from the SCP Foundation had loaded their guns, aiming at the shaft as if they were facing an enemy. Zhang Lan snorted, "Even if an accident happens, it deserves it. Whoever makes these people too disgusting, they say that they share the joys and sorrows. Good guys, share the dangers together, but they are the first to see the benefits, and also isolate them. Where is such a person?" Xiao Ruobing remained silent, carefully observing the distance, not letting go of any detail. Through the lens, the Australian Foundation and others in the distance suddenly fired at the shaft for some reason, and many people fled out in panic. With her gaze fixed, she said loudly, "Attention everyone, prepare to fight." What did they see? After a few seconds, the doubt was answered. From that solid well, Xiao Ruobing watched with his own eyes a few terrifying amorphous monsters rushing out, and all disappeared as they rushed out of the shaft. At the same time, the screaming sound like a whistle suddenly sounded. Invisible? She thought of this ability for the first time. I could see the ground on the Australian Foundation side, and 5-toed radial footprints appeared out of thin air. If you insist on describing it, it is probably similar to a plum blossom-shaped footprint. They can't see their figures from all around, but they can barely grasp the approximate location of the monsters through their footprints and screams. Wrong, good king is good. More than one ability is invisible. Xiao Ruobing's horrified discovery, along with the appearance of intangibles, gradually storms appeared in Naket City. Those who were blown by the storm were stripped of their flesh and blood without any resistance, leaving only a chilling bone, which was intact and could be sent directly to the medical school as a specimen. It's weird. It's weird. The people of the Australian Foundation didn't even have time to use the shelter, and they were all buried in the storm. Retreat. Before Xiao Ruobing could speak, his companions had already wisely chosen to escape. Don't you run and wait to die? Fortunately, their group was some distance away from the center of the accident and would not be affected by the storm. Unfortunately, as soon as he entered the tunnel, a storm swept in and destroyed the tunnel leading to the ground. Xiao Ruobing and his party were immediately buried in the mud. Chapter 98. Everyone, are you okay? Through the tiny gap, Xiao Ruobing asked his companion. Should I say good luck? There is also a relationship that is only mud. Only 4 or 5 people suffered serious injuries, and none of them died. What shall we do next? Zhang Lan gritted his teeth and pulled out his thigh from the soil. You can't wait until the person above finds something wrong before you come to us. Waiting to be rescued on the way, I am afraid they will also become medical school specimens. I heard the screaming noise from the outside world one after another, passing by from time to time. Everyone understood that those monsters did not intend to let everyone go. Don't worry, we have containment objects and mythological statues. We have a chance to escape. Xiao Ruobing took the second piece of SCP-427 from his pocket and handed it to the injured people. Although this thing is not effective for Wang Li, it is still very effective for others. As for fighting against mythological creatures, it is impossible. Only fools will go to die. Just now I saw the number of constantly drilling out, at least more than 20. There may be more than 363 plus the ability of invisibility and storm. It doesn't matter whether you can escape or not, let alone kill them. While several injured people used SCP-427 to recover their injuries, Xiao Ruobing continued to take out 3 mythical statues from his pockets. Since the main target this time is the Snake Hand organization, the containment items carried are all products that are effective against humans. Who knows that the script is not right, but in the end it faces a group of mythical creatures. This is the shortcoming of the containment items, which can only be effective on a certain type, and has great limitations. Fortunately, the mythical statue is still carried. If you use the black goat cubs summoned last time and use the remaining 2 statues, you might be able to escape. Holding the black goat infant statue that was split in 2/3, Xiao Ruobing changed his hands and gave the other 2 statues to Zhonglan and Li Kai. She is simply unable to summon 3 mythical creatures alone, and being able to summon 1 is the limit, which is also the upper limit of most people's magic power. Let the rest of the team dig through the blocked passage. Xiao Ruobing quickly chanted the incantation while listening to the increasingly sharp whistle. From the sources of darkness to the abyss of the stars, from the abyss of the stars to the sources of darkness, it will always be praise to the great Thulhu, praise to Satagwa, and to the unspeakable name of him. Compliments. Always praise them, full of black goats of the forest. Magna Mater. Ah! Gofnhupach Shubnigurath. The goat that has bred thousands of offspring. To be reasonable, if you want to summon the black goat pups, you must meet the conditions of the moonlit night and the shadow of the dense forest, but the statue omits all the links. Outside, just as an intangible object named Fei Tian Shui daughter-in-law flew across the passage, and the storm moved the soil. Suddenly, a huge black fleshy creature with the crown of a tree emerged from the shadows, opened the blocked passage, and appeared behind everyone. As soon as the black goat pups appeared, the statue on Xiao Ruobing's hand completely collapsed. At the same time, Erni, who was holding the other 2 statues, almost finished chanting the mantra back and forth. Suddenly, weird creatures with octopus heads and wings on their backs, as well as uncertain creatures holding flutes that resemble frogs and squids or octopuses appeared next to the black goat. When they were summoned, their names were also engraved into their minds. Star Clan of Thulhu, Servant of Outer Gods. As an independent race that doesn't believe in any gods, the Fei Tian Shui daughter-in-law saw the 3 mythological creatures and went over without saying a word. As Ifei had said hello in advance, everyone closed their eyes and did not dare to witness the body of the mythical creature. As the black goat cub crashed into the Fei Tian Shui daughter-in-law, the other 2 mythical creatures also squirmed past. The clan of the stars who resembled the god Thulhu flew up, relying on intuition, directly used claws and tentacles to touch the tentacles that suddenly appeared somewhere, biting each other. Xiao Ruobing didn't expect the 3 of them to fight a group, as long as they created a chance for everyone to escape. Worshipping the blessing of the huge size of the young black goat, where it rushed through, the blocked passage was directly washed away, exposing a pitch-black hole just large enough for 1 person to pass through. Noting that the servant of the foreign god raised the flute in his hand, Zhonglan hurriedly shouted, "Go! This guy plays the flute, but it doesn't matter whether we are the enemy or the enemy. If you can control your eyes to see, can your ears be blocked and you can't hear? That's not realistic." Urge her companions to leave, she stayed till the end. After all, the person who uses the statue to summon the mythical creature can slightly resist the abnormal state it brings. Xiao Ruobing didn't say anything, and the penultimate rushed towards the passage leading to the ground. Then Zhonglan immediately followed suit. 2 Fei Tian Shui daughter-in-laws wanted to follow, and as the servants of the foreign gods played their flutes, they suddenly became irritable, and they couldn't care about chasing people, and they all surrounded them. Pulling hatred is simply full value. While playing noisy, maddening sorrows, the servants of the foreign gods chanted mantras. At any rate, it is the existence of serving foreign gods, each of them knows 1 to 8 spells, and they are especially good at summoning, controlling, and calling spells, including Fei Tian Shui's dominance. Zhang Yan's luck was pretty good. Although the servants of the outer gods she summoned didn't know the spells governing the flying hydra, they used spells with more obvious effects. The poison of the children of hell. Derived from the knowledge given by the deity to his followers, a cloud of golden dust suddenly spilled out of the void, covering all the invisible things that rushed over. Adha! 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 As if concentrated sulfuric acid was poured on the human body, the Feishan Shui daughter-in-laws who had been contaminated with dust gave out shrill screams to reveal themselves. The 4 or 5 Feishan Shui daughters-in-law who were scattered immediately retreated, and they moved their tentacles away from the dust. Its body in contact with the dust seemed to be corroded by strong acid, emitting smoke and burning, oozing disgusting mucus, and was frightened not to approach it again. After being scattered by this thing, only the most fearsome creatures can continue to fight, commonly known as no brains. Anyone who has a bit of intelligence will not head on. Obviously, the Feishan Shui daughter-in-law has wisdom, otherwise hundreds of millions of years ago would not hide in the ground, and they would eventually destroy the city and existence of the ISI people. Chapter 99. In the battle where a spell directly scrapped 4 or 5 Fei Tian Shui daughters-in-law, the servant of the outer god was not strong in combat, but the interference ability was still quite good. Taking this opportunity, the black goat cubs have entangled the 2 flying daughters-in-law with 4 thick tentacles, and frantically beat them to the ground, causing a frenzied explosion. As one of the 3 pillar gods, the black goat that gave birth to thousands of descendants, was a family created by Shabu Nicholas himself. The fighting power of these infants is extremely powerful, which is a few grades higher than ordinary mythical creatures. The only shortcoming is that it is not very intelligent, and it is quite different from other creatures. But this is also normal. If you have powerful force while possessing superb wisdom, it would be too abnormal a little bit. The star family uses the Lalei fog-making technique by the chicken thief, which confuses the sight. As the light mist gradually enveloped the neighborhood, it gradually became thicker and thicker. Feishan Shui daughter-in-law seems to have lost their goal. They do not need to rely on sight to lock their prey, but these mists are more hidden and can interfere with biological sensing capabilities. However, this is only a postponement, it can be delayed for a period of time. To put it bluntly, this is the base camp of others. The ghost knows how many flying polyps are in the underground city hidden under the shaft. With only the servant race of the 3 gods, it is less than 1% that it is possible to stop them completely. This is why Xiao Ruobing and his party didn't stay and fight side by side, and instead fled without looking back. Just kidding, dozens of hundreds of mythical creatures, and they are not the kind of deep divers with weak talent skills. As soon as the storm blew over and died on the spot, who could withstand it? Sure enough, after the first few minutes, it has the upper hand. As the Feishan Shui daughter-in-law drilled out of the shaft became shorter and shorter, the number even exceeded 100. The 3 summoned monsters could no longer resist. The black goat cubs are relatively good and big enough, even if the situation is the worst, they will not die for a while. The worst are the other 2. The family of the stars is a bit better. At any rate, it is a race that followed the great Thulhu, fought the ancients in the ancient times, and even defeated the ancients. Round fighting ability is only slightly worse than that of black goat juveniles. And with the blessing of Thulhu's mythological incantations, they are immortal. The servants of the outer gods are very miserable. Their special ability is to break the sound and bad music. The inharmonious sounds played by these creatures will have a negative impact on human beings. People whose minds are captured by these music will also become servants, their minds and bodies will be destroyed forever, and they can only dance with the harmony of the outer gods. Therefore, it was called the orchestra of the 3 major evil gods. But it is really a turn to confront other mythical creatures, that is simply abused. The indefinite wriggling body was surrounded and bitten by Feishan Shui daughter-in-laws. The battle between mythological creatures is very bloody and ancient. The storm they summoned has not stopped, and the 3 summoned objects were strangling howling. Continuously broken tentacles fell on the ground, and they struggled and squirmed, as if they were about to split and grow again. Where can the servants of foreign gods bear this kind of grievance? It has always been summoned to assist the summoned dark existence or deity. Now he is surrounded and beaten by a group of evil creatures. As a result, the servants of the foreign gods who were not strong in combat used the skills that they couldn't beat. Summon the gods to come. Under the bite of Fei Shui daughter-in-law, the servant of the foreign god screamed, and the flute in his hand exudes dreamy brilliance. With its own ability, it communicates with the deities served outside the infinite space-time dimension. Generally using this ability, what can be summoned is usually a great existence related to serving the deity. It seemed to be a complaint to the parents, and then the elder brother, sister, uncle, and uncle might come out to beat someone when they heard it. Of course, the status of the servants of foreign gods is not that high, and the probability of whether great unknown persons will appear is not 100%. But it is definitely more likely than humans to use magic skills. The most important thing is that the closest existence can hear the call more clearly and give a response. Its filthy and distorted appearance was constantly torn apart by its tentacles and its slippery skin, and then frantically avoided the attack from Fei Shui daughter-in-law. After all, the enemy also has a brain, bullying and fearing hardship. The black goat cubs and the clan of the stars are not easy to do, of course they catch the weakest. 0. Look for flowers. The dust spell just now scared the Fei Shui daughter-in-law, and seeing that this guy was doing a ghost again, he immediately went to vainly tried to interrupt the casting. After summoning 3 statues of evil gods, the 3 teams of the Dragon Kingdom hurriedly fled towards the ground in embarrassment. This incident has exceeded the scope of their processing capabilities. If they remain there, they will be able to enjoy the scenes of hundreds of flying hydra swarms dancing wildly. Most of them glanced back, and there was no sound from the dark passage. Hi! Hi! Did we really escape? Someone gasped in disbelief. At this point, Zhang Lan swallowed hard and replied, "It's true. Everyone has a feeling of being left behind." Even after confirming the authenticity, he didn't dare to stop running, because there seemed to be a slight movement behind him. They don't know, this is because the Fei Shui daughters all appeared in the dungeons of the dungeon, and at the same time used the ability combination to expand the power and scope of the impact. A single Fei Shui daughter-in-law may be difficult to deal with, but they have undeniable weaknesses. For example, whistle and footprint, even if invisible, there are ways to find out the location. But once their numbers reach a terrible level, that is the real disaster. Fei Shui daughter-in-law can guide a storm with her companions, and all participating members can provide a wind speed of half a mile per hour for the storm. This storm is regional and can expand to as much as 10 square miles. If the number reaches tens of thousands, the mighty force will show unimaginable horror. Their storms have the ability to hold themselves, and they can also dry the victim's skin and flesh in a short period of time until it falls off. Think about it a little bit, if there is such a group of creatures that can control wind-limited natural disasters, flying around the world, it is really a disaster comparable to the end of the day. Fortunately, after hundreds of millions of years of degradation, this creature is on the verge of extinction, and it hates light and loves the underground. After taking over the status of the Islamic, staying in his own basalt city from ancient times to the present, has not been discovered. Of Chapter 100. In fact, it is placed on the stone tablet in the center of the library, which records the information of the Yi's people about the Fei Shui daughter-in-law. It's just that the complete inscription is a confession to others not to try to open the existence under the solid well. The latter part was broken by the people of the Serpent's Hand organization, so the remaining section only contains information about what is hidden under the shaft. To put it simply, the people of the Foundation were deceived. This is the gift left to them by the Serpent's Hand organization. How could those people be willing to keep a good Niket city? They must do some tricks, otherwise they would not be in line with their status at all. As for being so obvious, why don't you try to cover it up? I'm not afraid of being treated as a trap. These issues were never considered by the Snake Hand leader. As long as those people want to develop this city, 363 will definitely open the Devil's Abyss and release Fei Shui daughter-in-law. As for the Foundation, will all the unknowns be opened? The other party did not worry about this problem, and could get a bequest from a prehistoric civilization, and no one could resist the temptation. Even if you pay a certain price, you must get what you leave behind. This kind of thing can be thought of with a little thought. Hurry up, don't dawdle. I am worried that things are not that simple. Seeing that the players heard the faint movement and tended to slow down and look back, Xiao Ruobing immediately reprimanded. Be cautious when coming down, and you can move slowly. When it was the turn to escape, one was faster than the other. In less than 10 minutes, everyone saw the bright passage leading to the ground, and at the same time, the movement behind was getting louder and louder. The surrounding walls were shaking and shaking, as if this area was about to collapse. As soon as everyone rushed out of the passage, the vibration reached its highest limit. Run! Get out of here! The first person to rush out of the tunnel didn't care to explain, and immediately shouted at the crowd outside. At this moment, under the ground, thousands of flying daughters-in-law floated in the ruins of Niket City, and those lines that had not lost their effect were eroded by the storm and no longer flickered. The black goat cub was surrounded by Fei Tianshui daughter-in-law, and only the occasional trampling vibrations could indicate that it was still alive. When the star family was dying, they were engulfed by the invisible void that conveyed the sound of the waves. The sequelae caused by the gathering of many mythical creatures in a pile is the gradual escalation of the storm, the whistling boulders rolling around, destroying all the surrounding environment. Mud and stones fell continuously from the ceiling of the cave, and the ground and walls began to crack and were severely damaged by the storm. After experiencing such a long time of erosion, the surrounding pillars were overwhelmed, and then encountering a scene comparable to a Category 10 hurricane was like the last straw that overwhelmed a camel. The rumbling vibration was transmitted to the ground from the bottom of the ground, and the ground overturned directly. The awakened flying hydra vows to kill all invaders. They flew up along the cracked gap, and a large number of Feishan Shui daughter-in-law broke through the soil hard. The tentacles that constantly appeared and disappeared on his body made a lot of effort in this situation, and easily opened the passage to the ground. It might be simpler if it is replaced by the burrowing monster. The few Feishan Shui daughter-in-laws left behind grabbed the foreign servants and black goat cubs who had almost lost the ability to resist, and kept flying high in the sky, absorbing their vitality. No way, 3 pairs of a group, it's weird if you can beat it. What's more, there are people who are proficient in magic in the Feishan Shui daughter-in-law, even if they don't believe in any gods, they belong to an independent race. The desert above the ground perceived that something is wrong, coupled with the shouts of the people from the Dragon Kingdom Foundation. The people outside have not had time to ask where the others are. A terrible crack suddenly appeared on the ground, separating the crowd from the armored vehicle, and a violent gust of wind leaked from the crack. Some hapless guys came into contact with the storm, and saw that their figures suddenly stopped, moving with difficulty, but they could only move slowly, as if they had suffered a hold-in technique. After only 10 seconds, the flesh and blood on his body dried and evaporated, leaving behind a sentence of Bai Sensen's skeleton. Seeing this scene, the others were all dead, and there was no thought to ask Xiao Ruobing and his party about the situation below. There must have been an accident. Everyone drove to the outside and ran away. The earth cracked like a spider web, and some unlucky eggs fell directly into the cracked abyss. The helicopters had to stay away from the howling storm and quickly reported the situation here. Suddenly, none of these people knew what happened. Except for scenes of natural disasters like earthquakes, there were also weird storms, and none of the enemies saw them. Team Xiao, what is going on? Seeing that my family ran out like crazy, the people who responded outside followed and hurried to inquire about the situation. Now is not the time to talk about this. I can only say that the people in Australia have caused trouble. They have dug up the nests of mythological creatures. We will talk about the details when we escape. What? Hearing this, the people outside were shocked, and then the scalp became numb. What does the nest of mythical creatures represent? In fact, every mythical creature is strictly counted as an SCP item, but there are too many, and it becomes an organizational system, so it is separately included in another file. But, didn't you see anything? The respondent was puzzled. They will be invisible. As soon as the voice fell, there was a sudden movement in the sky. Suddenly, a flying helicopter could not move. The driver hurriedly adjusted the instrument and found that there was no abnormality. He couldn't help but wonder, how to get back? 5.8 Before the question was spoken, a huge monster suddenly appeared in the front field of vision. I don't know when, it wraps around the whole body, and its body crawls to fit the helicopter skin. Then the pilot and the people inside immediately discovered that the outer shell metal of the helicopter was being eroded at an extremely fast rate. Not only this helicopter, but 7 or 8 helicopters are surrounded by monsters that constantly change shapes. These creatures are invisible and can't figure out where they are. Only plum blossom-shaped footprints can be found on the ground. Dozens, hundreds, thousands. Their speed is terrifying, and the first target is the iron knot flying in the sky. Fortunately, Xiao Ruobing immediately reported the situation to the people above to make up his mind. Chapter 101 Wang Li came suddenly. Video conference between Longguo and Australia United Foundation. Using military satellites to see what happened in the western desert of Australia, the faces of both parties who learned the specific news from Xiao Ruobing were very ugly. Who knows how to stab such a thing out of the Snake Hand headquarters? Immediately carry out fire coverage. One of the main commanders immediately ordered. After seeing the dry and strange scenes, everyone had a consensus that these creatures must be buried underground again. Because the frightened Fishan Shui daughters-in-law have a tendency to sweep along the desert from west to east. Although Australia is big enough, most areas are still uninhabited. The population is concentrated in the east, and there is no loss for the time being. But once they come to the human city, where the storm swept through, I'm afraid there will be no survivors. Therefore, the people of the Australian Foundation are more anxious than Longguo. In order to prevent the flying hydras from spreading as quickly as possible, the people present received orders not to flee and stop them. This order is tantamount to sending people to death. The complexion of the people at the scene changed slightly. Now that they joined the special team of the Foundation, they all had the consciousness of death. After escaping from the ground crack range, the 08 weapon was immediately taken out to counterattack. Including small missiles in the distance, the bombing was carried out immediately. These were originally used to deal with the firepower of the Serpent's Hand organization, but now they are used to deal with mythical creatures. After receiving the order, Xiao Ruobing, who had just taken out the remodeled stun gun to attract the attention of Fei Tianshui daughter-in-law, was pushed aside by Zhang Lan, who was swift and fast. "Captain, be careful." Her eyes went dark, and she found a heavy object hitting this side in the sky. Boom! The heavy object fell to the ground and raised a lot of dust. Ahem, this is the servant of the foreign god. Climbing out of the dust, Zhang Lan watched as many Foundation members followed the footprints that appeared on the ground to predict the location of the monster and attack. She turned her gaze to the terrifying creature that fell in front of her. It was the existence she had summoned. In front of him, the servant of the foreign god whose vitality was about to drain was making weird syllables, and the squirming body made sounds faster and faster. Xiao Ruobing said solemnly, "What is it doing?" "I don't know." Zhang Lan looked dumbfounded. "You know the mantras you want to call it and send it away, but who understands this guy who is chanting it?" Xiao Ruobing didn't pay much attention to his brows, and his inspiration did not give a warning of danger. She held a stun gun and shot at a manifested Fishan Shui daughter-in-law. Lightning bullets hit easily, which is different from the ineffective damage given by human thermal weapons. This time the bullet was directly and deeply embedded in its body surface, tearing apart a large trace. The monster screamed, and his attention immediately shifted to this side. The two women were holding stun guns, and they were extremely focused on the flying hydra. As it rushed invisibly, the second woman pressed the trigger. Groups of lightning-like bullets flew out, smashing the head of the monster directly. Perceiving the abnormality here, there are 3 or 4 flying locusts approaching. At this moment, the strange mantra of the servant of the foreign god was finished. Singing for more than 10 minutes, in order to communicate to the great existence, it did its best. The moment the spell disappeared, a dimension spanning time and space lay across here. Some great deity will come here. The Magic City Cafe thousands of miles away. Pour golden mead to Naya who hadn't seen for 3 days, Wang Li asked curiously. "I said, where have you been these days?" "Well, Sir is very concerned. The Cheongsam girl sat sideways at the bar with her legs folded, took the wine glass, and stared at the shopkeeper who was playing mobile games with her black blood pupils. A little. Knowing that the other party is not easy, Wang Li is of course curious about where this guy is going and what he has done. A smile appeared at the corner of Naya's mouth, and she gently turned the tab with her fingers. Her appearance is enough to make the heterosexual desire of young girls unable to stop. Well, it's a walk around this planet, and by the way, I gave someone something. Gave something? Wang Li couldn't help being speechless. Did you bring me a gift? After drinking the mead, Naya put his chin on one hand and said, of course there is, but this time the gift has to be exchanged for something. His. Really? Wang Li was surprised. It's not in vain. Under his gaze, the Cheongsam girl came to the bookshelf area, pulled out a book, and returned to the bar. This is what I want. Wang Li glanced at the book on the bar, the Book of Asithos? Okay, it doesn't matter if you take it away. He had read the book a long time ago, so the question of whether to keep it or not is not a big issue. After confirming the conditions, his mind became alive. What about the gift? We have to wait for a while. White Wolf with an empty glove. Unexpectedly, you too badly learned. Wang Li was quite embarrassed. Just when he wanted to talk to Naya about the importance of honesty and the heartfelt words that can be mixed to fulfill his promises, a vague voice of prayer suddenly rang in his ears. Compared with the usual irritating and sleepless noises, this time seems to be different. He frowned and listened carefully. He could only hear the looming prayer of 367, what the hell, promise. The words were not finished. A burst of power from the boundless time and space greeted his existence and took him away from the shop. Naya's face changed slightly, and she looked up at the ceiling. There, dreamy bubbles suddenly rose up. The breath of the ancient evil god suddenly rippled across the room, which was divided into another dimension and no longer belonged to this world. Lilith, who was hiding in the corner, did not dare to look there, squatting shivering. Naya opened her mouth, took off the disguise of human beings, and communicated with bubbles and whispers that belonged to an indescribable person. With the disappearance of Wang Li, this area has gradually become alienated. Invisible tentacles crawled out of the bookshelves in every corner one after another. Lilith was afraid to find that 7 or 8 tentacles slipped past the skirt of the maid. But the change only lasted less than 10 seconds. Because the ceiling becomes blurred, a mirror surface appears there, forming a visible image, just like a magic mirror. The mirror image shows a desolate desert with countless cracks and sores all over the surface. Countless monsters flying in the sky, accompanied by gun smoke and artillery fire, constantly rising or neighing. And Wang Li, who disappeared, is right in the center of this scene at the moment. Chapter 102. No, where am I now? At this moment, Wang Li is a little confused. Looking at the scene like apocalypse, the cracked ground and the broken gullies. The yellow sand is full, and countless monsters are flying in the sky, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Occasionally, a shell hit a flying monster, and it only broke a little, and it returned to normal after a slight wriggling. Is this the gift from Nia? It's really a lot of thought. After a full half a minute, he didn't react until there was a sound that seemed familiar. Xiao Ruobing opened his eyes and looked at the man in front of him. Are you, the cafe owner? When picking up SCP-953, she had a relationship with Wang Li, and she was particularly impressed with him. So, just seeing the side face, he recognized it at a glance. Hi! Surprised that someone knew him, Wang Li turned around and caught a glimpse of the dusty second daughter. It's you. Obviously, he recognized Xiao Ruobing as one of them. The temperament and appearance of the main opponent is very outstanding, and it is unforgettable to see it once. Are you here to help us? Seeing him, Xiao Ruobing suddenly gave birth to hope. Wang Li didn't know what to say for a while. I was in the Magic City Cafe last second, so how come I was sent to the desert in the next second? And look at the scene in front of me. Oh, good fellow, at least thousands of flying daughters-in-law. Others can't recognize what is flying in the sky, he can recognize it at a glance. This mythical creature that came to the Earth hundreds of millions of years ago can be said to have fought against several races. Repeated defeats and fights, not discouraged. If I can't beat you, I will also kill you. It still lives underground, although the number is not as good as the original grand occasion, but it is not what humans can resist now. The main human beings who want to use the containment are very expensive and the risks are also great. Powerful containment objects generally have self-will, and self-will, to some extent, do not like being used by weak humans. There are also powerful containment objects that do not possess will or thought, but unfortunately their power is usually reflected in protection. For example, SCP-2000, mechanical surgery, for the doomsday natural disasters. It is a civilized containment item. Even if all human beings become extinct, as long as it is activated, it will take 20 years to return to its original state. How can I say it? I'm actually not very clear. Just about to explain to this female soldier, 3 or 4 Fei Tianshui daughter-in-laws in the distance just came with the dreary gust of wind. Obviously it is a very dangerous situation. Wang Li found that there was no fluctuation in his heart. Since he knew that the spells he knew were true and tried several times, he found that he had changed a little. It's like being resuscitated, so it might not be right to say that. A little bit more accurate analogy, there is a feeling of a small hole in the film being punctured. Just like now. Facing the few Fei Tianshui daughters-in-law who rushed over, he subconsciously flashed the spell of elemental control in his heart. The next moment, the raging hurricane suddenly became a room, as if time and space were interrupted by some existence. The biting storm seemed to be under control, and the terrifying storm that reached at least the 10th level gradually shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hey, how am I so fierce? Wang Li felt a little regretful. To be honest, when he came here to see this scene, his scalp was numb, and he didn't know what to do. Even if there are more than 500 kinds of spells in my mind, some spells require horrible mana values and will continue to be drawn, and some require rituals and long preparations. For example, he is now using elemental control. It can alleviate or worsen the weather, and can be cast by a large group of people to achieve greater meteorological effects. If you use data to explain, it is probably 10 mana points for every animal, one level of change can be achieved, and the effect of a 12-level typhoon can be achieved at most. But every time you change a file, you need at least 3 minutes of singing time. And the average mana value of a normal person is at most 10 points. Therefore, normal people will blow a breeze at most, and then they will wither. Even if it is displayed, it should be effective if hundreds or thousands of people use it together. But now, staring at the horrific result of directly turning the storm around by himself, Wang Li couldn't help but fall into contemplation. I didn't read the mantra, and didn't feel the sense of collapse of being drawn a lot of magic power. Is this his gold finger? Massive magic power plus high-speed god words X equals humanoid self-propelled forbidden curse master? But why didn't I succeed in using the magical magic before, whether Kitugya invited the magical magic or Asithos invited the magical magic? Could it be that he doesn't have the talent or luck in this area? The deity's response also depends on whether the other person is in a good mood. It may happen that others are in a bad mood when summoned. Is this reasonable? Well, it's reasonable. I don't know what Wang Li is thinking at the moment, but Xiao Ruobing and Zhang Lan are stunned anyway. This is too exaggerated, right? He didn't see any special actions, and the storm that struck turned into a breeze touching his face. The 4 or 5 Fei Tianshui daughter-in-laws were dissatisfied, and issued a boiling screaming whistle, flying towards this side, and the tentacles that kept dissolving on their bodies waved wildly. The 2 women who had seen how they grabbed their companions and then absorbed the air dried did not have much fear at the moment, and there was a big boss in front. Interrupted by the screaming sound, Wang Li was speechless. Good King Zhao. In order to confirm the guess at the bottom of his heart, he continued the spell controlled by the elements to further change it. This spell can not only control the storm, rain, and snow can also change, but also has other matching spells. Wang Li, who turned the storm, just moved his mind, skipping the steps that needed to be changed, and the sky was clouded in an instant, and the world changed color. The rolling thunder light flowed in it, making a dull explosion. The pouring rain poured down, mixed with ice to watch the rain and snow. Looking with the naked eye, you can't even see the end of the scope of influence. Normal use of spells, the range is generally limited to 2 miles, more people and fewer people only affect the quality. Therefore, Wang Li couldn't help being surprised secretly, he just wanted to try how much mana he could squander, who knew the situation was so terrible. No, am I so embarrassed? Here. Chapter 103. There is no doubt that Wang Li realized that something was wrong. But looking around, no one can answer this question. Maybe Naya knows something about this, he can't wait to go back and ask the second-degree sick girl. No wonder that guy always sends some books over, don't have any plots. Wang Li has already started to make up for Naya, maybe in the next big game, in which he is very important. Otherwise, why does he say any request, the other party will give satisfaction. I want to read books and collect strange things. She sent a lot of rare ancient books, and at least 1/3 of the bookshelf area was given by this guy. If you want a waiter, it will be delivered the next day. It is very conceivable that 2 people who are not relatives and unfamiliar can do this without any conditions. Determined, Wang Li intends to go back to find her. But before that, it's better to solve the immediate problems first. Although it is not clear why Xiao Ruobing appeared here, seeing that their lives are in danger, they will not let go. Mainly, he is also interested in Feishan Shui daughter-in-law. This thing has only been read in books, and has never been seen in reality. Seeing 4 or 5 flying hydras approaching, the storm brought by the opponent was easily and forcefully dominated. Its 367 aggression speed is unmatched by the opponent. The torrential rain condensed at an amazing speed, and the dry and cracked soil regained the breath of the earth. 4 or 5 Feishan Shui daughter-in-laws were directly bound by the current of water condensed into a string, and their entire bodies were also stuck in the rising soil shackles. Get it done! Wang Li clapped his hands in satisfaction and quickly accepted the status quo. Zhang Lan stared with a pair of eyes, her mouth wide open, and she didn't realize it at all. It was extremely difficult for them to deal with, and they had to kill a mythical creature with difficulty in life and death, so it was simply caught alive. Looking at the Feishan Shui daughters-in-law who were intactly restrained, their brains couldn't turn around for a while. Wang Li is very satisfied. Although he came here inexplicably, he has gained a lot. It would be nice to take Feishan Shui daughter-in-law back to raise it. The ugliness is a bit ugly, and it is a rare collection. Wang Li, who has a collection addiction, will never let it go. Looking at the rest of the sky, the Feishan Shui daughter-in-law, who was constantly flying and preying on humans, he asked, "Are you here to do the task?" Xiao Ruobing hesitated for a moment and nodded gently, "I-fi." It seems that the task is not going well. She smiled bitterly at it, not only was it not going well, and it was a mess of failure. Wang Li didn't ask any more questions. Through observation, it seemed that there were no reinforcements around him. Where is this place? Xiao Ruobing was a little surprised, resisting doubt, and replied, "Western Australia. What am I special? In the blink of an eye, I came to Western Australia from the Dragon Country Demon, and the jumping distance was a little too far. Could it be that the guy sent me here on purpose?" Wang Li has reason to suspect, after all, Naya is too mysterious, and he said to give you a gift, it is difficult not to let people think about it. From beginning to end, he never thought he was called. The police glanced at the embarrassed 2 women, as well as people who had injured more than half of the Dragon Kingdom Foundation. Wang Li didn't plan to help them solve this task. He now wants to leave this place as soon as possible, and go back to find Naya to settle accounts. The only spell that wants to span a long distance in an instant is the time-space gate. While he was constructing the space-time gate, the rest of the flying hydras that had solved the others found something wrong, and all came here. Thousands of Fei Tianshui daughters-in-law looked terrifying, especially their depressing appearance. For the sake of my good mood, I can save your lives. It only took 3 short seconds to build the space-time gate and put the connection point in his own coffee shop. Wang Li stepped back and motioned for the second woman to bring their surrounding companions in. In such a short period of time, there were only 7 or 8 people left in the team of more than 30 people in the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing hundreds of Fei Tianshui daughter-in-laws from the first echelon rushing like crazy, Wang Li didn't look back and just snapped his fingers. Summon thunder! Between the dark clouds, the rolling thunder in the sky immediately roared, and blasted out with the momentum of vowing to penetrate the earth. Thunder summoning can make a beam of lightning hit the place pointed by the caster. The limitation is that it takes 5 minutes to prepare and the target must be within the field of vision of the caster. And there are cumulonimbus clouds in the area, so the spell can take effect. However, mastering deep magic, that is, a powerful wizard controlled by the elements, can make it take effect immediately. Therefore, Xiao Ruobing, who was about to enter the gate of time and space, couldn't help but look back. The last thing that appeared in her pupils was a dozen or so thick buckets of lightning passing through the irregular path of teeth and claws, straight ahead of Wang Li, forming a no-traffic here horror prison blockade. The flying hydras who were trying to pass were scorched by thunder and lightning, and their sharp whistles continued to fluctuate. The excessively strong current and high temperature directly crystallized nearby sand. Many senior Foundation officials who saw this scene with the help of military satellites were silent. Especially Zhang Jianyu, although he knew that this mysterious boss must have extremely terrifying power, he did not expect to cause such an exaggerated behavior. The level of destruction that was revealed was enough to be arranged close to the 4th level of threat. Fortunately, the Longguo Foundation's policy has been friendly from the beginning, otherwise such a existence would be too dangerous. Even Wang Li sighed for it himself, but there was no surprise and excitement in his heart. It seems to do all this for granted, just as human beings are born to master the breath, and the heart is naturally beating normally. No one will explore why he was born to be able to do all this, because it is instinct. For Wang Li, what he is doing now is just awakening instinctively and releasing it quietly. This is why he subconsciously ignored many of these unreasonable points. Feishan Shui daughter-in-law who was struck by countless lightning strikes barely struggled and died on the spot. They gradually feared this terrible power that overwhelmed them. Feishan Shui daughter-in-law has wisdom and will not bury her head in death. Seeing things can't be done, immediately choose to spread out in other directions. Bullying the soft and fearing the hard, it is their motto that a gentleman will revenge for 10 years. Wang Li did not continue to dominate thunder to destroy these mythical creatures that survived hundreds of millions of years ago. Being in a good mood is enough to save the people I know, and by the way, I can make the people of the Foundation owe a lot of affection. Chapter 104. When he was about to enter the gate of time and space, Wang Li suddenly felt a certain sight from an invisible dimension. He knew it clearly, this might be the gaze of a certain god. Casting the time and space gate spell, there is a certain probability that it will attract the attention of the master of the deep-sea star Skyasta. Maybe he has caused the other side to observe now. It is not a good thing to be noticed by Thulhu. Wang Li didn't care about feeling this line of sight further, and directly threw a few flying hydras into the gate of time and space. Taking advantage of the existence of thunder summoning, finally stepped into the gate of time and space. Under the witness of military satellites, not only the people of the Long Country Foundation, but also the Australian side also saw this scene. Only 7 or 8 survivors of the Foundation were left to enter the gate of time and space. Only the god who easily restrained 4 or 5 flying hydras the mystery. The Longguo Foundation certainly knows that person, but the Australian side is obviously right. This is very puzzled. However, we can also see the relationship between the other party and the Dragon Kingdom, and the Australian side has no way to address this matter. They were responsible for the outbreak of Feishan Shui daughter-in-law. For this reason, they also set aside the partners of the Dragon Kingdom, and strictly speaking, they will be held accountable after coming to the Dragon Kingdom. High-level video conference of both parties. What happens next? Longguo asked how to deal with it. Although this happened on the borders of other people, the initiators are inseparable from them. Under the satellite surveillance picture, Wang Li killed a small part of Feishan Shui daughter-in-law, but most of them were not damaged, and Feishan Shui daughter-in-law continued to appear underground. It is hard to imagine how many years this kind of creature has stayed in the ground with peace of mind. A certain commander asked, "Are there any extremely effective containment objects?" I said just now, yes, but there is no way to solve it in sufficient time. Everyone in the video is discussing. After several times of containment, there are not many that can solve such a big scene. Regardless of the fact that the contained objects have all kinds of weird abilities, they can truly remotely control the existence of a continent and even thousands of mythological creatures, which can be counted with one hand. The prescribed time must also be within half an hour. The contact procedure alone takes at least 10 minutes, and there is no guarantee that the contents will be 100% cooperative. SCP-239 may be able to, as long as it induces the young witch girl to see the image displayed by the military satellite, and then makes her feel unbearable. Restore the tragedy that happened, or regress a little bit, and let those flying daughters-in-law disappear. Powerful reality benders are enough to do this, and the witch girl is one of the best. The only thing that is uncontrollable is her thoughts. If she doesn't think so, but instead finds it interesting, it will aggravate the disaster. Therefore, the containment is a double-edged sword, especially for the uncontrollable containment. How about using a nuclear bomb? This proposal was not made by Longuo, but by people in Australia. Anyway, the area is uninhabited and desolate, and there is nothing wrong with nuclear strikes. The main solution to the problem is now imminent, and the Fei Tianshui daughter-in-laws are showing signs of spreading to the outside world. If you can't come up with an effective method as soon as possible, it will be too late to remedy it later. And the nuclear warhead, if launched from Longuo's side, can reach the target location within 15 minutes. These issues regarding environmental pollution are obviously not under consideration. After the big deal, use containment items specifically for the environment and slowly reform and restore it. Since the other party took the initiative to make this request, the follow-up compensation and communication with other countries are obviously left to the Australian side to resolve. After all, you have to be cautious when launching this thing. In case of misunderstanding, it is really bad. But as long as you talk to other major nuclear powers in advance, it's okay. In the process of dealing with containment objects and mythological creatures, whether the Dragon Kingdom, the Bald Eagle Kingdom, or the European Union, all have used small nuclear bombs in their own territory. Unlike other conventional human weapons, nuclear bombs can cause extraordinary damage to mythical creatures. Maybe no one knows the reason. Because nuclear energy is just a gift from the God of 1,000 faces to mankind. Leading the development and prosperity of human civilization is the joy of that deity. Wait until the limit is reached, and then destroy the grand occasion created by one hand. 0. Look for flowers. After someone proposed to use a nuclear bomb, all those who participated in the video conference immediately finished the discussion in 1 minute. Confirm the feasibility of this plan. There was basically no delay. Less than a minute later, a few nuclear warheads were fired from a certain base in the Dragon Kingdom and headed straight towards Western Australia. Due to the terrifying speed of the latest warhead, within 13 minutes, a few mushroom clouds rose in a large desert full of sores. As the most destructive weapon of mankind, even mythical creatures cannot resist its power. Thousands of flying water bats died in the heat and radiation with mysterious power. Some Fei Tianshui daughters-in-law who had not yet flown out of the ground were sealed inside, completely buried here, and accompanied by Naket City. Presumably, there will be no people in this area for a long time. A few nuclear warheads completely sealed the desert area, and even if 1 or 2 Fei Tianshui daughter-in-law escaped with luck, the damage caused would be acceptable. But this time the Australian side really lost his wife and broke down. I didn't want to take advantage of it alone, but instead caused a commotion. Not only must we give the Longuo Foundation a satisfactory answer, but we must also pay for the use of nuclear warheads. Think about it, it's a loss. On the other hand, the Longuo Foundation is not happy. Losing 2 elite teams, the Snake Hand headquarters, which was destroyed by an anger, was just an empty shell. Those people didn't know where to escape, and they were still planning an evil plan to bring the indescribable to come. The same did not get any benefits, but owed the owner of the mysterious shop. It counts as 2 times, and if they come again a few times, they don't know how to make up for it. In addition, a doubt also appeared in their minds. Why did the mysterious boss suddenly appear in Western Australia? According to the staff who surveilled the outside of the coffee shop in name but in fact, they reported that the other party should have never stepped out of the shop. Is the space jumping ability really used? This is not surprising. The Foundation actually has the gifts inherited from the ancients, and they are now located in a secret base. Of Chapter 105 Magic City. Outside the cafe, a time-space gate appeared in the end of the tunnel. Immediately 7 or 8 injured and embarrassed people walked out of it. Then there were 4 or 5 weird, amorphous, and terrifying creatures, restrained by the current, unable to move. Even the tentacles that continue to appear and disappear on their bodies cannot be sustained. Although they were restrained, the 7 or 8 people from the special team who appeared in advance still did not dare to approach, and what happened before they wanted to bring a lot of psychological pressure. The setting actually succeeded. Finally, appeared from the gate of time and space. Wang Li poked his head out of the lane and looked at the street outside, and found that they were all familiar street scenes and neighbors. Retracting his head, he first glanced at Xiao Ruobing and others, and then his gaze focused on the Feishan Shui 367. I didn't think much about collecting addiction at the time, but now it's a bit of a headache. Where to put it after bringing it back? This is a problem that can't be circumvented. Although the cafe has 3 floors and the building area is large enough, it is impossible to put this stuff directly into the house. While he was in distress, Xiao Ruobing wiped the dust on his face and approached. Thank you very much for your help this time. If it weren't for you, maybe we have already. It's okay, you have to give what you get, and then I believe the Foundation will give me a thank you gift. Wang Li said nonchalantly, you can go back now. By the way, you won't blame me for mission failures, right? Of course not. That's fine. Seeing that they thanked each other and helped each other to get up and prepare to leave, Wang Li thought for a while and suddenly said, wait. Xiao Ruobing paused and turned sideways, what's your order?